Her grandparents were supposed to take Yuan and I to the train station, but she said, "You're getting older and might not remember the way. I can go by myself. I don't have much to carry." Yuan and I only brought a few old items and didn't even pack a change of clothes, planning to buy new ones in Beijing since she couldn't change on the train anyway. "All right, just be careful. It's a pity Gu Chao is on a business trip. Otherwise, he could have driven you," Grandma said with some regret. "Men always have to focus on their careers, especially since he is the factory director," Grandpa added. Yuan and I smiled. It was just her luck that Gu Chao was away these days. Otherwise, she could have shared the good news with him right away. The train left early, so after breakfast, the family saw Yuan and I off. Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu were especially envious of their sister, Ni. The two younger sisters secretly decided to study hard so they could also visit the capital one day. There were already many people on the street, some catching the early bus and others cleaning up. Yuan and I was walking with her head down when she suddenly heard a car approaching from behind. She instinctively moved aside, but the car followed her, even honking its horn. Yuan and I turned around quickly, and a jeep had stopped beside her. Gu Chao got out and opened the door for her, saying, "Going to the train station?"
"Get in."
"You're back from your trip?" "Yes, but let's get in the car first. We can talk later." Once inside, Gu Chao handed Yuan and I a warm bun, pork and vermicelli. Yuan and I took a bite. So delicious. "Did your cafeteria make this? How did you know I was going to the train station?" "Old Wang called me. I not only knew you were going to the train station, but I also heard you were heading to the capital." "Congratulations. That's nothing special. I should have invited you to come along, but maybe it's because you were on a business trip?" "What would I do there?" "I invited you because you know the industry, and they wanted to hear your opinion."
"But..."
Gu Chao paused before continuing. "I have some family matters to attend to, so I need to go back." "Are you on this train too?" "That's great." They hadn't talked much before arriving at the train station. The driver helped carry their luggage into the waiting room, and they saw Comrade Wang waving frantically at the entrance. "Come over. They're starting to check tickets. This train is usually late, but I can't believe it's arriving early today." Nowadays, the green trains are often not on time, with delays of 5 to 6 hours being common. It was surprising that today they arrived half an hour early, and everyone was quite taken aback. The three of them had sleeper tickets, so they didn't have to fight for seats, making the journey comfortable. "Our sleeping arrangements are great. 2 lower bunks and 1 middle bunk, and they're all next to each other, so we can play cards easily," Comrade Wang said, pleased with their spots. This train had only reserved 2 sleeper tickets for the county, which were taken by the cultural center. As for Gu Chao's ticket, he had used his connections to secure it after hearing the news. "You take the lower bunk, and I'll take the middle bunk," Gu Chao said as he tossed his jacket onto the middle bunk. "No, you should take the lower bunk." Gu Chao was tall and broad, and the middle bunk was too cramped for him. Seeing the two of them being polite, Comrade Wang shook his head, stuffed his bag under the bed, and thought that going out with a couple was tough. He was constantly surrounded by their affection. Yuan Ni's travel bag had some items in it, and although they were packed in boxes, she was still worried about them getting squished. Gu Chao found a good spot on the luggage rack to place her travel bag and put his own bag next to it, saying, "Let's keep our things together." The train arrived early at the station but couldn't leave until the scheduled time. The original passengers had all gotten off to stretch their legs, so there weren't many people on the train. Once the three of them settled their things, Comrade Wang eagerly pulled out a deck of cards. "Have you all eaten? If so, let's play around." It would take 3.5 days to travel from Dan County to the capital. According to Comrade Wang, this was actually good. At least we don't have to change trains. If they had to transfer, they would have to get off halfway and wait in the waiting room, which would be even worse. The long journey made playing cards the best way to pass the time. Gu Chao and Yuan and I sat together, while Comrade Wang sat on the other side, and they started playing a game. As they played, Comrade Wang became frustrated because Gu Chao was tall, and he could easily see Yuan Ni's cards.
How could he compete with that?
Comrade Wang suggested bringing in another player for a fair game of 4. "Let's have one more person join us." Immediately, someone from the next bunk raised their hand, A technician wearing glasses, I'll join. They quickly rearranged themselves, with Gu Chao and Yuan and I as partners against Comrade Wang and the technician. The game turned intense, and they became so absorbed that they played all the way to the capital station before reluctantly parting ways. The technician introduced himself. My last name is Liu, and I'm Liu Guangming, working at the mechanical factory in the capital. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. Everyone briefly introduced themselves as well. In this era, people were very sincere. After getting off the train, Yuan and I and Comrade Wang were headed to the museum guest house. I'm sorry, but my grandfather is unwell. Once I take care of things at home, I'll come find you, Gu Chao said apologetically. Yuan and I noticed he was troubled. It turned out his grandfather was sick. You should go. Gu Chao saw Yuan and I and Comrade Wang to the museum guest house and waited until they checked in before leaving. It was nearing dusk, and the museum staff had already finished work. They could only report back tomorrow. Comrade Wang was visiting the capital for the first time, and he was captivated by the endless stream of bicycles on the road. So many people and so many bikes created a spectacular scene that could only be seen here. Comrade Wang suggested going out for a stroll. Yuan and I did not respond. She had several treasures in her travel bag. These treasures included a blue and white porcelain teapot, a white peony vase, a Song Dynasty silk cloak, and a Tang Dynasty jade bottle. Yuan and I had collected these items while gathering eggs. Although they were old, their collectible value was not high, and she planned to trade them for cash. Having more cash flow would allow her to purchase a courtyard and acquire more antiques. Besides these 4 items, Yuan and I also carried a bag of gold bracelets and rings. These items were solid assets and could not be carelessly left at the guest house. Upon hearing that Yuan and I had antiques, Comrade Wang immediately became alert. You can't leave these at the guest house. We need to store them with the manager. With the new year approaching, there were many thieves around, skilled at breaking in and picking locks. It was important to be cautious. Larger guest houses usually had safes specifically for guests to store their valuables. After Comrade Wang's suggestion, Yuan and I decided to put her antiques in the safe first and take them out when she found a suitable buyer. Yuan and I carefully packed the antiques into a box, while the gold rings and bracelets were placed in her shoulder bag for easy carrying. Holding the box, with manager Wang protecting her, they went downstairs to find the manager. Just then, 2 women entered the guest house and crossed paths with Yuan and I. The woman in front was in her 40s, wearing a small collared suit and shoes, clearly from a cadre family. The woman behind was Comrade LV, who had previously dealt with Yuan and I, wanting to buy a small round stool made of rosewood. Comrade LV was not very pleasant. Upon seeing Yuan and I, she immediately whispered something to the cadre woman. The cadre woman then approached Yuan and I with a determined stride. In the aristocratic families of the capital, the Gu family and the Gung family were entirely different. The Gung family was involved in business, emphasizing wealth and connections, where networking and using relationships to get things done was a common practice. Gu Jia has always been involved in politics, and in a family of officials, one must have principles. The children at home need to start from the grassroots level to succeed. This is why Gu Chao was sent to the remote Dan County in S Province. Now that something has happened at home, Gu Chao cannot return immediately, and Grandma Gu is anxiously pacing. It's all that old man's fault. If he had just agreed, Gu Chao could have stayed by his side, but he didn't. Now look, he's down, and who knows when Gu Chao will come back. Grandma Gu is Gu Chao's grandmother, and the old man she refers to as her longtime partner, Grandpa Gu, who is currently the head of the Gu family. A few days ago, Grandpa Gu had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital. The doctors are still trying to save him, and the situation looks grim. Gu Chao's mother, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family, quickly helps Grandma Gu sit down. Mom, don't worry too much. I called Dan County, and they said Gu Chao is already on the train and should arrive soon. The eldest son of the Gu family looks at the emergency room door and then at his anxious mother. He says nothing and just paces back and forth. The second son of the Gu family, Gu Chao's uncle, is the deputy director of the museum and has previously worked with Yuan Ni. He is more composed and sits quietly on a chair outside the emergency room, unlike his brother. Next to the deputy director sits his wife, Gong Sujin. While everyone waits anxiously, the emergency room door suddenly opens and a group of people in white coats walks out. Grandma Gu looks around but doesn't see her husband. She quickly grabs a female doctor in a white coat. "Dr. Ho, where's Grandpa Gu?" Dr. Ho stops and replies, "He's still in the emergency room." "Is he doing any better?" Dr. Ho thinks for a moment. "Not really better, but not worse either. To put it this way, Grandpa Gu is old and Western medicine may not work for him. I think we should rely on traditional Chinese medicine." Grandma Gu nods repeatedly. "You're absolutely right. I was just thinking of finding a reliable traditional Chinese doctor. Dr. Ho, can you help me contact your grandfather?" Dr. Ho is a Western medicine assistant, but her grandfather is a skilled traditional Chinese doctor. She looks a bit troubled. "I can ask my grandfather, but he can be hard to persuade." The old doctor has a set of special golden needles that can calm the wind and stabilize the energy, making them an excellent choice for treating strokes. However, this set of golden needles is not easy to obtain because it is an antique. The needles are soft and precious, and it is said that they contain meteorite iron. They are older than Grandpa Gu, so they are rarely used now and are mainly kept in the Ho family clinic for protection. Old Dr. Ho said that in his lifetime, he could use the golden needles one more time. Although the Gu family is powerful, there are many influential people here. No matter how you line them up, Grandpa Gu cannot use the golden needles. Grandma Gu understands this well and is anxious. "Little Ho, think of a way. You grew up with Xiao Chao. You can't just ignore his grandfather." Dr. Ho bit his lip. "Grandma, it's not that I'm taking advantage of the situation. My grandfather said he would give me this set of golden needles as a dowry." Everyone present was clever and understood. Grandma Gu immediately decided, "Oh, you and Xiao Chao are childhood friends. This is just breaking through a barrier. You go back and tell your grandfather that we will come to propose soon, and let him use the golden needles to save a life, okay?" Dr. Ho finally showed a hint of shyness. "Is it appropriate for me to say that?" Yes, I was thinking wrong."
You two can talk about it yourselves.
"How about I call your grandfather right now?" Dr. Ho nodded. After little Ho left, the eldest son of the Gu family frowned. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? Knowing that Xiao Chao doesn't like her, why bring up the dowry now? Our family has a marriage agreement with the Gung family. You ungrateful child. Be quiet. Don't you want to save your dad? Xiao Chao will get married sooner or later. Who he marries matters less these days. Besides, little Ho isn't bad. He comes from a medical family and can save lives in critical moments." Grandma Gu scolded her eldest son. The second son of the Gu family coughed. "Mom, you shouldn't agree for Xiao Chao. He has someone he's interested in outside of the marriage agreement. Can anyone he likes be more important than his grandfather?" The second son fell silent. Just then, Grandma Gu was about to make the call when Gu Chao arrived. "What happened to my grandfather?" "You came at the right time. Quickly come with me to call old Dr. Ho." Grandma Gu briefly explained what little Ho had said. "Now, only you can save your grandfather." Gu Chao was silent for a moment. "I don't agree. Will sacrificing him really save Grandpa Gu?" Gu Chao felt differently. He believed that medicine has advanced significantly and the old methods of traditional healers no longer work. What Western medicine cannot achieve, traditional Chinese medicine may not be able to do either. Besides, he is not a product to be sold. The argument between the two generations escalated, mainly centered around Yuan Ni. Gong Sujin frowned more as she listened. She disagreed with her husband's view and thought Gu Chao should listen to his mother. The old man of the Gu family is the cornerstone of the family. As long as he is around, the Gu family can achieve greatness again. If he is gone, it will be hard for anyone else, including her husband, to make progress. Therefore, Gong Sujin believed they should do whatever it takes to protect the old man. It was just a matter of Gu Chao marrying Dr. Xiao Ho. It wasn't like asking him to face great dangers. What was there that he couldn't agree to? As for Yuan and I, she was just a girl from the countryside. Gong Sujin was confident that with a little kindness, she could easily make Yuan and I happy and leave. Wanting to help the Gu family solve their problem, she quietly left the hospital when no one was paying attention. Gong Sujin remembered that her niece, Xiao LV, had previously interacted with Yuan and I. As soon as she left the hospital, she found Xiao LV and asked her to take her to Yuan and I. Xiao LV had been unhappy with Yuan and I before and, upon hearing that her aunt wanted to confront her, immediately agreed, leading to the earlier scene. Seeing that the newcomer was not friendly, Comrade Wang quickly stopped the family member of the staff, saying, "Let's talk calmly. This is the capital. You can't act recklessly. Are you Yuan and I? I am Gu Chao's aunt.
Can I talk to you?"
Gong Sujin pushed past Comrade Wang and went straight to Yuan and I. Her words were polite, but her tone was condescending, almost like a command. Yuan and I smiled faintly and replied no. To her, keeping her belongings safe was the most important thing. Even if Gu Chao was related to her, he couldn't just show up unannounced. Gong Sujin thought that as an elder, Yuan and I would surely listen to her because of her relationship with Gu Chao, but she was surprised to be met with resistance right away. Her expression darkened. "What's wrong with you? Coming from a remote place, do you not know manners? Let me teach you some basic decency. Who are you? Do you think you're so important? Just because Gu Chao is my friend doesn't mean I have to listen to you. You want to talk. Do I have an obligation to talk to you? Can't you see we're about to eat? How can you say others lack manners when you have no understanding yourself? What's wrong with coming from a poor place? Does that mean we aren't comrades? You look down on working people. Should I report this to your workplace?" Without waiting for response, Yuan and I fired back. Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned into silence for several seconds before someone started clapping and cheering. "Well said, comrade. No matter where we come from, we are all comrades, and everyone is equal." After all, most people were ordinary and many couldn't stand Gong Sujin's attitude. The Gu family was wealthy, and even the wives in the family held social status. Having lived with the Gu family for many years, Gong Sujin had grown accustomed to looking down on others. For years, no one had ever stood up to her like Yuan and I did. Yuan Ni's words hit the mark, exposing Gong Sujin's hypocrisy, and with people around eager to join in, Gong Sujin quickly turned red with embarrassment. "Yuan and I, don't be so arrogant. My aunt just wants to talk to you about family matters. You wouldn't deny her this small courtesy, would you?" A female comrade quickly interjected. Comrade Wang stepped in again. "Ladies, I don't know your backgrounds, but we have our own matters to attend to and truly don't have time for family discussions. It's not just chatting, it's urgent." "Our matters are more urgent," Comrade Wang said, realizing the valuable box Yuan and I had and feeling a bit anxious. "What could you possibly need? Is it to buy silk or pastries? I can give you some, just get to the point." Gong Sujin thought she couldn't leave empty-handed and reached for Yuan and I.
Yuan Ni si deste pez, eboidin gon sucen.
"Could someone please call the manager of the guest house? I have valuable items with me." Comrade Wang spread his arms protectively around Yuan and I, not allowing Gong Sujin to get close. Seeing this, everyone became alert. Gong Sujin and Comrade Lu wouldn't let go. Were they after the box Yuan and I was holding? Someone immediately ran to find the manager, while others sought the security chief. Having lived a life of privilege, Gong Sujin had only ever looked down on others and never considered that one day she would be treated like a thief. "How can you act like this?" Yuan and I guarded the box, her expression cold, clearly not wanting to engage with Gong Sujin. Just then, the guest house manager and the security chief arrived quickly, finally resolving the awkward situation. Comrade Wang took out his work ID and said to the manager, "We just registered and wanted to store some items, but these two people stopped us and wouldn't let us through." The manager glanced cautiously at Gong Sujin and Comrade LV. They were dressed well, but looking good doesn't mean they are good people. Often, deceivers appear charming on the outside. "Old who? Ask them who they are. You two come with me to store the items." "Old who? The head of security at the guest house agreed and directly stopped Gong Sujin and Comrade LV to question them. The security department now had significant power and the authority to detain people. Gong Sujin didn't expect things to escalate this far and could only explain with a flushed face that she had rushed out and didn't bring any identification. Just talking wouldn't convince anyone. While Gong Sujin was explaining, Yuan Ni and Comrade Wang had already taken their box into the manager's office. The manager, understanding the rules, took out a set of keys and asked, "Do you want to rent a safe or a safety deposit box?" This was a guest house for the museum, where comrades from all over the country often came to exchange treasures. These items needed to be stored in safes. Small items could go in a safety deposit box, while larger items required a separate safe for storage. After confirming that renting a safe costs 5 yuan a day, Yuan Ni promptly rented one, keeping the key herself. The manager reminded Yuan Ni to take good care of the key, as each safe only had one key. If you lose the key, the lock won't open. Yuan Ni understood. Once the paperwork was completed and the items were stored, Head Hu from the security department came over. "Manager, those 2 women are from the Gu family and say there was a misunderstanding." Having dealt with treasures for a long time, the manager was not easily surprised. "If they have identification, let them go. We don't want any disputes in our guest house." Head Hu agreed and left. Comrade Wang held the manager's hand. "Thank you so much, comrade. We are all from out of town, and without your help, we wouldn't know what to do." The manager pointed to a welcoming slogan on the wall. "Don't worry, you are our most honored guests here at the guest house. It's not about helping, it's what we should do." As they left the manager's office, Gong Sujin and Comrade LV had already gone. With the valuable items safely stored, Yuan Ni felt light and free. Comrade Wang had the urge to wander around again. "Comrade Yuan, I'm sure Comrade Gu doesn't know about this situation. His family acted on their own. Don't take it to heart. It's still early. Shall we go for a walk?" Thinking about not having any clean clothes, Yuan Ni said it's getting late and other places are closed. "Why don't we go to the department store?" "Sure, anywhere is fine. I'm tired of those 2 women causing a fuss. I need to change my mood." The hotel staff said the department store wasn't far, so the 2 bought some snacks and walked over. The capital city is different from Dan County. The streets are lined with streetlights, and it's quite lively at night. The department store in the capital is special, a tall building with 5 floors. The first floor mainly sells candy and snacks. After the argument, Comrade Wang wanted to buy some candy. Looking at the wide variety, he didn't know which one to choose. The shopkeeper, wearing a blue apron, noticed Wang's confusion and smiled, asking, "Do you prefer milk candy or fruit candy?" "At my age, I guess I'll go with milk candy." Peanut nougat has a peanut flavor, while the white rabbit milk candy is rich in milk taste. Wang blinked. "Then, I'll have the peanut nougat?" The shopkeeper happily agreed, scooped some candy onto the scale, and it was exactly half a pound. Yuan and I couldn't believe it. "Could you please weigh me 8 ounces of white rabbit candy?" "Sure." The shopkeeper did the same, and when the candy was weighed, it was exactly 8 ounces. In every profession, there are experts. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang both gave a thumbs up. The capital truly has hidden talents. Even the salespeople are impressive. After eating the candy, their mood improved even more. The second floor sells gold jewelry and expensive watches. The third floor is for clothing and household goods. Yuan and I stopped here, and since Comrade Wang was much older, the salespeople thought they were father and daughter, asking whether they were shopping for the older or younger one. Wang pointed upstairs. "I won't look at women's clothes. I'll go upstairs to avoid misunderstandings." Yuan and I nodded. "Let's meet at the entrance." Now alone, Yuan and I relaxed and decided to buy herself some underwear. Not many people wore cotton bras yet, and even in the department store, the styles were quite old-fashioned, but they were made of soft and comfortable materials. Yuan and I bought 4 sets in one go. Next, she looked for pajamas. There wasn't much to choose from. As long as they fit and were made of cotton, it was fine. Choosing an outer coat required more thought. The most popular styles now are collar suits and wool coats. In a couple of days, she could wear a collar suit underneath and layer it with a cotton jacket or coat. After the salesperson finished the introduction, she pointed out to Yuan and I which items were the new styles for this year. Our department store has the latest designs. Besides the overseas Chinese shops, our clothes are the most attractive here. Yuan and I chose 2 sets of collared outfits and also bought a dark blue mid-length coat. As for the cotton monkey suit, she decided not to buy it for now because it was too heavy. If she wanted it, she could get it later when she left. People are judged by their appearance, and Yuan and I changed into a silver-gray collared outfit, putting the coat over it. She was already good-looking, but the new clothes made her look stylish and confident. The salesperson exclaimed, "These clothes sell well, and no one can wear them like you do. By the way, there are leather shoes upstairs. They would look even better with your outfit." As she spoke, the salesperson helped Yuan and I adjust the collar of her outfit. The department store focused on quality service, and the salesperson was friendly, unlike those in Dan County, who acted superior. Yuan and I smiled and thanked her, saying, "Could you please prepare the bill?"
I'll pay.
Yuan and I paid for her clothes. They weren't cheap. The 2 outfits and the coat cost a total of 280 yuan. Nowadays, a skilled worker earns just over 100 yuan a month, so unless a family has several earners, no one would spend money so freely. Yuan and I had achieved financial freedom long ago, so buying clothes was easy for her. She also bought leather shoes upstairs. With a brand new outfit from head to toe, Yuan and I felt much lighter. As for the old clothes she had changed out of, she decided not to keep them. On her way down, Yuan and I passed by the clothing counter where she had just bought her clothes and noticed a crowd gathered around. "What's going on?" she asked. An elderly man broke something belonging to an international friend, and the translator won't let him leave. The salesperson is trying to mediate. What was happening? An elderly man in his 60s, with white hair and beard, was being held by a young man in his 20s by the collar. "You can't leave. You broke Mr. Tom's heirloom, and you need to pay for it." The elderly man's cane had been taken from him, and he couldn't break free, repeatedly claiming, "It wasn't me. I was just passing by. How could I know his heirloom would fall?" Nearby stood a tall, blonde man with a regretful expression, staring intently at a green pendant on the ground, mumbling something to himself. The pendant was shattered into pieces. This should be the family heirloom mentioned in the translation. The elderly man is quite old, but he dresses neatly, especially with that cane in his hand, which looks like it's made of good wood and is quite valuable. The foreigner and the translator don't seem to be pretending. It's hard to tell who is right and who is wrong. The salesperson tried to mediate, saying, "Let's talk it out, and please don't fight." The translator, frustrated, said, "I already said to respect international friends. Why didn't he watch where he was going?" The old man was very angry. Respecting international friends doesn't mean telling lies. I really didn't bump into him. Yuan and I shook her head and said, "Saleslady, should I call security for you?" "Yes, please hurry." When Yuan and I shouted, someone realized what was happening, and everyone quickly called security. Both sides had their reasons, and it was clear that a third party needed to be involved to sort it out. When the security personnel arrived, they pulled the translator away from the old man, asking what happened. The translator let go, throwing a handful of hair, some black and some white, all pulled from the heads of the old man and the salesperson, showing his strength in the altercation. He pointed at the old man. "This man broke Mr. Tom's heirloom pendant. He should pay." The old man shouted in protest, "I was just passing by. The pendant was around his neck. How could I break it?" That was a good question. The translator quickly asked Tom. Tom shrugged regretfully. "I took the pendant off and held it in my hand. I didn't expect you to bump into my hand instead of anything else. Is there a problem with that? Why take the pendant off his neck and hold it in his hand?" The old man trembled with anger. "I didn't bump into you." Though he was old, he wasn't confused enough to not know if he had bumped into someone. The old man realized the foreigner was trying to trick him, but he had no proof. The only witness, the salesperson, was busy helping with clothes, so she didn't see what happened. The security staff looked at the pendant on the ground, feeling a bit awkward. "How much is this worth?" "Look at the material and quality. Even new jade is worth several hundred. Mr. Tom says this is an heirloom passed down from the Tang dynasty, worth at least $3,000. The translator claimed a high price. $3,000? With the current exchange rate, that would be over 20,000 in local currency. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Some people spoke up for the old man, believing Tom was bullying him. Some people were supporting Tom, saying that we should respect our international friends and compensate him first, even if it means pretending to be rich to save face. A green shard fell right at Yuan Ni's feet. She bent down to examine it closely and suddenly had an idea. Mr. Tom, did you say this pendant is from the Tang dynasty? The translator glanced at Yuan Ni and said, "Who are you? Don't interfere." Yuan Ni smiled and replied, "If you want compensation, that's fine, but the key issue is that you need to prove the pendant is worth that much money. Otherwise, how do we know you're not trying to scam us? I heard that foreign industries are very advanced, and with such a beautiful color, it could just be a new chemical product." The onlookers began to realize the situation. A pendant worth tens of thousands of dollars just sitting in someone's hand, waiting for someone to bump into it? It seemed unlikely. Right, let's find an expert to see if this jade is valuable. If it's not, then it's a scam by the foreigner. This is outrageous. Coming to our territory to scam people and bullying an elderly person, we need to get to the bottom of this. Call the police, hurry. The crowd became agitated. The translator, feeling anxious, quickly relayed everyone's words to Tom. For some reason, Tom looked a bit nervous after hearing what everyone said. He mumbled something to the translator and turned to leave. The translator, with a grateful expression, told the old man, "Mr. Tom is generous. He won't ask for compensation." Yuan Ni frowned and said to the security personnel, "I exposed the scam. This piece on the ground is not a family heirloom. Hurry and arrest them." Even though the scam didn't succeed, attempted fraud is still a crime. The security staff were also upset. After all, this was their country, and they didn't want to see foreigners acting so arrogantly. Hearing Yuan Ni's certainty and seeing Tom trying to escape, one of them stepped forward and blocked Tom's way. "Mr. Tom, don't rush to leave. Please come with us for an investigation." Tom ignored him, saying, "I have immunity. Let me go." This immunity really seemed like a get-out-of-jail-free card, and everyone could only watch as Tom and the translator left. The old man approached Yuan Ni to thank her. "Young lady, thank you. I really appreciate your help. Otherwise, I would have been scammed." Yuan Ni was puzzled. "Do you know each other?" "Tom is not a good person. He wanted to buy my family heirloom, and when I refused, he came up with this despicable plan." The old man did not treat Yuan Ni as a stranger. He helped her when he saw injustice, and Yuan Ni had a chivalrous spirit. She was a trustworthy girl. Yuan Ni suddenly realized that Tom's family heirloom was fake, and the treasure in the old man's hands was the real one. "Are you okay?" Comrade Wang finally arrived after hearing the commotion. Seeing Comrade Wang, the old man warmly invited them. "There's a nice tea house nearby. Shall we have tea and chat?" "Sure." Yuan Ni was curious about the old man. Why would foreigners go to such lengths for the heirloom he possessed? What extraordinary item did he have? Comrade Wang looked puzzled as he helped Yuan Ni carry a few pieces of clothing, and they headed to the tea house together. By this time, it was getting late, and there were few people in the tea house. The old man was a regular there, and as soon as the staff saw him, they greeted him and led them to a quiet table. "It's getting late. Let's have black tea, so we can sleep well," suggested the old man. Yuan Ni and Comrade Wang didn't know much about tea, so they agreed to have black tea. The waiter quickly brought a pot of tea and 2 plates of snacks. "You two are from out of town, right? Where did you come from?" Before sharing his story, the old man asked about their background. Comrade Wang quickly introduced themselves. Upon hearing they were from Dan County, the old man smiled and nodded. "The people in the Northwest are simple and kind. I visited Dan County years ago, and the locals left a great impression on me. Let me tell you about my story. My surname is Ho, and my family has practiced medicine for generations. Along with our medical skills, we also inherited a set of golden needles. These golden needles are several hundred years old. They are older than all of us combined. Long ago, One of my ancestors noticed that the needles were wearing down. Fearing that this family treasure would be ruined by future generations, he established a rule. No one in the family could use the golden needles while practicing medicine, and they had to use ordinary silver needles instead. However, our medical skills are based on using the golden needles, and without them, our practice suffers. Yuan Ni and Comrade Wang became more interested, so what happened next? People say that everyone needs a doctor, but we doctors also rely on powerful people. The medical field is, in essence, a world of its own. If I offend someone influential, I might not even be able to keep my clinic open. Although there are strict rules passed down from our ancestors, we still use the golden needles, just less frequently. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang understood that the rule was to allow only the powerful to use the golden needles, keeping others out. They could understand this approach since resources are limited and must be conserved. If they only focused on their own generation's comfort and used the needles excessively, there would be nothing left for future generations. Old Dr. Ho looked regretful. By the time it was my generation, the golden needles had worn down significantly, less than half their original length. So when my father passed away, I vowed to use the golden needles only 3 times in my life. My biggest regret is using them the second time. At that time, an important figure visited our country and unexpectedly fell ill, suffering a stroke. This person's life was crucial, and the leaders urged old Dr. Ho to use the golden needles to showcase the strength of traditional Chinese medicine to foreigners. My ancestors had a rule against using the golden needles on foreigners, but I was young and persuaded by them, so I agreed. After using the needles, I saved that foreigner, but I didn't realize it would lead to today's troubles. Old Dr. Ho spoke with deep sorrow, regretting that Tom was the son of the person he had saved years ago. After returning to his country, that foreigner never forgot the miracle he witnessed and became fixated on the golden needles. Recently, the old foreigner sent Tom to try to buy the needles. Old Dr. Ho naturally refused. As soon as Tom mentioned it, I turned him down without even meeting him. When I heard the translator call him Tom today, I realized this was their scheme. They couldn't buy the needles openly, so they resorted to tricks. Luckily, I met Comrade Yuan, otherwise, I would have been burdened with a huge debt. With current salaries being generally low and private clinics not allowed, even wealthy families only have a few thousand in savings. If old Dr. Ho truly owed tens of thousands, he would have to use the golden needles to settle the debt. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang exchanged surprised glances, never expecting that what they had stumbled upon was such a shocking conspiracy. Not only was Yuan and I shocked, but even Dr. Lao Ho himself felt a sense of fear. He took a cup of tea to calm himself and then smiled, saying, "Fortunately, we met this young comrade, who is brave and has a good eye. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to help." Comrade Wang agreed. It's good to help the elderly. Those foreigners have hidden agendas, so we must be cautious. You may not know, but even though Comrade Yuan is young, her ability to assess antiques is impressive. Just look at this time. The National Museum invited us because they recognized her talent. Then, with a hint of pride, Comrade Wang recounted how Yuan and I discovered the ancient mural. This site is significant and is said to have the potential to be a World Heritage Site. Dr. Lao Ho immediately showed respect. I never expected such talent from the younger generation. I won't say anything unnecessary. In my lifetime, I can use my golden needle one more time. Comrade Yuan, since you are still young, you might not need it. I will give this opportunity to you. You can choose anyone you want. As long as they are your patients, I will do my best. What do you think? Yuan and I and Comrade Wang were both from out of town and hadn't heard of Dr. Lao Ho's reputation, but seeing how Tom, the foreigner, struggled to deceive him about the golden needle, they realized his medical skills were exceptional. Yuan Ni's family had both elderly and young members, but they were all in good health, so they didn't need Dr. Lao Ho's expertise at the moment. She suddenly thought of Gu Chao's grandfather and wondered how he was doing now. I have a friend whose grandfather is ill. If it's difficult to treat, could I ask you to take a look?
Haha, it must be difficult to treat.
If a regular hospital could handle it, you wouldn't be coming to me, Dr. Lao Ho replied confidently. Comrade Wang remembered this as well. All right, we'll get back to you tomorrow. Dr. Lao Ho was pleased. Today, he not only resolved a crisis, but also returned a favor. He called over his assistant to get paper and pen, leaving his address and contact information. Comrade Yuan is my benefactor. If you have time, feel free to visit. If not, we can discuss things over the phone. Dr. Lao Ho was a national treasure-level traditional Chinese doctor, so he naturally had a phone at home. Yuan and I smiled as she accepted the note. That evening, Gu Chao did not come to the guest house. Comrade Wang and Yuan and I were both concerned about the patient at his home. After breakfast, they called the Gu family. The housekeeper answered the phone and, upon learning they were from Dan County, sighed and said, "The old gentleman's condition is not good." Yesterday, the family stayed at the hospital and didn't come back. Yuan and I felt a pang of worry and quickly asked which hospital it was. The housekeeper replied that it was the 101 General Hospital, where top military medical experts gathered. After hanging up, Comrade Wang said, "Let's hurry to the museum. Take care of this matter first, and then go to the hospital." Some things were hard to explain over the phone, so Yuan and I gave up on calling again and followed Comrade Wang to the National Museum. They registered their names and purpose of visit, and soon a young man came to assist them. He introduced himself as the assistant to Deputy Director Gu. "You two are from Dan County, right?" Deputy Director Gu is in charge of this work, but he has family matters and hasn't been to work these past few days. Wang and Yuan exchanged glances, realizing the connection. Deputy Director Gu was indeed Gu Chao's uncle. If Gu Chao's grandfather was in the hospital, it was understandable that he needed to be there. The assistant, unaware of their thoughts, said, "You can stay comfortably at the guest house. Deputy Director Gu will meet you once he finishes his work." Wang agreed absent-mindedly and left the guest house room number as requested before pulling Yuan and I away. "Looks like we still need to make a trip to the hospital." Yuan and I thought the same. Since it was still early, they inquired about the route to the General Hospital and learned that taking the bus was the best option. The bus system in the capital was very developed, and they found the bus stop and boarded the bus smoothly. The ride from the museum to the hospital passed through bustling areas, and Wang was amazed by the sights, thinking that having a third eye would be helpful. Meanwhile, the Gu family was in a difficult situation. After a night of emergency treatment, the old gentleman's condition had worsened instead of improving. Grandma Gu was worried about her husband's health and wished she could directly arrange a marriage between Gu Chao and the Ho family. Gu Chao's father and uncle knew this was not a good idea, but as family, they couldn't just watch the old gentleman suffer, so they reluctantly accepted Grandma's plans. "Anyway, if you don't agree to the marriage with the young Ho, you are being unfilial." Grandma Gu started to be unreasonable. "Grandma, can you please be a bit reasonable?" Gu Chao couldn't do much about his grandmother. She was like a big child and her health wasn't good, so he couldn't speak harshly to her. If he upset her, what would happen if she got sick again? Gu Chao's mother had just returned home and brought some food for everyone. She didn't want her mother-in-law to interfere with her son's marriage, so she interrupted, "Let's eat first. People need food, and the old man is already lying down. We can't have any more issues." That made sense. Gu's mother opened the aluminum lunchbox, which was filled with big buns. "Hurry up and eat. There are meat-filled ones and ones with lard and red bean paste." She personally picked up a bun with lard and red bean paste and handed it to her mother-in-law. "Mom, please eat a little." Grandma Gu sighed, "I can't eat." Even if she couldn't eat, she had to. Her two sons surrounded her, urging her to at least take a bite. Gu's mother pulled her son aside and quietly said, "Aunt Lu said that 2 people from Dan County called you. One of them is a woman. Is she the one you were seeing in Dan County?" Gu Chao frowned, and before he could respond, Dr. Ho came over. She was off duty today and wasn't wearing her white coat, so the Gu family only recognized her when she approached. After a night apart, Dr. Ho looked worn out, perhaps more so than the Gu family, who had stayed up all night. She glanced at Gu Chao with reluctance before walking over to Grandma Gu, looking a bit troubled. "Grandma Gu, I need to tell you something." Grandma Gu quickly tossed the bun aside. "Did your grandfather agree to the marriage?" "No, it's not that. I can't fulfill the promise I made to you." What can't you do? Grandma Gu was anxious. It wasn't what she thought, was it? I told Grandpa yesterday. He said my dowry remains unchanged, but he is given the only chance to use the golden needle to someone else. Dr. Ho truly liked Gu Chao and didn't expect to be slapped in the face by her own grandfather right after boasting. To someone else? Grandma Gu felt faint and almost fell over, but her two sons caught her. I'm sorry. I can't help. After saying that, Dr. Ho couldn't bear to look at the Gu family and walked away with her head down. Woo woo woo, old Gu. I can't help you anymore. Grandma Gu slowly recovered a bit and started to cry. The deputy director, Gu, wanted to comfort her but was stopped by his older brother. Let her cry. Holding it in will only make her sick. Just then, Gu's wife, Gong Sujin, suddenly exclaimed, What are you doing here? Gu Chao looked up and saw Yuan and I with Comrade Wang, holding some fruit. Aunt, this is my girlfriend. She's here to see me. If you have something to say it to me, not to her. Gu Chao immediately defended Yuan and I. Vice Director Gu had met Yuan and I before and thought she was a simple country girl but had good taste and loved her country, so he had a good impression of her and tried to help her apply for a reward. However, seeing Gu Chao protect Yuan and I so fiercely made Vice Director Gu a bit angry. After all, Gong Sujin was his wife and Gu Chao's aunt. Was it really necessary to confront her over a country girl? Gong Sujin looked at Vice Director Gu with a sad expression. Look at Xiao Chao. Vice Director Gu cleared his throat. Xiao Chao, your grandfather is still sick. No matter who it is, it's not really appropriate for them to come here now. Comrade Wang was very angry. He despised wrongdoing and was not afraid of Vice Director Gu's status. He pointed directly at Gong Sujin and asked, Is it appropriate for her, as an aunt, to sneak over to the guest house to question Xiao Yuan? When Wang's words came out, the Gu family all looked over, confused about the situation. They really didn't know that Gong Sujin had taken the initiative to come over. Gong Sujin's face turned red. Family matters should not be aired in public. Gu Dad coughed. You're Xiao Chao's friend, right? We have some urgent matters at home, so please don't take it to heart. Yuan and I nodded lightly. I came here hoping to help a little. Gong Sujin couldn't help but mock. What can a person from Dan County do to help? Be careful of the wind blowing your tongue. Aunt, what are you saying? Gu Chao's eyes were filled with anger. He had already mentioned Yuan Ni's identity, and provoking her now was just going against him. Comrade Wang quickly intervened. Hey, can you let her finish speaking? Yuan and I has a friend who is an old Chinese doctor, and he is willing to help with the diagnosis, so... Before Wang could finish, he was interrupted by Grandma Gu, who cried out it's useless. Besides old Dr. Ho, no other doctor can help. Comrade Wang stomped his foot in frustration. Xiao Yuan's friend is old Dr. Ho. What? She knows old Dr. Ho? Must be a coincidence with the name. Are you kidding? Except for Gu Chao, the Gu family was full of disbelief. However, Grandma Gu believed it, which old Dr. Ho. The one who can use golden needles? Yes, he said he could use the golden needle one last time in his life, and this opportunity is for Xiao Yuan. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Comrade Wang seemed uninterested. What's going on with the Gu family? Communicating with them is quite difficult. Is it really Dr. Ho? Now the Gu family can't be proud anymore. Mr. Gu rushed over. Comrade Xiao Yuan, you arrived just in time. I'll call the driver now. Can you come with me to invite Dr. Ho? Yuan looked at him curiously. No need. Dr. Ho told me to just call him, and he would come over himself. Should I call now? The Gu family fell silent, suddenly doubting Yuan's words. When did Dr. Ho become so easy to talk to? Gu Chao pulled Yuan along. Let's go to the duty room to make the call. The call went through, and Dr. Ho said he would arrive in half an hour. Gu Chao told his family what he heard. Now, the Gu family looked at Yuan with disbelief. Dr. Ho is a big name in the medical field. Even his own granddaughter can't persuade him. How did Yuan become friends with someone like that? And he comes at her call? That's hard to believe. Everyone was smart, and now that things had progressed this far, no one dared to make any assumptions. They waited patiently to see if Dr. Ho would really come. Comrade Wang sat down in a corner, looking rebellious. He had met Dr. Ho before and was just waiting for him to arrive and prove everyone wrong. Gu Chao took off his scarf and laid it on the bench. Make yourself comfortable. This is all the hospital has. Yuan sat down. Am I being too forward? No, you're a blessing in our time of need. My family is just anxious. Don't take it to heart. Okay. The Gu family watched intently, and Yuan graciously accepted Gu Chao's apology, making them feel a bit envious. They still didn't believe Yuan had such connections. They were the Gu family, after all, and they were on a much higher level than Yuan. If they couldn't invite Dr. Ho, how could she? Just then, the hospital corridor became chaotic. An elderly man with a white beard walked briskly, carrying a bag. Behind him followed a long line of doctors and nurses, and more seemed to be joining. Patients and their families were pushed aside, looking confused and unsure of what was happening. The old man's presence was more impressive than that of the hospital's experts. Even the experts don't have this many people following them during rounds. Not only were the patients confused, but the doctors and nurses were too. Why had a national treasure-level traditional Chinese medicine expert suddenly arrived at their hospital? What was he going to do? Dr. Ho, what brings you here? The head of the ward followed him. I'm here to see a patient. Are you using the golden needle? Yes, I have it right here. Upon hearing this, the head of the ward became excited. To those studying medicine, Dr. Ho is like a king without a crown. When he uses his golden needle, he can bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, he rarely uses this special tool. Quick, let everyone know that Dr. Ho is using the golden needle. We need everyone to come and observe. The head of the ward waved his hand, and immediately someone ran off to gather people. Observing and learning from this is a huge opportunity. So, when Dr. Ho arrived with half the hospital staff in front of the Gu family, they were all stunned. What was happening? Mr. Gu had met Dr. Ho before. After the initial shock, he was the first to recover and quickly approached. Are you here to see my father? Dr. Ho ignored Mr. Gu and waved to Yuan and I. Where is the patient? Yuan and I looked at Gu Chao, who quickly pointed to the emergency room and said, It's my grandfather. He is still in surgery. Dr. Ho waved his hand. Lead the way. Yuan and I took him to the emergency room. The attending physician for Mr. Gu rushed in and pushed Yuan and I and Gu Chao out, saying, Family members can't go in. We just need you to assist Dr. Ho. A swarm of department heads and specialists followed him inside, while others crowded at the door trying to peek in. The Gu family wanted to go in and see, but there was no room for them with all the medical staff inside. Mr. Gu wiped his sweat. Luckily, there is only our father as a patient. We can leave everything to Dr. Ho. Vice Director Gu felt a bit awkward. Yuan and I didn't expect you to have such connections. I underestimated you. City people often look down on those from the countryside. It's not that city folks think too highly of themselves. It's just that, in reality, the countryside is often not as advanced as the city. For example, someone may excel in the countryside and be the top student, but when they enter a city school, they are just an average student. In general, anyone who stands out in the countryside tends to blend in once they come to the city. The Gu family initially shared this sentiment about Yuan and I, but who would have thought she actually had connections? Yuan and I smiled. It's just a coincidence. Gu Chao looked at Yuan and I and felt a bit sad. If it weren't for him, Yuan and I wouldn't have to face such difficulties. He turned to Grandma Gu. Grandma, this is my girlfriend. I found her myself. Grandma Gu suddenly realized that since Dr. Xiao Ho had promised to bring the golden needle, she had hoped Gu Chao would sacrifice himself to marry Dr.
Xiao.
Now that Yuan and I had directly invited Dr. Lao Ho over as her grandmother, shouldn't she show her appreciation? Dear, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my husband would really be in trouble. Come here. Grandma Gu called Yuan and I to sit beside her. Once Yuan and I sat down, Grandma Gu took off a sparkling white jade bracelet from her wrist and put it on Yuan and I. You are a good girl, very suitable for Xiao Chao. This bracelet was given to me by your grandfather, and now I give it to you as a welcome gift. With this gesture, Grandma Gu acknowledged Yuan and I as the granddaughter-in-law she chose. Mom Gu slightly frowned but then smiled and said, Xiao Yuan, you have really helped our family a lot. We should thank you properly. Come over for dinner at our house sometime. It must be said that the daughters-in-law of the Gu family are not simple. The second daughter-in-law, Gong Suzhen, directly confronted Yuan and I, hoping she would back down. Mom Gu easily shifted Grandma Gu's intention with just one sentence, saying the bracelet was a token of gratitude, not a welcome gift for the granddaughter-in-law. Gu Chao immediately sensed something was off. As someone familiar with the political scene, he could easily catch the underlying meaning in their words. He quickly tugged at Grandma Gu. Grandma, Grandpa is getting old and will need a good doctor for his recovery. If Grandpa Gu recovers, they will still need Dr. Lao Ho for consultations, as there is no one better than him in traditional Chinese medicine. And since Yuan and I is a friend of Dr. Lao Ho, she is the only one who can invite him. It must be said that when it comes to Grandpa's safety, Grandma Gu is quite sharp. She glared at Mom Gu. Eldest daughter-in-law, this is Xiao Chao's girlfriend, not just an ordinary guest. You need to understand the stakes and not neglect her. Mom Gu lowered her head, feeling wronged. Her son is excellent, yet he is tied to a country girl? She was unwilling. But what could she do? The Gu family is ruled by a single voice. When Grandpa was healthy, he made the decisions. Now, Grandma Gu holds all the power. Dad Gu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Xiao Yuan, these past few days have been so busy and chaotic that we haven't had a chance to welcome you properly. Where are you staying now? Why don't you move in with us? The Gu family has guest rooms and wouldn't mind hosting a few more guests.
Yuan Ni declined.
Just then, cheers erupted at the emergency room door. He's awake. The patient is awake. Dr. Ho is truly amazing. No wonder everyone says that with the golden needle, there are no illnesses. Isn't that right? It's a pity there are so few golden needles. They can't be used too often. Has Grandpa Gu really woken up? The Gu family stopped chatting and hurried over, tiptoeing to look inside. Unfortunately, all they could see were doctors, and they couldn't get a good view. Where are the family members? Get them in here quickly. We need to wake the patient. Someone shouted from the emergency room. Grandma Gu suddenly found her strength. I'm coming, dear. The doctors made way for her, and Grandma Gu rushed in, with Gu Chao pulling Yuan and I closely behind. As soon as they entered, the doctors crowded together, blocking others from entering. Grandpa Gu was indeed awake, but still a bit dazed. At this moment, familiar voices were needed to help him fully wake up. Grandma Gu, deeply affectionate, spoke a few words, and Grandpa Gu became fully alert. Dr. Ho looked at Yuan and I and said, You did not disappoint. Yuan and I sincerely replied, I will definitely come to thank you another day. All right, just let me know in advance. I have a few old treasures I'd like to show you, Dr. Ho said as he put away the family heirloom golden needle. That precious item was indeed very small and looked quite fragile. It truly was used up with each application. This conversation solidified Yuan Ni's reputation, and even the doctors watching began to look at her differently. As Dr. Ho was leaving, the doctors rushed to see him off. The eldest and second eldest of the Gu family then entered the hospital room, filled with joy, until the attending physician arrived and sternly warned everyone, although Grandpa is awake, he is not out of danger yet. You can't make such a fuss. One person should stay with him, and the rest should go home. Gu Chao quickly stepped forward. You've all been here for days. Let me stay overnight. As the beloved grandson, and being young, Grandpa Gu liked him, so it was decided that Gu Chao would stay the night, with others taking turns later. As Yuan and I was about to leave with everyone, Grandpa Gu called out to her, Dear, don't go. Grandpa Gu, being in good health, was clear-headed shortly after waking up, and his speech was very coherent. Everyone respected his opinion and told Yuan and I, the old man has something to say, wait a moment before you leave. Comrade Wang said loudly, Comrade Xiao Yuan, take your time. I will leave with you later. Gu Chao pulled out a chair for Yuan and I to sit down. Old Mr. Gu looked at the two of them and smiled kindly. Xiao Chao has good taste. Earlier, Mrs. Gu mentioned that without Yuan and I, old Mr. Gu wouldn't have woken up. Yuan and I is the person Gu Chao has chosen, and also his lifesaver. Grandpa, focus on getting better. We will celebrate once you are well. Gu Chao wanted to limit old Mr. Gu's talking. Don't worry, I won't say anything foolish, the old man replied quickly, then reminded Yuan and I to visit their home after he is discharged. The Gu family is wealthy, and Yuan and I comes from a very different background, having crossed several social classes. No one expected that during this important family meeting, Yuan and I would easily pass the threshold. Since that day, old Mr. Gu's health improved day by day, and recovery was in sight. Everyone's worries finally eased, and they returned to their respective duties. On the first day back at work, Deputy Director Gu invited Yuan and I and Comrade Wang to his office to discuss the mural in detail. As Comrade Wang said, this mural has extraordinary significance, and the country plans to apply for heritage status. They submitted relevant materials and the findings, and official matters were temporarily put on hold. Deputy Director Gu asked them to wait at the guest house. Don't rush back. We need to submit the application first, and if the materials are insufficient, we may need your help. Comrade Wang smiled and nodded. That sounds good. Since it's on the public budget, we can take these days to explore. There are some nice sights and tasty snacks. When the old man returns, you must come over to visit.
Sure.
After leaving the museum, Yuan and I said to Comrade Wang, I've been here for several days. I want to visit Grandma Gung. Comrade Wang nodded, of course. Didn't she become your godmother? Godparents are elders. Let's go together. It's important to visit. Comrade Wang had also worked with the elderly couple from the Gung family. They discussed their plans and decided to split up. Comrade Wang took some money and tickets to buy snacks and milk powder. The two had already asked the waiter about the most popular gifts, which were snack boxes paired with canned fruit. If the conditions were good, they would also include malted milk powder. Yuan and I then found the manager of the guest house and brought out some old items that were stored with him. After gathering everything, they headed to the Gung family. Since they had too much to carry, they didn't take the bus but called for a tricycle. The local driver, known as Ban Yi, gave a thumbs up when Yuan and I mentioned the address. Good place. Your relatives must be wealthy. Comrade Wang laughed. Are all the people living there rich? Yes, in such a good area. It's either the rich or the noble. You can tell just by looking. Ban Yi chatted with them as he pedaled. From Ban Yi, Yuan and I learned that the ghost market in the capital was even larger, and she made a mental note to visit it someday. Soon, Ban Yi arrived at their destination. He stopped the tricycle and pointed to the alley ahead, saying, Look, this alley is different from others. It has electric poles and streetlights, so it's bright at night. The alley was called Zhuangyuan Alley, and it was indeed remarkable. Not only were there streetlights, but the entire path was paved with blue bricks. Even a regular family's courtyard couldn't be so well done. Following the house number, they easily found Grandma Gung's home. When they knocked on the door, it was not a family member who answered, but an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. She looked at the bags they were carrying and asked curiously, What do you have there? Is Grandma Gung living here? We are relatives. Oh, relatives. Please come in. I thought you were delivering something with all those bags. The middle-aged woman was very friendly. She was the housekeeper hired by Grandma Gung, named Hong Jia. A few years ago, hiring housekeepers was not allowed, so the Gung family didn't openly employ one and only referred to Hong Jia as a relative. The Gung family's courtyard had a screen wall in front and a two-part courtyard in the back, all very elegantly built, though the paintings on the screen wall were mismatched, depicting flowers and plants alongside scenes from the Red Lantern. As they approached the main room, Hong Jia called out, Grandma has guests. They are relatives. The curtain to the main room was lifted, and Grandma Gung came out. Upon seeing Yuan and I, she immediately smiled and said, My granddaughter has come. It's true what they say, you think of someone, and they appear.
Come in and sit down.
This is your home. Why are you still carrying things? A group of people sat in the main room. Yuan and I was too busy to notice the decorations as Grandma Gung pulled her over for introductions, saying, This is my eldest granddaughter from Dan County. What do you think? Is she pretty? Everyone quickly agreed that she was indeed beautiful, clearly inheriting Grandma Gung's charm and resembling her youthful looks. After the jokes, they got down to business. Some people in the room were familiar to Yuan and I, like Gung Mylan and her mother, as well as Grandpa Gung. There were also a few unfamiliar middle-aged men, whom Grandma Gung introduced as fellow merchants, asking Yuan and I to call them uncle. These middle-aged men were there to sell their collections. One of them pushed a tray forward and said to Gung Mylan, "As you can see, this is a coral prayer bead set, which can only be worn by officials of the 5th rank or higher. Setting aside the historical and cultural significance, just looking at its quality, it's worth quite a bit." Prayer beads were a special accessory for officials during the Qing dynasty, only worn by those of 5th rank or higher during official ceremonies. The material of the beads varied depending on the occasion. The set being sold, made of red coral, was specifically for ceremonial use. Gung Mylan, with a quick glance, pushed the red coral prayer beads toward Yuan and I and said, "Mom always says you have a good eye. Can you help me assess if we should buy this?" This was a test for Yuan and I. Unlike her previous experiences with antique appraisal, she was now helping Grandma Gung make a purchase. If Yuan and I misjudged the item, Grandma Gung would end up losing money. After confirming she could handle the beads, Yuan and I picked up the prayer beads and examined them, then smiled and asked, "Can I cut them apart?" The middle-aged man's expression didn't change, but he clenched his hands tightly. He thought Yuan and I was just a naive girl and doubted her judgment. "Go ahead and cut them. Just put them back together when you're done." Yuan and I asked for scissors and began to take the prayer beads apart, laying them out one by one in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. What was she doing? Wasn't it difficult to take them apart? The middle-aged man's face grew increasingly tense, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After the red coral prayer beads were taken apart, they were divided into 2 nearly equal piles. Yuan and I remained silent after finishing the task, quietly wiping her fingertips with a handkerchief. It seemed the beads had picked up some dirt, as her fair fingertips were now smudged. Old Mrs. Gung frowned and called Yuan and I to her side. She took her hand and smelled it, unable to help but laugh in anger. "Old Jiang, we've been in business for years. Are you trying to trick me with half-real, half-fake goods?" The man named Old Jiang was sweating profusely. The string of red coral beads was not entirely real or fake. Half of the beads were genuine, while the other half were new coral that had been aged to look old. The residue on Yuan Ni's fingers came from the fake beads. In no time, Yuan and I had separated the real beads from the fakes. Everyone rushed to look at the 2 piles of beads, with the real and fake ones clearly standing out. "Old Jiang, this is dishonest. Are you trying to sell 1 string of beads as 2? I never thought you were this kind of person." The Gung family member scolded. In the past 2 years, the economy had become more relaxed and the antique market had become lively. Old Jiang had a bad idea and decided to split a genuine string of red coral beads and mix it with fakes to create 2 strings to sell, hoping to make double the profit. Unexpectedly, Yuan and I quickly identified the fake beads. "This is my fault. I had a bad thought," Old Jiang said, lifting his shirt to hide the beads and turning to leave. He couldn't face staying with the Gung family any longer. Gung Mylan was also smiling, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. Yuan and I was quite impressive. Her sharp eye made Gung Mylan's little tricks seem like a joke. Instead of troubling Yuan and I, she had only helped her. Old Mrs. Gung shot Gung Mylan a glare and pulled Yuan and I closer. "That old man is blinded by money." Yuan and I simply smiled faintly and didn't comment further. "Enough about those people. Hong Jia, please bring some tea and snacks and add more dishes for lunch," ordered old Mr. Gung. Hong Jia, who was a relative but actually a helper, usually called old Mr. Gung Big Brother to keep up appearances. Once Hong Jia acknowledged the order and left, old Mr. Gung smiled and asked Comrade Wang, "Little Wang, how did you have time to come over?" Comrade Wang explained the mural situation. "They said they want to apply for the site, and they asked me and Yuan and I to write a report." This was an official matter, and old Mr. Gung and old Mrs. Gung didn't comment much, focusing instead on Yuan and I. "After we leave, how is your mother?" Teacher Lu's home is like a muddy pit. My mother is so focused on living with Teacher Lu that she seems to be stuck, Yuan and I said lightly. Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung exchanged glances, both seeing disappointment in each other's eyes. The more outstanding Yuan and I was, the more troubled her mother seemed. Now that Yuan Ni's mother was burdened by the Lu family, she had no time to cause trouble for her own family. Whenever she had time, she took on some part-time work to earn money to support Lu Jia. The rest of her time was spent helping Old Lady Lu and Teacher Lu with chores. The mess of the Lu family relied entirely on Yuan Ni's mother to patch things up. Hearing about Yuan Ni's difficult life made Gung Mei-lan feel a bit better. Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung were calm. It wasn't that they didn't want to help their child, but this child was stubborn and hard to support. Hong Jie soon brought over some snacks, freshly made taro cake and lotus flower pastries. Old Lady Gung asked to open the snack box that Yuan and I had brought, saying, "The snacks from the old bakery are too sweet. Only the shikima has the right flavor, getting sweeter the more you chew." Gung Mei-lan wanted to stir up trouble. I see and I brought a package too. I wonder what's inside? Yuan and I took the package and opened it in front of everyone, pulling out 4 items. "These are my collectibles. I wonder if they can sell for a good price here?" Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung recognized their value. After examining them, they pointed to a blue and white porcelain teapot and said, "This is from the Qing dynasty, and it can only sell for a few hundred." Yuan and I knew the teapot was something she had taken from the old Yuan family. Given her mother's complicated feelings, it was better to sell it early rather than keep it. Old Lady Gung commented on a silk cloak. "This can sell for a good price, but it's hard to keep. If you find a suitable buyer, sell it quickly." The most valuable item was a Tang Dynasty jade vase, followed by a white peony vase. Gung Mei-lan thought for a moment. The Wan family has been looking for a jade vase. Why not show it to them? The Wan family was Gung Mei-lan's in-laws, who relied on scraps from the Gung family to get by. Old Lady Gung frowned. "Why would we do that? Are we going to let them keep a tab? We won't even see the money. That would be hurting our own people." Gung Mei-lan bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed. The Wan family wasn't doing well, but she shouldn't say that out loud. Old Man Gung thought for a moment. "Go to the overseas Chinese restaurant and have Manager Fong find some buyers." Old Lady Gung nodded. "You should call right now." The overseas Chinese hotel is frequented by expatriates and foreign guests who often have plenty of money. Old Mr. Gung made a phone call, and within half an hour, he received a reply. Manager Fong said he has organized a gathering and wants us to bring some items over. Manager Fong is a contact for the Gung family at the overseas Chinese hotel. Whenever a guest wants to buy antiques, Manager Fong brings them to the Gung family. Old Mr. and Mrs. Gung have good items to sell, and they also approach Manager Fong. They have been mutually beneficial partners for some time now. Gung Mei-lan wanted to go, but was stopped by Mrs. Gung. She invited Comrade Wang, saying, "Mei-lan can stay home and keep an eye on things. Xiao Wang can go along to see the excitement." Gung Mei-lan's little schemes were obvious to Mrs. Gung, who knew she wanted to trouble Yuan and I, so she wouldn't take her along to cause a disturbance. Comrade Wang was pleased, saying, "Sure, I can also enjoy the view." Comrade Wang is a government official and rarely participates in such high-end private transactions. Old Mr. and Mrs. Gung led everyone out and called for a familiar driver, heading straight to the overseas Chinese hotel. In a tea room at the hotel, a crowd had gathered, including an old expatriate and his daughter, who had previously dealt with Yuan and I. At that moment, everyone was focused, staring intently at a large white porcelain vase placed in the center. Manager Fong smiled warmly. "This is Yongla white porcelain, a rare find. Everyone take a close look. Don't miss it." Yongla was a unique emperor, mainly because his legitimacy was questionable. He was not the designated son of the previous emperor, but ascended the throne through rebellion. During Yongla's time, everyone was raised with Confucian values, and deep down, Yongla felt a bit guilty towards his father, which made him particularly fond of white. As a result, during his reign, a large quantity of white porcelain was produced, both in the palace and among the people. The white porcelain made during the Yongla period was of exceptional quality, reaching unprecedented heights in the history of ceramics. The emperor himself loved white porcelain. Once, a small kingdom offered him a jade vase, which he directly refused, stating that he preferred the white porcelain he already used and had no interest in jade. If the white porcelain vase in front of them is indeed Yongle white porcelain, just based on its size, it would be worth at least 7 figures in the international market. Everyone present was knowledgeable, and upon hearing Manager Fong's introduction, they became excited. Some took out magnifying glasses to closely examine the large white porcelain vase. Yongle white porcelain, also known as sweet white porcelain, refers to the porcelain's smooth and glossy white appearance, giving it a sweet look. Everyone, take a look at this porcelain vase. Isn't it lovely? Manager Fong introduced with a smile. The sweet white porcelain is as thin as paper and has a luster like sugar. The large white porcelain vase in front of us exhibits both of these features. In the room, besides Manager Fong, there was a middle-aged woman in her 40s who introduced herself as Sister Wang. She was the owner of the white porcelain vase, while the others were buyers. An elderly overseas Chinese father and daughter took turns using a magnifying glass to closely examine the vase, then touched it, and asked Manager Fong to do the same to check the mark on the bottom. The mark was a standard 4-character script reading made in the Yongle period, which was typical for official kiln products, so there were no issues. The elderly overseas Chinese man clapped his hands and kindly looked at the middle-aged woman. "Sister, what price are you hoping for?" The middle-aged woman, looking a bit shy and inexperienced, fidgeted with her clothes when asked, "I don't really know. This was left by my elder family member and has been stored in the cellar. How about we go next door for some tea and discuss the price further?" The elderly man suggested with a friendly smile. His daughter immediately stepped in, pulling the middle-aged woman along to the next room. "Mr. Gu, there are so many people watching. Let's not have private bidding. We should all compete openly and the highest bidder wins. What do you think?" Interrupted a man with slicked back hair. "Exactly. Manager Fong organized this event for everyone, not just for you." Others chimed in, joining in on the discussion. After a bit of commotion, they finally agreed on an open auction where the highest bidder would win. Manager Fong was pleased. The more expensive the sale, the higher his commission. Yuan and I had been with Elder Gung for a while. She stood at the door, able to see Mr. Gu and his daughter. She had dealt with them before in the provincial city. They were not easy opponents, often buying whatever she was interested in. Not wanting them to take advantage of her again, she leaned in and whispered a few words to Elder Gung's wife, suggesting they go in first. Seeing the elderly couple from the Gung family arrive, Manager Fong became even happier. "Everyone, don't rush. There are plenty of great items today. If you can't get the white porcelain vase, there are other things." Elder Gung's wife nodded, indicating that she had items to offer as well. Everyone noticed the bundle she was holding, realizing her goods were smaller items. Although antiques are not judged by size, larger items like the Yongle white porcelain vase are indeed more valuable. So, even with Mrs. Gung present, everyone's main focus remained on the vase. Manager Fong was quick to act. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he immediately organized the auction. The Yongle vase has a starting price in the international market of 6 figures, and since it's an international market, it's definitely priced in dollars. Everyone had an idea of this, and as the bidding began, someone offered 10,000. The owner of the vase showed a mix of surprise and joy. The price rose quickly, jumping from 10,000 to 30,000, then from 30,000 to 50,000, and finally Mr. Gu made a bold bid of 100,000. Others had already dropped out, leaving only the man with the big hairstyle still bidding against Mr. Gu. After raising the price to 110,000, he ultimately stopped bidding. They were in the country to buy goods, not to do charity, but to make a profit. $110,000 converts to over 10,000, which exceeded his ideal bottom line. In the end, Mr. Gu secured the vase for 120,000. Manager Fong happily announced that the vase belonged to Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was also straightforward, opening the box and taking out bundles of cash he had prepared, handing them to a middle-aged woman. She stuffed the money into a sack, smiling broadly. "Thank you. You are truly a good person." Mr. Gu was a bit taken aback by her words when Yuan and I walked in. Mrs. Gung smiled and introduced Yuan and I to Manager Fong, saying she was her god-granddaughter. The items she brought today are all from her. The man with the big hairstyle, having missed out on the vase, was a bit anxious. Since they're goods, let's see them quickly. Miss Gu, the daughter of an old overseas Chinese, looked displeased as soon as she saw Yuan and I. Since she and her father had just acquired a sweet white vase today, she was in a haughty mood and scoffed. What good things could she possibly have? Can they compare to the white vase? Not one to back down. Yuan and I replied, Miss Gu's collection may not be so precious either. Would you dare to show me? Mr. Gu, smiling, gestured for her to take a look. Feel free to examine it. With so many eyes watching, there was no need to worry about Yuan and I damaging the white vase. She carefully examined the vase and then took out a magnifying glass to inspect it closely. Seeing her actions, the man with the big hairstyle realized she was an expert and couldn't help but ask, So, what do you think? Is it genuine? Yuan and I pointed to the bottom of the white porcelain vase and said, The mark on the bottom is real. The man with the slicked-back hair scratched his head, confused. What do you mean the mark is real? If the mark is real, then this white porcelain vase must be real too. After mumbling for a moment, he suddenly realized he needed the magnifying glass from Yuan and I. He crouched down to carefully examine the bottom of the vase. Mr. Gu and his daughter felt a chill from the man's actions. Having spent years dealing in antiques overseas, they were familiar with tricks like switching items and forgery, and the thought made them uneasy. They considered a possibility. Could it be? Mr. Gu could no longer hold back and quickly took out his own magnifying glass, crouching down to observe closely. Using the magnifying glass to inspect the vase, the details became clearer, even revealing bubbles on the glaze. The bubbles at the bottom of the white porcelain vase were evenly distributed and varied in size, which is a sign of authenticity. Suddenly, the man with the slicked-back hair gasped. Mr. Gu felt a chill run down his back and crouched down even lower to look closely. The glaze at the bottom of the vase was thicker than in other areas, possibly due to the weight during glazing or to hide certain marks. At that moment, Mr. Gu spotted a faint scratch and, disregarding his dignity, lay flat on the ground to examine it closely. About 2 inches up from the bottom of the vase, there was a barely noticeable mark. Mr. Gu's voice changed, shouting, Turn on the flashlight. Miss Gu Xiaoying quickly shone a bright flashlight from the other side. Sunlight filtered through the white porcelain vase, and the mark became obvious. It was winding and extending across the entire bottom. The man with the slicked-back hair understood what was happening. He stood up and shook his head in disappointment. Is forgery really this advanced now? The mark is real, and the bottom is real too. They just added a vase body on top. Mr. Gu, hearing this, realized it matched his own conclusion, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He nearly collapsed to the ground. Blending the real with the fake is a basic trick in the antique world. The creator of this white porcelain vase must have obtained a genuine Yongla porcelain vase bottom, which was a damaged piece, and then added a vase body over 2 inches tall. The forger made a clay body based on this vase bottom and then fired it in the kiln. The reason the glaze at the bottom is particularly thick is due to the second firing for glazing. Everyone present was an experienced antique dealer, and they were all amazed, eagerly crouching down to look through their magnifying glasses. At this moment, looking at the white porcelain vase was no longer about appreciation but rather learning a lesson to avoid making the same mistake again. Mr. Gu forced himself to stay calm, slowly standing up and forcing a smile, saying, It's fine, just over $10,000, consider it a lesson learned. Though he spoke lightly, his heart was aching. Over $10,000 thrown away without a sound. How hard would it be to earn that back? Miss Gu didn't have such composure and nearly shed tears. The father and daughter had been having a rough time lately, repeatedly falling for counterfeit items, and if this continued, they would lose all their capital. After the antique dealers finished their evaluations, they stood up and clapped, saying, It's not much money, just consider it a lesson. I've seen broken bowls before, but this is the first time I've seen a broken vase. Truly, China is a land of talent and brilliance. Everyone shot him sideways glances. Was he praising a scammer? Taking the opportunity, Mrs. Gung brought out Yuan Ni's collection, saying, "Now, no one can say my granddaughter's collection isn't valuable, right?" Miss Gu wished she could hide her head in embarrassment. Why did she have to speak up? If she hadn't said anything, Yuan and I wouldn't have exposed the white porcelain vase on the spot. Now, even if they discovered it was fake later, they could have sold the vase to an unsuspecting buyer. But now, with so many peers present who knew the truth, the vase was a burden. No one sympathized with Mr. Gu and his daughter. Dealing in antiques is about taking risks and having a good eye. These two lacked discernment and enjoyed putting others down, and this was their just reward. How could it not be valuable? This young lady is talented and has a good eye. Her collection must be worth it. So let's see it, said a man with a slick hairstyle, grinning. With Manager Fong's help, Mrs. Gung displayed Yuan Ni's collection one by one. The 4 items included a blue and white porcelain teapot, a red peony vase with a white background, a Tang Dynasty jade vase, and a silk tapestry cloak. The man with the slick hairstyle immediately noticed the red peony vase. If his eye was good, this was a genuine Ming Dynasty piece, a fine item even if it didn't compare to Yongluo white porcelain. Others were interested in the jade vase, while some preferred the unique silk cloak. The blue and white porcelain teapot was the least expensive, but in comparison to the other items, it sold for $800, which was a decent price given the abundance of Qing official kiln porcelain. After some competition, the man with the slick hairstyle bought the vase for $50,000. The Tang Dynasty jade vase was sold to a discreet lady for $80,000, and the silk tapestry cloak went for $35,000. Yuan and I was suddenly surrounded by large bundles of cash. The man with the slicked back hair, wanting to be helpful, pushed a box filled with money toward her, saying, "This box is for you." He meant for Yuan and I to use the box to hold the money, but she smiled and politely declined. "This box is perfect for you. It would be too noticeable for us." "Exactly. We can use this instead," said Grandma Gung, as she gathered all the money into a worn-out cardboard box. The man with the slick back hair was an overseas Chinese. His box was fancy and stylish. If a thief saw it, they would surely come to steal it, which would not be worth the trouble. He gave a thumbs up, saying, "Wealth should be kept discreet. You truly know how to be low-key." This trip was not in vain. They exchanged 4 items for over 100,000 yuan, a sum that most people in that era could hardly imagine. Grandma Gung counted out 1,600 yuan and handed it to Manager Fong as his commission for organizing the deal, which was about 1%. Manager Fong accepted the money and was especially attentive, leading them to the back door of the guest house. He also called a reliable driver, asking, "Is this okay? Should I call a couple more people to come along? Having too many people would be worse. It's broad daylight, so we can just go like this." The driver started the vehicle, and Grandma Gung quietly asked Yuan and I about her next plan. "That's quite a bit of money. Keeping it at home would be a lot. What do you plan to do?" "Grandma, do you know anyone nearby selling a house? I want to buy a small courtyard." "Oh, that's a great idea. A 2-courtyard house like ours would only sell for around 60 to 70,000. You should save the rest." "All right, let's go to the bank first." Grandma Gung took Yuan and I to the bank and exchanged 100,000 yuan for 2 savings books. Once they confirmed that the savings books were in Yuan Ni's name, the bank staff looked at her with excitement. The reason was simple. The interest rate for fixed deposits was extremely high, reaching 11.1%. This meant that with 100,000 yuan in principal, a 1-year fixed deposit would earn over 11,000 yuan just in interest. Throughout this time, Comrade Wang had not spoken. Before experiencing the world, one does not realize how narrow their perspective can be. In Danshan County, Comrade Wang earned 80 to 90 yuan a month, a steady income, living a life above most. Accompanying Yuan and I opened his eyes, making him realize he was like a frog in a well. As they reached the alley, Grandma Gung did not head home, but instead led Yuan and I down a side street, saying, "Are you looking to buy a house? Old Wu's family is selling their house, so let's go ask about it." Until Old Lady Gung knocked on the courtyard door, Yuan and I was still a bit dazed. Was her dream of having a courtyard about to come true? While waiting for the Wu family to open the door, old lady Gung quietly said to Yuan and I, "Mei Lan and the others know you went to sell goods. If you come back with a bag of money, it will attract too much attention. So, it's best to spend that money quickly." Old man Gung nodded in agreement. Although Gung Mei Lan was Yuan Ni's aunt, one can never be too careful with relatives. Gung Mei Lan is not very capable, and her daughter is even less so. If they see Yuan Ni's good fortune, it might make them jealous. This is the cleverness of Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung. Even though they are family, they still need to be cautious.
Actually, there are a few other houses for sale nearby.
Why are we introducing you to the Wu family's house? This house has always been lived in by their family, and the ownership is clear for transfer. Some people have a whole family living in their courtyard, which complicates the sale, Old Man Gung added. Yuan and I nodded, understanding the situation. She was also wary of the complications Old Man Gung mentioned, not wanting to get into trouble if the sale fell through. Just then, the courtyard door opened, and a kind-looking old lady appeared. "Oh, Gung's young lady, what brings you here? You wanted to sell your house, and my granddaughter is looking to buy one. The god of wealth has come. Please come in." Yuan and I smiled humbly, repeatedly saying she was not the god of wealth. The layout of the Wu family's courtyard was the same as the Gung family's, with a front yard and a back section, totaling 8 rooms, plus 5 more in the back, a typical 2-entry courtyard. The main and side rooms had porches, with large water tanks placed on them. The courtyard had blue brick flooring and even a well. "Gung's young lady, I just renovated this house recently. It's in great condition. If it weren't for my children moving far away, I wouldn't sell it," Old Lady Wu said, her nose feeling a bit teary. It's said that it's hard to leave one's homeland, and people often return to their roots. The Wu family is not originally from the old capital. They came from elsewhere. Now that their children have settled far away, they're thinking of selling the house to join them. Old Lady Gung nodded. "You're doing the right thing. You're different from us. Our ancestors are buried on the edge of the city, so we can't leave. For you, this move is like going home." Yuan and I walked around the house and was very satisfied. Old Lady Gung glanced at Yuan and I, saw her nod, and then asked Old Lady Wu, "I know your house is nice, and this girl is sincere about buying. Can you give me a fair price?" The people living in this area are either wealthy or influential. Knowing that heroes emerge from youth, Grandma Wu did not underestimate Yuan and I because of her young age. "I won't give you any empty talk. If you really want to buy it, then it's 60,000. Grandma Gung nodded. Grandma Wu was not asking for an unreasonable price. Recently, a Chinese expatriate wanted to buy a house, and Grandma Wu had discussed a price of 68,000. Grandpa Gung, with his hands behind his back, said, "Your Grandma Wu is not overpricing. If you think it's a good deal, then go ahead and buy it." With Grandpa Gung's approval, Yuan and I didn't want to hesitate. "It's a good deal. Grandma, I really want to buy it. Can we transfer ownership this afternoon? If we can, let's sign the contract now and go to the housing authority to complete the transfer. After the transfer, you can move at your own pace." Hearing this, Grandma Wu was delighted. "Gung family's young lady. This girl is just like you, quick and capable. She will do great things in the future. I'll go get the property deed now. The housing authority has ready-made contracts, and we can sign them when we get there." The Wu family had been planning to sell the house for some time, so they were very clear about the selling process. Once they gathered all the necessary documents, they hurried to the housing authority. The housing authority immediately retrieved the Wu family's property records, and Yuan and I checked them on the spot. The property was indeed as clear in ownership as Grandpa Gung had said. It had been in the Wu family for 2 generations. There were 3 copies of the contract, one for Yuan and I, one for Grandma Wu, and one for the housing authority's records. From then on, number 7 Shangshu Alley had a new owner, changing from the Wu family to Yuan and I. After receiving the money, Grandma Wu quickly called her son to come help. She promised Yuan and I, "Give me 3 days. I will definitely move out by then. I will sell what I can in the yard, and whatever I can't sell, you can use or throw away." Yuan and I smiled and nodded, I'll come to collect the house in 3 days. While looking around earlier, Yuan and I noticed that Grandma Wu had been living alone for a long time and many rooms were empty, so it should be easy to tidy up. Once her son arrived, Grandma Wu hurried to deposit the money. 60,000 was a significant amount, and she didn't want to keep it overnight. Grandma Gung then took Yuan and I back home. Now that we have money, life feels lighter. Tonight, I'll make you a nice dinner and invite your uncles and aunts over. Grandma Gung, as a grandmother, recognized Yuan and I as a relative, so logically, Yuan and I should call her children uncle and aunt. However, everyone knows that pretending to be relatives is just for show, mainly to keep Yuan and I in the dark. Now that Yuan and I is not around, they can call each other whatever they like. As soon as they entered the Gung family's yard, Gung Mylan was waiting there. When she saw everyone empty-handed, she understood that everything Yuan and I brought had been sold. Gung Mylan was good at handling situations. Although she felt a bit sour inside, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she greeted everyone warmly, saying, "Did everything sell?" I knew and I had a good eye. The things she had should sell easily. Old Mr. Gung replied calmly, "Just some ordinary items. They didn't sell for a good price." Hearing this, Gung Mylan felt a bit better and went to help old Mrs. Gung with dinner. That evening, they made spring pancakes with vegetables and a big pot of stewed meat. Yuan Ni's uncle, Gung Xiangbei, and her aunt, Gung Hehua, also came over. Gung Xiangbei wasn't in good health. He would cough after speaking a few words, but he was generous with his greeting gifts. After a short chat, he handed Yuan and I a small silk pouch, saying, "I knew you were coming, so I prepared this for you. Don't mind it. It's just a little something from your uncle." Old Mrs. Gung was very pleased with Gung Xiangbei's gesture, saying, "And I just accept it." Gung Hehua hugged Yuan and I and expressed her regret for a while, saying, "It's a pity that fourth sister is not here. It would be great if she could come back." Gung Hehua was simple-minded and kind-hearted. The Gung family didn't dare to tell her that they had actually found the fourth sister, but she had such poor character that they couldn't acknowledge her. They only brought back her daughter. Yuan and I knew that Gung Hehua had a good heart, so she joined in the conversation. In short, Gung Xiangbei and Gung Hehua were both very nice people and easy to get along with. What surprised Yuan and I was Gung Mylan's husband, the son-in-law Wan Baolu. Since he became a son-in-law, he seemed quite clever. As soon as he saw Yuan and I, he subtly tried to find out how much her collectibles had sold for. With someone so intrusive, how could Yuan and I dare to tell the truth? Who knows if Wan Baolu wanted to borrow money or had some other intentions?
So she smiled and said,
"Just some small items. They didn't sell for much. I was in a hurry to come out this time and didn't bring much money. This little bit isn't even enough to buy something for uncle and aunt. By the way, uncle, do you have some extra cash? Could you lend me a bit to tide me over?" Yuan and I smiled sweetly, as if she really just wanted to borrow a little money. Wan Baolu was surprised. How did this kid steal his lines and say what he wanted to say? "Near, I'm not afraid of looking foolish. I'm a son-in-law, and everything at home is decided by your aunt." "I'm completely broke," Wan Baolu said, deliberately turning his jacket pockets inside out for Yuan and I to see. Yuan and I sighed. "What should we do?" Wan Baolu felt a bit of sympathy. "Since we're here, let's buy some things at a good price." At the old pastry shop, they could originally buy £5, but Wan Baolu suggested she buy £3 instead. "Don't get cream cakes. They're expensive and spoil easily on your long trip. Buy fabric, but don't go to the old brand in Dashilan. The department store has fabric too, and it's much cheaper. Also, get 2 boxes of mixed dried fruits. They're sweet and look nice. Kids love them." The two sincerely discussed local specialties. Gung Mylan was chatting with Comrade Wang. Over the years, Gung Mylan had been managing the family business, and she was very quick-witted. Comrade Wang, lacking experience, quickly revealed information to Gung Mylan. "Near has a good eye. Several collectibles sold for a high price. Didn't you say she didn't sell anything? How could she not? Comrade Yuan and I is buying a house in the nearby alley." Gung Mylan was shocked. Houses in the nearby alley weren't cheap. "How many did she buy?" Ha ha ha, you won't believe it. She bought a whole courtyard. Comrade Wang was proud because both he and Yuan and I were from Dan County. Yuan and I was successful, which also reflected well on Comrade Wang. Who says country folks can't be sophisticated? Gung Milan smiled brightly. I knew Nir would be successful. Neither Yuan and I, nor the elderly Gung couple expected Gung Milan to get this news from Comrade Wang. 3 days later, it was time to collect the house. Yuan and I went with the elderly Gung couple and unexpectedly found Gung Milan waiting with her mother-in-law and husband at Shuangyuan Alley. Wan's grandmother was a short, plump lady with a kind smile. Upon seeing Yuan and I, she came over and took her hand. This girl is really pretty. Have you found a husband yet? The Wan family was a fallen household, which means they were once wealthy but now poor. Such families often have a bit of a rogue nature. They don't want to contribute but still want to live well. Gung's grandmother had always looked down on Wan Balu, thinking Wan was enough to hold the family back. So, as soon as Wan's grandmother spoke, she pushed back. Nir already has a partner. No need for the in-laws to worry. Wan's grandmother was not embarrassed at all. She pulled out a small handkerchief and handed it to Yuan and I. Here, eat this. I added sugar and lard. It's delicious. The bag contains a bean bun. Yuan and I smiled and pushed it back, saying, I don't like this. It just makes me gassy. Old Lady Gung couldn't hold back and laughed. Isn't that true? Eating bean buns just leads to gas. Let's hurry inside and take care of the house so we don't waste time. Gung Meilon looked unhappy, following her husband and mother-in-law behind. She felt that Yuan and I was being ungrateful. Even if the bean bun wasn't valuable, it was a kind gesture from her mother-in-law. Yuan and I refusing it seemed disrespectful. Old Lady Wu was waiting in the yard. Are you done looking? I've tidied everything up. Did you forget anything? No, I've checked several times. The rest is unwanted, so you can dispose of it as you like. With a cheerful farewell, Old Lady Gung smiled as she sent Old Lady Wu out of the yard, then said, take a good look and see if there's anything that needs fixing. You should get started in the next couple of days. The house was a large brick building with square tile floors and old-fashioned carved window frames with glass. All the damaged tiles had been replaced with new ones, and from the yard, the roof tiles were intact. Yuan and I took another look, confirming that this big house was hers, filled with sweetness and joy. At that moment, she heard Old Lady Wan whispering to Gung Meilon behind her, Let your younger sister's family stay in the side room, and the third sister's family can stay in the backyard. Yuan and I raised an eyebrow, realizing why Gung Meilon had been blocking her in the alley. It was about the house. She understood but didn't say anything. After walking around, she took out a door lock she had prepared earlier and changed all the locks inside and out. Once Yuan and I finished, Gung Meilon smiled and approached her. Are you going back now? What are your plans for the house? I'm taking it back to Dan County. Everyone laughed. Are you joking? You can't just carry a house away. Yuan Ni's expression turned serious as she looked at Gung Meilon. Second aunt, you know the house can't be carried away, so it will have to stay as it is. Gung Meilon looked regretful. Such a big yard with over 10 rooms, just leaving it as is seems like a waste. Old man Gung pulled out a cigarette filter, loaded it with tobacco, and started smoking. Old Lady Gung looked up at the sky. Yuan and I smiled and said, Let's just leave it as is. I don't want to rent it out. This house is too nice. What if I let outsiders in and they ruin it? Gung Meilon replied, You're absolutely right. Even though you're young, you think things through carefully. This house shouldn't be rented to outsiders. Renting should only be for family. Family cares and will help take care of the house. But if family already has homes, then anyone else we bring in will be outsiders. Gung Meilon was taken aback, almost unable to continue. For Yuan and I, Gung Grandma and her husband Gung Hehua were family, while Wan Grandma's family were outsiders. You can't say that. Those related by blood are still family, Gung Meilon said seriously. Yuan and I yawned. If you say so. Nir, I'm being serious. How about letting my mother-in-law borrow this yard? They have a big family and are currently living in a crowded place. which is inconvenient. If they come here to help watch over the house, it saves us from having to find someone else, Gung Milan said directly, wanting to skip the argument. Borrow? Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. She thought Gung Milan would ask to rent the yard, but it turned out she wanted to borrow it. This was truly taking advantage. If it were a rental, at least they could negotiate some rent, but borrowing meant it was completely free. Gung Milan was quite bold, wanting to take over someone else's big house without much prior acquaintance. Seeing Yuan and I silent, Gung Milan felt pleased. The young girl was shy and had been swayed by her words. Near, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Let's do it this way. I'll have your uncle and them move in this afternoon. One grandma rushed over, holding Yuan Ni's hand. Dear, don't worry. For your second aunt's sake, we will make sure the house is well taken care of. Gung Milan waved her hand. We're family, so you don't need to be overly cautious. Gung grandma coughed. Are you all ready to move? I need to tell you something. The house has already been booked. What? In-laws. Near is a kind-hearted child. We adults shouldn't interfere with the children's matters. Please don't let her down, Yuan grandma urged. Yuan and I continued from Gung grandma's words. It really has been booked. It's a relative of my partner's. They paid 3 years rent up front and packed the furniture, just waiting for me to move in. The smiles on Yuan grandma and Gung Milan's faces froze. Did they really move too slowly? But you and your partner aren't married yet, right? They aren't really close relatives. Just return the rent and let our family stay here, Gung Milan said, slapping her hand. The rent is 2,000, and breaking the contract means 6,000 back. I don't have that much money to break the contract, Yuan and I said, no longer smiling. Your partner is not being fair. They're already asking for a penalty before marriage? I think it's better to let go of such a partner. Just break it off and wait for Grandma to introduce someone else. Grandma Yuan thought long-term. Yuan Balu nodded eagerly. The Yuan family lacked many things, but not idle young men. If any nephew could marry Yuan Ni, the Yuan family would gain both wealth and talent. In-laws, you don't need to find me a partner. I can't lend you the house either. Money is one thing, but trust is more important. If you don't have a place to stay, you can ask the community office. They have housing options. Just don't think about Yuan Ni. Grandma Gung said patiently. With that said, the Yuan family could no longer insist. Grandma Yuan smiled regretfully. All right, if no one shows you a house, just let me know. Yuan Ni didn't respond, just smiled silently. Gung Milan asked her mother-in-law and Yuan Balu to step out first. She looked serious and asked Yuan Ni, Nair, are you really going to rent out the house? Or do you not want to lend it to me? Before Yuan Ni could answer, Grandma Gung pulled Gung Milan away. How can you call yourself an aunt? Instead of thinking about helping your niece, you're just trying to take advantage of her. Nair is unfortunate to have you as her second aunt. Gung Milan remained unfazed. Yuan Balu is a son-in-law. His family is my family. If Nair lets them stay, it saves me money. After all, it's all in the same pot. We won't lose anything. Yuan Ni smiled. You may not lose, but I will lose rent. You're still young. You can't only think about money. If you need cash, I can lend you some. Gung Milan was still hoping to take advantage of the yard. Enough. You're getting more confused as you age. Leave the family matters to your older brother, Grandpa Gung said angrily, taking away Gung Milan's authority over the business. Dad, our older brother is not well. Let's not make her work too hard. Xiangbei has been doing much better lately. He should come out and get some experience. Let's follow your father's advice and let Xiangbei handle things, Grandma Gung decided firmly. For the past 2 years, private business was not allowed, but the Gung family's reputation was well known. Everyone knew they had a good eye, so whether people wanted to buy or sell items, they would seek the Gung family for help. Now, while others were struggling, the Gung family was thriving, earning money as brokers. Previously, all the business dealings were managed by Gung Milan, but now Grandpa Gung was reclaiming that authority. Gung Milan felt anxious and nearly cried when she heard her parents wanted to take back her work. Aren't you being unfair? I'm your own daughter. What's wrong with me getting a little benefit? Gung Milan knew she was taking advantage, but deep down, She thought her parents would be understanding. She never expected them to turn against her this time. We have favored you too much in the past. From now on, we need to be fair, said Grandma Gung, calmly instructing Yuan and I to lock the door. Yuan and I stuck out her tongue and took out a big padlock to secure the door. After taking back the house, Yuan and I didn't stay long at the Gung family home. She had a falling out with Gung Mylan, who looked at her like a hawk. Yuan and I wanted to avoid conflict, so she told Grandma Gung she had some official business to attend to at the guest house. Go ahead, official matters are important. You need a workplace, Grandma Gung replied, understanding the situation well. No matter how capable someone is, without a job to support them, they are like a leaf floating without roots. Before retiring, Grandma Gung was a colleague of Yuan Ni's, serving as the deputy manager at a state-run store. She was respected by her coworkers for her expertise in handling valuable antiques. All right, I'll head back to the guest house and visit you all again when I can, Yuan and I said, greeting everyone while pretending not to notice Gung Mylan's fiery glare as she left. Comrade Wang stayed behind, standing in the hallway of the guest house, occasionally stretching his neck as if anxious. As soon as he saw Yuan and I, he waved, Comrade Yuan and I, over here. Yuan and I was surprised. Comrade Wang, you didn't go out? Is something wrong? I need to tell you, I spent 80 yuan on something that seems off. Can you help me check it out? Comrade Wang was very anxious. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, he would have pulled Yuan and I over. Yuan and I understood. Where is it?
I'll help you look now.
The item was under the wooden bed Comrade Wang slept on, wrapped tightly in layers of newspaper. As he nervously unwrapped the newspaper, he explained, I never dealt with these things before, but I saw you making money from your collection and got interested. Maybe I just don't have good luck with money, and this item might be a mistake. Comrade Wang's hands trembled as he spoke, his heart aching. 80 yuan was not much for Yuan and I, but it was a month's salary for him. If I hadn't taken risks and just followed the rules like before, I could have gone to the department store and bought the wool coat that my wife has always wanted but never bought. She could have shown it off, but now. The newspaper finally came off, revealing a clear white porcelain bowl. Yuan Ni's eyes lit up. Is this Yongla white porcelain?
Yes.
And no, I can't be sure, Comrade Wang admitted, lacking experience with antiques. When he first saw the Yongla white porcelain bowl, he thought it was a treasure and spent all his money to buy it. But after bringing it home, the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Yuan and I picked up the bowl and examined it closely. The bowl felt strange. The bottom was hot to the touch, while the rim was cold. After feeling it several times, she had an answer. Comrade Wang, this bowl is not entirely genuine. The bottom is real, but on top of that, they made a new clay body and fired a new bowl. Comrade Wang slapped his thigh. No wonder I felt something was wrong. The bowl is newly made. Look at its stiff shape. The white is too bright. Yongla white porcelain, also known as sweet white, refers to porcelain that is sweet and creamy white, like milk. However, this bowl had a thick glaze, making it stiff and losing its creamy quality. Comrade Wang, the white porcelain vase we encountered last time is exactly like this bowl. It was also a replica made from a damaged piece, Yuan and I reminded him. Comrade Wang rubbed his face in frustration. I know, I watched you appraise the fake white porcelain vase. I was worried about you making money and got anxious, which is why I misjudged it. Yuan and I didn't need to be so blunt. She knew he was speaking the truth. Among replicas, this bowl is decent. If you want to sell it, you could still get some money back. Comrade Wang shook his head. I can't make the same mistake again. I let greed cloud my judgment. It's best to destroy this fake so it doesn't cause harm to others. As he spoke, he prepared to find a brick to smash the bowl. Comrade Wang was straightforward and honest, which made him a good person. Seeing his determination, Yuan and I felt a desire to help him. What should she do? Suddenly, she had an idea. Comrade Wang, don't rush to destroy it. This isn't your fault. It's those dishonest people who lack integrity. Yes, I also despise these bad people, but where can we find them now? You listen to me. I have a plan, Yuan and I whispered, explaining her idea in detail. Comrade Wang, who had been gloomy, quickly brightened up after hearing her words. This plan is good, but will they fall for it? As long as we offer enough benefits, they will definitely take the bait. All right, if I can recover my losses, I will consider you my teacher, Comrade Yuan. The next day, news spread quickly in the antique circle that a returning overseas Chinese was eager to buy a Yongla white porcelain bowl. Not everyone in the antique business is as respectable as old Lady Gung. Most people have to wait outside museums, hoping to see when antique shops open and if they can sell some of their collections. At that moment, a line of people was squatting outside a cultural relic shop in the capital. A bald man carrying a load asked an old man next to him with a bag, "Do you have a white porcelain bowl?" The old man smiled kindly. "No, I just sold one a few days ago. Right now, I only have colored ones." "You really have no luck. How much did that bowl sell for?" "It was all right. I sold it for 80 yuan. The old man replied happily, knowing he made at least 70 after costs. The old man was a traditional potter, originally just dabbling in small deals with old items. Later, someone offered him broken pieces of porcelain, and by chance he ended up with 2 bags of them. Broken porcelain pieces can also be valuable, but only if they are from antique porcelain. After receiving the broken pieces, the old man quickly came up with a clever idea to use his inherited skills to create something new without spending much. His skills were good, and after wasting a few pieces, he figured out how to piece together the broken porcelain. It must be said that fakes made from real porcelain pieces could almost pass as genuine. Those who authenticate antiques would recognize the real pieces and mistakenly believe the entire porcelain item is genuine. In recent days, the old man had sold several patched porcelain items and made money he never dreamed of. He thought selling a white porcelain bowl for 80 was already high, but the bald man scoffed. "Only 80? You sold it too early." A wealthy buyer came looking specifically for white porcelain bowls. "You should save yours for him. You can sell it for a much higher price." The old man immediately became interested. "How much can it sell for?" "I heard it's an old overseas Chinese. They have plenty of money and don't care about spending it. Last time, someone sold a white porcelain vase for 120,000.
What?
The old man was shocked, his face twitching in surprise. Some time ago, he sold a white porcelain vase he made in the kiln to a fellow craftsman. The buyer only paid 120 yuan, and the old man was very happy, thinking he had made a profit. Since broken porcelain pieces are collected by the bag and weighed, it costs a lot to refire porcelain bowls, with just a few dollars worth of charcoal needed to make a whole batch. The bald man was bored and noticed the old man was excited, so he recounted how a middle-aged woman sold white porcelain vases at the overseas Chinese shop. "The sky is as bold as the earth is productive. This woman has no real skills, just a lot of nerve, and she managed to profit from it. Do you know Qin Xiang? Where can I find her?" "Nowhere to be found. This woman is very clever. She took the money and ran." The old man was furious. He had put in the work and resources, yet someone else took the big profit. He couldn't swallow that. "Why are you pacing around? You're making me dizzy. If you have so much energy, why not go get the white porcelain bowls back?" The bald man mocked. The old man suddenly slapped his forehead. "You're absolutely right. I should go find that person. Why should he let someone else benefit from the white porcelain bowls he worked so hard to make?" Just as Yuan and I had predicted, after hearing that someone was buying white porcelain bowls at a high price, the old man quickly went to the guest house. He used to set up his stall under the pedestrian bridge at the guest house, so he knew that Comrade Wang was a guest there. The old man blocked Comrade Wang in the cafeteria. "Oh, Comrade, I've been looking for you." Comrade Wang looked surprised. "What do you want from me?" "To be honest, the white porcelain bowl I sold you was my wife's dowry. She found out I secretly sold it and is threatening to divorce me. I brought the money. I want to buy the bowl back," the old man said sincerely. Other guests understood that he was trying to backtrack after the sale. Someone encouraged Comrade Wang. "This old man seems pitiful. You took his money, so why not return the bowl?" Comrade Wang shrugged. "Why didn't you come sooner? I've already sold the bowl to someone else."
What?
The old man never expected Wang would act so quickly. What should I do now? I'm already this old. You can't just let me get divorced, can you? Comrade Wang nodded. We all have families and I sympathize with you, but the bull has already been sold to someone else. I can't change that. The old man looked at Comrade Wang and felt he was honest, so he continued to plead, please help me. Even if I lose some money, I want to buy back my things. The onlookers chimed in, just help him get his bull back. No treasure is worth more than a partner. Comrade Wang scratched his head. All right, follow me. He skipped lunch, grabbed a bun, and led the old man to a room on the third floor of the guest house. An older woman opened the door. Comrade Luo, the seller of the white porcelain bowl, is here and says it can't be sold. Comrade Wang looked troubled and repeated what the old man had said. Comrade Luo glanced at the old man. You made a deal and now want to back out? That's not how it works. I know I acted unfairly, but I had no choice. Life at home has become difficult, and I thought of selling my partner's dowry. I didn't expect my partner to want a divorce. You all work for the public. Making money is easy for you, so please help me, the old man said, looking pitiful. Comrade Wang added, Comrade Luo, we should consider feelings in collecting. Since the seller is in a tough spot, let's return the item. Comrade Luo was not willing to compromise. Who doesn't like good things? The deal is done. There's no reason to take it back. The old man was nearly in tears, and Comrade Wang supported him, negotiating until Comrade Luo finally relented, but she said, I bought the white porcelain bowl for 500. If you want it back, that's the price, plus 50 for my trouble. The old man was stunned. This meant he would lose over 400. Comrade Wang cleared his throat and helped the old man bargain, managing to reduce the fee from 50 to 10. Seeing the old man still in shock, Comrade Wang nudged him. No matter how valuable it is, it can't replace your partner. Just pay up. Thinking about how a similar white porcelain vase could sell for over 100,000, the old man suddenly stopped hesitating. He gritted his teeth and took out the money. You're right. Let's just get the bowl back first. He counted out $510 and handed it to Comrade Luo. Only then did she take out a small box, and inside was the very white porcelain bowl the old man had sold. Make sure to take care of it. This time, the money and item are settled. No backing out, Comrade Wang advised. The old man held the white porcelain bowl, grinning from ear to ear. No backing out, I promise. As the old man left, Comrade Wang quickly called Yuan Ni and gave Comrade Luo 10 yuan as a reward for her hard work. However, Luo refused to accept it, saying, it's just a small favor. I can't take your money. After some persuasion, she finally accepted 5 yuan but reminded them, that scammer will definitely go sell things. Once he realizes no one is buying the porcelain bowls, he will come back looking for us. We should hurry and leave. The three of them had already packed their bags, so they quickly gathered their belongings and checked out. The rumors about the old overseas Chinese wanting to buy porcelain bowls were all made up by Yuan Ni. Her goal was to use the old man's greed to lure him out so he could take back the fake goods. As for why the rumors spread so quickly, with Grandma Gung's connections, it was easy for her to share a few misleading comments. Yuan Ni's plan was extremely clever. It not only helped Comrade Wang recover his losses, but also allowed him to make a profit. With 500 yuan in hand, Comrade Wang wanted to give Yuan Ni half, but she insisted, didn't you say your wife wanted a coat? Now that you have money, go buy one for her. Comrade Wang smiled and said, thanks to you, I will go buy it right away. With most of the official business done and the return date approaching, Comrade Wang finally had enough funds to shop. Yuan and I also planned to buy some things to take back. The weather was getting colder, and her 2 younger sisters had new cotton jackets made by their grandmother, while their grandparents were still wearing old ones. The cotton in the old jackets had clumped together and no longer kept them warm, so Yuan and I wanted to buy each of them a new cotton hood. Speaking of cotton hoods, they were different from coats. Coats didn't have hoods, but cotton hoods combined a hood and jacket, making them very practical for cold weather. Originally designed for children, now people of all ages could wear them. The department store in the capital had everything. As long as you had money, you could buy anything. Comrade Wang and Yuan Ni went to the department store together. Yuan and I spent 100 yuan to buy 2 brand new cotton hoods made of khaki fabric. Comrade Yuan and I have an empty travel bag. You can put the cotton hoods in there, and it will be almost full, Comrade Wang said happily. With Yuan and I and the sales clerk's help, he bought a dark red wool coat that he liked, and he was sure his wife would love it. Wang's comment reminded Yuan and we definitely have more luggage. I should buy a travel bag too. Besides the cotton hoods, Yuan and I also wanted to buy some fabric. With so many people in the Chin family, even if everyone got just a piece of fabric, it would fill half a bag. After a busy day, the two returned home with a lot of things. As soon as they entered the guest house and had a sip of water, they heard a knock on the door. To avoid the old man selling fake goods, they registered at the guest house again, and the only person who knew their new address, besides Gu Chao, was Deputy Director Gu. Gu Chao had mentioned that his grandfather would be discharged from the hospital soon, and the old man had repeatedly said that the first thing he wanted to do after leaving the hospital was to treat Yuan and I to a meal. So when Yuan and I heard the knock, she thought it was Gu Chao. To her surprise, when she opened the door, it was not Gu Chao but his mother. Yuan and I was shocked. "What brings you here? Please come in and sit down." Gu's mother smiled awkwardly. "I won't sit down, Comrade Yuan. I'm here to deliver a message." "Please go ahead," Yuan and I replied. Previously, when Xiao Chao was in Dan County, he didn't have any suitable girls around, which is why he started dating you. Now that he's back in Beijing, his old classmates and friends have come to visit, and there are many excellent girls among them. Compared to them, you fall a bit short. After thinking it over, Xiao Chao feels that you two are not quite right for each other. He asked me to tell you that it's best to end things here and go your separate ways. After delivering her message, Gu's mother seemed a bit guilty and pulled out an envelope from her handbag, handing it directly to Yuan and I. "This is 200 yuan, a compensation for your lost youth. Once you take this money, please don't look for Gu Chao again." Yuan Ni blinked. From what she knew about Gu Chao, he was not the kind of person to abandon someone easily. Besides, Gu's mother seemed gentle and easy to talk to, but she was actually more cunning than Deputy Director Gu's wife, Gong Sujin. Was what she said true? Seeing that Yuan and I was silent, Gu's mother grew impatient. She knew the girl had some skills, but 200 yuan was still a lot. In a small county, it would take half a year to earn that much money, and saving it would take years. "Comrade Yuan, I know Xiao Chao's character. He would never do anything to you before marriage, and you haven't really lost anything. You should be grateful for the 200 yuan, Gu's mother said, her tone becoming more serious. Yuan and I took the envelope, opened it, and looked inside. There really is 200 yuan? All right, I'll accept it. Gu's mother felt unhappy and wanted to say more, but Yuan and I had already closed the door. Typical of a girl from the countryside, lacking manners, Gu's mother thought angrily as she watched the door close in front of her. However, amidst her anger, she also felt a sense of relief. She had managed to get rid of this girl from the countryside. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family, Gu Mama never thought highly of Yuan and I. In her opinion, her son was so outstanding that he should find a girl with a Beijing household registration, a good family background, and overall compatibility. To Gu Mama, someone like Yuan and I was no different from wild grass in the countryside. However, by chance, Yuan and I caught the eye of the old Master Gu, so they had to put some effort into getting rid of her. Otherwise, Gu Mama wouldn't even want to spend 200 yuan. After spending money to get rid of a burden, Gu Mama felt much better and even bought a big carp on the way home. As soon as she entered the house, the old Master Gu called her over. "Huilan, did you deliver the message to the girl, Yuan?" Gu Mama looked worried. "I did deliver it, but that girl said." Everyone was smart and quickly sensed something was off. Gu Vice Director's wife, Gong Sujin, frowned. That girl wouldn't be making demands, would she? Grandma Gu's face darkened. Eldest daughter-in-law, stop beating around the bush. Just say it. Yuan and I told me that her family doesn't agree with her marrying out. If Xiao Chao wants to pursue her, he must promise to stay in Danshan County in the future. I said that's impossible. Xiao Chao is only going to Danshan County for work experience, and after that, he will definitely return to Beijing, Gu Mama said with a pained expression.
What?
That girl dares to make such a demand? What does she think Xiao Chao is? A son-in-law? Grandma Gu, being straightforward, was the first to slam the table. Oh, dear, isn't this bullying? Xiao Chao is such an excellent child. For him to like Yuan and I is a blessing for her family. And she wants to keep him in a poor place? How can the Yuan family be so bold? Gong Sujin stood with Gu Mama. Gu Chao's father and Gu vice director found it hard to believe. That shouldn't be the case. In terms of conditions and long-term development, Beijing is so much better than Danshan County. People strive for better opportunities. Coming to Beijing is a good thing. How could Yuan and I think of keeping him in Danshan County? Gu Papa was the first to express his opinion. Gu vice director recalled his interactions with Yuan and I and felt that while she had some ability, she was being too ambitious. How could she think that Gu Chao, as the eldest grandson of the Gu family, would stay in a poor place? The old master Gu coughed and asked, Huilan, what did Yuan and I say after you argued with her? All the family members focused their attention on Mom Gu, who remained calm and spoke up. She said she really likes our Xiao Chao and wants to continue talking to him, but since her family raised her, she has to consider their opinions. So what now? Can you just say it all at once? She wants to make a call to ask her family's opinion. If they insist she stays in Dan County, she'll have to break up with Xiao Chao. Mom Gu sighed heavily after speaking.
How can this be?
Because of those old beliefs. Is she really going to give up on Xiao Chao? This girl seems smart, but she has no vision. What's so great about Dan County? Many people want to come to the capital, but can't. Exactly, if she doesn't want to come, then fine. Should we beg her? The Gu family was stirred up by Mom Gu's words. Who does she think she is? A girl from a poor village, and her family agrees to her dating Gu Chao? They must have been very lucky, yet she dares to think she can stay? Seeing the rising anger, Grandpa Gu raised his hand to stop everyone from complaining. According to Yuan and I, if her family disagrees, she won't date Xiao Chao. That's what she means, Mom Gu pointed to the kitchen. Even though she doesn't quite understand things, I made it clear to her. Look, I even bought a big carp. If this girl comes to her senses, I still welcome her. Grandma Gu nodded. The eldest daughter-in-law is right. The young girl doesn't understand, but we shouldn't be unreasonable too. Gong Sujin disagreed. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. Can a girl from the countryside understand your good intentions? All this effort will surely be wasted. Mom Gu smiled warmly. It won't be wasted. We have our family. If the girl doesn't come, we'll enjoy the big carp ourselves. Her clever words quickly lifted the mood in the room. What kind of family is the Gu family? They can't be controlled by a girl from a village. Amidst the laughter, Mom Gu rolled up her sleeves. I'll help Sister Huang check on the fish. We have some good yellow river carp. Let's not ruin it. Go ahead. Noticing no one was paying attention to her, Gong Sujin quietly slipped into the kitchen. Sister-in-law, that girl is blind to her luck. If she doesn't come, I'll introduce a good match for Xiao Chao. Mom Gu smiled knowingly. Xiao Chao has already been promoted and will soon return to the capital, so there's no need to introduce him to girls from other places. The youth from the countryside won't be back for a long time. I really don't want Xiao Chao to be in a long-distance relationship right after getting married. Gong Sujin has always wanted to introduce her niece, Xiao LV, to Gu Chao, but Gu's mother is very persuasive and quickly dismissed the idea. Gong Sujin laughed cheerfully. Sister-in-law, how could I introduce him to a girl from another place when Xiao Chao is so outstanding? The girl I'm talking about is a true local girl from Beijing. A girl with a Beijing household registration? Tell me more. This girl is my brother's student, Su Xiaomei. Her family comes from a diplomatic background. Gu's mother's eyes widened. Is she from the Su family? Yes, and let me tell you, her father is. Gong Sujin lowered her voice. Gu's mother nodded repeatedly. This girl is great. The Su family and our Gu family complement each other well. If it's her, then they would be a good match. Exactly. I've always said these two kids are meant for each other. Just as Gu's mother and Gong Sujin were enjoying their conversation, The doorbell suddenly rang. The housekeeper put down the vegetables and rushed to open the door. Soon, Gu Chao's voice came from outside. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. Guess who has come with me?" Yuan and I followed closely behind Gu Chao. When the Gu family saw Yuan and I, their smiles immediately froze. However, they were all clever people, and their expressions quickly returned to normal. Since Gu's mother hadn't made a definitive statement, the Gu family assumed that Yuan and I had come to her senses and was ready to continue dating Gu Chao. Gong Sujin quietly told the deputy director, "The girl seems to be quite sensible." Gu's mother greeted her naturally. "Comrade Xiao Yuan, please sit for a moment. I'll make you a big fish." Grandpa Gu smiled and invited Yuan and I to sit next to him. "Comrade Xiao Yuan, have you finished your work these past few days?" "Almost done. I'm just buying my return ticket. If you're going northwest, there's only one main line, and tickets are hard to get." "Eldest son, can you help this girl get a ticket?" Gu's father nodded. "No problem. Should I buy 2 sleeper tickets?" "Buy 3. I want to go back too." Gu Chao raised his hand to indicate he also wanted to leave. Grandma Gu frowned at Gu Chao. Her eldest grandson is great in many ways, but he gets too attached to feelings. They've only known each other for a few days. It seems he can't help but chase after the girl all day, which isn't good. Because of Gu's mother's little white lie, the Gu family has a very poor impression of Yuan and I and thinks she is being unrealistic. Yuan and I is clever. She can read the room just as well as the Gu family can. Previously, the Gu family looked at her with gratitude and warmth, but now there was a mix of tolerance and disdain. Without asking, it was clear someone had stirred up trouble. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Grandpa Gu, Yuan and I pulled out an envelope from her bag. "Just now, Aunt Gu came to see me and gave me 200 yuan. She said Gu Chao liked a girl from a good family and asked me not to pursue him anymore. This money is for the loss of my youth." Grandpa Gu could hardly believe his ears. "Did Gu Chao's mother say this to you?" "Yes," Yuan and I said, holding up the envelope for everyone to see. "Isn't Aunt Gu working at the library?" The Gu family passed the envelope around, and it indeed had the Beijing library printed on it. Nowadays, letters are the main way to communicate, and many organizations print their own envelopes, and Aunt Gu worked at the Beijing library. Grandma Gu recalled what her eldest daughter-in-law had just said and felt her worldview was shaken. If what Yuan and I said was true, then the eldest daughter-in-law was quite the storyteller. Gu Chao coughed. "Grandpa, you need to talk to my mom. If there's something to say it directly instead of doing this behind our backs." Aunt Gu acted dramatically, but her methods were not new. Half of the Gu family was involved in politics and had seen such people before. They just didn't expect someone so close to them would do this within the family. Grandpa Gu felt embarrassed and directly told Dad Gu, "Go get Huailan. Stop messing around." Faced with the money, Dad Gu couldn't lift his head. He hurried to the kitchen to call Mom Gu. "Dad, why did you call me?" Mom Gu asked with a smile, still calm. "Did you take money to tell Xiao Yuan not to pursue Xiao Chao anymore?" Grandpa Gu asked sternly, pointing at the envelope on the table.
"Xiao Yuan, how can you say that?"
Mom Gu feigned innocence, looking very wronged. Yuan and I replied, "Did I lie? I gave you money because I was worried you wouldn't have enough for travel expenses. I wanted you to buy some local specialties to take back." "How can you accuse me?" Mom Gu said, patting her chest, tears in her eyes. The Gu family had almost believed Yuan and I at first, but seeing Mom Gu cry made them side with her. They all looked at Yuan and I, waiting for her to explain. Gu Chao took out a handkerchief and handed it to Mom Gu. Mom Gu wiped her eyes and began to express her grievances to her son. "Xiao Chao, you are such a good son. Tell me, am I really that kind of person?" Gu Chao looked at his mother. "Mom, you didn't close the door when you talked to Yuan and I, did you?" Mom felt her eyelids twitching. "What are you talking about?" "The neighbor, old Wang, heard what you said. He's very straightforward and thought I really wanted to break up with an heir. When he saw me, he scolded me like I was a bad person." Gu Chao sighed. He didn't want to confront his mother directly, but he had to say something. "Someone heard it?" Mom felt embarrassed, and her face quickly turned red. Big sister is quite good at pretending. After all these years together, Have you been fooling us? Gong Sujin looked suspicious. Not only Gong Sujin thought this way, but Grandma Gu also felt the same. Big sister-in-law, why don't you explain to everyone which words are true and which are false? Mom couldn't explain. She nervously held her forehead. I feel dizzy. After all, they were a couple, so Dad Gu quickly came over to support Mom. Huilan often feels dizzy. She might be unwell. I'll help her to rest. You all eat first. The Gu family was clever. To avoid putting the older brother and sister-in-law in a tough spot, everyone agreed to say that since she wasn't feeling well, she should rest early, and they would take care of the guests. Seeing the older couple leave, Grandpa Gu took the opportunity to change the subject. Later at dinner, we have another guest, Dr. Ho. You and Dr. Ho are good friends, right? He thinks very highly of you. Highly of me? Yuan and I thought that was a bit much. After all, Dr. Ho was a national treasure-level expert in traditional Chinese medicine. How could he think highly of a newcomer like her? However, when Dr. Ho arrived, Yuan and I realized Grandpa Gu was right. Dr. Ho was a technical doctor, usually lost in his own world. He only greeted Grandpa Gu and ignored everyone else in the Gu family, directly pulling Yuan and I to talk. My young friend, I'm glad to finally see you. I've had a question in my mind, waiting for you to help me answer it.
I'm honored.
What's your question? Do you remember the green pendant that Tom had? I remember. I guessed it was a synthetic product?
Correct.
Tom deliberately smashed the pendant, and I took the chance to hide a small piece and sent it for testing. The results are out. Guess what? What is it? The pendant is a synthetic chemical product, but when it underwent carbon-14 testing, it showed it has nearly 1,000 years of history. How is that possible? Ho the doctor spoke while tugging at his hair, clearly very confused. The other members of the Gu family listened in. They were knowledgeable, and since the green pendant was a synthetic product, it must have been made in recent years. How could such an item have a history of over 1,000 years? Gu old man pondered for a moment. Could the carbon-14 test be inaccurate? Ho the doctor shrugged. That's the problem. The carbon-14 test is one of America's inventions, specifically for identifying antiques, and it is said to have never failed. Everyone looked at Yuan and I, waiting for her explanation. Yuan and I actually knew what was going on. The carbon-14 test is a new invention that can determine the age of an item by testing the carbon-14 content in antiques. Since its introduction, it has been used in archaeological research and has been almost always accurate. Nowadays, in the archaeological field, especially in Western auction houses, there is almost always a carbon-14 testing machine. Before any antique is bought or sold, it is tested to verify its authenticity. The carbon-14 test certificate is like an anti-counterfeiting label for antiques. However, this carbon-14 testing machine has a significant flaw. It is not 100% accurate. Before this flaw became public knowledge, many cunning antique dealers exploited it to sell counterfeit items, tricking numerous collectors. Yuan and I, coming from the future, knew this secret. There were still at least 10 years before this secret would be fully revealed. Yuan and I did not expect that someone would exploit this flaw so soon. Tom, using a carbon-14 compliant synthetic product to deceive others, was likely one of the few who knew the secret. His fake pendant surely had a carbon-14 certification, and the scam was originally flawless, only failing because of Yuan Ni's involvement. Was it time to reveal the secret? Yuan and I thought not. According to her development plan, she would take the college entrance exam next year, then settle in a big city, and take advantage of the relaxed policies to further enter the antique market. By then, the secret about carbon-14 would be very useful, and there was no need to showcase it now. Ho the doctor was reliable, but not all the Gu family members were. Especially among those present were the deputy curator and his wife. The deputy curator was easily swayed, while his wife, Gong Sujin, had ulterior motives. Yuan and I did not want this couple to benefit. Seeing that the old Dr. Ho was eager to learn, Yuan and I could only smile apologetically. What's going on? I don't know either. Should I study the fragment a bit more? Vice Director Gu sighed, his ears drooping. Gong Sujin pouted, looking as if she knew all along that Yuan and I lacked experience. Old Dr. Ho believed her, saying yes, it was my mistake. How can you draw conclusions without anything in hand? How about this? Come to my house tomorrow. I have some collections you can help me look at. Only a master like old Dr. Ho could confidently invite someone to his home for work. Yuan and I had previously agreed to help old Dr. Ho, so she didn't mind his attitude. Should I come over tomorrow morning? Sure, I'll wait for you at home. After chatting about interesting stories in the antique world and discussing the carbon-14 testing machine, the atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant as the housekeeper began serving dishes. Since old Dr. Ho was present, everyone tactfully avoided mentioning Gu Dad and Gu Mom, and the mood at the table was harmonious. After the meal, old Mr. Gu gave Yuan and I a red envelope as a greeting gift. Originally, this envelope should have been given by Gu Chao's parents, but since they were busy with their own matters and couldn't attend, old Mr.
Gu had to step in.
Yuan and I didn't hesitate and graciously accepted the envelope after thanking him. Old Dr. Ho looked at old Mr. Gu and then at Vice Director Gu, suddenly saying, "You are the second child of the Gu family, right? Have you prepared a red envelope for young Yuan?" Vice Director Gu quickly reacted, pulling out 5 large bills from his pocket. "Of course. Here's a little something for you, Yuan. Use it to buy some local specialties." Yuan and I accepted it without hesitation. No matter what Vice Director Gu and his wife had done, once she married Gu Chao, she had to call them uncle and aunt, so why shouldn't she accept a greeting gift? What puzzled Yuan and I was that Gong Sujin, who usually liked to oppose her, was surprisingly quiet, occasionally glancing toward the door as if waiting for someone. Just as Yuan and I noticed that Gong Sujin seemed off, someone knocked on the Gu family's door. The housekeeper quickly opened the door and let in a young, fashionable girl. As soon as Gong Sujin saw the girl, she waved her hand. "Xiao Su, come here. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Su Xiaomei, the daughter of the diplomat Su." The person Gong Sujin had wanted to introduce to Gu Chao was indeed Su Xiaomei. Su Xiaomei was of average height, neither particularly good-looking nor ugly. She had a round, chubby face with small but bright eyes and a not-so-high nose. The only thing worth praising was her beautiful skin, especially her face, which was fair and rosy, making people want to pinch it at first sight. If she weren't the daughter of a diplomat and dressed well, she would definitely be the kind of person you could easily lose in a crowd. Although her looks were average, Su Xiaomei was graceful and polite, greeting everyone as soon as she entered. The Gu family recognized her name and immediately offered her a seat, asking if she had eaten. "I have eaten. I'm here to see Aunt Gong about something." Old Mr. Gu waved his hand. "Sujin, take Xiaomei to the study to talk." Gong Sujin worked at the Statistics Bureau, and since Su Xiaomei was from the same office, her sudden visit surely meant she had a work-related issue. Gong Sujin smiled and led Su Xiaomei into the study to discuss matters. They spoke quickly, and soon Su Xiaomei came out. "Grandpa Gu, Grandma Gu, I'm leaving now. I'm really sorry for bothering you today." "Not a bother at all. You're so polite. Just come over to play anytime." "Oh dear, it's getting dark. How will you get home?" Grandma Gu looked outside with some concern. Gong Sujin turned to Gu Chao. "Xiao Chao, you're the only young man at home. Why don't you ride your bike to see Xiaomei off?" Everyone looked at Yuan and I, knowing today was her first official visit. As Gu Chao's girlfriend, he would surely prioritize taking her home. What about the Su family girl? They couldn't just leave her behind in the dark. Gu Chao remained silent. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Gong Sujin smiled. "Xiao Yuan, don't be stingy. It's just a small favor for Xiao Chao. As for you, we can drop you off on our way home." Yuan and I smiled slightly, thinking, how is that fair? If Gu Chao didn't want to help, does that make her stingy? If Gong Sujin could drop off Su Xiaomei, why not do it herself now? Not only was she trying to take advantage of her boyfriend, but she was also being called stingy. Yuan and I took a deep breath, ready to retort, but Gu Chao spoke first. "I'm not familiar with Comrade Su. It's late, and it's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. Besides, I still need to take Nir home." Gong Sujin was taken aback, not expecting Gu Chao to say that. She forced a smile. It's a new society. What's inappropriate about it? Grandma Gu chimed in, second daughter-in-law. Today is Xiao Yuan's first visit. Is it really appropriate to say such things? Are you and the second one just sitting around? You two should take Xiao Su home. It's getting late, so you should leave now and not keep her waiting. Su Xiaomei smiled. Grandma, you're too kind. Old Mr. Gu chuckled. Second one, hurry up and get ready to go. The two elders urged them on, and Vice Director Gu quickly stood up. Comrade Xiao Su, how did you get here? Did you ride your bike or walk? Su Xiaomei smiled a bit awkwardly. I walked here. The Su family lives in a narrow alley, and it's a bit of a distance from here. It's surprising that she walked instead of riding her bike, especially since it was dark. Could it be that Su Xiaomei was waiting for someone to give her a ride from the start? The Gu family, being perceptive, didn't mention their doubts but smiled politely as they saw Su Xiaomei off. Yuan and I sat for a while longer before standing up to say goodbye. I need to visit old Dr. Ho tomorrow, so I'll leave first. Xiao Chao, see Yuan off. Gu Chao pushed his bike and turned to Yuan and I. Do you want to ride or take a stroll for a bit? Let's stroll for a while. They left the narrow alley and soon reached the wide street. The night was cool, and people passing by were huddled against the cold. Winter in the capital is dry and cold, and the wind feels like it could chill you to the bone. Let's head back. Is there anything else you want to buy? Grandpa is out of the hospital, and I can go with you. Gu Chao stopped his bike, took off his scarf, and wrapped it around Yuan and I. I have something in mind. Be good. All right, being cared for feels warm. Is there a place in the capital for trading antiques? I want to check it out.
I knew you would want to see that.
I asked around, and the most common places are Panjiayuan and the Ghost Market. Both have cheap items, but there are also many fakes, so you need a good eye. What else? The more upscale place is called Xingguancai, run by an overseas Chinese. Everything there is authenticated, but it's not cheap. Yuan and I had heard of Panjiayuan and the Ghost Market, but was hearing about Xingguancai for the first time. Is Xingguancai like a Chinese store? Not at all. The Chinese store is state-owned and sells antiques to earn foreign exchange, while Xingguancai is privately owned and was established last year for cultural exchange. Sounds like it's worth a visit? After we visit old Dr. Ho tomorrow, I'll go with you. How does that sound? Yuan and I naturally agreed. Perhaps it was her destiny to go to Xingguancai. The next day, Yuan and I visited Dr. Ho's house, and he mentioned this place as well. Do you think Tom is bullying people? He couldn't trick me out of my gold needle, so he took antiques to Xingguancai and set up a betting game. This is simply taking advantage of our country. If I weren't so inexperienced, I would definitely challenge him. Yuan and I was surprised. Is he the one who tricks people with fake items? That's him. Don't be fooled by him being a foreigner. He knows a lot about our history and can talk about antiques very well. Did anyone bet against him? Yes, Mr. Xian from Shisi Hudong bet against him with a family heirloom and ended up losing, Dr. Ho said with regret. If he had won, it would have brought pride to our country, but Mr. Xian's loss only boosted Tom's confidence. Gu Chao raised an eyebrow. What year is it? We can't let a foreigner bully us. Let's challenge him. Dr. Ho slammed the table. Well said. You two go, and I'll provide the item. Yuan and I smiled. She had valuable items, but unfortunately, they were all in Danshan County. She only brought 4 treasures to the capital, and they were all sold. Gu Chao looked at Yuan and I. Are you interested? Please tell us the rules of the bet, Dr. Ho. This betting game is very simple. It's a straightforward bet where each person offers a collectible as a stake, and then they rely on their judgment to determine the age of the items. Whoever is correct wins the stake, and those who are wrong lose. What if both are correct? Then they continue to bet. Xingguancai has many hidden treasures, and if there are no more items to see, they will provide items. Can we handle them? Of course. As long as you don't touch the equipment, you can look and feel as much as you want. Since handling was allowed, Yuan and I felt confident about winning. She thought for a moment. Dr. Ho, do you know what Tom is using as a stake? I know. I watched the game he had with Mr. Xian. He brought out a large Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar. In the Western antique market, the most expensive Eastern antiques are not gold or gems but various exquisite porcelain, especially fine pieces from official kilns of different dynasties. A Ming blue and white porcelain jar is also a sought-after item in Western auction houses. Yuan and I nodded. He does have some resources. My grandmother has some collections. I'll ask her to lend me one as my stake. Dr. Ho immediately shook his head. No need. Why go through such a roundabout way? I'll show you my collection first. If you still don't find anything you like, then you can go to your grandmother, okay? A collection that can compare with the Ming blue and white large jar can sell for over 10,000 in the country. Yuan and I knows her skills. She won't lose, but old Dr. Ho doesn't know that. Besides, even though Yuan and I has a special talent, there are always surprises in gambling. What if she makes a mistake? Wouldn't that waste old Dr. Ho's treasures? Seeing Yuan and I smile without saying anything, old Dr. Ho became anxious. The most precious thing in my house is the gold needle. If you help me keep it safe, everything else is worthless to me. Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's see what you have. Old Dr. Ho led Yuan and I and Gu Chao into the study and personally opened the cabinet, taking out items one by one. I must say, this elderly man's collection is quite impressive, taking up half the room. Yuan and I examined each piece, but her frown grew deeper. Although old Dr. Ho had many items, none could compare to the Ming blue and white jar. They were all small pieces from the Qing dynasty. Without a decent item, how could she gamble with Tom? Noticing Yuan Ni's expression, old Dr. Ho became a bit worried. So, is there nothing worth showing? Yuan and I thought for a moment and pointed to a green porcelain Buddha statue, saying, "How about this one?" Old Dr. Ho shook his head vigorously. "No, my young friend, you've made a mistake. This is a replica." The green porcelain Buddha statue is over 2 feet tall, with a dignified and kind appearance, a distinct top knot, 1 foot on a cloud and the other on a qilin, holding a demon-subduing pestle and with a halo behind it. It resembles Manjushri Bodhisattva. Gu Chao looked closer and found the Buddha statue quite appealing. Old Dr. Ho, among all these treasures, this Buddha statue looks the best, and it's a replica? Old Dr. Ho shook his head helplessly. This is a Republic-era imitation of the Song dynasty. Of course, it looks good. Plus, it's newer, so the glaze looks nice. Items like this often fool people like you who are not familiar with them. Yuan and I examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed a replica from the Republic era, feeling only a slight warmth in her hands. "Gu Chao, can you help me hold it? I want to check the base mark." Gu Chao agreed and lifted the statue for Yuan and I to see the mark. Old Dr. Ho sighed. "Why don't you believe me? This item is a good imitation, but anyone who doesn't know its background will likely be fooled." Yuan and I looked at the base mark. It was different from other porcelain because it was not fired on but carved with a knife. This made sense, as the most famous kilns from the Song dynasty were the 5 great official kilns, with the Ru kiln being the most prominent. The main feature of these kilns was that they did not leave base marks when supplying the palace. If there was a base mark, it was also carved by hand. This is a Republic-era imitation of a Ru kiln Buddha statue. It looks very real. Dr. Ho, how do you know it's a replica? Yuan and I clapped her hands, signaling Gu Chao to put down the statue. The statue was crafted seamlessly, with a lively expression and clothing style that was spot on. Given Dr. Ho's limited expertise, he should not be able to tell the difference. This was made by a famous artist during the Republic era, known for creating replicas. My grandfather helped him with a long-standing illness, and he gifted this Buddha statue to my grandfather as thanks. Of course, if he hadn't given it to my grandfather, it would likely have been sold as a genuine piece. Dr. Ho was quite proud. Although the statue was a replica, it was beautifully made and had been passed down in the Ho family. Yuan and I nodded. "That's the one. Please lend me this Buddha statue. You say it's a replica, yet you still want to borrow it?" This was made by a skilled artist. From its appearance and materials, there are no major flaws. It's perfect for fooling Tom. You don't understand. After gambling, we need to conduct carbon-14 testing, and then the statue will be exposed. Dr. Ho was anxious. Yuan and I smiled and nodded. That's exactly why I chose this Buddha statue for the carbon-14 test. If it were a human judgment, Yuan and I wouldn't dare to use this tactic. Now, Gu Chao and Dr. Ho were both confused. How should they gamble? Would they bet on Tom not noticing it was a fake, or on him being able to tell it was a high-quality imitation from the Republic era? Yuan and I smiled and shared her plan. I bet Tom will definitely recognize it as a replica. Dr. Ho shrugged. Then that means Tom wins. It is a replica. Even if he can fool those at Yuan Studio, he can't fool the carbon-14 testing machine. Human eyes can make mistakes, but machines do not. What I intend to use is the carbon-14 testing machine. Although foreigners admire this machine, it has a major flaw. If the item has gone through airport security, it will not give an accurate age. For example, modern ceramic crafts, after passing through airport security, will show an age that is 500 years older during carbon-14 testing. To make porcelain appear older, you just need to take it through security checks a few times. Why is that? The basis of carbon-14 testing is to measure the carbon-14 content in an item to estimate its age. The older the artifact, the less carbon-14 it contains. Airport security machines are actually X-ray machines, which can reduce the carbon-14 levels in porcelain. People in this era are unaware of this secret, but Yuan and I, coming from the future, knows this huge loophole very well and how to use it. In fact, in historical records, this flaw in carbon-14 testing has led to many mistakes, causing great losses for collectors. Old Dr. Ho and Gu Chao were stunned. Is that really true? Yes, it is. Old Dr. Ho pointed to his collection. If I take this Qianlong official kiln piece through security, can it become a Song Dynasty piece? That won't work. This official kiln piece has a mark on the bottom. Yuan and I replied, both amused and exasperated. That's true. Carbon-14 isn't perfect. For items with clear dating, carbon-14 testing isn't needed. Even if the Qianlong official kiln piece tests as very old, it can't change the words on the bottom that say it was made during the Qianlong era. Only items like the Celadon Buddha statue, which are already high-quality replicas, can be confused with real ones after carbon-14 testing. Since Tom dares to challenge us on our turf, he must have real skills. This Celadon Buddha statue is made very well, but replicas definitely have flaws. I bet Tom can tell this is a fake. If he determines it's a fake, then we win for sure. At this point, Gu Chao and old Dr. Ho finally understood Yuan Ni's plan. I must say, this plan seems risky, but it actually seeks victory and danger. Just right to deal with that foreign guy. Old Dr. Ho nodded in approval. Gu Chao thought for a moment, I think it will work. Since Tom dared to bet and had won before, it shows he has good judgment. Yuan and I is taking a risk, not betting that Tom won't see the fake, but that he will see it and then use the carbon-14 loophole to strike back hard at Tom. By the way, Comrade Yuan, how did you know about this flaw in carbon-14 testing? Old Dr. Ho pondered and finally asked his most confusing question. Yuan and I was ready. I heard it from my grandma. It's a special skill for their livelihood, so please don't tell anyone. Old Dr. Ho covered his mouth. I won't say a word to anyone. Now there is an airport in the capital, but ordinary people cannot enter. Gu Chao was urgently assigned a task and used connections to get into the airport, specifically to conduct a half-security check on the Buddha statue. The airport staff thought he had a special mission and cooperated fully, promising to keep it confidential. After the security check, they found a carbon-14 testing machine. Using this machine on the Buddha statue showed that it was over 750 years old. At this point, Gu Chao and Dr. Ho had no doubts left. They were eager to wait for the next day to compete with Yuan and I. They wondered if Tom would fall for it. When it was time to leave, Yuan and I learned that Yuan Studio was located at the foot of Maple Leaf Mountain. In autumn, the view would be filled with red leaves, truly beautiful by the mountains and water. Such a great place. Why is it given to overseas Chinese? This house is not given to Qiguang Yuan. It is just temporarily borrowed for cultural exchange, Dr. Ho explained, taking a breath. Qiguang Yuan is the owner of Sheng Yuan Studio, and it is said that his true identity is a patriotic overseas Chinese. Once the policies relaxed, he returned. At the foot of Maple Leaf Mountain, there are several small buildings, each with its own style, designed with great care. According to Dr. Ho, these houses belong to the public. Despite the name of cultural exchange, Qiguang Yuan did not dare to make a big fuss. The small building he occupied had no nameplate and no extra decorations, remaining very low-key. Dr. Ho mentioned that Qiguang Yuan had plenty of money. The reason he put so much effort into Sheng Yuan Studio was mainly because he loved antiques and enjoyed seeing those old items, so he thought of this way to let everyone trade good things under his watch. Currently, there are only 2 carbon-14 testing machines in the city, and one of them is in Qiguang Yuan's villa at Maple Leaf Mountain. Yuan and I thought that someone like Qiguang Yuan would definitely be considered an antique enthusiast in later times. There were guards at the villa entrance, and Dr. Ho showed the invitation he had prepared in advance, which allowed them to enter. Most places still require tickets to buy fabric, so Qiguang Yuan was very cautious. He only hosted familiar guests and those with referrals, not wanting news of private antique trading to spread. From the outside, the villa looked like a 2-story building, but once inside, it revealed a different world. The small 2-story building in front was just a facade. There was a large courtyard in the middle, and behind it was another courtyard with rooms. The real Sheng Yuan Studio was in the backyard. In the courtyard, there were rockeries, a small bridge, and flowing water. There were tables and chairs in the pavilion, but it was too cold outside, so not many people were around. When a few people entered, a young man in a Zhongshan suit came out to greet them. According to Dr. Ho, he was a worker from Xiangguancai. The worker was very efficient. After confirming they were there to challenge Tom, he led them directly to the main room. Tom hasn't arrived yet, but several of our people are already here, all saying they want to compete with the foreigner. Several have come. Who will go first? You can discuss it among yourselves. If everyone wants to go at once, we'll draw lots. This seemed fair since everyone's ultimate goal was to diminish Tom's reputation. Whoever was more skilled would be chosen to go first, and if there were disagreements, they would draw lots. As they lifted the cotton curtain at the door, a wave of warmth greeted them. Due to the unique location, the room had heating and a cement floor, unlike the large iron stoves common in the north, making it particularly clean and tidy. There was a circle of sofas by the window, and in the center was a round table, completely empty on both sides. Many people were already sitting inside chatting. When they saw newcomers enter, everyone turned to look. Yuan and I scanned the room and was surprised to see her recently met uncle, Geng Xiangbei, sitting on a sofa. He had been covering his mouth with a handkerchief and was coughing heavily, but upon seeing Yuan and I, he was so surprised that he couldn't cough anymore. Yuan and I and Gu Chao went over to greet him, and they naturally sat together. Geng Xiangbei, not in great health, spoke graciously and introduced Yuan and I to his companions, saying she was the granddaughter recognized by old lady Geng and that she should call him uncle. An'er is a junior, so everyone should look out for her. Geng Xiangbei's companions nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Geng Xiangbei asked Yuan and I, "You came to challenge Tom today. Why are you here?" "I want to challenge him too." Geng Xiangbei had heard of Yuan Ni's skills and was not surprised, but his 2 companions were shocked. In their eyes, Yuan and I was just a young girl. How could she compete with Tom? What does the little girl have? Is it a dowry? Don't cry if you lose. One of Geng Xiangbei's companions joked. "My niece has a keen eye. She's better than I am," Geng Xiangbei replied seriously. Old lady Geng was skilled in dance, and Geng Leoi had been immersed in the antique world for many years. Unfortunately, his children were not very capable. Geng Mailan's character was lacking, and while Geng Xiangbei had a good eye for antiques, he was not very smooth in dealing with people. Fortunately, everyone knew his personality and didn't take it to heart. They turned to Yuan and I, "Niece, your uncle brought a scholar's inkstone from Sudongpa. What treasure do you have? Who will go first?" Geng Xiangbei opened his bag and revealed a piece of silk, uncovering an ancient inkstone that was once used by Sudongpa, known as the Ming Songxing inkstone. The bottom of the inkstone showed natural stone patterns, dotted like stars in the night sky. Yuan and I touched it and felt its warmth. There was no doubt it was the genuine inkstone used by Su Dongpa. In terms of historical and cultural value, it could rival the famous blue and white porcelain. She smiled slightly and took out a green porcelain Buddha statue. Geng Xiangbei's eyes lit up. Although antiques are not valued by size, beautifully crafted porcelain is indeed worth more the larger it is. His two companions also took notice. Is this from the Song dynasty? The style of the Buddha statue indicated it was from the Song era, and its exquisite craftsmanship showed the devotion of the Song people, who would create such a large statue out of religious reverence. Geng Xiangbei examined the statue closely. It is from the Song dynasty, but it seems a bit too new. His companion chuckled. If it came from that place, it hasn't seen the light of day for years, so it makes sense that it looks new. Everyone present understood that he was referring to funerary objects. If the porcelain was excavated from an ancient tomb and well-preserved, it would look as good as new. After studying the statue, Geng Xiangbei asked Yuan and I, "How good is your eye for these things?" "Pretty reliable, about 90%, she replied. Geng Xiangbei's companions couldn't help but laugh. The young girl was quite confident. Considering she was Geng Xiangbei's niece, they decided to let her boast a little. For someone young, losing something and learning a lesson could be beneficial. Geng Xiangbei, however, was serious. After a moment of thought, he said, "According to my mother, your eye is indeed better than mine. You should go first in the challenge. If you win, you can take this inkstone as a prize and gamble again." Yuan and I nodded, no problem. If she went first and used reverse thinking to win, Geng Xiangbei's genuine antique could help her outsmart Tom once more. As Geng Xiangbei stood up to talk to the other two collectors, they were pleased to hear that Yuan and I was the granddaughter of Grandma Geng and was willing to go first in the challenge. The other two collectors readily agreed. Why is that? Yuan and I is young and just a nobody in the circle. If she wins, she can really embarrass Tom. Someone like Tom can't even win against the kids in the antique circle of Huagua, so why put on a show? If she loses, it's fine. She can just say the child at home is inexperienced and needs practice. This way, she can save face no matter what. The collectors had just reached a consensus to support each other when a tall blonde rushed in. Tom has arrived. Tom was followed by two people. One was his loyal translator, and the other was a big, strong man. Both of them were carrying items, so it seemed Tom came prepared with more than one collection piece. The host had arrived, and the manager of Zhangguancai brought several staff members with him. They also brought in a large machine. The machine was placed in front of the 8 Immortals table. It was the famous Carbon-14 testing device. A couple of days ago, Tom had just won a family heirloom, a small bronze ding, from Master Xian, and he was feeling quite proud, almost looking down on others. The manager, focused on business, ignored Tom's attitude and cheerfully asked everyone, "Who will challenge today? Do you have your treasures?" Yuan and I smiled softly. "It's me, and I have my item." The manager was surprised. He looked at Yuan and I, and then at the other collectors, clearly questioning, "You really let a young girl take the stage?" Geng Xiangbei spoke for everyone, and Ayer is my junior. She wants to practice, so let her go. The other two collectors nodded knowingly. Tom felt insulted upon hearing the translator's words. Adding to that, Yuan and I had exposed his trick before, causing him to fail and miss out on the golden needle. Now, both old and new grudges flared up, and he wanted to compete with Yuan and I right away, wishing to push her face into the ground. "You want to practice on me? Just be careful you don't hurt yourself," Tom said fiercely. The translator wiped his sweat. Such words could lead to trouble. After polishing the statement, he relayed it to everyone. The manager sighed in relief, as Zhangguancai was only responsible for providing the venue and mediating and had no other involvement. "Since both of you are willing, let's sign this agreement." In the traditional antique circle of China, there is no practice of signing agreements, mainly because it is seen as a hassle. However, the founder of Shengyuan Studio, who is a Chinese expatriate, is particularly aware of legal matters. According to his request, Any bets must be accompanied by a signed agreement to prevent anyone from backing out later and causing trouble. The agreement is made in 2 copies, one in Chinese and one in English. Yuan and I quickly read through the agreement and found the content fair, so she signed her name. Next, please both of you write down the name and age of your collection on a piece of paper and hand it to me. After the bet is concluded, I will reveal the papers to see who is correct, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Tom had already participated in a bet before and was familiar with the process. He immediately picked up a pen and wrote down his answer, while the translator wrote the Chinese characters on the same paper. Writing down the answer in advance seemed simple, but it was an effective strategy. Once both parties finished their evaluations, there would be no chance to change the paper, regardless of whether the other party was right or wrong. Yuan and I also wrote down the name and age of the Celadon Buddha statue and signed her name. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Now, please show your treasures." Tom clapped his hands modestly, and the translator and a strong man opened the box, taking out an item and placing it on one side of the 8 immortals table. As soon as the item was revealed, the collectors present gasped. The reason was simple. This was not a Chinese antique, but a piece of Western silverware. Over the years, people in the antique circle mainly studied porcelain from the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, as well as gold and stone carvings, along with calligraphy and painting. China is vast and rich in history, and many people struggle to understand their own antiques, let alone research foreign items. So, when this silverware appeared, everyone sighed. They did not recognize its origin, and given Yuan Ni's age and experience, she probably wouldn't know either. Even Gu Chao and old Dr. Ho, who were aware of Yuan Ni's plan, felt uneasy. If Yuan and I could not identify the silverware's origin and age, even if Tom made a mistake, it would likely end in a draw. No one expected Tom to play tricks. What seemed like a sure win for him now appeared to be slipping away. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Tom smiled smugly. "I am a foreigner, and I can identify your country's cultural items. Surely, your people can identify ours." Everyone exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Yuan and I smiled and said, "That is certainly true, but Western history cannot compare to that of China. Collectors with a bit of knowledge are not interested in this." After listening to the translator, Tom was not angry. He looked at Yuan Ni with interest and asked, "What about you? Do you consider yourself knowledgeable or not? Compared to the collectors here, I am young and naturally less experienced." "I can only start learning from Western history," Yuan Ni replied modestly. Tom's expression changed. "What good is just talking? Let's start the evaluation." They changed locations, and Tom bent down to study the Celadon Buddha statue, while Yuan Ni picked up the silver bowl. The silver bowl was quite large, about the size of a soup bowl, and had a similar shape. It was covered in ornate, royal-style carvings and felt warm to the touch. From its warmth, Yuan Ni estimated that the silver bowl was around 200 years old. The collectors present did not understand Western antiques, but Yuan Ni knew a bit about them since she had studied archaeology in her previous life and had a broad knowledge base. Her teacher had specifically taught about this topic and discussed some classic antiques. The history of Western countries cannot be compared to that of China. A silver bowl with a history of 200 years is considered quite old. Yuan Ni carefully examined the silver bowl and finally saw the initials of the maker. Just as she had guessed, this was a silver bowl carefully crafted by a famous silversmith and presented to King Louis XV of France. This bowl later sold for $80 million at a Western auction house, making it a part of history. Yuan Ni had studied this history in depth and, after confirming her observations, took out paper and pen to write down her answer. The collectors below were stunned. "Xiangbei, does your niece really dare to write? Does she know what this is? Winning or losing is minor, but we can't afford to make a fool of ourselves." Gung Xiangbei had a serious expression and spoke firmly. "Don't underestimate my niece. If she dares to write, she must be confident. Stop focusing on her and pay attention to Tom." Yuan Ni wrote down her judgment with a relaxed expression, while Tom was sweating and looked serious. He not only kept touching the statue, but also took out a magnifying glass to examine it closely. This made the collectors even more nervous. From their performances, it seemed that Yuan Ni might not recognize the silver bowl and was just writing an answer randomly. Although Tom was struggling to understand, he might actually be on the right track, possibly trying to determine its age. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean our side had no chance of winning? Just as everyone was anxious, Tom suddenly slapped his forehead, called for paper and pen, and began to write intently. Did you figure it out? Dr. Ho felt very anxious. He knew better than anyone that the green porcelain Buddha statue was a high-quality imitation, a standard counterfeit. As he looked at the statue, he noticed flaws everywhere. Such a fake shouldn't last long under Tom's sharp gaze, right? Isn't it good that you can see it's fake? Gu Chao blinked, signaling Dr. Ho to think carefully before speaking. Dr. Ho suddenly realized he had forgotten. Yuan Ni's plan was not to deceive, but to help Tom find the flaws. After writing, Tom personally handed the note to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Have both of you finished writing? Are you sure you don't want to change your minds?" Yuan and I and Tom both confirmed they wouldn't change their minds, so the shopkeeper had someone turn on the carbon-14 detector to check the green porcelain Buddha statue first. The test results showed that the statue was over 700 years old. Over 700 years ago, it corresponded to the Song dynasty. Tom's expression changed immediately. "Impossible, this is a counterfeit." The shopkeeper maintained a polite smile. "Last time at the competition, you defeated Mr. Xian, and you said machines never make mistakes, but people can misjudge. What's this? Just a few days later, you think the machine is wrong?" Other collectors laughed heartily. "Mr. Tom, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, including you. Are you reluctant to part with your silver bowl?" "Never mind, I have a few yuan to 2 coins at home. I'll give them all to you. Just use them to make another bowl." Seeing Tom's change in expression, everyone felt delighted and began to tease him with clever remarks. The translator felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did these people ever consider the difficulties of a translator? It was unclear what the translator said, but Tom's face turned colorful like a spilled paint palette. With Tom silent, the shopkeeper had someone continue to assess the silver bowl. The silver bowl was relatively new, about 200 years old. "You're showing off a 200-year-old item?" In Western countries, 200 years is quite a long history. Everyone expressed their disdain again. This time, the translator wisely kept quiet and didn't hear anything. The shopkeeper had someone write the assessment results on a small blackboard. "Next, I will read the notes. Our Xiangyuan studio will act as the main judge, and everyone here will be witnesses." "Hurry up, this is so nerve-wracking." The shopkeeper opened the note Tom had written. Mr. Tom wrote, "It is a modern imitation of a green porcelain Buddha statue," while Comrade Yuan wrote, "It is a Northern Song green porcelain bodhisattva." Immediately, someone slammed the table and whistled. "This is a real antique. The foreigner misjudged it." The big-nosed one finally fell, but it's a pity that Mr. Xian didn't come today. No one called Tom by his name. They all used code names. Tom himself could hardly believe how others saw him. The translator awkwardly touched his nose and tried to convey the message in a more respectable way. Tom looked stunned. "This can't be true. I must be mistaken." However, from the start, he had signed an agreement with Yuan and I, stating that the results from the carbon-14 detector would be the final word once the betting began. Now, he could only hope that Yuan and I had also made a mistake. If that were the case, both sides would lose, allowing them to start over and enter the next round of competition. Seeing that everyone had mocked enough, the shopkeeper pulled out a small note. Comrade Yuan wrote that this is a silver soup bowl used by King Louis XV of France. Mr. Tom's note says the same thing. "Oh my!" The crowd immediately erupted. They all thought Yuan and I wouldn't recognize the bowl's origin, but she had identified it clearly and accurately. "Did we win?" "Comrade Yuan, well done." Tom's face turned pale, and he remained silent. The shopkeeper smiled and asked him, "Mr. Tom, according to our agreement, should I give the king's soup bowl to Yuan and I?" Tom stayed quiet, neither nodding nor shaking his head. The shopkeeper, not indulging him, instructed his assistant to hand the silver bowl to Yuan and I. Yuan Ni smiled brightly as she accepted it. In 10 years, the silver bowl could sell for $80 million. Several collectors exchanged glances, and one seriously encouraged Tom. "Mr. Tom, you seemed off earlier. Want to try again?" "Yes, Mr. Tom didn't perform well today. It must be a bad day. If you try again, your luck might change." The translator, worried about finding the right words, quickly relayed this to Tom. Upon hearing this, Tom perked up. "You're right. One bet isn't enough to show my skill. I have another item. Are you brave enough to bet again?" The inkstone brought by Geng Xiangbei was quite unique. If someone wasn't familiar with Song Dynasty history, they would only recognize it as a northern Song inkstone but wouldn't know its background. Yuan and I thought for a moment and felt she still had a chance. Brave enough? Just bring it on. Her boldness made everyone feel proud, and they applauded enthusiastically. Thus, in front of everyone, they quickly began the second round of competition. Geng Xiangbei personally handed the inkstone to Yuan and I with great care. "My dear niece, it's all up to you now. I will do my best." Tom glanced at them dismissively and had someone open the box to take out the second antique he brought. This antique was colorful and very beautiful. It was an enamel-painted round plate. The technique of enamel painting originally came from abroad and, after arriving in China, never became mainstream until the Qing dynasty, when it truly flourished and became almost exclusive to the royal family. As a result, the most common antiques in the capital's antique circle are various enamel products. The collectors present had seen many types of enamelware. They could date the plate just by looking at its patterns and style without needing to touch it.
Was it really that easy?
Was Tom crazy to use this for a competition? Was he willingly offering himself up? It shouldn't be the case. Although Tom was a foreigner, he was cunning and suspicious. It was said he studied Sun Tzu's art of war, so he wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Perhaps this was a trap he set on purpose. Yuan and I was also filled with doubts. She picked up the plate and felt it carefully. It was slightly warm to the touch. From the heat, she could tell it was a real antique, likely from the late Ming to early Qing period. If it was a genuine antique and from such a recent time, what was there to authenticate? Yuan and I felt things were not so simple. She kept examining it, and when she turned the plate over and saw the bottom, her expression changed immediately. No wonder Tom used this item for the competition. He was waiting for her here. On the bottom of the colorful enamel plate, it boldly stated made during the Kangxi period of the Ming dynasty. Anyone with a bit of historical knowledge knows that the Ming dynasty is separate from the Qing dynasty, and Kangxi was a Qing emperor, so it would be impossible for the words Ming dynasty to appear before his reign title. Thus, Ming Kangxi was simply ridiculous. If it were in the Qing dynasty, it would be a self-destructive mistake, and if an official saw it, it would surely be a serious crime punishable by death. To authenticate this enamel plate, it wouldn't even require an antique expert. Just someone with basic historical knowledge could determine it was a fake. The forger must have lacked education to make such an error. After seeing the bottom mark, Yuan Ni's expression grew more serious. Things were definitely not that simple. First, the warmth in her hand told her that this enamel plate was definitely not a fake. It was a genuine antique. If it was a real antique, why was the inscription so absurd? Was the emperor's authority not strong enough that everyone was unafraid of punishment? Yuan and I put down the plate and closed her eyes to think deeply. Tom, sitting across from Yuan and I, noticed her rare smile and let out a chuckle. Yuan and I remained unfazed and focused on recalling what she had learned before. Suddenly, she remembered something a teacher had said when she first entered school. The 5,000 years of Chinese history is essentially the history of porcelain evolution. From the Paleolithic to the Neolithic, and then from rough pottery to fine porcelain, every improvement in porcelain marked a step forward in human history. However, some dynasties changed through appropriation. For instance, when the Qing army entered the capital, the first two emperors were still living in a primitive way, but during the Kangxi era, it suddenly became a prosperous time. At that point, the craftsmen who could create exquisite porcelain were mostly Han people. However, The Manchus had the final say, so the beautiful porcelain made by Han artisans was labeled as Kangshi's imperial creations. But what if an old craftsman, who had been working for decades, was used to writing Ming and suddenly had to change it to Kangxi? Wouldn't he accidentally write it wrong? If the craftsman could read, he generally wouldn't make such mistakes. But what if they couldn't read? That's where the problem lies. These porcelain craftsmen were likely illiterate. In ancient times, education was a privilege of the wealthy, and common people could barely write their names. Craftsmen in the kilns were from the lower class and were certainly illiterate. So how did they sign the porcelain? Naturally, they copied what they saw. This explains why genuine antiques sometimes have Ming Kangxi marks. It must have been that some old craftsman, used to writing Ming, mistakenly wrote those two characters when signing. The kiln workers had little education and lacked the ability to correct mistakes, allowing Ming Kangxi to enter circulation. In simple terms, it's like how we sometimes find misprints on currency or stamps today. This Ming Kangxi mark is likely just a misprint from the Kangxi-era porcelain. After understanding the connections within these words, Yuan Ni calmly took paper and pen and wrote down her answer: Kangxi misprint enamel plate. This was a genuine antique, just a misprint. Tom finished his assessment and was busy writing. The shopkeeper collected the small notes and said with a smile, "You both are quick with your evaluations. Next, let's run it through the machine again." First, Su Dongpa's inkstone was tested with a carbon-14 detector, which showed it was about 700 years old, corresponding to the Song dynasty. Next, the misprint enamel plate was tested, and the results quickly came back. It was over 200 years old, an antique from the late Ming to early Qing period. After hearing the appraisal results, Tom smiled widely and relaxed, knowing he was right. He then read the note. "Mr. Tom, the note says it is a Northern Song Dynasty blue stone inkstone, while Comrade Yuan and I wrote that it is the blue stone inkstone used by Su Dongpa during the Northern Song period." After hearing this answer, Yuan and I also relaxed. Just as she expected, Tom really did not understand the history behind the inkstone and failed to recognize that it was used by Su Dongpa. As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, the collectors at the scene began to stir. "Tom, what you wrote is incorrect. The inkstone used by Su Dongpa is not an ordinary Northern Song inkstone." "That's right, you don't understand Chinese history." Tom looked proud. "I didn't write anything wrong." "You didn't write wrong, but you weren't detailed enough. If Comrade Yuan Ni's description was more detailed, then you would have lost," the shopkeeper said patiently. Tom smiled. "Let's see what she wrote first." The shopkeeper shook his head and unfolded the small note Tom left behind.
Oh.
Tom wrote about a Kangxi misprint enamel plate. As soon as he finished speaking, the collectors frowned. A misprint? What was wrong with it? Would it affect Yuan Ni's appraisal? The shopkeeper also wanted to know the answer, so he quickly unfolded Yuan Ni's note. Comrade Xiao Yuan wrote the same. Tom looked incredulous. Impossible. She couldn't have figured it out. "You all must be tricking me." The shopkeeper sighed. "Mr. Tom, I'll give you the note. You can see for yourself. Even if you don't understand Chinese characters, you can at least see the shape, right?" The two notes were placed side by side, and aside from the different handwriting, the content was completely identical. Tom traced the words with his finger for a long time before confirming that Yuan Ni's content matched the translation. Seeing Tom silent for a long time, the shopkeeper was not polite and directly handed the misprint enamel plate to Yuan and I. "You have a good eye." After losing twice, the collectors laughed heartily, some even encouraging Tom to gamble again, but this time Tom refused to be tricked. When Tom arrived, the translator and bodyguard were carrying boxes, but when he left, he had empty hands, looking somewhat forlorn. Yuan and I returned the borrowed Celadon Buddha statue and inkstone to their rightful owner. Geng Xiangbei smiled happily, but suddenly turned to wipe away tears. If Grandma Geng saw this scene, she would surely feel comforted, knowing the Geng family has a successor. Seeing Geng Xiangbei's expression, Yuan and I was also moved. Although Geng Milan wasn't very good-natured, Uncle Geng was quite reliable. "Near, you should head back too, right? Come home with me for dinner today." It's a good chance to tell my parents about what happened. This is your partner, right? Let's all go together. Sure, let's go eat. Dr. Ho saw it was a family gathering, so he politely excused himself with the green porcelain Buddha statue, saying, I'll visit you another day. Everyone left the restaurant and went their separate ways at the intersection. Geng Xiangbei was not feeling well. He needed to rest after walking a few steps. Yuan and I stayed with him, sitting on the curb. My health is really bad. I need to catch my breath before we go. Geng Xiangbei wiped his sweat. Gu Chao laughed. How about I carry you? Geng Xiangbei quickly shook his head. No need, no need. Just then, someone ran out from the alley. It was Geng Chunlai. When he saw Yuan and I, he stopped. Not good. Something happened in Dan County. They called my house. What happened? It's about your mom. She wants to take your sister's kidneys.
What?
Yuan and I was shocked. She never expected to hear such news. Don't panic. Tell me more details. Geng Xiangbei urged Geng Chunlai, fanning him with his hand. Yes, tell us what happened. What is my mom doing? This morning, right after you left, Grandma got a long-distance call from Dan County. Your grandma said your mom was blocking the school gate and took Xiaowen away. Xiu saw it and ran over to ask. Your mom said that the Liu family's old lady is very sick and needs a kidney transplant, and Xiaowen is the best match.
What?
Yuan and I was furious. Her mother was already confused, and it only got worse after joining the Liu family. Is this how a person should act? She would rather take her own daughter's kidney than help an unrelated old lady from the Liu family. Is she out of her mind? If she wants to be a saint, why not use her own kidney? What did Grandma say? Grandma said she would pass the message to you, but since you are away, it's best to ask your uncles to help bring Xiaowen back. Yuan and I nodded. Even if she were the one to take the call, she would handle it this way. Grandma was worried and said she was afraid it would be too late. Grandma reassured her that even if surgery is needed, they must get to a big hospital. They should wait at the bus station. They will definitely find her. Yuan and I nodded, thankful for Grandma Geng's wise advice at a critical moment. Gu Chao frowned, and should we call again? Can Grandma reach her? Yuan and I nodded. The second house on the west side of my home is a government official's family. They have a phone, so if there's an emergency, we can call them for help. There are very few families with phones these days. It's a rare resource that only wealthy factory leaders can afford. Fortunately, Yuan Ni's house is in a good location, surrounded by officials, or else they would have no way to reach out. Gu Chao said, let's go to Grandma Geng's house to make a call. I'll call the factory first and ask the security chief to send someone to help us and report to the police. Just say that the Liu family is involved in child trafficking and ask the police for assistance in finding the child. Geng Chun clapped his thigh. That sounds even better. The furniture factory is a large organization and the security chief has good connections with the local police, so he can help. Yuan and I quickly asked, what about me? You can call your grandma and ask her to stay home and be ready, Gu Chao replied.
Okay.
The group hurried to the Geng family's house, which has a phone that was installed at a high price of 7,600 yuan, thanks to their wealth from trading antiques. After a brief conversation, Grandma Geng let them use the phone to handle the urgent matter. Gu Chao dialed the factory number and successfully reached the security chief. After explaining the situation, the chief immediately assured him that he would take action right away. Even if the child had already boarded a train, they would drive to catch up. Don't worry, Chief Zhou is a veteran and has experience in finding people. Besides, even if the Liu family is quick, if they took Xiaowen on the train, our truck can still catch up on the road. Gu Chao relayed the information quickly. The current green trains stop frequently, so if they take a shortcut with the truck, they can catch up. That's good. I'll call my grandma now. Although Yuan and I wasn't very familiar with the neighbor who had a phone, the situation with the missing child was serious. When the neighbor heard the situation, they immediately told Yuan and I not to worry and that they would gather people, asking her to call back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Grandma successfully answered the phone. She was usually calm, but her voice now had a hint of tears, and what should we do? Grandma, don't panic. Just listen to me. Yuan and I could tell her grandmother was close to breaking down, so she quickly explained Gu Chao's help. They will be there soon, just wait at home. Oh, that's good. It's reassuring to have the authorities helping. My heart is all over the place. I've also told your uncles. Your eldest uncle is at the station waiting for them, and the others are rushing to the city. Listening to the sound, Grandma wiped her tears again. Grandma, don't worry. I've finished my tasks here, and will hurry back as soon as I can.
Oh, dear.
Is someone looking for me? Just then, the security chief arrived, calling for Grandma in the alley. Grandma felt reassured and quickly said a few more words before hanging up the phone. And keep your spirits up. With so many people helping, Xiaowen will be fine. Old Lady Gung comforted Yuan and I while scolding. Guiying is so careless. How could she handle things like this? If I were there, I would have given her a good slap. Yuan and I forced a smile, feeling the sadness of having such a mother who was more of a hindrance than a help. Since there was an emergency at home, they couldn't wait leisurely for train tickets. Gu Chao immediately picked up the phone and told his father the situation, asking him to get tickets as quickly as possible. This was serious, and Mr. Gu didn't disappoint. He called back shortly after, saying he had secured 2 reserved sleeper tickets for that night. Aren't there 3 of you? Shouldn't you wait for another ticket? No need to wait. 2 sleeper tickets are great. We can take turns resting, Gu Chao replied decisively. That worked out, as there was a whole family going out, and buying just 1 sleeper ticket would allow them to take turns resting without getting too tired. After hanging up, Gu Chao said he would go to the station to pick up the tickets. And you don't need to go to the guest house. I'll let Comrade Wang know to wait there. We'll pick him up before we leave tonight, and get your luggage then. Okay, I have everything packed. Gu Chao hurried off, and Old Lady Gung quickly poured a cup of sour plum soup for Yuan and I. Drink this. It will help cool you down. After having a warm cup of sour plum soup, Yuan and I felt much better. Hearing about the ridiculous things her original mother did made her want to take action. Her original mother was truly a typical love-struck person. Was it worth it to sacrifice so much for someone like Lu? I'm not upset, I just can't understand. Yuan and I sighed. Since the day she was reborn, she had treated her original mother and 2 sisters as her own, working hard to help them live better lives. But what had her original mother done? Everyone was united in wanting a good life, yet she was intent on emptying the house to help the Lu family. How could such a person exist in the world? Mrs. Gung gently patted Yuan Ni's shoulder. Child, don't think too much. By the way, I bought some things for the Chun family. You can take them all with you. I had planned for you to stay a few more days and wanted to treat you to a meal, but who would have thought it would be so sudden? When Yuan and I heard about the purchases, she said, Grandma, why did you buy more things? I can barely carry what I bought myself. It's fine. I'll have Chun Lai help you get to the train station. He can assist with your luggage, and when you get off the train, just call someone to pick you up. With her grandmother's extensive travel experience, Yuan and I had no choice but to agree. Just as Mrs. Gung was about to take Yuan and I to see the things, the phone suddenly rang. It was Director Zhou calling, and he immediately asked for Gu Chao. Director Gu isn't here. I'm his partner. You can talk to me, Yuan and I replied. Here's the situation. There are only 2 ways to leave Dan County, by train or long-distance bus. When I came here, I had someone wait at the station. They've just detained a middle-aged woman claiming to be Chen Guiying. Is she your mother? Director Zhou was quite quick. Yes. Thank you so much. Where is she? To avoid mistakes, we spoke with the station staff and have temporarily detained her there. What do you want to do next? Should we call the police or handle it internally? Director Zhou was efficient and understood human nature well. Even if Chun Guiying had done something terrible, she was still Yuan Ni's biological mother, and it depended on whether Yuan and I wanted to reconcile with her. Let's call the police, but Xiaowen is Chun Guiying's daughter. Even if we report it, it might not lead to any action. This issue will likely fall on the Lu family. Isn't it said that old lady Lu needs a kidney transplant? She must be behind this, and Chun Guiying is just confused and acted as an accomplice. If action is to be taken, the blame should be on old lady Lu for instructing Chen Guiying to abduct minors. Chen Guiying is more of an accessory in this. Yuan and I spoke calmly, but Director Zhou gasped at her sharp reasoning. It was indeed a harsh strategy. However, Yuan and I had her reasons, especially since old lady Lu was behaving unethically. How could a woman in her 50s or 60s still be thinking about taking a young girl's kidney? Using Yuan Ni's approach would make the police take it seriously. Otherwise, they might dismiss it as a family issue. Although they had control of Yuan Ni's mother, Xiaowen was still with the Lu family. It would be best to search the village quickly to find Xiaowen and prevent any further complications. All right, I'll do as you say, Director Zhou agreed readily and hung up the phone. Gung Milin and Gung Hehua had both arrived. Gung Hehua, being the softest-hearted, kept comforting Yuan and I, telling her to relax, as the children were lucky and would be fine. Gung Milin pursed her lips and didn't dare to say anything. She still wanted to regain control over the household, so she couldn't upset Yuan and I in this situation. If she angered Yuan and I, Grandma Gung would definitely not agree, and she would never be able to manage things again. As time passed, Yuan and I grew more anxious, imagining many possibilities. She feared that the Lu family might act cruelly, taking a kidney first and then proceeding with the surgery. But then she thought it was unlikely. Such transplant surgeries usually require skilled doctors to ensure a high success rate. Could the Lu family afford to hire a doctor? So the most likely scenario was that they would take Xiaowen and Grandma Lu to a big hospital together. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Gu Chao came with train tickets, allowing them to arrange for shipping in advance. Grandma Gung instructed Gung Chun to run errands, packing everything for the Chin family and sending it to the train station. These items would be shipped with the tickets, and Yuan and I and the others could pick them up upon arrival. Dinner was ready, but no one had the mood to eat. Just then, the phone rang again. Yuan and I quickly answered, "Hello." Director Zhou's voice came through, "Comrade Yuan and I have good news." We coordinated with the police and found the Lu family in the village. They had hidden Xiaowen in a vegetable cellar, but we managed to locate her, and she is now back home. Yuan and I expressed our gratitude and then handed the phone to Gu Chao, who said, "Old Zhou, this favor counts as mine. I'll thank you properly when we return." "Director, you're too polite." It was a small effort. The police have already opened a case. Grandma Lu is involved in trafficking and has been taken away. Comrade Chen Guiying is Xiaowen's biological mother, so the police will ask for our understanding.
We won't understand.
The law has regulations about this. We will follow the rules. We don't deal in favors, only in law, Gu Chao replied coldly. People like Yuan and I only become more unreasonable when given leniency. Director Zhou understood immediately. After a few more words, Gu Chao hung up the phone. We can relax now. The child has been found, and the Lu family is under control. Then let's eat quickly. We need to catch the train tonight, Grandma Gung urged as she set the table. Originally, they thought they had a long time to be together, but suddenly it was time to leave, and everyone felt a bit sad. Yuan and I remembered Grandpa Gu, saying I didn't get to say goodbye to Grandpa, and I feel quite regretful. Gu Chao smiled and replied, "We will have plenty of time together in the future. It's not about these last few days. But don't you want to go to the morning market? Now you can't go." Their good plans were completely disrupted, and everyone remembered that it was Yuan Ni's mother who caused the trouble, leading to some complaints. Grandma Gung wiped her sweat. She felt a bit regretful for not recognizing Yuan Ni's mother earlier, but now she was just relieved. That foolish person had caused too much chaos. "Near, what do you plan to do? Your mother has been taken advantage of by the Lu family, and she will surely try to get to you. Blood ties are hard to break. Even if you publicly declare to sever ties, it won't have any legal effect," Grandpa Gung said seriously. "It's simple. I plan to go to college. Once I get in, I will bring both my sisters out," Yuan and I replied calmly. "When disappointment reaches a certain level, it no longer affects you. Near, you have ambition. You go back for now, and I will ask around in the next few days to help you gather some materials to send over," Gung Xiangbei said supportively. After all, They were in the capital, and while there weren't any tutoring classes, there were plenty of study materials. Yuan and I sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your help. Geng Xiangbei waved his hand. No need to be polite. Although Yuan and I was young and grew up in the countryside, she was observant and loved to learn. Not just an ordinary girl. Geng Xiangbei genuinely cared for her as a younger generation. With the atmosphere lightening a bit, Geng Xiangbei began to talk about Yuan Ni's excellent performance. The Geng family was amazed, and both Grandpa and Grandma Geng felt very pleased. Only Geng Milan was not in a good mood, wondering why all the good things seemed to be for Yuan and I. However, she managed to hide her feelings well, so no one noticed. After dinner, the car sent by Grandpa Gu arrived, and the Geng family bid farewell to Yuan and I. Grandma Geng waved, "Near, come back for the new year." According to the plan, as the car passed the guest house, they picked up Comrade Wang. Everyone boarded the train heading west again. Although the situation was under control, Yuan and I still felt uneasy during the journey. A few days later, the green train finally arrived in Dan County. As they exited the station, Yuan and I immediately spotted her grandmother, but next to her was none other than her mother. What was going on? Yuan and I stayed calm and didn't immediately ask why. Instead, she discussed with Gu Chao how to retrieve the items they had checked in. Grandma pulled over Uncle, saying, "Let your uncle go with you." Gu Chao went with Uncle to get the things, and Comrade Wang also set down his luggage, saying, "I'll go too, to see if there's anything I can help with. We'll leave together later." Once everyone left, only Yuan and I, Grandma, and her mother remained. She finally asked, "What's going on?" Grandma looked at her mother with disdain. "She's begging the Liu family's old lady for forgiveness, being so persistent, insisting we must forgive her." Now it made sense why Yuan and I saw her mother at the station. It had been a while since they last met, and her mother looked even more worn out with more gray hair. However, her coat and pants were new, and she wore a pair of black leather boots. This outfit was definitely not something Teacher Liu could afford. Moreover, Section Chief Zhou had repeatedly emphasized that they could handle Yuan Ni's mother, but here she was, perfectly fine at the station, indicating something had gone wrong. Yuan and I noticed this and understood there were uncontrollable circumstances, but she didn't ask anything. Her mother had a tendency to be reckless, and even inquiring about the situation wouldn't work. The best approach was to keep her distance and ignore her. Sure enough, when Yuan and I remained silent, her mother grew anxious. Grandma Liu didn't mean it. Everyone wants to survive. The doctor said that people have 2 kidneys, and losing one can still allow you to live. Xiaowen is just the right age. What's wrong with letting Grandma Liu have one? Do you really need to call the police and make such a big fuss? Aren't you embarrassed? As soon as her mother finished speaking, she received a heavy slap to the face. Yuan and I shook her hand and slapped her again. Her mother was stunned. It was the first time her daughter had hit her. What should she do? "I didn't want to hit you. I was afraid of getting my hands dirty. But as a mother, you don't act like one at all. If you want to honor Grandma Liu, that's your choice. But if you think about harming your 2 younger sisters, I won't hesitate to stop you. Go ahead and try me," Yuan and I said with a serious expression. Her mother was completely shocked. She had never seen her eldest daughter look like this. It was quite frightening. Ignoring her own pain from the slap, her mother tried to explain. You have to trust the doctor. The doctor said that losing 1 kidney doesn't affect life. Xiaowen is still young. She can recover quickly after losing a kidney and won't miss school or anything. Since it doesn't matter, why don't you go? Didn't you treat Liu like your own mother? You could give her both your kidneys or even your heart and lungs as a dish. Yuan Ni macht. Yuan Ni's mother showed a hint of shyness. "It's not that I don't want to, but your Uncle Liu has no heirs. I need to give him a son. They say if I have surgery, I won't be able to have children." I see. This statement changed Yuan Ni's understanding of her mother. They say that when a person is desperate, they become invincible, and her mother truly fit that description. Well, you can choose. Do you want to leave a legacy for Liu, or donate a kidney to the old lady? It's up to you. Just don't bother me. Every time I see you, I'll hit you, Yuan Ni replied coldly. Yuan Ni's mother felt a pang in her heart and nearly cried. Her eldest daughter had changed. She no longer cared for her mother and said harsh words that pierced her heart. The truck from the furniture factory arrived to pick up Gu Chao. Everyone helped load the items onto the vehicle and then packed their luggage. The driver counted the people present and looked troubled. There are too many people. The Jeep can't fit everyone. Uncle immediately said, I rode my bike here, and I need to ride it back. Grandma pointed at Yuan Ni's mother. She isn't with us. Don't let her get on the car. The driver nodded. All right, the rest can fit. No one cared about overloading. As long as they could squeeze in, everyone got on the Jeep and drove away. Uncle rode off on his bike. Yuan Ni's mother didn't expect them to leave so abruptly and chased after them for a while. The driver first dropped off Comrade Wang at his home. Wang's neck was nearly twisted from the crowding. After getting out, he warmly invited Yuan and I over for dinner. Everyone's coming, and there's plenty of food. Yuan and I quickly declined, as she had a lot to take care of at home. The driver brought the large pile of luggage and people to Yuan Ni's small courtyard. Gu Chao told the driver to head back first. He needed to help Yuan and I sort things out before leaving. As soon as Xiaowen saw Yuan and I return, she rushed over and hugged her sister. Sister and I, you finally came back. Xiaowen, did they treat you badly? No, they just locked me in the vegetable cellar and Mom slapped me a few times. Xiaowen still had finger marks on her face. Yuan and I felt a pang of sympathy and gently touched her sister's face. From now on, don't call her Mom. She doesn't deserve it. Just call her by her name. Sister and I didn't protect my sister well. Xiaoyu cried, feeling guilty, after seeing Xiaowen being taken away. Xiaoyu immediately went to find a teacher for help, but unfortunately, by the time the teacher came out, the original person's mother had already taken her away. This isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Chun Guiying. Yuan and I comforted her two younger sisters before asking their grandmother, why did the Liu family suddenly decide to have surgery? Where did they get the money? I found out that the Liu family has an older sister who was given away many years ago by Grandma Liu. Now that she has become successful, she has returned to look for her family. Talking about this made Grandma feel uneasy. No one expected that even though the Liu family had fallen into a deep pit, someone could still pull them out. Grandma said that when Teacher Liu's sister returned home, she found that her only brother and mother were both disabled. After crying a lot, she vowed to find a way to cure them. Sister Liu took the patients to the hospital for checkups. The doctor said Teacher Liu's illness could be treated, but Grandma Liu's condition was more complicated and required a kidney transplant. Getting a kidney transplant isn't simple. It's not just about having money. You need a donor. That's when the Liu family thought of the original person's mother, planning to trick one of her relatives' children into matching for the surgery. Sister Liu has connections. Originally, your mother was locked up, but she worked hard to get her released. Yuan Ni's expression became serious. This unexpected Sister Liu seemed to have some influence. Has Grandma Liu been released? Sister Liu has been looking for people and spending money, but with Director Gu keeping an eye on things, the police are refusing to release anyone. That's good. Gu Chao thought for a moment and added, I'll go find some acquaintances later to try to speed up the process. The Liu family had bad intentions, and keeping them locked up was the safest option. Now is the time for both sides to compete, and all useful connections were quickly activated. What Gu Chao didn't expect was that Sister Liu really had connections. She found out that he was supporting Yuan and I, and contacted a middleman to come and talk. The message for Sister Liu was delivered by Secretary Huang from the county, who was well-connected and influential in Dan County. The furniture factory is large, and Gu Chao holds a high administrative position, so Secretary Huang speaks to him very politely, not daring to be too casual. Teacher Liu's sister is just an ordinary person, but her husband is impressive and works in the capital. They have a significant age difference, and you understand the implications. When Sister Liu came to Dan County to reconnect with family, her husband called the local officials to ask for help. The officials were unaware of the Liu family's troubles and agreed to look after Sister Liu. Now that Elder Liu has been detained, she is elderly and disabled, crying every day in there. saying she can't go on. Sister Lu is worried and, relying on her husband's connections, goes to the county office every day to make a fuss. I'm just here to pass on a message. It's easier to resolve conflicts than to create them. If there isn't a serious issue, let's all be lenient and let this go. Gu Chao was not convinced. Elder Lu was arrested for child trafficking. This is a public prosecution case, and I can't make decisions about it. Secretary Huang smiled. I understand. The Lu family said if you are unwilling to forgive, they would like to meet you to discuss terms. Gu Chao thought for a moment. What is the situation with Teacher Lu's sister? Teacher Lu's sister is Bai Li Jun. Years ago, Elder Lu adopted her out to a family in the capital with the surname Bai, which is why she and Teacher Lu have different last names. The Bai family in the capital has no children, so they raised Bai Li Jun as their own daughter. Later, for some reason, Bai Li Jun's cousin passed away, and she married her cousin's husband, who has some power. This woman, relying on her husband's abilities, tends to act arrogantly, and I find her quite bothersome. If it weren't for the higher-ups asking me to mediate, I wouldn't want to take on this task. Gu Chao immediately understood, then let her come to talk to me. He wanted to see who she was, breaking the law and still having the nerve to negotiate? As if this were a market where you bargain for vegetables? Secretary Huang quickly agreed. Gu Chao didn't delay and went straight to Yuan Ni's house. What happens next would be up to Yuan and I to decide. The Yuan family was bustling. The day they discovered Xiaowen was missing, Grandma called the village, and the second and fourth uncles prepared to head to the city. Later, when Xiaowen was found, the two brothers did not leave. After 2 days of settling family matters, the second and fourth uncles took their sons and went to the city, saying they wanted to support Xiaowen. Uncle Air has a straightforward temper. Standing at the door with a shovel, he looks like a general ready for battle. Xiaowen, don't worry, Uncle will protect you. If the Lu family dares to harm you again, I'll take care of them myself. Uncle Da laughs and says, it's not just you. We have Ba Yi and Jian Jun too. After everything that has happened, Xiaowen has become more understanding. She quickly thanks her uncles. Thanks to you and my cousins, you all have worked hard. Zhao Di coming to the city is a big deal. We're family, so no need for thanks. Uncle Air laughs heartily, finding the girl quite amusing. She's not called Zhao Di anymore. Her name is Xiaowen. Right, Xiaowen is a nice name, very elegant. When Gu Chao arrives, Grandma is starting a fire to cook a big fish stew with tofu to welcome Yuan and I, and also to comfort her sons, while calming Xiaowen down. Seeing Gu Chao, Grandpa smiles. You're in for a treat. This big carp was caught through the ice, so fresh. Better early than late, Gu Chao hands over some tea and snacks. These are from my parents for you. After some small talk, Gu Chao gets to the point. When they heard that the old Lu family was trying to make connections, Grandma and Grandpa called the whole family for a meeting. Things are getting complicated. The Lu family has support. Having support doesn't mean they are right. With their character, if we take 1 step back, they'll take 10 forward, so we can't back down at all, Uncle Da says. Since Uncle Air started driving a tractor, he has gained a lot of insight. Brother is right. The Lu family is at fault, not us. We are the victims, and we need to seek justice. Why should Xiaowen suffer? Uncle C nods, unable to express any grand theories, but he follows his brother's lead against the Lu family. Yuan and I feels the same way. Bai Li Jun has power and influence. She definitely wants to help Grandma Lu. If we let Grandma Lu go, Bai Li Jun will turn her attention to us. With Chun Guiying around, even if Xiaowen and Xiaoyu are safe, we can't guarantee others won't be targeted. Everyone agrees, finding this reasoning very sound. Grandma Lu has health issues, and she's likely relying on her family for support. Why should Bai Li Jun and Teacher Lu avoid helping her and instead trick Yuan and I into doing it? It's because they don't want to sacrifice their own resources and want to take advantage of others. So, they must be cautious of Bai Li Jun. If she dares to show her face, they will push her back. Nair is right. We need to be a bit tougher. We must make old lady Lu face the consequences of a law. If we don't take action, the Lu family won't understand the pain. Gu Chao agreed. Then it's settled. We won't settle this peacefully. Grandma had already thought this way, and her grandchildren were speaking her mind. There's nothing more to discuss. Let's eat fish. Grandpa said firmly, emphasizing that eating was more important than anything else. After a good meal, they would have the energy to confront the Liu family. After all, they weren't the ones in a hurry. If the Liu family wanted to come over, let them come. They were the victims, so what was there to be afraid of? Gu Chao joined in for the fish stew with tofu. It was delicious, especially the fish caught from the river. The broth was fresh and tasty. After the meal, Uncle Er led a few cousins to prepare for a surprise when the Liu family arrived. Yuan and I was getting ready for night school. There's no rush about work. I'm temporarily assigned to the cultural center, and with Comrade Wang helping me, I can delay going to the recycling station for a few days. But I can't delay night school. The exams are coming up, and I need to register and get the outline. Gu Chao knew Yuan and I was preparing for college. I'll walk you there. Just then, someone knocked on the gate. Before Yuan and I could react, Ba Yi and Jian Jun rushed out. It must be that Liu family witch. Let's give them a surprise. Grandma looked worried. Be careful, you guys. Uncle just smiled, hands behind his back. This is our home.
Don't worry, Mom.
We're civilized people and won't resort to violence easily. Uncle Er signaled, and the boys rushed forward with a small bucket. No one knew what was inside, but it smelled terrible. The boys were quite strong, shouting as they blocked the door, their presence enough to intimidate anyone. When the door opened, 3 people stood outside, with Bai Li Jun at the front. She was young and dressed very well, but her expression was quite arrogant. Uncle De recognized her and cleared his throat. Without saying a word, the boys lifted the small bucket and splashed its contents all over her. Bai Li Jun let out a shriek as she was drenched in foul water. Her carefully styled hair dripped with it, and some even got down her neck. Teacher Liu, sitting in a wheelchair, also got splashed in the face, while only Yuan Ni's mother, who was behind pushing the wheelchair, got a little bit on her. Bai Li Jun felt cold, dirty, and disgusted. She reached out to touch something and, after seeing what was on her hand, almost threw up. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? We're just spreading manure in our yard to prepare for planting vegetables. Who would have thought you'd come here to take advantage of us? Unfortunately, you took some manure with you, which means we can't plant as many cabbages, her grandfather replied slowly, while squatting on the steps. Several uncles admired their father greatly. It was their home, and they could do whatever they wanted. Why did Bai Li Jun have to show up? Maybe she was just here to take advantage of the situation. Bai Li Jun's clothes were soaked, and the cold wind made her shiver. She glared at Yuan Yang. What are you staring at? Hurry up and give me my coat.
Oh.
Yuan Yang quickly took off her cotton jacket and helped Bai Li Jun put it on after she finished. Everyone was too embarrassed to look at her. No wonder Bai Li Jun dared to come and bully them. It was all because of Yuan Yang's presence. Bai Li Jun had seen a lot in her life. After putting on the jacket, she stopped shivering and said with a stern face, I am magnanimous and won't argue with you, but you can't just treat me this way. I need an explanation for what happened today. What kind of explanation do you want? I want Yuan and I to write a letter of understanding and release my mother as soon as possible. Yuan and I stood under the eaves. The manure we have is for fertilizing our fields. You came here to take advantage of us, so you owe us compensation. How can you turn this around and make demands? Yuan Yang shouted, and I stopped talking nonsense. Quickly bring a basin of hot water for your aunt to wash up and apologize properly. Grandma angrily said, Shut your mouth. Someone else got manure on their clothes, but you seem to have eaten it. Yuan Yang was left speechless. Bai Li Jun huffed, Fine. You can keep this up, but I won't hold back any longer. Don't hold back. Just go do what you need to do, and don't stand at my door. It smells terrible, the eldest uncle said with a laugh. At that moment, neighbors heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. Someone asked Grandma, What's going on? Is this woman digging in the toilet? Grandma sneered. She's the one who tried to steal a child, wanting to take Xiaowen's kidney to treat her elderly relative. The incident involving Xiaowen had caused quite a stir, and the neighbors were already aware of it, with some even helping to search for the child. Upon hearing Grandma's words, the neighbors immediately united against Bai Lijun, and their looks turned hostile. She looks like a person, but why isn't she acting like one? Your elderly relative is already quite old, isn't she? How can you deceive that young girl? That's not right. His grandmother is old and has nothing to do with Xiaowen. Exactly, there's no connection. Why are you thinking about that girl? This woman is too wicked. She doesn't do good deeds. Her grandmother will surely pass away soon. Even though she wore a warm coat, Beijing still felt cold. Her hair was dirty, and her hands were sticky. She was enduring it just to negotiate. Now, after being mocked by everyone and seeing Yuan Ni's attitude, Beijing realized that a normal conversation wouldn't lead to any results. Fine. Don't regret it later, Beijing said, throwing down her words and turning to leave. Teacher Lu frowned at Yuan Ni's mother. Sister, she's in a bad mood. Don't take it personally. Let's go. Oh, okay. Yuan Ni's mother hesitated but spoke to her uncle. Brother, they won't listen to me.
Can you talk to them?
We're all family. Let Anir apologize and bring my mother-in-law out, and we can forget this. Ugh, do what you want, but don't boss me around, her uncle said sternly.
But
Yuan Ni's mother didn't understand why Xiaowen was fine, yet this had to escalate. Her family really didn't care about her. Didn't they know it was hard for her in the Lu family? The neighbors turned to scold Yuan Ni's mother. Is this how you act as a mother? You go out of your way to please others and harm your own daughter? Just go away. Your words stink and are ruining this place. Yuan Ni's mother felt wronged and almost cried. She loved Zhaodi. How could she not care? But without a kidney, Lu's grandmother would die. The doctor said that losing one kidney wouldn't affect life. She didn't want Zhaodi to die, just to give one kidney. With tears in her eyes, Yuan Ni's mother pushed teacher Lu away. She was torn between her family and her in-laws, and her heart felt like it was breaking. With no more excitement to watch, the neighbors greeted the Chin family and went home. Grandma quickly had the boys shovel dirt and clean the entrance, cover those messes and take them away. The farmers knew how to deal with waste. You can't just wash it away with water. Grandma led everyone to work and, seeing Yuan Ni hadn't left, said, Anir, aren't you going to night school? It's important to handle your business. We can manage here. Grandma, Bai Lijun won't let this go. She will definitely call the police. What will you say when they arrive? Yuan and I was still worried, fearing that her grandparents wouldn't know how to handle it. Grandma looked surprised. We were just fertilizing our garden at home. Who knew she would come and make a fuss? Can we be blamed for that? We didn't hit her or scold her. Even if she goes to the police or complains to anyone, we are in the right. Several uncles nodded in agreement. Mother is absolutely right. We were just preparing the soil for planting. In winter, it was the time to enrich the soil. Gu Chao smiled and said, Don't worry, Anir. What everyone is saying is reasonable. Even if Bai Lijun had strong connections, the authorities couldn't act unfairly. After giving a few more reminders, Gu Chao hopped on his bicycle and took Yuan and I to night school. As Yuan and I had expected, the teacher was unhappy about her long absence. However, since she had proof of her business trip, the teacher reluctantly said, I can mark you present, but the final exam is in 2 days. If you don't pass, you won't graduate. Yuan and I quickly replied, I will definitely study hard. Seeing her sincere attitude, the teacher handed her an outline. The exam is this Friday evening, so don't forget. After finishing up at night school, they hurried back. As they reached the alley, Yuan and I sensed something was off. It was already late, and the entrance was crowded with people. What was happening? Was it related to her family? Quick, let's go check it out. Okay. Gu Chao pushed his bicycle and led the way into the crowd. Yuan and I followed closely and finally reached her home. Just then, she spotted an unexpected person in the crowd. It was the man in the straw hat she had been wary of. The man was no longer wearing a straw hat. With winter here, no one wore them anymore. He had switched to a winter hat, revealing a broad forehead and sharp features, looking quite handsome. Noticing someone was watching him, the man, who had been staring at Yuan Ni's front door, immediately turned his head. Yuan and I quickly crouched down. Being so close, she couldn't turn around in time, so she had to hide. Gu Chao naturally supported her. Did you twist your ankle? The onlookers kindly made way, as it was common for people to get hurt in such crowds.
Gu Chao protected Yuan Ni.
Taking advantage of the moment, Yuan and I briefly explained the situation. Gu Chao knew that Yuan and I had encountered tomb robbers before. He didn't expect this robber to be so bold, staying in Dan County for such a long time and even coming to Yuan Ni's doorstep. He couldn't let this dangerous person go free any longer. Gu Chao made a quick decision. I'll go catch him right now. Gu Chao was also resourceful. He thought it was better to catch the person first and then call the police to minimize the harm caused by the robber. Acting too late can lead to trouble. Yuan and I nodded. I'll go with you. However, when the two of them stood up to look for the man in the straw hat, they found that he had already left. Wild animals are very sensitive to danger, and the man in the straw hat was no exception. He was quite alert. He's gotten away again, Gu Chao frowned, thinking that he would have to use his connections to catch this person later. Yuan and I was also troubled by this man, but since he had already run away, there was no point in worrying. Forget it. Let's check on my house first. At Yuan Ni's doorstep were still Bai Lijun, Teacher Liu, and Yuan Ni's trembling mother. Why was she trembling? Because she didn't have a warm coat. Bai Lijun had changed into clean clothes, but hadn't found a thick jacket for Yuan Ni's mother. In the cold northern weather, she was only wearing a sweater vest and was shivering. Yuan and I glanced at her and quickly looked away. She felt it was her own fault. She couldn't understand how her mother could be so cruel to her own daughter while being warm and caring to Bai Lijun, who had no blood relation to her. Besides these few people, 2 police officers and Secretary Huang were also standing at the door. Bai Lijun, now in clean clothes, spoke with an air of authority. It's this family. They deliberately splashed me with dirty water. That must be a crime, right? Hurry up and arrest them. The police officers looked at the grandparents. Is this true? The grandparents were elderly, with kind faces and simple appearances, clearly honest farmers. Isn't that nonsense? Our crops depend on manure. It's not easy to get some dirty water. We save it to fertilize our fields. Why would we waste it on someone? The grandmother replied simply. The grandfather nodded vigorously. We wanted to plant some cabbage in the yard, and the soil was rich. This woman barged into our yard and knocked over the manure bucket. Oh no, we wasted a lot of manure, and I haven't even complained about her yet, but she's the one making accusations. The elderly couple spoke plainly and logically, and the officers were starting to lean towards believing them. However, they still asked, were you using the dirty water in the yard or outside? Of course it's in the yard. There's no land outside. If you plant vegetables outside, who do they belong to when they grow? Not only the investigators, but also the onlookers agreed with this. City life is different from rural life. Before planting vegetables, you need to clarify the ownership of the land. Otherwise, when the vegetables grow, they might not belong to you. Secretary Huang smiled and said to Bai Lijun, you see, they didn't do it on purpose. They were just planting in their own yard. Secretary Huang didn't finish a sentence, but the meaning was clear. Why did you go over to their place? In this situation, if you get caught in the mess, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Asking for an apology is impossible, let alone arresting anyone. Bai Lijun had never felt so wronged. They are lying, they didn't plan anything, they just splashed it directly. Can you tell us if they splashed it in the yard or outside? The investigator's expression was very serious. In the yard. As soon as she said this, Bai Lijun realized it was wrong. The Chen family did splash in the yard, but it was aimed at her. Unfortunately, before she could finish, the investigators found it absurd and didn't want to engage with her anymore. They said to Secretary Huang very seriously, the situation is quite clear. This isn't even a civil dispute. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Even though Bai Lijun had power and influence, reasonable people didn't want to indulge her unreasonable behavior. Wasn't she just using her power to bully ordinary folks? The investigators left, and Secretary Huang smiled. Comrade Bai, I think there's a misunderstanding. Why don't you go home and rest? I'll investigate further and get back to you. This was giving Bai Lijun a way out. After being thwarted twice, Bai Lijun felt humiliated. She didn't want to waste any more time with the Chen family. They were too troublesome. Fine, you protect each other. I can't argue with you, so I'll let Old Hong come and reason with you. Old Hong was Bai Lijun's former brother-in-law and her current husband. Secretary Huang looked worried. Oh dear, please calm down. Why go through all this trouble with Comrade Hong? Bai Lijun huffed and turned to leave, while Secretary Huang followed, continuing to say nice things. This scene was watched by the neighbors, who began to discuss it. Yuan and I and Gu Chao left and finally returned home. As soon as her grandmother saw her, she smiled and how are things with your grandfather? Yuan and I gave her grandparents a thumbs up. Their acting was top-notch. That night, Yuan and I quietly told her grandmother about the man in the straw hat. He must have been watching our family for a long time. During this time, everything at home has been very peaceful, which is strange, unless the man in the straw hat is not seeking revenge at all. Grandma thought about it and came to the same conclusion. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Since the 2nd and 4th are here, let them take Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu to school for the next couple of days.
Yuan Ni.
Gu Chao was also busy after returning. The man in the straw hat was caught because his name was on the wanted list. As soon as the police heard about this, they took it seriously. Don't worry, we'll send someone to keep an eye on him. As soon as he shows up, we'll catch him. The net is already cast, just waiting for the man in the straw hat to be caught. That night, Yuan and I slept restlessly. She got up in the middle of the night and walked around. Outside, it was dark and very quiet, as if everyone was wrapped up in blankets sleeping. Seeing that everything was calm, Yuan and I went back to rest. She was awakened by the sound of Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu leaving for school. Grandma had gone to the kitchen early in the morning, and she was making something delicious that filled the yard with a wonderful smell. Because she had gotten up in the middle of the night, Yuan and I didn't want to move from her bed. Comrade Wang had told her not to rush back to work after a long trip. Usually one needs a few days to rest, and the leaders wouldn't mind. Just as she was dozing off again, Grandma suddenly came in and said, someone from the village is knocking at the door, asking if we collect scrap. Is this person looking for you? Yuan and I immediately became alert. She had given her address, but only to a few people. Besides, it was too coincidental for someone to come knocking right after she returned. I'll go see, she said. Hiding was not her style. She needed to find out what was going on. Back at home, Yuan and I changed out of her coat and put on a comfortable cotton jacket and pants, tying her hair up before heading to the gate. Sitting on the doorstep was an old farmer, dressed in worn cotton clothes, with a grass rope tied around his waist and a burlap sack at his feet. Comrade, what scrap do you want to sell? Yuan and I asked politely. The old farmer turned around. Oh, I dug up some dishes from the ground. The recycling station said they don't accept these because they aren't copper or iron, so I brought them here to try my luck. Yuan and I glanced at the burlap sack. That's strange. Who gave you this address? The old farmer scratched his head. Maybe it was someone else who collects scrap? Aren't you a farmer? Why are you collecting scrap? Yuan and I asked with a smile. When it's busy, I farm. When it's quiet, I pick up scraps. It's just to have something to eat. Why do you have so many questions? Don't you see what I brought? Yuan and I shrugged and squatted down. All right, show me what you have. The old farmer pulled out a few blue and white porcelain bowls and a plate with koi fish and lotus leaves. Just these. They are bright in color. Yuan and I touched them. They were genuine, but they were not very old, probably from the Qianlong period. This was like someone delivering gifts to her. Yuan and I thought for a moment and then declined. These are nice, but as you said, you dug them up from the ground. I wouldn't dare to use them if I bought them. The old farmer was surprised by her refusal. Think about it again. People say these could be antiques and are worth something. Then you should find someone who knows about them. I don't want old porcelain, Yuan and I said as she closed the door. Yuan and I suspected that the man in the straw hat still remembered her good eye for antiques, so he sent someone to test her. Don't underestimate porcelain from the Qianlong period. If shown to an expert, it could sell for hundreds. How could it be so easily delivered as scrap? Since they wanted to test her, she would play along. As long as she didn't get greedy, she wouldn't fall into a trap. Her grandparents and uncles stood nervously in the yard. What's going on? Nothing, just a scrap collector who heard I collect porcelain and came to ask about some old pieces. Good to hear. Let's eat. Her grandmother made noodles with meat, daily, and tofu, topped with vinegar for a delicious flavor. Yuan and I ate a bowl and wanted more. 2 uncles filled small enamel bowls with noodles, sweating as they ate. Her grandmother told Yuan and I to have another bowl. I made plenty, there's enough. The second uncle wiped his forehead. And we're going to eat you out of house and home. The fourth uncle pointed to a corner of the kitchen. I brought a bag of flour, freshly ground from new wheat. It's tasty. Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. With the money she was earning, she could not only feed her uncles but also help her cousins build houses and marry. Grandma, later let's get some meat. We can stew it for lunch.
Sure.
Should we steam buns or make pancakes? Her grandmother was happy. Yuan Ni's good living conditions meant that her second and fourth uncles could also enjoy an improved life. At noon, Gu Chao came over again and had a meal with them before calling Yuan and I to the yard to talk. I've already informed the police. As long as that person is still in Dan County, he will definitely be caught, so don't worry. Yuan and I smiled, showing her white teeth. I'm not worried. Gu Chao looked at her cute little nose and wanted to poke it, but he was afraid her uncles might be watching from the window, so he held back. Don't be too confident. Don't rush to go to work, okay? Yuan and I nodded. From the behavior of the man in the straw hat these past few days, he seemed harmless and was probably just genuinely interested in her. In fact, from the beginning, the man in the straw hat hadn't shown much malice. It was mainly his identity as a tomb raider that made people think negatively. That afternoon, the second and fourth aunts arrived noisily. There wasn't much to do in winter, and since the men and children had gone to the city, they couldn't stay at home and decided to come over. The second aunt was the same as always, wandering around the yard. When she saw the meat on the kitchen counter, she smiled with satisfaction. Ni's food is the best. You all came here to enjoy life. The fourth aunt pulled Yuan and I aside, saying she wanted to share some money with her. I've collected a lot of scrap lately, and it's better than farming. This work is thanks to you, so I need to give you a share. Yuan and I refused, but the fourth aunt insisted. Finally, Yuan and I said if you really want to give it, then give it to Grandma. After moving to the city, Grandpa stopped doing carpentry work, so they had less extra income. The fourth aunt was sincere in her offer, so she went to talk to Grandma after Yuan and I said that. Seeing the harmony between them, Yuan and I felt happy. The Qin family was still united overall, despite the original matriarch being quite unusual. However, if you look at blood relations, the original matriarch wasn't a true member of the Qin family. Maybe that's why she acted so differently? But Grandma Gung seemed quite normal. Thinking of Grandma Gung, Yuan and I suddenly remembered the gifts she had brought for everyone. She had been so busy when she returned that she forgot about them. Since everyone was there, it was a good time to distribute the items. She heard that Grandma Gung had also brought things from the capital, which moved Grandma very much. She's such a genuine person. It's a pity she's so far away. Otherwise, I would definitely visit her. The second aunt was already hurriedly looking for scissors, ready to open the box. The second uncle felt embarrassed and coughed several times to remind the second aunt to be careful. When the box was opened, it was filled with practical and beautiful cotton jackets. Uncle C rubbed his hands on his pant legs before picking up a piece of clothing to examine. This coat is really thick, and look, it even has a hood. This is a cotton jacket, very practical, Yuan and I said, checking the size. She picked one up and called for Cat Egg to come over.
Try this on.
Hey, Cat Egg, don't get the clean clothes dirty. Go wash your hands quickly, Aunt C urged. This jacket has writing on it. And can you see what it says?
Aunt handed over a cotton coat.
Yuan and I looked and said, this is a coat for my cousin. You should let him come and try it on. Aunt was immediately happy. Grandma Gung is really kind. She remembers our family. I must say, Grandma Gung really did well with the gifts. She bought cotton clothes and shoes for everyone in the Chin family, including one for Yuan and I. Plus, Yuan and I also brought gifts for everyone, which made it even more joyful. After Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu returned, they joined in trying on the clothes, and the Chin family was as happy as during the New Year. That night, most families in Dan County were just as cheerful and warm as Yuan Ni's family. Little did they know, under the cover of night, a large manhunt for fugitives quietly began. Truly, the net of justice is vast and thorough. This major inspection involved several state-run hotels, guest houses, privately rented rooms, train stations, and restaurants. Whether people were visiting friends or on business, everyone was required to show identification and a letter from their workplace. That night, many individuals with suspicious identities were apprehended. In the small town, there were no secrets. By the next morning, news of the incident spread like wildfire. Grandma took her 2 daughters-in-law to buy groceries, and before they reached the grocery store, they heard the news. Did you hear the commotion last night? The police were catching fugitives. Oh, several families secretly renting out rooms were checked, Aunt Zhao said mysteriously while carrying her basket. My family isn't renting out any rooms, and I didn't hear anything. Were they able to catch anyone? Grandma recalled what Yuan and I had said about the man in the straw hat and felt a bit anxious. They caught several people. My second son works at the police station, and I heard him say so, Aunt Zhao said with a mysterious smile, not sure if she was boasting about her son or talking about last night's events. Grandma nodded absent-mindedly. That's good. It's better if they catch them. Aunt Air and Aunt C had also heard about the incident, so the 3 of them quickly bought their groceries and rushed home to tell Yuan and I the news. Yuan and I was quite happy. Regardless of whether they caught the man in the straw hat, such actions serve as a deterrent to bad people. That afternoon, Gu Chao arrived, looking regretful. That kid got away again. Yuan and I had become numb to this elusive tomb raider. Can I go to work now? Yes, you can. Although we didn't catch him, we can be sure he left Dan County, probably running away overnight. What a pity. Yuan and I remained optimistic. She guessed that because she played dumb and didn't pass the Straw Hat Man's test, he might have thought she wasn't very sharp and decided to give up. The Chin family joined the discussion, concluding that Yuan and I should be safe. I have a feeling that this kid isn't after an heir, her grandfather said, rarely speaking, but when he did, it felt prophetic. That's possible. He is a tomb raider. If he really had it out for an heir, he would have acted by now. The fact that he hasn't means he wasn't targeting her from the start, her grandmother agreed. Yuan and I hadn't thought in that direction before, but hearing the elders say this made her reconsider. Who was the Straw Hat Man really after? Suddenly, she remembered someone, the old lady who first sold her used books and later gave her half a bag of coal cores. In that half bag of coal cores, Yuan and I found a multifaceted stamp.
Could it be?
Being cautious isn't a bad idea. No matter who he's after, he's still a fugitive and should be caught. As for an heir, just go to work. I'll handle the pickup and drop off, Gu Chao stated. Her 4th uncle was about to say he would do it, but her 4th aunt pulled him aside. Are you silly? Gu just wants to show off in front of an heir. What does it have to do with you? Her 4th uncle scratched his head. Thus, Yuan and I ended her break, first greeting Comrade Wang at the cultural center, then reporting to the recycling station. Before she left, the station master gave Yuan and I a note, asking her to bring a special medicine that was only sold at a well-known pharmacy in the capital. Yuan and I bought the medicine and also brought back a box of pastries for the station master. The pastries from the capital are known for being rich in oil and sugar. As soon as the lid was opened, a sweet, cloying aroma filled the air. Now, oil and sugar were rationed, and everyone craved sweets madly. Just the smell could make them dizzy. The station master was no exception. Smelling the sweet aroma of the pastries, he felt particularly good. Comrade Yuan, you've been on a long trip, and it must have been tough. Why not take a few more days to rest? Yuan and I smiled and said she had rested well and was ready to get back to work. All right, let's head to the counter. This is the money for the medicine. You take it, the station master said as he confirmed the price and handed Yuan Ni the money. The snacks were a treat from Yuan Ni for the station master. Since it was not polite to refuse the medicine money, she accepted it and returned to the counter. Master Guo was dozing off but sat up quickly when he saw Yuan Ni. "Oh, Xiao Yuan, your business trip took quite a while. Was the journey smooth?" Yuan Ni brought a box of snacks for Master Guo as well. "It went well. These are local specialties.
Take them home for your wife to try."
"What wife? You're too kind, bringing things from so far away. By the way, you should be prepared. Since you've been confirmed as a regular, everyone says you should treat us. You need to come up with a plan," Master Guo said seriously. Yuan and I thought for a moment, how about I host it at my house? No, your place is too fancy. You shouldn't bring colleagues over easily. Master Guo considered this carefully. Yuan and I was new and came from the countryside. If people found out she lived in a nice house, it could lead to jealousy. Then should we eat out? That works. The food at the state-run canteen is expensive. Let's keep the number of people limited. We can go for lunch today. According to Master Guo's idea, the station master and deputy station master should be invited, as well as everyone who worked at the counter with Yuan and I, and those who were close to her. Based on this, Yuan and I decided to invite the station master, deputy station master, Master Guo, Master Qi, and Xiao Ma to eat. Master Guo helped with the arrangements, and Yuan and I went to the warehouse to inform Xiao Ma. When she heard she was being invited to dinner, Xiao Ma quickly shook her head. "Let's skip the dinner." Xiao Ma was happy to go out to eat, but eating with the station master made her nervous. "What are you afraid of?" Master Guo said he would accompany the station master and drink a couple of glasses, and we can just focus on eating, Yuan and I reassured her. After some hesitation, Xiao Ma agreed. That afternoon, the group had a meal at the nearest state-run restaurant. The 6 of them ordered 2 cold dishes and 6 hot dishes, enjoying a nice meal together, and Master Guo even shared a bottle of wine. After the meal, the men chatted and left first, while Yuan and I and Xiao Ma took their time following behind. "Are you going to the night class with Teacher Zhang at his house? Is he really that nice? What's so good about it?" "He charges money, but those who took the extra classes say that as long as you visit Teacher Zhang's house, you can definitely pass the assessment. It's like buying a diploma, which is quite a deal." Xiao Ma figured it all out. Yuan and I was surprised. How could the night school become so easy in just a few days? Just then, she suddenly saw an old lady carrying a burlap sack, hunched over, slowly walking across the street. "Hey, isn't that the lady who sold her the polyhedral stamp? Why is she still in Dan County?" Yuan and I quickly said to Xiao Ma, "You go back first. I see someone I know and want to say a few words." In a small county, there are not many things, but there are plenty of acquaintances. Half the town are familiar faces. Xiao Ma shrugged it off, then hurry up. Yuan and I ran over, and by the time she reached the other side of the street, the old lady had slowly entered a small alley. "Excuse me, ma'am. Wait a moment. You called me? What is it?" The old lady replied calmly, one hand holding the burlap sack and the other holding a hook. "This is common equipment for scavengers. They use the hook to pick up anything good and put it in the sack, and it can also be used to shoo away cats and dogs." "Ma'am, didn't you say you were going out of town?" Yuan and I had a lot of questions in her mind. She had a feeling that the man in the straw hat appearing in this small county was likely not after her, but after this old lady. Did the old lady snatch the polyhedral stamp from the man in the straw hat? "I went, but now I'm back," the old lady grinned, showing her gap-toothed smile. Yuan and I was left speechless. The old lady never said she wouldn't return. "Ma'am, is your last name Qin?" She decided to dig deeper. She had to get to the bottom of this today. "Sort of. My husband's last name is Qin, and many people call me Aunt Qin." "Then the house that caught fire on East Street recently, was it yours?" Yuan and I first saw the man in the straw hat on East Street. Aunt Qin was quite surprised. "You care about me? Aren't you a regular at the recycling station?" "So that's what happened. The house on East Street is mine. It was an accident, so you don't need to worry about it." I said, "Girl, are you still working at the recycling station? I haven't seen you in a while." "I'm still working there." "That's good. Thank you for your concern." When I find something good, I'll come to sell it to you, Aunt Chin said with a friendly smile, holding her hook and walking away, still hunched over. Watching the old lady's leisurely figure, Yuan and I fell into deep thought. The man in the straw had just been chased away when the old lady appeared, suggesting she had been avoiding him. Her previous house had burned down, so if she could hide, she must have another place to stay. The old lady was collecting scrap, indicating she was not well off. If that was the case, how could she have so many houses? There were many questions, but unfortunately, Grandma Chin did not share anything with her. They weren't very familiar. Their meetings were purely transactional, so it was normal for them not to talk much. Yuan and I sighed in regret, relieved that everything was fine. 2 days later, it was time for the night school exam. In her past life, Yuan and I had attended college, so she didn't go to Teacher Zhang's house for extra lessons, just attended a few regular classes before the exam. Every time Teacher Zhang saw Yuan and I, he had a disappointed expression, as if he was frustrated with her for not attending classes or extra lessons. Looking at Teacher Zhang's gaze, Yuan and I almost thought she wouldn't pass the exam, but when the test papers were handed out, she felt a wave of relief. The exam questions were not difficult, just at a high school level. Yuan and I wrote quickly, finding the exam quite manageable, just like night school should be. After a few peaceful days, her second uncle and fourth uncle wanted to return home. The others had no pressing matters, mainly because her second aunt was covering for Yuan Ni's mother and had to help at the veterinary clinic. Yuan and I remembered something and asked her fourth uncle if he wanted to stay in the city. Yes. Do you know which factory is hiring? Fourth uncle perked up immediately. He was restless and had even visited the county hospital after returning from the provincial city, hoping to work as a caregiver to earn some money. However, the county hospital had few patients, and since the locals had lived there for generations, there were always relatives to care for them. Not being able to work as a caregiver left fourth uncle a bit disappointed. Yuan and I then shared her idea about managing a bicycle rental service, saying, "This isn't really a business, it's just hard work." But when fourth uncle heard about managing bicycles, he immediately shook his head. "That job isn't for me. I can't sit still." Now, it was Yuan Ni's turn to be stunned. She had thought that just sitting and earning money was an easy job, but she didn't expect someone to be unable to sit still. Grandpa chuckled, "That job isn't suitable for men. It's meant for old folks like me." Yuan and I recalled that most of the people managing bicycles were indeed older gentlemen. "Near, I can't ride a bicycle, but I can fix one. Can I set up a stall in the city to repair bicycles?" Yuan Ni started the conversation, and her uncle shared his thoughts. Nowadays, farmers can only enter the city to find work. If they try to set up a stall to do business, they might be mistaken for drifters and caught. Before Yuan Ni could speak, her grandfather nodded and said, "Sure, actually, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I even found a spot right next to the department store. If we can rent that place, I can watch the bicycles while you fix them. We can keep each other company." When her uncle heard this, he was excited and said, "Great idea. Let's do it." But her grandfather's expression changed and he spread his hands. "It's not that easy. Do you know how much the rental fee is?" "How much?" $500 a year, and they want 3 years payment up front." Everyone gasped. That was $1,500, a huge amount of money. Yuan Ni thought for a moment and was about to say she could cover the cost, but her grandfather stopped her. "Ni, don't say anything. If we do this, it has to be a partnership between me and your uncle. The money has to come from us too. If you get involved, it will be hard to split the profits later." Yuan Ni smiled and said, "Okay, I won't get involved." Her uncle immediately looked deflated. It was tough to come up with that kind of money. During this time, her aunt had been collecting scrap and had made a decent amount, several $100s, but it was still far from enough for the rental fee. As for her other uncle and aunt, they had just managed to escape poverty and were satisfied with the little money they received each month. They had no extra funds. Yuan Ni thought she would need to help with this, but not with her own money. It should come from her aunt. That night, Yuan Ni went to the cellar and found the jar her uncle had used for pickled vegetables. The jar looked ordinary, but the base felt warm, indicating it contained something valuable. She carried the jar and knocked on the door of her uncle and aunt's house. "Near, is there something you need?" "Come in." Her aunt quickly invited her inside. The children were jumping on the bed, which was sturdy enough to hold them. "You should take the kids to wash their feet. It smells bad in here." Her aunt, being perceptive, noticed Yuan Ni wanted to talk and quickly sent her uncle and the kids outside. Only then did Yuan Ni open the cloth covering the jar and place it on the table. Aunt C looked surprised, holding the jar and saying, "This is the jar I used to pack pickles for you last time. You brought it to the city?" "I did, Aunt C. There's something in the bottom of this jar that might be valuable. I want to return it to you." Aunt C never expected that a simple jar could hold something special. "Are you saying there's treasure in the bottom of this jar?" "It could be treasure or maybe gold or silver. It's hard to say without breaking it. You decide if you want to break it open." When Aunt C heard Yuan and I say this, she immediately decided to break the jar to find the treasure. She truly didn't know there was something inside. If she had known, she wouldn't have given the jar to Yuan and I. "What's inside?" "If we break the jar, will it break the things inside too?" "It should be something sturdy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed in the jar. Just think, if it's sealed inside, we have to break the jar to get it out." Worried about attracting attention, Aunt C didn't go outside to find a stone. Instead, she borrowed a small hammer from Yuan and I and broke the jar. The moment the jar broke, a shiny pile of gold appeared on the ground. Aunt C was startled. After picking it up, she realized it was a large chunk of gold. The surface of the gold was uneven, and she could still see traces of rings and necklaces. Being the daughter of a craftsman, she understood immediately. "I see." They hid the gold jewelry in the clay, and when it was fired in the kiln, the high temperature melted the jewelry. It is said that real gold doesn't fear the test of fire. Even though it melted, its weight remained the same, and it was still worth a lot. Aunt C's father used to make jewelry, so this could have come from a silver shop or even been passed down through generations. She would need to ask her father to find out. Yuan and I was very happy. This big chunk must weigh several taels. If we sell the gold, Uncle C can rent that piece of land and start a bicycle repair stall. The Chun family had many members, which sometimes made things difficult, but they actually earned quite a bit. Several uncles were quite skilled. Uncle De learned carpentry from Grandpa, and Uncle C learned bicycle repair from the team. He not only repaired bicycles but also gathered parts to build them himself. Thank you. You are truly our family's lucky star," Aunt C said with a big smile. "This thing originally belongs to you. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner." Since their trip to the provincial city, Uncle C and Aunt C have become quite lively. After getting the gold, they discussed plans late into the night. The next morning, they took Grandpa to the savings office to exchange the gold. They sold the gold for over $1,000. Uncle C contributed $1,200, while Grandpa added $300, and together they successfully rented the vacant lot next to the department store. On the same day they signed the lease, Grandpa treated the department store manager to a meal. The manager happily agreed to give Uncle C a temporary worker position, although it was just on paper and without pay. This was a win-win situation. With the temporary worker status, Uncle C could stay in the city without worrying about being mistaken for a drifter. The manager was pleased too. Since Uncle C wouldn't be taking a salary, he could benefit from the arrangement and might help Uncle C in the future. As for Grandma and Grandpa, they were the biological parents of Uncle Da, which allowed them to stay close to family. According to current rules, close relatives are allowed to visit and stay. As long as they can manage their food supply, no one will bother them. After this big decision, Grandpa and Uncle C nervously rubbed their hands together, worried about the large investment and whether they could earn it back. Yuan and I suggested, "Uncle C, you should order a few bike baskets from the blacksmith and have some chairs made for children. These are common items for bike modifications. If you set them up at your stall, your business will surely do well. Grandpa, you can have Grandma make some sesame pancakes. When you're selling, keep the basket of pancakes nearby, and if someone wants them, you can sell them." Isn't that just speculation? Not at all. This small-scale business is not something anyone will bother you about. Just look around. There are many people selling tea on the streets now. Just as Yuan and I remembered, policies were starting to loosen, and many people were setting up stalls to earn money. If tea could sell, sesame pancakes priced similarly should sell too. After thinking it over, Grandpa and Uncle C realized she was right. Aunt C happily said, "Let's follow Yuan Ni's advice." Once they settled on their future plans, Uncle Air and Aunt Air returned to the village, but they left their two sons in the city to study with Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu, hoping they could keep up and enroll next fall. Under Yuan Ni's leadership, the family is doing better. Although the second uncle and aunt are stubborn, they've been influenced in some ways. After the fourth uncle returned to the village and completed the necessary paperwork, he brought over the equipment that the fourth aunt used for collecting scrap. Along with that, he also brought the big rooster, Dehua, and his two hens. The second aunt said she won't feed the chickens. Everything she feeds dies. It's better to let Dehua and his family lay eggs in the city, the fourth uncle said helplessly. This was true. Even at home, the second aunt never fed the chickens. From this situation, Yuan and I felt that the second aunt had made some progress. In the past, she would have sent all 3 chickens back to her family, but now she knows to send them to the city, which shows she has started to think more broadly. After renting the land, Grandpa and the fourth uncle's business is still in the planning stage, while the fourth aunt has already started collecting scrap. There are many rules in the city, and with others occupying space, the fourth aunt can only take small steps to get started. The weather is getting colder, almost freezing. It also gets dark early, and by the time Yuan and I finishes work, it is nearly dark. As she pushed open the yard gate, she saw her grandmother gathering dry straw to help Dehua's family make a nest for the chickens. "Grandma, are you making a nest again? Didn't you just do that the day before yesterday? Look at the weather, it looks like it might snow. What will happen if the chickens get cold?" Well, Yuan and I decided not to interfere. She had already noticed that in her grandmother's heart, Dehua's family was like her own children. Just as she was shaking off dust from her cotton jacket, the yard door was pushed open, and the fourth aunt came in, supporting a large girl. "Quick, help. This girl has fainted from the cold." The fourth aunt was small and almost flattened by the large girl. Everyone quickly helped and brought the girl into the warm main room, where she soon regained consciousness. As soon as she woke up, everyone noticed why she had fainted. It turned out she had some issues and didn't speak, only smiled foolishly. Grandma was worried. "We need to send her home. But she can't talk. How will we know where she lives?" The fourth aunt was even more troubled, thinking she was doing a good deed, but ended up bringing home a problem. Just then, someone knocked on the yard door. Yuan and I hurried to open it, and it was Mrs. Qin, looking anxious. "I heard you brought my granddaughter home?" Yuan and I immediately led her to the main room. "My aunt found a girl who fainted from the cold. I'm not sure if she's your granddaughter." As soon as Grandma Qin entered the house and saw her silly, smiling granddaughter, she started to cry. "Dehua, why did you run off? You almost gave Grandma a heart attack." "I was so worried." "Dehua?" When Grandma Qin called out, the chicken named Dahua flapped its wings and flew out of the coop. Despite its small head, Dahua could actually recognize its name. Hearing someone call it at night, Dahua thought its owner was bringing extra food. After jumping out of the coop, it ran around the yard with its little eyes wide open, unable to see clearly. Aunt quickly ran outside, put Dahua back in the coop, and locked the door. "Look at that, what a heavy name." Grandma Qin didn't know her chubby granddaughter shared a name with the chicken. After crying enough, she began to thank Aunt and Yuan and I, saying, "I really appreciate you both. It's freezing out, and if my granddaughter had to spend the night outside, it would have been terrible." "You're welcome. Anyone would help in such a situation. You two haven't eaten yet, right? Come have a bowl of noodle soup at my place," Grandma said, happy to see her silly granddaughter with family. She usually didn't invite people to eat because it wastes food, and no one is wealthy. But today was different. It was so cold, and after being outside, they needed something warm. Grandma Qin seemed to truly care for her chubby granddaughter, worried she hadn't eaten. "All right, I won't be polite then." "Don't be polite. Look how cold it is. You need something in your stomach," Grandma had already prepared the meal, which was noodle soup with sauce. The sauce was ready, and she cooked some noodles, serving a bowl for Grandma Chin and her granddaughter. After they finished eating, she sent them off. As they were leaving, Grandma Chin expressed her gratitude, saying she would visit again soon. Seeing it was getting dark, Yuan and I offered to walk them home, but Grandma Chin declined. After everything that happened, Yuan and I sensed that the old lady had a secret, but didn't push for answers. Yuan and I passed her first night school exam and planned to take another next year to graduate. Her two younger sisters finished their finals and happily started their winter break. Grandma had been quite busy lately, not only preparing meals for the whole family, but also drying vegetables. Previously, the uncles had brought home some beans and eggplants, which hadn't spoiled in the cellar, and Grandma had taken them out to dry. Yuan and I wondered, Grandma, why are you drying so many vegetables? Didn't your Grandma Gung bring so many things over? I need to prepare a gift for her. What good things do we have in this countryside? We can only get some dried vegetables and wild game. Grandma wiped the sweat from her forehead. I see. Yuan and I had to admit that Grandma was thoughtful. Although Grandma Gung was related to Yuan and I by blood, she had no connection to the Chin family. Since they brought gifts from so far away, it was only right to return the favor. I overlooked that. Grandma, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Bringing dried vegetables from so far isn't appropriate, and wild game is hard to prepare. Let me think of some local specialties to give them instead. With the new year approaching, did they want to go hunting for wild boar? That would be perfect. The wild boars were also preparing for the holiday. It would be a competition to see who could outdo the other. What local specialties do we have? Grandma really didn't know. It was hard for people in the village to even get enough to eat, so even if there were specialties, they wouldn't be able to enjoy them. Honey, jujubes, and maybe some wild herbs. Yuan and I wondered if those counted as specialties. Wild herbs were a type of algae that could be found in the grass after it rained. They looked unappealing but tasted good, though they were hard to collect. After thinking for a moment, Grandma agreed with Yuan and I. Sending dried vegetables from so far away wouldn't even cover the shipping cost. So, I won't prepare anything then? Don't prepare anything. Let me figure it out. With supplies running low, even asking locals might not yield results. Yuan and I decided to ask Gu Chao, since he had a higher standard of living. Recently, Dan County had been quite peaceful, and Gu Chao didn't need to pick up Yuan and I every day. However, whenever he had time, he would visit her family's courtyard. That evening, before Yuan and I could even look for Gu Chao, he showed up right at mealtime. Grandpa and Uncle C had just returned, and when Grandpa saw Gu Chao, he smiled. You're in luck. I bought some braised meat and was just about to have a drink. The business was more profitable than Grandpa and Uncle C had imagined. Although they were making small amounts of money, it added up, and they could earn at least 20 or 30 each day. At this rate, they would pay off the contract fee in less than 6 months. Grandpa was now more generous, often buying good food to improve everyone's lives. Gu Chao timely handed over a bottle. I happen to have some old wine. Grandpa laughed heartily. Compared to his sons, Gu Chao was truly a delightful son-in-law. Seeing Gu Chao had arrived, Grandma quickly fried an egg. As the dishes were placed on the table, Grandpa personally poured a cup. Old C, you should have a drink too, to keep Gu company. The two sons of my second uncle were nearby, licking their lips, enjoying delicious food. Now they were well fed, and wanted to drink something strong too. As a result, my grandfather scolded them, saying, You two little rascals, you're still growing, so you can't drink alcohol. Once everyone was seated and my grandfather had a few drinks, Gu Chao finally brought up the matter. Old Mrs. Liu was sentenced to 3 years, but Bai Lijun helped negotiate and got her medical parole. What is medical parole? Old Mrs. Liu has an illness, so she will be treated outside until she recovers. Really? Isn't that too lenient for her? The Chen family was immediately upset. Yuan and I remained silent. After all, old Mrs. Liu was guilty of attempted crime, and with Bai Lijun's help, this outcome wasn't surprising. Grandfather told everyone to be quiet. Why are you making noise? Is the court yours? Sit down and listen to Xiaogu explain. Gu Chao explained, and his overall message was similar to Yuan Ni's analysis. Well, as long as we don't want Xiaowen to suffer, scaring them a little is fine, Grandma said kindly. Yuan and I nodded in agreement. The key issue was that Chen Guiying didn't understand. As long as old Mrs. Liu was alive, they feared she might target the two younger sisters. In Bai Lijun's eyes, the powerless Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu, along with Chen Guiying's connection, were the best free donors. Soon enough, Yuan Ni's mother really showed up at their door, but this time she wasn't there to cause trouble for Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu. Instead, early in the morning, someone knocked on the door. Grandma rushed out from the kitchen, breathing on her hands, and replied, "Coming, coming." "Why so early? Dahu hasn't even called 3 times yet." When the door opened, 3 people stood at the entrance. The arrogant Bai Lijun, Teacher Liu, and Yuan Ni's mother. What was strange was that usually Yuan Ni's mother pushed the wheelchair, but today it was Teacher Liu doing the pushing, while Yuan Ni's mother sat in the wheelchair looking pale. Unable to help herself, Grandma asked Yuan Ni's mother, "Guiying, what happened to you? Why are you in a wheelchair?" Bai Lijun sneered, "You raised a good daughter. Chen Guiying is a dutiful daughter-in-law. She donated a kidney to my mother, and the surgery was very successful." "What?" Grandma stumbled, almost falling. She couldn't believe that her precious daughter, whom she had raised with care and never wanted to scold or overwork, could be so foolish. Yuan Ni's mother weakly smiled. "Mother, it's true. My mother-in-law can live on." She sat in a wheelchair and couldn't see Teacher Liu and Bai Lijun. When she mentioned her mother-in-law, both of them showed a look of disdain. Her grandmother noticed and felt even sadder. "Look at this foolish girl. Her family has worried so much for her, trying every way to bring her back, yet she easily gave her kidney to a stranger." Seeing her grandmother cry, Yuan Yang was confused. "Mom, why are you crying? My mother-in-law is saved. This is a good thing. You should be happy." "Happy? How could I have raised such an ungrateful child?" Her grandmother was furious and wanted to slap Yuan Yang but stopped herself, unable to hit her. "How am I ungrateful? Being dutiful to my in-laws is our responsibility as women," Yuan Yang retorted, even from her wheelchair. Hearing the commotion, the family came out to see what was happening. When they learned that Yuan Yang had donated a kidney to her mother-in-law, everyone was stunned. Wow, she really did it? Amidst the shock, they felt relieved that Yuan Yang hadn't harmed anyone else but had chosen to help her own family. Yuan Yang held her grandmother, her gaze cold. "If you want to donate a kidney, do it, but why make Grandma upset?" Her 4th uncle also reacted. "Third sister, this is where you went wrong. Did you come just to say this? Now we know. You should leave quickly. Seeing you early in the morning is bad luck." Her 4th uncle, with a kind appearance, spoke from the heart. Since he started helping their father with the bicycle repair stall, he had become a bit superstitious. Seeing the Liu siblings early in the morning felt like a bad omen. Bai Lijun was upset. "You're the one who's bad luck." Chen Guiying said herself that she just had surgery and is weak. "I brought her here to rest. Otherwise, do you think I want to deal with you?" "What?" The Chen family was collectively shocked. So, she donated a kidney to her mother-in-law but didn't want her in-laws to take care of her, insisting on coming to her own family instead. Yuan Yang truly cared for Teacher Liu. Her grandmother was about to faint from anger but jumped up again. "You took Guiying's kidney and should take good care of her. How can you just leave her to her family? Are you burning bridges?" "Mom, don't say that. My sister-in-law will be hurt. I wanted to come home because I haven't seen you all in a long time. I missed you," Yuan Yang said sincerely. Everyone seems completely unmoved. "You lost a kidney and became helpless, and now you want to go home? Why didn't you think about home when you were strong and healthy?" Yuan and I sneered. "You want to go back to your family now? Look at you, you can barely walk. Who will take care of you when you get there? Who will wash your clothes and cook for you? Who will help you with your needs?" Yuan Ni's mother had tears in her eyes. "And do you look down on your mother? When you were little, I even changed your diapers. Zhaodi, Pundi, you won't be as ungrateful as your sister, right?" Xiaowen frowned slightly. "I changed my name a long time ago. I'm Xiaowen now." Are you bringing this up to make me and Xiu take care of you? Xiaowen asked calmly. Yuan Ni's mother didn't expect her daughter to respond this way. Wasn't it obvious? Even if her mother didn't care for her, her sisters were her own flesh and blood. They owed her. Yuan Ni's expression grew colder. Xiaowen is asking you a question. Why don't you answer? If you don't expect Xiaowen and Xiu to take care of you, I'm closing the door. Teacher Lu couldn't help but interject. Child, how can you be so heartless? This is your mother. She just had major surgery. Aren't you worried she'll be cold? Since she came back home, she naturally hopes you will take care of her. Enough with the unnecessary talk. Hurry and bring your mother inside and make her something good to eat. Teacher Lu's words struck a chord with Yuan Ni's mother. She had just had surgery and felt weak. After sitting in the wheelchair for a while, she was freezing. Now, she just wanted to lie in a warm bed for a bit and have a bowl of chicken soup noodles. She looked gratefully at Teacher Lu and nodded. And I just wanted to be close to you all. I want to take care of my health. Grandpa stood with his hands behind his back. And then what? Go back to Lu's family and work like a horse? Let's talk about that later, Yuan Ni's mother said, feeling disappointed in her family. If she weren't so weak, she wouldn't want to return home at all. All right, you all wait here. We'll discuss it, Yuan and I said, and with a snap, she closed the door. Bai Lijun, standing close, almost bumped her nose. She couldn't help but angrily say, what's wrong with this family? We're still relatives, and they don't even invite us in to warm up? Teacher Lu stomped her foot and put both hands in her pockets. Sister, for Guiying's sake, don't argue with them. Ouch, my leg hurts. Maybe she stomped too hard. Teacher Lu suddenly sat down on the ground, holding her leg and groaning in pain. Bai Lijun quickly crouched down to take care of her younger brother. You're a grown person. Why are you acting like a child? Your leg just had treatment. You need to take care of it. How can you jump around? I was fine yesterday. I didn't expect this, Teacher Lu said, feeling wronged. After returning home, Bai Lijun began to help find doctors and medicine for Teacher Lu and the elderly lady. After a period of acupuncture, Teacher Lu's legs finally recovered. He thought he was completely healed, so he offered to take Yuan Yang back to her family. Unexpectedly, the cold weather caused his old leg injury to flare up again. Oh no, what should we do? I told you I could go home by myself. You don't need to take me. By the way, you can use this wheelchair. I don't need it. Yuan Yang suddenly remembered that her leg was fine. She had only had a minor surgery. So, Yuan Yang struggled to stand up and offered the wheelchair to Teacher Lu. Bai Lijun glanced at the shaky Yuan Yang and spoke gently, my little brother is unwell, and I need to take him to the doctor quickly. You wait here and talk to your family. They will take care of you. Yuan Yang leaned against the wall, barely able to stand, but still said wisely, don't worry, I can take care of myself. You go find the doctor. Bai Lijun pushed Teacher Lu away, without looking back. When Yuan Yang discussed the arrangements with everyone and opened the door again, she was surprised to find that outside was empty, and she was all alone. Where is Bai Lijun? Where is your husband? Yuan and I asked. Old Lu is unwell again. Annie took him to the doctor. Before she could finish, Yuan Yang started to tremble. After all, she had just had a kidney removed and hadn't even had the stitches taken out. She couldn't endure the cold wind any longer. Grandma turned her head away, not wanting to look. And let's follow the plan we arranged earlier. Okay, Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu will help her, Yuan and I said as she led the way, with Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu supporting Yuan Yang from behind. They didn't go into the yard but walked deeper into the alley. What are you doing? Why aren't we going home? Yuan Yang sensed something was wrong. Is that your home? Since you want me and Xiao Yu to take care of you, you need to listen to us. We will definitely find a place for you to rest, Xiao Wen replied calmly. Not far along, Yuan and I stopped in front of a large courtyard. In the big courtyard, there are many families living close together, making it quite chaotic. A while ago, Mrs. Chen announced that her son had moved out, leaving half a room available for rent. Yuan and I explained the situation to Mrs. Chen. This is my mother, but she has remarried. She is not well, and needs a place to recover. Mrs. Chen was shocked. Doesn't the family take care of her? If they did, would she come looking for us sisters? Mrs. Chen looked at Yuan Ni's mother with a puzzled expression. Oh dear, that's unfortunate. But I'm tough, so I'm not worried. Let's bring her in. Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu helped Yuan Ni's mother inside. Although it was a city house, Mrs. Chen's place was not as good as a village home. The house was spacious, with a dining table in the outer room and Mrs. Chen's bed. A wall separated it from a small bed in the inner room. The half-room for rent used to belong to a single man who was not very clean, and it had a musty smell. The bedding is ready, and I'll provide 3 meals a day, buy groceries, and help her to the bathroom. All of this will be covered for $3 a day, Mrs. Chen promised. All right, thank you, Mrs. Chen. We've already cut ties with her, and no one expected she would come looking for us. We are all busy with work and school, Yuan and I said as she took out some money. Mrs. Chen watched Yuan and I count the money. She's lost a kidney, so she'll need care for at least half a month. Give me $45. Yuan and I readily handed her 5 bills. Once she's better, please help send her back. Mrs. Chen smiled widely. No problem. I can send her back just before the new year, since she's headed that way. Seeing Yuan and I pay, Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu let go of Yuan Ni's mother. We've cut ties, but since you've come to us, we can't ignore you. You see, we're paying someone to take care of you, so it's the same as if we were doing it ourselves. Just focus on getting better, and don't upset your grandparents anymore. The 3 sisters left. Yuan Ni's mother was stunned. She had imagined recovering in Yuan Ni's spacious home, resting on a clean, comfortable bed, and enjoying nourishing soups every day. She didn't want to be stuck in this shabby little room with the smirking Mrs.
Chen.
Wait, don't go.
Take me home.
Enough. Don't cause trouble for the kids. Just stay here and focus on getting better. I have a stove and some ready-made rice dumplings. You can lie down for a bit, and I'll bring them to you. Aunt Chen smiled kindly, but was quite firm. She pushed Yuan and I back down and locked the door behind her. Rice dumplings and simple dishes are very nourishing. Doing nothing and lying in bed while eating is the best way to recover. After taking care of this matter, Yuan and I led her 2 younger sisters back home. Grandma and Grandpa were still sitting in the living room. How is she? Did she cause any trouble? Aunt Chen is very strict. She won't let her cause any trouble. Uncle C was concerned about the cost. How much is it per day? It's 3 yuan a day for meals. Oh, that's much cheaper than the city. In the city, just hiring a caregiver costs 3 yuan a day, Uncle C said, knowing a lot about the caregiver industry. That's not cheap. A temporary worker only makes 15 yuan a month. Grandpa shot a glare at Uncle C. All right, stop bickering and eat your meal. After eating, go about your business, said Grandma. Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu were on break, but the food stall couldn't stop. Uncle C and Grandpa wouldn't be back for lunch, so the kids had to deliver food to them. After finishing a warm breakfast, Uncle C and Grandpa dressed in their thick cotton coats, pants, and shoes. Grandpa even took a small blanket to cover his legs. After they left, Aunt C also put on a scarf and cotton gloves before heading out. Yuan and I gave Aunt C the modified bike and she rode off. Recently, she visited her family and said it was quite useful, though it used a lot of fuel. Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu didn't waste any time. Once the adults were gone, they took out their textbooks, gathered their cousins, and worked on their winter break homework while the boys studied along with them. The whole family was working hard to improve their lives, but Yuan and I felt out of place. So everyone agreed it was best for her to stay outside and not come home. The day was very quiet. Yuan and I might not have caused trouble, or perhaps she did but was stopped by Aunt Chen. In any case, she was not seen again. In the afternoon, the mailman rang the doorbell. Is Yuan and I home? There's a package. Xiao Wen went outside to check. This is the package slip. Take it along with your household registration book to the post office to pick it up, the mailman instructed before leaving. Grandma pulled Xiao Wen along, took the household registration book, and went to the post office to retrieve Yuan Ni's package. When Yuan and I got off work and opened the package, she was surprised to find it was filled with books. Review manuals for mathematics, physics, and chemistry are all in high demand, but some of them won't be needed because Yuan and I wants to study archaeology, which is a liberal arts major. Yuan and I realized that Geng Xiangbei must have put a lot of effort into collecting so many materials. Thinking of this, she decided to send the special products as soon as possible so that Grandma Geng and the others could receive them before the new year. With Gu Chao's help, Yuan and I quickly bought honey, jujubes, and dried sweet potatoes. Her grandfather was eager to go back to the village to get 2 wild boar legs, but Yuan and I stopped him, saying, "The wild boars are busy taking care of their families and preparing for the new year. Can you handle them?" Nair is right. The new year is coming soon, so don't take any risks. But speaking of which, the things Nair brought are nice, but they don't fill the box. "We should find something else to fill it up," Grandma said. At that moment, Grandma Qin arrived with a large package, accompanied by her chubby granddaughter, Dahu. "Old sister, I'm here to thank you." Grandma quickly took the large package from Grandma Qin. "Come in and sit down, old sister. You came here, so why bring something? You saved Dahu. Her life is worth more than this." Dahu, the big rooster, heard someone call it and rushed over, pecking at Grandma Qin's pants. It wanted food, and if it got some, it would leave her alone. Grandma Qin was confused, saying, "This rooster is quite cheerful. It runs to peck at pants as soon as it sees someone." Grandma didn't dare to mention that the rooster's name was also Dahu, as that would clearly tease her granddaughter. "Come inside, Xiaowen and Xiuyu. Quickly bring some sunflower seeds and tea," Grandma said, lifting the cotton curtain. Inside the main room, there was an iron stove, and as the curtain was lifted, a wave of warm air rushed out. Sweet potatoes were roasting on the stove, filling the room with a lovely aroma. Xiuyu brought in a small bamboo basket filled with roasted sunflower seeds and peanuts, while Xiaowen carried a large iron kettle and brewed several cups of tea. Seeing that her chubby granddaughter also had a cup of tea, Grandma Qin smiled and said, "My granddaughter doesn't know how to appreciate tea. She drinks it like a cow chewing flowers." Though she said this, Grandma Qin lovingly reminded Dahu to drink slowly and be careful not to burn her mouth. Yuan and I called her fourth aunt out to sit with them. Dahu sipped her tea, but kept staring at the roasted sweet potatoes. Yuan and I handed her one, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." The girl with the big flower in her left hand and the right hand smiled, so hot and so delicious. She looked to be around 20, a bit chubby, which made her appear older, but her intelligence seemed to be that of a 3- or 4-year-old. Yuan and I thought she looked familiar, but couldn't remember who she resembled. After sipping some tea, Mrs. Qin opened her bundle, saying, "I don't have much to give you, just a few things you can use. Don't turn your nose up at them." Inside the bundle were neatly arranged 4 pieces of fabric, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 silver longevity locks. Grandma pushed them back, saying, "Andy, this is too much. We can't accept these." "It's not for you. It's for this girl," Mrs. Qin said, pushing the items toward the 4th aunt, who naturally refused as well. Finally, Mrs. Qin got upset, saying, "You must look down on me. I may collect scraps, but my money is clean." The 4th aunt quickly replied, "You're misunderstanding. I also collect scraps. If anything, we're in the same line of work." "Really? How come I haven't seen you in the city?" The 4th aunt quickly mentioned a few places. "They're exclusive and don't let me collect in the city. I've been going to the outskirts of the county, mainly around the cement factory." Mrs. Qin believed her. "You should have said so earlier. I'll take you with me." Since Mrs. Qin was upset, the 4th aunt had to accept the gifts. "Then I'll take them." The silver locks weren't very valuable, but having 2 was perfect for cat egg and dog egg, 1 for each. As for the 4 pieces of fabric, the 4th aunt gave them all to Grandma, saying, "Mom, you manage everything at home, so these fabrics should go to you." Fabric is a sought-after item, and the 4th aunt's gesture was very generous, which made Mrs. Qin look at her differently. "Sister, your daughter-in-law is quite sensible." Grandma beamed with pride. "Of course. My 4th daughter-in-law is the most sensible. The eldest daughter-in-law is good too, but my eldest granddaughter is the best." Mrs. Chin immediately gave a thumbs up. I can see that. I've been dealing with this girl for a while now, and she really cares about me. Yuan and I smiled. Wasn't there a fire on East Street? It was quite a big deal, and everyone at the recycling station was talking about it. Later, Master Gua mentioned it and said you lived on East Street, so I asked about it. Mrs. Chin nodded. Yes, I often go to your recycling station. That Gua kid is quite kind, but that Chi fellow is not worth much. Yuan and I was speechless. Was Master Chi really so unpopular? Even the scrap collectors had issues with him? Because Yuan Ni's family saved her big, chubby granddaughter. Grandma Chin treats Yuan and I like her own. You are new here, so you might not know that the one with the surname Chi loves to cut corners and always says what we give doesn't meet the standards. But he himself colludes with those who take kickbacks, only accepting items that don't meet the standards. When they were collecting items, I watched from the side. The cardboard boxes of those people were soaked and mixed with sand, but he didn't care and accepted everything. This matched Yuan Ni's guess, as she had seen those who took kickbacks. They clearly had items that didn't meet the standards and even tried to slip her money, but she refused. Grandma frowned. People in public service are like that. Some are good and some are not. We should try to deal with the good ones. Isn't that right? If we can't confront them, we can at least avoid them. By the way, dear, I see you like old things. Do you know how to appraise them? Grandma Chin asked Yuan and I. I like old things, but my eye for them is just average, Yuan and I modestly replied. This girl is very humble. I think you have a good eye. Many things that others wouldn't dare to take, you are willing to. If you didn't have some knowledge, how could you spend money on these? Yuan and I smiled and said nothing. I have a rare wine cup that I've kept hidden for many years, but I can hardly keep it hidden anymore. Can you help me take a look? Before Grandma could finish, her fourth uncle rushed into the room in a panic. Mom, it's bad. The one named Lu has gotten a marriage certificate. Fourth, don't panic. Take your time, Grandma said. I can't help but panic. Grandma Lu tricked third sister out of a kidney, and now Mr. Lu is getting married to another woman. Now everyone understood. Yuan Ni's mother was completely infatuated and had pursued him, while Mr. Lu was just looking for someone better and hadn't married her. Now that Mr. Lu was marrying someone else, it meant Yuan Ni's mother had become the other woman. Grandma was heartbroken. This child is so foolish. I knew this day would come sooner or later. Mom, you need to think of a way. Third sister is causing a scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why didn't you say this earlier? Something is definitely going to happen. Hurry, let's go see. Grandma rushed out, and Aunt helped her grab a cotton coat. If Yuan Ni's mother wasn't at the scene, Grandma wouldn't have cared about this matter at all. Yuan Ni's mother never learns from her mistakes. Let her hit a wall once to see the true nature of the Lu family, but since she was at the scene, it meant the situation would head in an uncontrollable direction. Gambling leads to theft, and betrayal leads to murder. Yuan Ni's mother has sacrificed so much for the Lu family. Now that Mr. Lu is marrying another woman, it means she has nothing left, not even a kidney. Even if Yuan Ni's mother is naive, she won't let the Lu family off easily. There will surely be consequences. Mr. Lu, how could you do this? You have no conscience. Yuan Ni's mother cried on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she glared at the unfaithful man. I even gave your mother a kidney. The doctor said that losing a kidney means losing 20 years of life. I went this far for you, and you want to marry someone else? You're inhuman. Just because you lost a kidney, I can't marry you. The doctor said that at your age, with one kidney removed, you can't get pregnant again. You can't have children, so why would you marry me? Do you want the Lu family to end? Mr. Lu, looking disheveled and bloodied, tried to reason with Yuan Ni's mother. How can I not have children? I sacrifice my ability to have children to save your mother. That's filial piety. I fulfill my duty, so how can you marry someone else? Yuan Ni's mother cried out in despair. Bai Lijun scoffed. What outdated thinking is that? The elderly and the younger generation are not the same. If you want to be filial, that's your choice. My brother has the right to pursue his own happiness. Wanting a son isn't wrong. Yuan Ni's mother was breathless from crying. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. She felt like a complete joke. Enough, don't worry about him. You two are already married. You're a legal couple now.
Just go home.
If she wants to cry, let her cry here, Bai Lijun said coldly, signaling her brother to take his new wife away. With Bai Lijun around, Mr. Liu became a sought-after groom. Together, the siblings managed to get rid of Yuan Ni's mother, and Mr. Liu hurriedly registered his marriage with someone else. After the commotion, many rumors circulated, and Mr. Liu realized that little Yu's son might not be his. Just then, with Bai Lijun's connections, Mr. Liu found another suitable bride. This girl had a round face and a sturdy figure, perfect for childbearing, just what the elders preferred in a daughter-in-law. Bai Lijun promised to help the girl's brother find a job and build a house, and the girl happily agreed to the marriage. Seeing the three of them turn to leave, Yuan and I let out a cry and jumped up from the ground. Not daring to hit Bai Lijun and unwilling to hurt Teacher Liu, she could only take her anger out on the girl who got the marriage certificate with Teacher Liu. She grabbed the girl's hair and swung her hand toward her face, shouting, "You shameless person." But Teacher Liu stopped her, saying, "What are you doing? You're being unreasonable. You're the one who should be ashamed." Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Looking down, he saw a pair of scissors lodged in him. Yuan and I gritted her teeth, saying, "You want to marry someone else? Let's see how you can do that when you're hurt." Yuan and I had always lived in her own little world, never truly awake. She only did what she wanted, moved by her own feelings. When Teacher Liu got married to someone else, Yuan and I finally woke up to reality and realized she had become a joke. Love had turned into hate. Bai Lijun rushed over to grab the scissors, asking, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Yuan and I, strong from working in the fields for years, pulled the scissors away and aimed them at Bai Lijun, laughing maniacally, "I am crazy, ha ha ha." Holding the weapon and acting wildly, the people around her dared not approach. By the time Grandma Yuan and I arrived at the scene, there were already 2 injured people on the ground. Bai Lijun and Teacher Liu, siblings, each had a large wound in their stomachs, groaning in pain and calling for help. The girl who had just married Teacher Liu crouched under a utility pole, too scared to lift her head. Yuan and I waved the scissors, threatening, "Anyone who comes near will meet the same fate." Yuan rushed in and snatched the scissors away. Having been reborn in a harsh world, she possessed exceptional fighting skills. This person tricked me. Help me get rid of him," Yuan and I shouted as she saw Yuan and I take the scissors. Grandma was furious, saying, "Your life is worthless. Why should an Io kill for you? If you want to harm someone, do it yourself. Give her the scissors and ignore her." This was what made Yuan and I so detestable. Having reached a dead end and breaking the law, she still tried to drag Yuan and I down with her. Was she confused or just wicked? Yuan and I calmly put away the scissors, saying, "I'm not helping her. I'm afraid of hurting innocent people." Just then, the authorities finally arrived, restraining Yuan and I, and taking Teacher Liu and Bai Lijun to the hospital. Yuan and I quickly handed the scissors to the investigators. After learning that these scissors were the weapon, the investigators asked Yuan and I to go to the police station to explain the situation. Grandma and Uncle Si had no choice but to follow along. Grandma Qin, with De Hua, stayed close behind, ready to help if anything happened. The events were clear, with several onlookers providing detailed accounts of what happened. This incident had nothing to do with Yuan and I and her grandma. It was entirely caused by Yuan Ni's mother. When Yuan Ni's mother saw the investigators preparing to take her fingerprints, she panicked. "No, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Please don't arrest me. And help me. Mom, please." Yuan and I remained unmoved. Grandma shook her head and sighed. At this point, even the highest authority couldn't help Yuan Ni's mother. Just as Yuan Ni's mother was taken away, a call came into the police station from the hospital. They reported that Teacher Liu and Bai Lijun had just been admitted, suffering from severe blood loss and in critical condition. They requested the police to urgently mobilize volunteers for blood donations. The police recorded the blood types and first asked the staff if they were willing to donate. When they found no suitable matches, they even asked Yuan Ni and Uncle C. Both quickly refused. Teacher Lu's family had been ungrateful, and who would dare to help them? Yuan Ni's mother, in a fit of rage, had severely injured Teacher Lu, damaging a kidney, and Bai Lijun was also hurt. To save their lives, doctors performed kidney removal surgeries on the siblings. Now, the situation was that the elderly Lu had hope, while Teacher Lu and Bai Lijun lay in critical condition. In this situation, Secretary Huang had to notify Lao Hong, who was far away in the capital. Lao Hong, worried about his beloved wife, rushed to Dan County overnight, determined to save Bai Lijun. If she didn't survive, he vowed that those who harmed her would pay dearly. After the chaos with Yuan Ni's mother, it was already dark. They had originally planned to send a package to the capital today, but the post office was closed, so they would have to wait until tomorrow. Grandma Qin and Ahua had been busy all day without even a sip of water, so they headed home. Before leaving, Grandma Qin mentioned that she would bring some items tomorrow and asked Yuan and I to help check them. Grandma sighed. After all, we watched her grow up. Why does she have such a stubborn personality? We didn't educate her well. We can only let the government continue to teach her, Grandpa said as he tapped his pipe. Since she wasn't their biological granddaughter, they never dared to discipline her harshly. Whenever something happened, Grandma and Grandpa let Yuan and I behave as she liked. Moreover, all the other children in the family were boys, from the eldest uncle to the fourth uncle, who always protected Yuan and I from a young age. They weren't afraid of wealthy kids. They were more concerned about those who came from poor backgrounds. Originally from a poor family, they treated Yuan and I like a rich girl, which led to her extremely distorted personality. Looking back now is too late. They can only let her be. The fourth uncle said, I checked with the police. They said as long as the Lu siblings are not dead, the third sister shouldn't get the death penalty. Putting her in prison for education might actually be a good thing for her. Just look at her life now. Working hard for the Lu family, and even losing a kidney. She might as well be in jail. Everyone agreed, thinking the fourth uncle made a lot of sense. In prison, at least she would earn a wage, unlike Yuan and I, who worked hard for nothing. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. It's upsetting. And you are educated. Write a letter to your grandmother in the capital and explain this situation. It's not that we don't care, but we truly can't manage her, Grandma sighed. After a long day of work, they barely ate and went to sleep. The next morning, Grandma Qin came back with her granddaughter, Dahua. When she arrived, the fourth aunt was feeding the chickens. She was very particular about it, mixing bran with wild vegetable scraps, soaking it in hot water, and then stirring it. This way, the bran would be half-cooked and release a nice aroma. Dahua and the two wives smelled the delicious scent and eagerly tugged at the fourth aunt's pants. Dahua, don't rush. It will be ready soon, the fourth aunt said, lifting her apron to wipe her sweat. Just then, Grandma Qin stepped over the threshold and laughed. No wonder the chicken keeps tugging at my pants. It has the same name as Dahua. The fourth aunt didn't expect the main person to hear this and felt a bit embarrassed. Aunt Qin, please don't think too much about it. What's there to think about? A common name is easy to care for. My granddaughter's name, Dahua, is quite elegant. What about those named Cat 3 or Dog 4? Grandma Qin was quite open-minded. Because Grandma Qin mentioned yesterday that she would bring something over, Grandma got up early and stayed home, busy making pepper leaf pancakes in the kitchen. Pepper leaf pancakes are small pancakes made with pepper leaves, oil, and salt. They are golden brown on both sides and are fragrant and crispy when you chew them. Dahua has arrived. Come in and sit down. And come and serve the pancakes. The small bamboo basket was filled with pancakes and paired with a pot of strong tea. It was the best treat for a winter day. Dahua smelled the aroma and smiled, drooling, delicious. Grandma handed her two. Enjoy them with tea. Grandma Qin tasted a small pancake. Sister, your cooking is really good. What good is just cooking? I only started eating well in the last 2 years. Before that, we couldn't even fill our stomachs with dried potatoes, Grandma said, affectionately looking at Yuan and I. Thanks to her eldest granddaughter, everyone could live a good life now. Life will definitely get better, and I brought some things today. Please help me take a look. Grandma Chin, you are too kind. Please show me what you brought. Grandma Chin was still carrying the bundle from yesterday. After opening it, there was a box inside. As soon as Yuan and I saw the box, her eyes lit up. It was made from a solid piece of fine wood, with a brass lock. No wonder ancient people would sell the box to keep the pearl. The box was truly beautiful. Grandma and Aunt C were also amazed. They didn't expect just the box to be so stunning. At this moment, they had no idea what exquisite treasure they were about to see. Grandma Chin carefully took out a treasure from the box. I'll place it on the table. You all can take a good look. Especially precious treasures are placed on the table, and if anyone wants to see them, they can reach out themselves. No one would pass the treasure to someone else for fear of dropping it during the handover. It was a cup, and once placed on the table, it shone brightly, illuminating the entire surface. Everyone was mesmerized by its beauty and remained silent for a while. Finally, Yuan and I asked, "Can I touch it?" "Of course, please take a look. How could I not let you touch it?" The cup was crystal clear, with 5 dragons intricately carved around it, complete with scales and claws, looking lifelike. Just based on the material and craftsmanship, this cup was worth a fortune. Yuan and I gently touched it and felt a warm sensation, smooth to the touch. Is there a special meaning to this? This is called the 9-dragon cup. However, everyone could only see 5 dragons on the cup. "There are 4 dragons in the wine cup," said Grandma Chin, as she asked her grandmother for cold water. She poured a cup of cold water into the 9-dragon cup, and suddenly, colorful lights filled the cup. From above, it looked like 4 dragons were playing in the water. This is plain water. It is said that good wine makes the dragons appear clearer. Since this is just water, the dragons don't look as impressive. Was it really not impressive? Everyone watching was amazed by the scene, thinking it was a work of art. Hearing the name 9-dragon cup reminded Yuan and I of a story. When she was in school, her teacher told a legend about the 9-dragon cup. It was said that Emperor Kangxi once owned an antique jade cup, a pair known as the 9-dragon jade cup. He loved it so much that he played with it every day while alive and wanted it to be buried with him when he died. However, during the Republic of China period, his tomb was robbed and the pair of jade cups disappeared. According to her teacher, they were never seen again in the archaeological community, likely destroyed by tomb raiders. Seeing Yuan and I lost in thought, Grandma Chin quickly asked, "And why aren't you looking?" "I have a question. I've heard of the 9-dragon cup. Is yours the one from Emperor Kangxi?" Grandma Chin had previously shown some unusual items, and Yuan and I had suspected a connection to tomb raiders. If this 9-dragon cup was indeed from Emperor Kangxi, then Grandma Chin's identity would be revealed. Grandma Chin paused, showing a conflicted expression. After a moment, she said, "Oh, you know quite a bit. I won't hide it from you. If it's real, this is indeed Emperor Kangxi's favorite 9-dragon cup. But this cup hasn't always been in my possession, so I can't be sure." Yuan and I nodded, understanding that when it came into her hands, it was the genuine 9-dragon cup. However, there had been complications along the way, and now Grandma Chin was uncertain if the cup had been switched. Since Grandma Chin admitted it, her ancestors must have been the famous thieves. Taking a deep breath, Yuan and I picked up the 9-dragon cup, feeling its intense heat, as if she were holding a piece of burning coal. Having experienced much, she managed to hold on without letting go. The cup was carved from a single piece of white jade, but this was not ordinary white jade. It was rare luminous white jade. The so-called glazed white jade has a surface that shines with colorful light, making it more precious than ordinary white jade. The wine cup is as big as 2 adult fists. If the cup is this large, just imagine how big the piece of white jade used to carve it must have been. It is said that the 9-dragons cup is a pair. If both cups come from the same piece of jade, then this jade is truly a rare treasure. Looking at the craftsmanship, the 5 dragons are carved so vividly and skillfully that it shows the work of a master artist, one whose name would be remembered in history. Generally, A master would leave their name on their creations, so Yuan and I looked closely, hoping to find a name. Her efforts paid off when she found two small characters carved on one of the dragon heads. Fourth aunt, can you hand me the magnifying glass? Sure, just a moment. With the magnifying glass, Yuan and I examined the characters closely. They read Zhengyan. There's writing? Grandma Qin was curious. She had held the cup for many years, but had never seen any writing. The characters were carved into the scales beneath the dragon head, and if one wasn't looking closely, they might mistake them for scales. Yuan and I noticed them because she was intentionally searching. There is writing. It says Zhengyan. After hearing Yuan Ni's description, everyone was puzzled. Was this a man's name or a woman's? Yuan and I tapped her head. Without strong historical knowledge, she couldn't answer that question. And what do you think? Is this cup real or fake? It's real. Yuan and I carefully felt the cup, judging by its warmth that it should be from the late Tang dynasty. It's an old item from several hundred years ago, not from the Qing dynasty. It should be from the late Tang. I've heard that the Nine Dragons cup favored by Kangxi is an antique, but I didn't expect it to be from such an early period. Grandma Qin nodded. Grandma and fourth aunt held their breath, afraid that a strong breath might damage this precious item. This is very valuable. Saying it's worth a fortune wouldn't be an exaggeration. Please take good care of it. It's just an object. There's no need to worry too much. Yuan and I thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to resolve this mystery in my heart. Grandma Qin expressed her gratitude seriously, then carefully wrapped it up under everyone's watchful eyes. Afterward, they chatted about family matters. With the new year approaching, Grandma warmly invited Grandma Qin to her home. New Year's Eve is the liveliest time. It would be too quiet with just the two of you at home. Come celebrate with us. Before Grandma Qin could respond, her chubby granddaughter clapped her hands and said, "Let's celebrate together and enjoy delicious food." Grandma Qin laughed and playfully patted her chubby granddaughter, saying, "You only think about eating. Let's not trouble others." Grandma replied with a smile, "It's not a bother. My family is big, adding two more is really no big deal." Seeing that Grandma Qin didn't believe her, Grandma started counting on her fingers. Excluding the fifth couple who had cut ties, there were 4 people in the eldest family, 4 in the second family, 3 sisters in the third family, and 4 in the fourth family. Plus us 2, just count how many people that is. Oh, and during the new year, Nir's partner will also come, so that's 2 more. It's really not a big deal. Who wouldn't want a lively new year instead of a quiet one? After hearing this, Grandma Qin was a bit swayed. I'll think about it some more. Think it over. Before leaving, Grandma handed Grandma Qin a packet of spice leaf cakes. As they watched Grandma Qin leave, everyone felt a bit worried, knowing her small package contained something very valuable. Nir, is the cup really that valuable? Yes, it's really worth a lot. It could buy all the land and houses in our county. Oh my, we really hope Grandma Qin stays safe. Everyone was concerned for Grandma Qin, but when they saw her later, they finally felt relieved. A couple of days later, the police station notified Grandma and Grandpa to come in for a talk, saying that the victim's family wanted to meet them. Yuan and I remembered old Hong. I'll go with you. Sister Lu and her brother had support, and Grandma and Grandpa were not alone. Gu Chao had already said that if someone from above came, he needed to be there to help with anything. When they heard that the troublemakers were coming, Uncle C rolled up his sleeves, wanting to join them. Yuan and I told him that for matters like this, it was best for the elderly to handle it. A strong man like Uncle C would actually be a bad fit to show up. So, the 4 of them headed straight to the police station. When they arrived, Comrade Hong was throwing a fit. This comrade was not young. His coarse, short hair was already gray, and the wrinkles on his face could squish a fly. He looked to be around 58 or 60. Only a man of this age could have such a stark age difference with Bai Lijun, which made him cherish her like a treasure. How are you maintaining order? The train was full of scammers who took all my fare. You must take responsibility for this and catch the scammers quickly. Comrade Hong shouted, hands on his hips, waving them as if directing a battle. The police officer at the station was very restrained, saying, The train falls under the railway's jurisdiction, not ours.
Don't shift the blame. I was scammed in Dan County.
Do you have any responsibility? Seeing this situation, Yuan and I realized they didn't seem interested in talking, so she asked the duty officer, "What happened to Comrade Hong?" The duty officer sighed. He took the train here and didn't expect to be targeted by a scammer. As soon as he entered Dan County, Comrade Hong took out all his travel money to buy a fake antique.
Yuan Ni understood.
Trains are often hotspots for scammers and pickpockets. However, as long as one isn't greedy and doesn't dream of getting rich quickly, they usually won't be scammed. So, Comrade Hong was being greedy and now wanted to blame others? While Yuan and I was quietly amused, Comrade Hong opened his bag and took out a small bottle, placing it on the table. This worthless thing cost me $500. Who do you think should compensate me for this loss? The bottle was one of the favorite items of Qing Dynasty nobles, and it was a beautiful emerald green with gemstones embedded at the top. The police officer was puzzled. This item is beautiful. How did you get scammed? Comrade Hong sighed and pointed to the bottom of the bottle. Look here. The bottle was tiny, and the inscription on the bottom was even smaller. The police officers leaned in to take a closer look, and Yuan and I joined them. On the bottom of the emerald green bottle, it clearly stated it was made during the Chenghua period. The police officer scratched his head. We are not experts and don't understand these things. We often hear that antiques have inscriptions. Isn't this one real? It's fake for this reason. The green color of this bottle can only be produced by the official kills of the Qing dynasty. The Ming dynasty didn't have this technique. The green isn't this pure, Comrade Hong lamented. So, this is actually a Qing dynasty antique? Based on the style and color of the bottle, it is undoubtedly from the Qing dynasty. But do you know what the Chenghua period refers to? No, we don't. What a bunch of novices. Haven't you heard of Emperor Chenghua of the Ming dynasty? Chenghua is the era name of the Ming emperor who married the beloved Wan Guifei. After Comrade Hong explained, the police officers finally understood that the emerald green bottle was crafted in the Qing dynasty, but the inscription indicated a Ming dynasty date, clearly marking it as a fake. No matter what he thought inside, he had to maintain his composure. Everyone tried to comfort Comrade Hong, telling him that losing money could prevent worse troubles. For someone of Comrade Hong's status, a little money didn't matter. His main focus was on taking care of Bai Lijun. Comrade Hong sighed. Do you think I care about the 500 yuan? I can't accept being tricked by two old farmers for no reason. The antique sellers were all skilled actors, and those selling fake goods could even make the dead seem alive. The more honest and simple they looked, the bigger the con artists they were. If you believed them, you could even lose your underwear. Comrade Hong, as you said, we have an undeniable responsibility in this matter, and we can compensate you. But we don't have the funds right now. We need to catch the fraudsters first before we can reimburse you. Comrade Hong was unhappy with this answer, but he understood the rules. He knew the police station was only responsible for catching thieves, not for compensation. After some commotion, he reluctantly agreed, even though it was clear he was being unreasonable and felt wronged. As the incident with the bottle came to a close, the police reminded him that the suspect's family had arrived, and he could talk to them. Gu Chao had already figured out Comrade Hong's situation. The other party held a certain position of authority and wielded their power effectively. However, Comrade Hong was quite old and nearing retirement, coming to Dan County to assert himself at the twilight of his career. Unaware that the other party saw through him, he adopted a condescending attitude, just like Bai Lijun. Chen Guiying is your good daughter, right? She intentionally harmed someone and must pay for my wife's life. The grandmother immediately grew anxious. No matter how Chen Guiying misbehaved, she was still the daughter she had raised. Besides, since Liu and his sister were not dead, Chen Guiying's actions, while wrong, did not warrant the death penalty. Why did Comrade Hong jump to such a harsh judgment? Seeing the grandmother wanting to stand up and argue, Gu Chao quickly held her back. Comrade Hong, if Chen Guiying broke the law will decide her fate, not you. Do you think you can talk to me like that? In this small place, I am the law. If I say she must die, then she must die. Comrade Hung looked at Chen Guiying's family, seeing only two simple elderly people and a couple of young ones, and dismissed them entirely. Comrade Hong has a set of principles. For those who are weak and easy to bully, he starts by intimidating them, making them fearful so they will agree to whatever he proposes. Yuan and I cleaned her ears and smiled slightly. Your tone is more inflated than athlete's foot. If you have such skills, why not go directly to the judge? We have already cut ties with Chen Guiying. Whether she lives or dies is none of our concern. With this statement, Yuan and I shut down all of Comrade Hong's arguments. His demands were based on the Chen family's concern for Chen Guiying. Now that Yuan and I clearly stated they had severed ties and did not care about her well-being, there was nothing left to discuss. Comrade Hong felt a lump in his throat, unable to speak. He took a moment to collect himself before continuing. You young lady really don't understand the seriousness of this. How can you speak so carelessly? You show no regard for family ties. Chen Guiying is your biological mother. You are closely related. How can you say you've cut ties? She has committed a crime, and you must take responsibility. At this point, Gu Chao and Yuan and I realized that he was trying to negotiate. What era are we in? Do you still want to use collective punishment? What are your terms? Just say them, Gu Chao replied calmly, despite his youth. His dark eyes were steady and held a certain authority. At this stage, Comrade Hong understood he was facing a worthy opponent. He thought to himself that this place was truly troublesome, filled with not only scammers but also difficult victims' families. But he had to speak. Chen Guiying harmed my wife and brother-in-law, who urgently need kidney transplants. I heard your family has many members. Gather the younger ones for matching. If you can find suitable kidneys for my wife and brother-in-law, I promise not to pursue criminal charges against Chen Guiying. This was what Yuan and I had suspected. After all this, he was after kidney donors. She immediately shook her head in refusal. That is absolutely impossible. Aren't you afraid Chen Guiying will be sentenced to death? The grandmother also realized a death sentence would be best. It would prevent her from harming our family again. The grandfather nodded in agreement. Comrade Hong found himself speechless. He had no leverage that mattered to them and could only end the conversation. Before leaving, Yuan and I overheard the officers at the police station discussing how to raise 500 yuan. It must be said, Comrade Hong's actions were truly disgraceful. He was a typical bully using his power to intimidate. But they have their position, so it's not good to offend them. Everyone knows that catching the scammer and getting compensation back is unrealistic. The train runs fast, and so do the scammers. Who knows where they went? Now, we can only rely on the police station to find a way to cover this amount first. The key issue is that we really don't have the funds. We can manage a few dozen yuan, but how can we account for this 500? The officer on duty was very worried. Yuan and I noticed they were not avoiding her, so she pointed at the bottle. Can't we sell this to get some money? Comrade Hong said this is a fake. He was deceived. Who would we sell it to? Yuan and I nodded. That's true. Can I take a look at the bottle? Comrade Hong was not very knowledgeable about antiques, but Yuan and I had heard a story about the markings on the bottom of bottles. From that story, the markings indicated it was a Qing dynasty bottle from the Qinghua period, which might not be a fake. You see, this bottle is really beautiful. I've never seen such bright colors, the officer on duty said as he handed it over. If it were genuine, everyone would be cautious and wouldn't pass it around carelessly. But since Comrade Hong claimed he was deceived and said the bottle was fake, they thought it was fine to look at it. Another officer joked, "This isn't popular here. It's mainly in the capital where wealthy people collect these." Didn't Comrade Hong say he spent 500 on this fake? It must be popular, but we can't afford it. The officer on duty and his colleague joked around while Yuan and I carefully examined the bottle. She felt a slight warmth on her fingertips and was sure it was genuine. Considering the Qinghua markings on the bottom and the bottle's color, Yuan and I couldn't help but think of the legendary top 10 famous bottles. This might be the number one among them, the parrot green imperial bottle. When Yuan and I was in school, She had heard her teacher tell the story of this bottle, how it accidentally ended up in the countryside, was sold, and then mistaken for a fake. After many ups and downs, it finally made its way into a museum. About 10 years later, this bottle would be auctioned at Christie's for $1 million. What a beautiful item. Too bad it's a fake. Is Comrade Hong sure he doesn't want it? He gave it to us and just wants us to get his money back, so he naturally doesn't want it. Are you interested in this item? If you're interested, you can take it for a lower price. The attendant was quick-witted. 500 yuan seemed like a lot, but if Yuan and I could contribute some, they could find a way to gather the rest. Yuan and I shook her head. You said it yourself. This is a fake. Even if it's cheaper, it's not worth it. The attendant sighed. Comrade Hong still has money. A few hundred yuan is nothing for him. For ordinary people, it's hard to come up with such a large sum. That's true. There aren't many wealthy people in Dan County. What should we do? How do we handle this? Yuan and I remained silent, quietly watching them discuss. She already knew the bottle was genuine and valuable. Even spending 500 or even 1,000 yuan to buy it would be worth it. However, if she quickly paid 500 yuan for the bottle, it would surely raise Comrade Hong's suspicions. Not to mention, these investigators were seasoned professionals. They would definitely suspect something was off with the bottle. In that case, not only would she miss out on the bottle, but she would also get into a lot of trouble. What a troublesome item. Since Comrade Hong doesn't want it, let's just send it to the consignment shop on E Street. We'll sell it for whatever we can get, and then figure out the rest. That's the only way. Let's report to our superiors and quickly cover the gap on Comrade Hong's side. Yes, let's try not to provoke him. We don't want him to bite us before he retires. That would be a disaster. What should we do then? Their voices lowered after that. Yuan and I had gotten the information she wanted and quickly pretended to be uninterested, signaling her grandparents to leave. Once they were outside, Gu Chao smiled. Do you want that bottle? Yes, let's wait a few days until it gets to the consignment shop. The consignment shop is a state-run establishment. They can't sell fake items as antiques. Knowing the bottle is a fake, they wouldn't price it as an antique. At most, they would be vague or price it as a craft item, which would definitely be much cheaper. If everything goes smoothly, it would be like getting a great deal for free. Finding a bargain is exciting enough, but the fact that this bargain was thrown away by Comrade Hong makes it even better. At first glance, it seemed like Comrade Hong was causing trouble, but in reality, he was like a fortune bringer, coming to give Yuan and I money. Fearing complications, they didn't mention the bottle when they got home, only saying that Comrade Hong was being unreasonable. Don't mind him. The situation today is all because of Sanjia's own doing. No one in the family owes her anything. Fourth uncles saw everything clearly. Everyone shared the same opinion. However, Yuan Yang strongly requested the police to send a message, saying she wanted to see her family. Everyone guessed what she intended to do. She hoped her family would compromise to gain her freedom, which was naturally impossible. To discourage Yuan Yang, Grandma personally made a trip to completely cut off her hopes. Gu Chao quickly took action, asking various friends for information. Friends in the capital soon sent a letter saying that Comrade Hong had sent an urgent telegram to his unit asking for help, and the unit had wired him 500 yuan as an advance on his salary. Brother by Li Jun and sister both underwent kidney removal surgery, and their condition is unstable. Just their medical expenses have already cost over 400, Gu Chao said. Isn't Comrade Hong living with old lady Lu now? Didn't teacher Lu leave behind 3 daughters? These people only know how to spend money and not earn it. With so many mouths to feed, Comrade Hong's little savings won't last long.
Yuan Ni calculative.
He must be in a hurry to raise money. Yuan and I felt the timing was right, but didn't dare to show herself. Instead, she asked fourth aunt to go to the consignment shop. Based on the size and style Yuan and I provided, fourth aunt quickly found a green bottle there, labeled as a craft item, priced at 50 yuan. Fourth aunt, fearing delays, confirmed the price and bought it immediately. When she returned home, she unwrapped the green bottle and handed it along with the receipt to Yuan and I. Take a look, is this the one? The bottle was a beautiful, translucent green, breathtaking and beyond words. Yuan and I smiled and said, "That's it." In China, mainly people in the capital enjoy bottles. They are not mainstream antiques. In fact, the market for bottles has always been abroad, with several major collectors in the United States. Since originated from the Americas, foreign collectors mainly seek gold and silver bottles inlaid with gemstones. In the bottle market, ceramic bottles are rare. The green bottle Yuan and I found is porcelain, and its value comes from two reasons. First, it was a beloved item used by Emperor Kangxi, so it holds historical significance. Second, it features exquisite inner painting craftsmanship. The true value of a bottle lies not in its external color, but in the artwork inside. Everyone was amazed. "A small bottle has a painting inside?" Yuan and I smiled, took off the lid of the bottle, which was green with a crystal-clear red lid made of garnet, symbolizing a red-beaked green parrot. After removing the lid, Yuan and I picked up a magnifying glass and asked everyone, "Who wants to look first?" Uncle C hesitated and raised his hand. "How about I take a look first?" Yuan and I handed him the magnifying glass, saying, "Look at it in the light." Uncle C held the bottle in one hand and the magnifying glass in the other, moving to the window to examine it closely. His expression changed from surprise to admiration to fascination, shifting rapidly. In just a moment, while Uncle C admired the craft, everyone watched his changing expressions. "Oh my goodness, there are trees, a small bridge, people playing chess, and someone leading a horse."
Wow.
Uncle C described what he saw as he looked. Grandma couldn't believe it. How can such a tiny thing have such a big painting inside? "So many people? You must be joking." "I'm not joking, Mom. Let me show you," Uncle C said as he passed the bottle to her. Grandma, mimicking Uncle C, held the bottle up to the light and examined it carefully with a magnifying glass. Her reaction was even more impressive. Just one glance left her in awe, and she became completely absorbed. This tiny bottle contained a world of seasons, with over 70 figures and scenes of bridges and flowing water. The key was that both the people and the water were incredibly lifelike, creating a miniature world inside the bottle. Yuan and I said, "The experts in making bottles are abroad." Was originally used by foreigners and only came to our country in the late Ming Dynasty, but it didn't become popular until it caught the interest of the Qing Dynasty nobility. Abroad, they focus on materials like gold and silver, but here, people prefer simpler styles, so they directly made them in Jingdezhen. The concept of painting scenes inside the bottle was invented by the painters there. The craftsmen who could create such art were not just artisans, they were masters and artists. After more than half an hour, everyone at home had finished admiring it. It was truly amazing. Wow, to paint so many people in such a small space. What kind of brush could do that? What a vision! Grandma gestured with both hands, as words alone couldn't express her astonishment. Otherwise, how could it be said that in 10 years, it could sell for $1 million? The green bottle is truly amazing. Why does Old Hong insist that this item is fake? It's such a good piece. If he knew, he would be shocked, Grandpa said, feeling confused. The family didn't understand either. They had spent 500 yuan to get it, so why did they think it was fake? Old Hong knows a little about bottles. When he first saw this one, he instinctively thought it was genuine and bought it. After purchasing it, he started to study it closely and discovered that the markings were incorrect. The styles of bottles from the Ming and Qing dynasties are different, and the glazing techniques vary as well. Old Hong found that the bottle was in the Qing style, but the markings were from the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty, so he assumed it was a fake. In reality, most bottles from the Kangxi era do not have markings, and if they do, they are usually from the Chenghua period, which is from the Ming dynasty. Why would a Qing dynasty bottle have Ming markings? This is because the Manchus admired Han culture and wanted to imitate it. To cater to this sentiment, the official kilns produced a batch of imitation pieces with Ming Chenghua markings. Fortunately, Old Hong didn't know this history. If he did, I wouldn't have had the chance to find a treasure, Yuan and I excitedly explained to everyone. The family finally understood that Qing dynasty imitations of Ming markings were considered imitations back then, but in today's context, They are genuine. This item was brought back with the help of Aunt C, and Yuan and I wanted to give her a reward, but Aunt C refused. Near, you're being too polite. You've helped the family so much. How could I ask you for money? When I collected junk before, I said I would share the money with you, but you didn't want any. If I ask for a reward now, what would that make me? Some people know how to be grateful, while others are ungrateful. Grandpa tried to smooth things over, saying, "We are all family. For big matters, we can settle accounts, but for small things, let's forget about it." Just after the new year, Yuan Ni's mother received her sentence, 10 years for intentional injury, not for intentional murder. Once the sentence was announced, Yuan Ni's mother could no longer stay in the detention center and had to be transferred to prison. Gu Chao helped with the arrangements, and eventually, Yuan Ni's mother was moved to a prison not far from Dan County, in Fenghuangu. This prison is close to the Fenghuangu farm, and inmates must work throughout the year. For the long and tedious life of imprisonment, being able to work is actually a good thing. Grandma sighed as she helped Yuan Yang sew 2 thick quilts and cooked a big pot of meat dumplings, packing them into 2 lunch boxes to take over. After raising Yuan Yang for so long, Grandma did this out of love for her daughter. However, Yuan Yang did not appreciate it at all. When Grandma delivered the items, Yuan Yang accepted them but refused to see her. It seemed she was upset with the Qin family for not supporting her. When Grandma returned home and shared this, she felt a mix of sadness and frustration, realizing that raising children can sometimes lead to resentment. Others were not surprised and felt little emotion about it. With the new year approaching, the 3 sick members of the Liu family had old Hong managing everything, which made his hair go even grayer. Bai Lijun had already checked out of the guest house, which cost 3 yuan a day. Better to spend that money on food. Even old Hong had to lower himself and move into the Liu family's home. The county had offered him a free stay at the guest house, but he declined. Although the guest house was comfortable, it was inconvenient for meals, as they couldn't prepare special food for patients, so he had to return to the village to cook for himself. Old Hong, being a leader, was not familiar with cooking, but thankfully, Lu's new daughter-in-law was busy helping out, ensuring there was food to eat. Lu's 3 daughters were not very considerate. Despite the family struggles, they did not help and constantly asked old Hong for things, which annoyed him. Previously, the workplace sent 500 yuan, but it was quickly spent. Later, the police helped sell a bottle, raising another 200 yuan, which was given to old Hong. Although 200 yuan was a significant amount, with 3 sick members in the Liu family and 5 mouths to feed, it disappeared quickly, like water in sand. As the new year approached, Lu's new daughter-in-law asked if they should buy meat, and old Hong took the opportunity to go to the county alone. With illness taking its toll, Bai Lijun had undergone major surgery and no longer looked like the charming young wife she once was. Seeing her in such a state made old Hong regretful. He no longer felt the desire to give everything for her. It wasn't that old Hong was unfaithful. When Bai Lijun first came to work as a maid, he quickly abandoned his sick wife for the young and beautiful Bai Lijun. Now, seeing her weak and frail, it was natural for him to be drawn to someone else, which showed that he preferred youth and beauty. Old Hong was feeling confused when he suddenly saw a crowd ahead. Out of curiosity, he walked over to take a look. The County Cultural Center was promoting an article on a small blackboard discussing the history of bottles. Old Hong remembered his troublesome fake bottle and couldn't help but chuckle. As he finished reading, he shouted loudly, causing his nose to bleed, and he fell straight back. Years later, old Hong still regretted that experience, slapping his thigh in frustration, with a nosebleed and high blood pressure, fainting from the pain. He realized that learning halfway was worse than not learning at all. If he had been like Yuan Ni's family, and couldn't tell which dynasty Emperor Qinghua belonged to, he wouldn't have thought he bought a fake. He only focused on how beautiful the parrot green bottle looked, believing it meant he was destined to have it. Since he had already bought it, he should have kept it safe and waited to have it appraised when he returned to the capital. Old Hong, being careless, insisted on identifying it himself and ended up giving the treasure away. The content on the Cultural Bureau's blackboard was about the knowledge of bottle markings. This information was written by Yuan Ni and specifically sent to Comrade Wang. It clearly stated that bottles marked with the Chenghua period were actually genuine items from the Kangxi period. Old Hong was too arrogant, and Yuan and I didn't want him to feel too comfortable, so she wrote this piece of knowledge for him to see. She got her wish. Old Hong indeed saw it and was deeply affected, fainting on the spot. After being taken to the hospital by concerned citizens, the doctor diagnosed him with a hypertension crisis. Thus, Old Hong collapsed right before the new year. After he fell, he felt relieved, thinking about breaking away from Bai Lijun. He married for enjoyment, not to sacrifice. Without Old Hong's support, Bai Lijun's family quickly struggled. They needed medicine, nutritional supplements, and someone to take care of their daily needs. Teacher Lu's new wife had a heavy responsibility. She could cook and care for the sick, but without money, she couldn't do anything. So, the new wife had to go to the hospital to ask Old Hong for money, saying, "Brother-in-law, we have no rice to cook at home." Old Hong looked at her like a flashlight, boldly examining his new sister-in-law. She had a round face, wide hips, and was as gentle as a little lamb. Feeling the weight of Old Hong's gaze, the young wife felt shy and a bit nervous. After all, he was her brother-in-law. Due to health reasons, the young bride and Teacher Lu, although married, have not yet consummated their marriage. Being looked at by a man made her feel exposed and very uncomfortable. Old Hong looked her over and, satisfied, withdrew his gaze. "I arranged your brother's job, and I can arrange a job for you too." The young bride looked up in surprise.
"Brother-in-law."
"Don't call me brother-in-law, call me Old Hong." "Old Hong. Little Lu is useless now. Following him won't lead you anywhere." The young bride understood this well. A man's vitality is tied to his health, and with Teacher Lu's condition, he was no longer capable. But what could she do? Her family married her to Lu to secure a better future for her brother, and this was her fate. Thinking of this, she felt a wave of sadness and couldn't help but take out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. When a young woman cries, it evokes sympathy, but when an older woman cries, it can be annoying. Old Hong watched the young bride wipe her tears and suddenly reached out to help her dry a tear. The young bride was taken aback. "Brother-in-law, you. I told you not to call me brother-in-law.
Call me Old Hong."
"I have a question for you. Do you want to come to the capital with me for a better life?" The young bride hesitated. "What about Sister Li Jun and the others? They're too ruthless. They deserve what they get."
"Don't worry about them."
"Just answer me. Will you come with me?" Old Hong had already thought this through. If he didn't use his power now, it would be wasted. He was nearing retirement, and if he played the good guy and stayed with Bai Lijun, he would miss out on the joys of life and end up caring for a sick person. But if he took the young bride with him, it would be different. She was young and could bring him happiness, plus she would be a free caretaker. He would provide her with a city life, and in return, she could take care of him for the rest of his life. It was a perfect match. The young bride wasn't foolish. Weighing the pros and cons, she quickly made her choice. "Brother-in-law, no. Old Hong, I will go with you, but I am already married."
"You don't need to worry about that."
"As long as you are willing to come with me, I will handle everything, your residency and job. You just need to listen to me." Old Hong had dealt with similar situations before. Residency permits were just pieces of paper. With enough power, transferring them was easy. "What about my family?" The young bride shyly tugged at her clothes, unsure if her family would accept her marrying again. "I will negotiate with your family." Old Hong has arranged a job for his wife's younger brother. He knows this family is greedy. He is not afraid of their greed, but fears they won't discuss terms. The wife quickly agreed, without much thought. So, on New Year's Eve, Old Hong and his wife left without saying goodbye and boarded a train heading north. Bai Lijun and her brother, the paralyzed Mrs. Lu, and Lu's 3 daughters were still at home waiting. The kitchen was empty, no coal, no firewood, no rice, no oil, no New Year's supplies, and no one to take care of them. Previously, Bai Lijun had power because Old Hong had connections in the county. Now, no one was looking after Bai Lijun and her family because Old Hong had withdrawn his support. The people of Danshan County completely ignored Bai Lijun. Bai Lijun, despite her illness, went to find Secretary Huang, but he refused to see her, let alone help her. Lu went to his new wife's family for help, but they also shut him out. In just a few days, the siblings found all their paths blocked. Bai Lijun suspected that Old Hong had run away with her brother's new wife. Old Hong had done this kind of thing before, otherwise, Bai Lijun wouldn't have been able to rise to power. It was not surprising he acted this way again. Bai Lijun wanted to return to the capital to confront Old Hong, but she was too weak and had no money for a ticket, unable even to board a train. The phrase poverty and illness perfectly describes the current situation of Bai Lijun and her brother. Lu was in great pain, asking sister, "How did we end up like this?" Bai Lijun didn't know. She should have realized on the day she used improper means to win Old Hong that he was unreliable, abandoning those he once cared for. On New Year's Eve, both Lu and Bai Lijun closed their eyes for the last time. They died from their illnesses. Before she died, Bai Lijun was still writing a letter to report her situation, but she collapsed before finishing it. After the siblings died, Secretary Huang appeared, collected their bodies, and quietly disappeared. As for Mrs. Lu and Lu's 3 daughters, who would care for them? As the new year approached, families with extra money bought small firecrackers, and the children broke them apart to play with. Unexpected guests arrived at Yuan Ni's home. Mr. Gu and his wife, accompanied by their 2 sons. Mr. Gu was not an ordinary man. He was sent personally by the county leaders. Seeing several jeeps parked at the end of the alley, Grandma and Grandpa were so flustered they didn't know what to do. They only knew how to farm and had never hosted such important guests before. "Ning, what should we do? Xiao Gu didn't give us any notice." "Oh no. We haven't prepared anything at home." Grandma looked out through the small kitchen window, wanting to greet them, but felt embarrassed by the oil stains on her apron. She hurriedly tried to take it off, but the more anxious she got, the harder it became. "Don't worry, I'll help you," said Grandma Chin with a smile, assisting her in removing the apron. Having seen many important events, she wasn't intimidated by Mr. Gu and the county leaders. However, since they had guests, it felt inappropriate for her, an outsider, to stay. "Ning, I'll take Daho back home first and won't join you all for this gathering. Grandma Chin, you're not an outsider.
Please stay.
Besides, we need someone to help out at home," Yuan Ning said with a smile. She spoke the truth. Grandma and Grandpa were so anxious they didn't know where to put their hands and feet, while Uncle and Aunt had hidden in their rooms, too scared to show their faces. Compared to them, Grandma Chin was much more composed. "All right, if you don't mind, I'll stay and help you. Thank you for your help. You're too kind." Mr. Gu, Dad Gu, and Uncle Gu were led into the main room. The county leaders sat for a while before taking their leave. Grandpa sat nervously, barely sitting on the edge of the chair, not even smoking his pipe. Mr. Gu was very friendly. After confirming their family ties, he directly called Grandpa Old Chen. Since Mr. Gu was a few years older, he asked Grandpa to call him Old Gu. "Calling me Old Man Gu is fine too. It's all the same." Grandpa awkwardly called out, "Old Gu, would you like some water?" And that was the end of it. Gu Chao laughed. "Grandpa, you really surprised us by coming so suddenly. At least give him some time to explain the situation to the Chin family. It was about time I came. It was our Gu family's oversight. A few days ago, Old Gung visited, and I learned that the Gung family has recognized Ning as their granddaughter. Our engagement with the Gung family now falls on her. Tell me, how could I not come? Did you know about this already? If you did, why didn't you say anything? You made me look rude. A gentleman values his promises." Although it was a commitment made by the previous generation, Mr. Gu took it very seriously. He had long made up his mind that unless the descendants of the Gung family wanted to pursue love freely and voluntarily gave up this agreement, he would fulfill the promise, even if it meant pushing Gu Chao into it. Gu Chao vaguely knew about this because Yuan and I had never intended to use the engagement to bind him, so she hadn't explained it in detail. Now, seeing his grandfather come in person made Gu Chao happy. This meant that even if there were voices of opposition from the Gu family, they could not go against this engagement. Gu Chao expressed that he was unaware of this. Grandpa Gu cheerfully asked his eldest son to bring something, saying, "Old Chen, I'm here to propose. Our families are fated, and the two children already have an engagement. Now that they have developed feelings for each other, this is a destined match." Grandpa nodded dryly. "I have no objections, but my wife makes the final decisions." He was honest and didn't feel embarrassed in front of his future in-laws. Grandma finally appeared after tidying herself up, and Yuan Ni brought her two younger sisters, serving sunflower seeds, tea, and candies on the table. "Grandpa Gu, what would you like to eat for lunch?" "Anything is fine, just some home-cooked food. I'm here today to settle the marriage between you and Xiao Chao." Gu Dad arranged the items he brought according to Grandpa Gu's request on the table. Nowadays, weddings in the city emphasize new furniture, requiring 72 legs and 3 items that make a sound. The 72 legs refer to a double bed, a wardrobe, a tall cabinet, a dresser, and a coffee table. More furniture signifies greater wealth. The 3 items that make a sound refer to a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and a radio. Since the Gu family was only proposing today and hadn't reached the wedding stage, they didn't bring items according to this standard. On the table were a women's watch, a radio, for pieces of fabric, and a pair of pure gold earrings. This proposal gift was quite substantial, showing the Gu family's importance placed on Yuan and I. Grandma glanced at Yuan and I, saying, "An heir is a promising child. She deserves all of this. I will accept these on her behalf." Grandpa Gu was very pleased with Grandma's attitude. "Good. You can keep them for an heir." After completing the formalities, both sides breathed a sigh of relief, and Uncle and Aunt finally came into the main room, albeit a bit shyly. Uncle, being of the same generation as Gu Dad, could engage in conversation, and they chatted back and forth, gradually warming up the atmosphere. Aunt, seeing that she had nothing to do, went into the kitchen to cook. As she entered the kitchen, several sisters-in-law followed her in, asking, "How are the Gu family members? Are they easy to talk to?" Aunt sighed. "What can I say? After all, it's just people, not tigers. They won't eat you, so why not go see for yourselves?" Aunt exaggerated her expression. "I heard that Mr. Gu is a high-ranking official, even higher than our county leaders. Even if I went inside, I wouldn't know what to say." Aunt C nodded in agreement. "Me too." The adults were nervous, but the children didn't understand. They noticed the door to the main room was closed and quiet, so they bravely ran outside to play, rolling hoops and setting off firecrackers. Cat Dan and Dog Dan nearly got into a fight over the firecrackers. Mr. Goose saw all the kids in the yard and smiled. "Old Chun, your family has good fortune, with so many grandsons." Grandpa was proud and smiled sincerely. "It's all right, just 2 in each family." The aunts were busy in the kitchen, preparing a feast with meatballs, sweet potatoes, spicy pastries, fried cakes, and noodle soup. Grandpa finally spoke up, warmly inviting Mr. Gu to sit down for a meal. "If I had known you were coming, I would have prepared lamb for you." Mr. Gu sniffed the fragrant air. "To be honest, I've been here before, and I don't like lamb soup. I prefer sour noodle soup." "That's great. We're all family, so let's not be formal.
Call the kids in to eat with us."
Grandma hesitated. "There are too many kids. It might get noisy." Mr. Gu patted his chest. "You don't understand. I don't mind the noise from kids. I just worry when there are no kids around." Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances. It was still Gu Chao, who personally invited the Shai Chin family in for dinner. I have to say, the Chin family is indeed large, especially the sons of the eldest and second uncles, all young men, full of energy. Mr. Gu was prepared and handed out red envelopes before serving the food, giving money to all the grandsons. After Cat Dan and Dog Dan received their envelopes, no one expected De Hua to reach out too. "I want one too." Grandma Chin quickly pulled her back. "De Hua, don't be embarrassing." She stretched out her hand, revealing a twisted silver bracelet on her wrist, which had a unique pattern and 3 little bells hanging from it. As soon as Mr. Gu saw the bracelet, his eyes lit up, and he carefully examined Grandma Chin. "You are from the Chin family." Hearing Mr. Gu's words, Yuan Ni's hand trembled slightly. Through the Julong cup, she had basically confirmed the identity of old Lady Chin. This person was related to the famous tomb raider, likely a direct relative or descendant, perhaps even someone who had dug up graves themselves. But how could old Master Gu, who held a high position, know such a complicated old lady? However, given their ages, they were from the same era. How did they become connected back then? Old Lady Qin did not expect this. After carefully examining old Master Gu, she finally said, "Are you the eldest brother of the Gu family?" "Yes, it's me. If you hadn't taken me in to recover, I would have died long ago." Everyone present sighed in relief. It was a relationship of rescue and being rescued. Old Lady Qin smiled. "It seems you've recovered well." Old Master Gu patted his chest. "I'm in great shape. Thanks to your care." "How have you been all these years?" Old Lady Qin nodded calmly. "My husband and son are gone, and my grandson is disobedient. Now I only have this granddaughter with me." That sounded quite sad. Old Lady Qin had changed a lot over the years. If it weren't for the twisted silver bracelet on her wrist, old Master Gu wouldn't have recognized this old friend. Thinking of how vibrant and youthful old Lady Qin once was, and seeing that she now had few relatives left, old Master Gu felt pity. He looked at Dehua and said, "This child is good. She looks very cheerful." Originally, Dehua reached out for a red envelope, which seemed a bit abrupt, but no one expected that old Lady Qin was an old friend of old Master Gu, and their relationship was deep, so a red envelope was indeed in order. Dehua was very happy to receive the red envelope, comparing it to how much the cats and dogs got. Seeing this, the Gu family understood that while Dehua looked cheerful, she might not be very bright. Old Lady Qin was very good at talking and knew how to lighten the mood. With her around, the atmosphere in the house became lively, truly feeling like the new year. While serving food, Yuan and I quietly asked Gu Chao, "Old Lady Qin doesn't come from a proper background. How does your grandfather know her?" Gu Chao smiled. "During a time of unrest, my grandfather had no choice but to become a bandit and join the mountain thieves.
He was recruited by them."
"Really?" Yuan and I never expected that old Master Gu had such a background. This made sense. Old Master Gu knowing old Lady Qin was understandable, as one was a bandit and the other a tomb raider, both from similar backgrounds. Old Master Gu and old Lady Qin chatted while eating, mainly reminiscing about the past and their experiences since then. From their conversation, everyone could tell that the old Master Gu and his band of former bandits were later integrated into the army. Although their past was not honorable, they had defended their country and made significant contributions, now regarded as heroes. Grandma Qin smiled sadly. "My husband couldn't let go of our family's craft and ended up in a trap, passing away instantly. My son followed in his footsteps. My grandson is rebellious and wants to follow the old path. I couldn't stop him. He ran away and still isn't satisfied, often returning to try to persuade me to join him." The craft passed down in Grandma Qin's family was the legendary tomb raiding, a dangerous profession. This line of work earned a lot but was also extremely risky, leading to the near extinction of the male members of her family, leaving only the elderly woman to survive. Hearing this, Yuan and I couldn't help but form a new guess about the identity of the man in the straw hat. He might be a friend rather than a foe. Otherwise, his actions would be hard to explain. With his skills and temperament, he could easily handle both Yuan and I and Grandma Qin, but it seemed he never intended to confront them. Perhaps the man in the straw hat came to Dan County simply to force Grandma Qin to show herself. When Yuan and I discovered him and mistakenly called the police, it forced him to leave. Upon hearing this, Master Gu sighed. In his younger days, he had no choice but to become a bandit, but he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. The Qin family was different. They were well-known tomb raiders, capable of rallying others with a single call. When Grandma Qin saved Master Gu, it was similar to a wealthy young lady casually helping a small beggar. No one expected that decades later, their circumstances would be completely reversed. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Life is unpredictable, and fate can change. Who can say what will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event? Seeing the mood shift, Dad Gu realized it was New Year's Eve, and they had come to propose to Yuan and I. Such a heavy atmosphere was not auspicious. Dad, come on, it's a new society now. Everyone is doing well, and life will surely get better. Why bring up old stories? You're right. Let's not talk about those things anymore. Let's eat. Grandpa then remembered something important. We have wine at home. How could I forget to bring it out? With good food and drink, wine was a must. It was New Year's Eve, and this was just lunch. Grandpa had simply forgotten to serve the wine at the table. Wealthy people can drink whenever they want, but farmers have to save their drinks for special occasions. Grandma realized this and said, "We've almost finished eating. Let's clear the table and prepare some snacks for you to enjoy while you chat." Aunties were not comfortable with this situation, but they agreed to help. They quickly cleaned the table. Soon, they brought out several plates of snacks: fried peanuts, sesame mixed with shredded cabbage, cold fried tofu strips, and pork knuckles. These were meant for the New Year celebrations, but they had to make do for now. Grandpa brought out his prized collection, homemade corn liquor from the village. This was genuine, made from pure grains, with a bright orange color and rich flavor. The only downside was that it required a lot of grain to make. "Can you handle this corn liquor?" Grandpa asked, a bit nervously. "This is great. It's much better than bottled drinks. I've wanted to try it for years, and today is the perfect chance," said Grandpa Gu, who was easygoing. However, Dad and Uncle Gu were hesitant. They had lived comfortably and didn't share Grandpa Gu's tough experiences. They worried about whether this homemade liquor was safe to drink. What if it made them sick? Fortunately, they were good at hiding their concerns. Grandpa Gu only brought his two sons, leaving behind anyone who might cause trouble, like Grandma Gu, Mom, or Auntie Gu, because he feared they might disrupt things. As the liquor flowed and the food was enjoyed, everyone started to feel a bit tipsy. Taking advantage of the moment, Grandpa Gu said, "Chin girl, times have changed. Your family's traditional business might not last much longer. If it doesn't work out, maybe your grandson should consider a different path." Being a tomb raider is not a respectable job and is still targeted by authorities today, so Grandpa Gu didn't say it outright. Only Yuan Ni understood his meaning. Grandma Chin sighed. "He has strong muscles, but what else can he do?" Grandpa Gu chuckled. "He's strong? That's great.
He should join the army then."
Grandma Chin slapped her thigh and said, "Brother, you're right. If he has to do something else, he might not even want to. However, joining the army requires a political review, and given my family situation, others may not know, but Mr. Gu is very aware of the situation with Grandma Chin's family." He smiled and said, "Now the policies have relaxed. As long as the parents are clear of any serious mistakes and have not committed any crimes, they can join the army." Grandma Chin's son died during a tomb robbery, and since he is no longer alive, his actions cannot be judged, which means his record appears clean. So Mr. Gu is correct. He is not trying to bend the rules. This is why many wrongdoers refuse to admit their guilt after being caught and instead choose to jump off buildings. To determine a person's guilt, they must confess, and if they commit suicide before confessing, it is as if they died innocent. This way, their family and future generations can be protected. Grandma Chin smiled brightly, reminiscent of her former charm. "Big brother, do you have a way?" Everyone present looked surprised. After all this time together, Grandma Chin still didn't know Mr. Gu's true identity. Mr. Gu grinned. "I have a way." Uncle and second uncle exchanged glances, both eager to explore this opportunity. Yuan and I brought her sisters out to study, believing that education and college were good paths. But this path isn't suitable for everyone. Take uncle's sons, Jianjun and Bai, for example. Both are nearly 20 years old. What's the point of studying at their age? Even if they worked hard, they would only reach a basic level of literacy. Uncle had previously planned a future for his two sons, thinking that the best option for them was to find factory jobs and work as laborers. Second uncle shared the same view. No one expected Mr. Gu to come along and point them toward a completely different golden path. Mr. Gu, being very perceptive, quickly noticed that uncle and second uncle were eager. He smiled and said, "Joining the army isn't about taking shortcuts. The kids must be healthy and have the right mindset. As long as they meet these two criteria, It doesn't matter who joins. Uncle immediately responded, Bai and Jianjun may not be the brightest, but they're in great shape, and their mindset is solid. At Uncle's gesture, the two young men stood up and smiled sheepishly. They may not be very clever, but they weren't foolish either. Their father was exaggerating, not sure if he was praising or criticizing them. Mr. Gu gave a thumbs up. They have great physiques. They'll definitely pass the physical exam. All right, if anyone wants to join the army, just tell Uncle Shoji, and he'll help you with it. If he doesn't do it well, you can come to me. Uncle Shoji is the name of Gu's father. Grandpa Gu has a military background and values wisdom, trust, kindness, courage, and determination. That's why his eldest son is named Gu Shoji, and his second son is named Gu Shoshin. Unfortunately, he had too few sons to use all the virtues in their names. Everyone burst into laughter. Aunt was secretly calculating. Although Grandpa Gu had given his approval, Ba-yi had already become an apprentice at the factory. If everything goes smoothly, he would surely be promoted. Being a worker is a stable job, so it's best to let Jianjun go to the army alone. However, Uncle Air was a bit worried that his son was too young. This opportunity was hard to come by, and it would be a pity if he couldn't enlist because of his age. While thinking about his son's future, Uncle Air became quite clever. Seeing Gu's father go to the restroom, Uncle Air quickly followed him and mentioned that his son was a bit too young. Gu's father found it amusing. Was this even a concern for the Gu family? You just need to decide whether to let your child join the army. If you really want to send them, they can take the cultural soldier path. I'll find a way, Gu's father assured him. Uncle Air didn't understand what a cultural soldier was, but since the other party said it was fine, he decided to send both boys to the army. The drinking continued until the afternoon. Grandpa Gu, being older, went inside to rest after finishing his drink. Grandma Qin also pulled Grandma into the house to lie down, saying, "Rest for a bit. We need to keep watch tonight, so we can't stay up too long." As for the others, the celebration had just begun, and they didn't want to rest at all. The children, including Dahua, were playing and chasing each other wildly in the yard. The big rooster, Dahua, was also running after them with his two hens, pecking at the children's heels. Thinking about their sons wearing green military uniforms made Aunt and Uncle Air excited, and they brought out all their cooking skills to prepare a meal. On New Year's Eve, they had to eat dumplings and vegetables. There were two types of dumpling fillings, one with cabbage and meat, and the other with lotus root and meat. Lotus root can be stored for a long time if it's placed directly in the cellar after being dug up in autumn without washing off the mud. Besides dumplings, Uncle Air's wife also made fried lotus root boxes, radish balls, and osmanthus sweet cakes. She prepared all sorts of delicious dishes that even Uncle Air had never tasted before. Aunt was cooking and complaining, "This old man, he should have mentioned such a big thing earlier. If he had, we could have prepared more meat. Now we don't have enough. What should we do?" Meat is precious, especially during the new year when families plan months in advance for how much they need. You even have to get tickets and wait in line at the supply store to buy it. Ordinary families live like this, while the old man just eats whatever he wants without thinking about these details. At that moment, someone knocked on the yard door. Uncle Four came in carrying a burlap sack, looking confused. "It's from the government. They said it's a New Year gift for the old man." When they opened the sack, they found a butchered ram weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. The uncles, being honest farmers, had never seen such a grand gift for the new year. They looked at each other, unsure if they should accept such a large sheep. A ram of that size is worth a lot of money, and even if you had money, it's hard to find one to buy. Aunt Four complained to Uncle Four, "Why didn't you stop him and ask more questions before bringing this in?" Uncle Four felt wronged. He said he was Secretary Huang from the county, dropped it off, and ran away. "I couldn't catch up with him." Just then, Gu Chao walked by the kitchen door. Aunt Four quickly called him in and briefly explained the situation. "Gu, you need to decide quickly if we should return the sheep." Gu Chao smiled slightly. "No problem. Let's just keep it and eat." Common folks don't understand the world of the Gu family. Because of the old man's status, local officials always send gifts wherever he goes. Gu Chao was used to this. Gifts like the ram could be accepted without any guilt. The gift of a sheep wasn't to ask the old man for favors, but simply to build a good relationship.
Can we eat it?
If so, we can make lamb soup for everyone tomorrow morning. Aunt was very happy. Just earlier, she was worried about not having ingredients, and now a big sheep had come out of nowhere. They could make lamb soup, lamb noodles, lamb dumplings, and boiled lamb. Jianjun and Bai, who are strong and always craving meat, could enjoy some delicious meals. All right, let's have lamb soup tomorrow morning. Aunt immediately went to get the flour bag. I'll make pancakes to go with the lamb soup. Uncle smiled widely. Our family is doing better and better. Seeing the elders so happy, Gu Chao smiled slightly. When he was in the capital, he didn't realize how easily satisfied ordinary people could be. During his time in Dan County, Gu Chao has become more down-to-earth. He discovered that the life he took for granted was something ordinary families might never experience. Why do farmers think that the princess makes pancakes and the other one fries eggs? It's because, in their view, pancakes with eggs are already a top-notch lifestyle. While waiting for dinner, Yuan and I and Gu Chao whispered at the door, "Why are gifts coming to our house?" It's still because of the Liu family situation. Old Hong had a word with them before, and they helped by Li Jun's family. Now that Old Hong is gone and my grandfather is here, the situation is different, Gu Chao said calmly. At first, it seemed unbelievable, but upon reflection, it made sense. Yuan and I fell silent, deep in thought. She was young and had a delicate appearance. When she concentrated, her long eyelashes cast a shadow, adding a touch of allure. Seeing her like this, Gu Chao's heart raced. He had intended to talk about Bai Li Jun and her siblings, but decided against it. Why bring up such unlucky topics during the new year? He changed the subject and are you happy?
What?
Our matter is finally on the right track. Gu Chao felt relieved for Yuan and I, as his grandfather had finally done something good. Yuan and I smiled. That's great. Your grandfather is very generous. He helped my family solve a big problem. If everything goes smoothly, Uncle's children will have a future. Now, Uncle's two sons have urban residency. If they join the army, they will have options. If they do well in the military, they can stay and develop their careers, whether it's applying to military schools, getting promoted, or becoming volunteers. It's all a good path for boys. Even if none of these opportunities come through, they will still be arranged jobs when they return to the county. Uncle was a bit slow and couldn't transfer the children's residency to the county. If things don't go well in the military, the kids might have to return to farming. This highlights the huge difference between rural and urban residency. But no matter what, having more options is better than the current situation. Gu Chao smiled. Am I not good enough? You're good too. How am I good? Gu Chao usually didn't speak so sweetly, but he had a bit to drink at lunch, and the alcohol was still affecting his mind. Yuan and I smiled at Gu Chao. His sharp features and handsome looks, combined with a strong, muscular body, made him quite appealing. You're good in every way. Really? Yes. Gu Chao reached out to take Yuan Ni's hand. Their fingertips touched, sending a tingling sensation through them, even making their hair stand on end. Just then, a firecracker went off in the yard, making a loud bang. Gu Chao and Yuan and I quickly let go and turned to look outside. Old Master Gu was also awakened. Is the enemy attacking? The two girls exclaimed together. That was loud.
Oh.
Gu Chao laughed and leaned closer to Yuan Ni's ear. There are too many people now. Let's come out later tonight. Yuan and I felt helpless. It was freezing outside. What was the point of going out? Old Master Gu had just woken up and was quickly seated at the dining table. As the honored guest, he needed to have a strong appetite. Considering the old age of Old Master Gu and her grandfather, they opened 2 bottles of kvass, a new drink said to be imported from Russia, which is ideal for seniors. Her grandfather took a sip and grimaced not good. It wasn't sweet and didn't have a rich flavor. However, everyone said kvass was nutritious because it was made from bread. From New Year's Eve to New Year's Day, everyone was overwhelmed with delicious food. On New Year's morning, they had lamb soup and flatbreads, and for lunch, they had boiled lamb and 2 big carp. While eating fish, Grandma Chin got a fishbone stuck in her throat. Her grandmother gave her a bowl of vinegar, and she chewed on a dry bun. After a while, Grandma Chin felt embarrassed and said the fishbone was gone, encouraging everyone to continue eating and drinking without worrying about her. Old Master Gu chuckled. What's there to be embarrassed about? People from the South say we Northerners can't cook fish and need a manual to eat it. Exactly, who hasn't gotten a fishbone stuck before? Everyone laughed, and the moment passed. Grandma Chin took a few more sips of water, feeling that the fishbone must have gone down. After lunch, Grandma Chin said goodbye with the girls. A couple of days later, old Master Gu left with his 2 sons. Before leaving, Dad Gu repeatedly promised, saying that the military recruitment indicators would come down soon. You don't need to worry about the recruitment time. The kids will be specially recruited. I know you won't understand, just wait and see. The uncles all said that Grandpa Gu secretly visited Grandma Chin. Perhaps they had some feelings for each other back in the day. Yuan and I just smiled at this. Even if there were feelings, it was normal. So many connections were missed during those war-torn years. Now, during the new year, there is no long holiday, just 2 days off, and all the workplaces start normal shifts again. On the morning of the 5th day of the new year, as soon as Yuan and I arrived at the recycling station, she saw Grandma Chin. After just a few days apart, Grandma's face looked very pale, as if she had aged several years. Grandma Chin, what happened to you? Yuan and I was startled and quickly got a stool for her to sit down. My chest hurts. I probably ate too much in the last few days. Getting old is no good, Grandma Chin said, coughing a few times. Yuan and I noticed right away that there were blood streaks in her phlegm. Oh no, Grandma Chin, this isn't just indigestion. You need to go to the hospital. No, I'm just old. Older people have many issues. Just help me collect these cardboard boxes. Grandma Chin insisted that she was fine. Yuan and I disagreed. A cough is one thing, but blood and phlegm is serious. She made Grandma Chin sit for a moment and called Xiao Ma to help keep an eye on things. Then she insisted on taking Grandma Chin to the hospital. Grandma Chin, I'm not trying to be superstitious, but you can't just tough it out. Think about Dehua. Dehua is a silly girl, and if something happened to Grandma Chin, she would be left all alone. Just thinking about it was frightening. Grandma Chin's expression changed at Yuan Ni's words. It can't be that serious, right? Let's check it out first. It's better to be safe. They rushed to the hospital to get a checkup. It turned out that Grandma Chin not only had a cough with blood, but also chest pain. The doctor recommended an X-ray. An X-ray costs $2, and Yuan and I readily paid for Grandma Chin. What is this? So expensive. Just a click, and $2 are gone? After the high-tech examination, Grandma Chin expressed her confusion and disappointment, saying it would be better to see a traditional Chinese doctor. Yuan and I could only comfort her and asked her to be patient. This is an X-ray machine. It can show any problems inside your body. During the new year, the hospital had very few patients, and the X-ray results came out quickly. When the doctor looked at the X-ray, his expression changed. What is this? In between a few ribs, there was a fishbone stuck. Mrs. Chin was surprised. I thought I swallowed the fishbone. How did it get stuck there? The doctor shook his head. Fishbones are quite tough. Can you really swallow one? We often worry about patients like you. If you get a fishbone stuck, don't try to handle it yourself. Come to the hospital. Despite this advice, not many people go to the hospital for fishbone issues. Mrs. Chin dismissed it. It's just a little deep. Can't we find a way to dissolve it? The doctor glared at her. Dissolve it with what?
Well,
aren't you the doctor? I'm a doctor, not a magician. This fishbone has pierced the esophagus and is stuck to the heart sac. You need to be hospitalized. We need to consult with others to decide on the next treatment. The doctor was serious, and Mrs. Chin was startled. I have to stay in the hospital? It can't be that serious. It turned out that getting a fishbone stuck is not a minor issue, especially depending on where it goes. In Mrs. Chin's case, the bone was directly stuck to the heart sac, which is very dangerous. Mrs. Chin refused to stay in the hospital. No, I can't stay. I have to take care of Dahuang at home. Yuan and I helped negotiate. Let Dahuang come to my house. My grandma can help take care of her. You need to get treated first. Once you're better, you can take care of Da Huang. The doctor nodded seriously. This is really not a minor issue. If the fishbone is stuck to the heart sac, even if it hasn't pierced through, it can definitely cause inflammation. We need to act quickly. Mrs. Qin had no choice. No one expected that trying to improve their life during the new year would lead to such a problem. Mrs. Qin was admitted to the hospital. Before she was hospitalized, she quietly told Yuan and I an address, asking her to find Da Huang. Have Da Huang help me with a few pieces of clothing. Yuan and I promised to remember. Before going to find Da Huang, Yuan and I made a special trip to the recycling station, as Xiaoma had been away for too long and she needed to inform them. When she arrived at the recycling station, she found Master Gua there. It turned out that Xiaoma was the warehouse manager and couldn't be away for too long. Master Gua happened to be passing by, so she called him over. Yuan and I, do you need something? A relative of mine just got hospitalized, and she has a child at home. I need to help her. When Master Gua heard this, he waved his hand to let Yuan and I go. Then you go ahead. Let's consider it a shift change. This was exactly what Yuan and I wanted. After thanking Master Gua, she hurried to Grandma Qin's house. The house on East Street had burned down, but Grandma Qin had another place in the South Gate. This house was smaller, just 2 rooms separated from a larger courtyard, but it had its own entrance with a big iron gate. Yuan and I knocked on the iron gate, but there was no response in the yard. Following Grandma Qin's instructions, she called out for De Hua. De Hua, your grandma sent me. Soon, footsteps approached, and De Hua opened the big iron gate. Where's my grandma? She is sick. Come to my house for some good food. De Hua, who couldn't remember much else, was very interested in food and immediately nodded in agreement. Yuan and I remembered Grandma Qin's request to bring back some clothes and asked De Hua, can you get your grandma's clothes?
No.
De Hua pouted, fiddling with her fingers. Yuan and I sighed, knowing it was not possible. Grandma Qin was a secretive person, and unless absolutely necessary, Yuan and I didn't want to enter her room. However, she thought Grandma Qin probably wouldn't hide anything valuable in the wardrobe. Grandma Qin's hiding place had only 2 rooms, one for eating and another for sleeping. The sleeping room had a double bed and a worn wardrobe, which were not remarkable, but there was a fancy picture frame on the windowsill. Inside the frame was a colored photo, which was rare at that time, costing at least 10 yuan to take and develop. In such a shabby room, this luxurious item was hard to ignore. Yuan and I glanced at it and was immediately drawn in. The photo featured 3 people, Grandma Qin, De Hua, and surprisingly, a man in a straw hat. Seeing him in person, the identity of the man in the straw hat became clear. Yuan and I picked up the frame and pointed at the man, asking De Hua, who is this? De Hua giggled. That's my brother. Regardless of what kind of person the man in the straw hat was, he was quite handsome. He had a strong jawline, bright eyes, and a charming dimple, though his gaze was a bit mischievous, unlike the popular nice guys of today. After looking at the man in the straw hat, and then at De Hua, Yuan and I vaguely felt that if De Hua's round face slimmed down a bit, she could resemble him. Yuan Ni's mind was buzzing. After all this time, it turned out the man in the straw hat was indeed looking for Grandma Qin. He was her grandson. Because Grandma Qin's husband and son were trapped while tomb raiding, she doesn't want her grandson to follow in their footsteps. Unexpectedly, he still chose the same path as his father and grandfather. Poor Grandma Qin, who has worked hard to plan for her child, wonders if the young man in the straw hat can return to the right path as she hopes. Yuan and I put the photo frame back in place, hurried to tidy up some clothes for Grandma Qin, and pulled De Hua outside. Let's go see your grandma first, then we can go to my house for big meat buns. De Hua clapped her hands. Meat buns smell good. The 2 of them held hands and walked toward the yard gate. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the entrance, blocking their way. The young man in the straw hat wasn't wearing his hat today and was dressed in a proper Zhongshan suit, looking like a promising young official. He reached out to grab Yuan and I, saying, "You clever girl, I haven't done anything to you, yet you already took my sister away." Yuan and I protected De Hua and turned to run. The young man in the straw hat sneered, Dehua is my sister. What could I possibly do to her? Indeed, it seemed he was the one in danger. Yuan and I let go and looked at him warily. What do you want? What could I want from a girl like you? The young man smirked, his eyes wandering over Yuan and I. Recently, she had been well-nourished and was starting to develop, looking graceful and charming. After sizing her up, he suddenly remembered that his sister was right there, and it wouldn't be appropriate to tease a young lady in front of her. He then shifted his gaze and said seriously, I just noticed your keen eye and wanted to ask you to help me appraise some treasures. You don't need to shout or call the police. That was all you, right? Seeing his inappropriate gaze, Yuan and I felt angry and stepped back. Spotting a shovel leaning against the wall, she picked it up. Stop talking nonsense. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Your grandma is in the hospital and needs help. The young man shook his head. Do you have any proof? Yuan and I suddenly remembered that she had handled Grandma Qin's hospitalization paperwork and had the deposit slip in her pocket. With determination, she pulled it out and waved it in front of him. Open your eyes and take a good look. If you delay me, it could cost your grandma her life. Qin Fengxiang. Is my grandma really sick? Yes, she's very ill. Otherwise, would she have told me where she was hiding? The man in the straw hat thought for a moment. Although his grandmother did not participate in tomb raiding, she was the most cautious person in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have avoided him for so long. Take me to the hospital. In the past, Yuan and I would have definitely disagreed. Now, she realized that Grandma Qin had a family connection with the man in the straw hat. Even if there were conflicts of interest, it was still an internal matter, and he wouldn't harm anyone. Another reason for her compromise was that Yuan and I felt she couldn't overpower the man in the straw hat. His muscular arms showed he was skilled, and it was clear that someone who could steal from tombs must have some abilities. When Yuan and I threw a thermos at him, it was mainly because he was caught off guard and the guest house was crowded, so he didn't want to attract attention and left quickly. If they had really fought, given his skills and strength, it would have only been a matter of time before he subdued her. All right, you can come with me to the hospital, but you can't go in first. The old lady is very ill, and if she sees you and gets too emotional, it could worsen her condition, and you would be to blame. The man in the straw hat politely stepped aside. Lead the way. As they left, the small courtyard was securely locked again. There were countless secrets in that courtyard that must not be exposed to the outside world. At the hospital, the man in the straw hat waited outside the ward as Yuan and I instructed, while she took Dehua into the room. Inside the ward, only Grandma Qin was lying there, surrounded by a circle of doctors. They were discussing her condition while examining X-ray images. This fishbone is quite tricky. It not only penetrated the esophagus but also entered the pericardium. It must be removed quickly. How do we remove it? Do we need to open the chest? The position is quite deep. We must perform chest surgery. Originally, the fishbone was not so deep, just lodged in the esophagus, but Grandma Qin had been eating vinegar and bread, which pushed it deeper and caused it to further. Grandma Qin was stunned. For such a small issue, I need to undergo surgery? This is no small matter. The fishbone is very tough, like having a needle stuck in your heart. If the pericardium weren't thick, it would have gone straight into the heart. Just think about it. Is this a small issue? Now, to remove it, we need to open the chest and saw through 2 ribs. This is a major surgery. The attending physician sighed, shaking his head. Another person who had a problem from eating fish. Can't they be more careful while eating? Grandma Qin frowned. Surgery?
She didn't want that.
But this matter couldn't be decided by Grandma Qin. After discussing, the doctors unanimously decided to perform surgery to quickly remove the fishbone from Grandma Qin. Now, there was a problem. Grandma Qin needed a family member to sign for the surgery. Neither Yuan and I nor her grandmother were relatives. They were just caring friends and did not have the right to sign. Yuan and I said she needed to talk to Grandma Qin and asked the doctors for some time. Please hurry, the fishbone is like a ticking time bomb. The longer it stays, the more dangerous it becomes, the lead doctor reminded them before leaving. Grandma Qin sighed, My useless grandson hasn't returned yet, and no one can sign for me. Yuan and I asked cautiously, if he comes back, would you want to see him? Grandma Qin looked at Yuan and I in surprise. I only have 2 relatives left, my grandson Hong Fei and my granddaughter Dehua. Although Hong Fei often makes me angry, I'm not to the point of refusing to see him. Yuan and I nodded. In that case, I'll find a way to bring him to see you. Hong Fei had been on the wanted list, and it was likely that Grandma Qin was unaware of his secretive actions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought about sending him to the army, which would be a dangerous choice. This was a matter between the two of them. Yuan and I needed to confirm Grandma Qin's willingness to see her grandson. After learning that Grandma Qin was open to it, Yuan and I took Dehua home to let her grandmother take care of her, to avoid any more trouble. Just as Yuan and I and Dehua left, a man in a straw hat, no, it was Hong Fei, quickly entered the hospital room. Upon learning that Grandma Qin was in trouble, her grandmother was first shocked and then regretted. How could this happen? If I had known, I wouldn't have cooked those 2 fish. Some people get sick, while others face worse fates. Yuan and I said, if the surgery goes well, Grandma Qin should be fine. All right, you hurry and take care of things. Tell the old sister to not worry, her grandmother replied. When Yuan and I returned to the hospital, Hong Fei had already met with Grandma Qin. He was clever and somehow managed to convince the doctors to get the pre-surgery signature. During the pre-surgery check, the doctors discovered that Grandma Qin had a very rare blood type, known as Rh-negative or panda blood. Fortunately, with Hong Fei and Dehua there, Hong Fei donated 400 milliliters of blood, and Dehua also donated 200 milliliters. After the blood was drawn, it was temporarily stored in the blood bank in Danshan County, specifically for Grandma Qin. With this 600 milliliters of blood, it would ensure that Grandma Qin could have a successful surgery. The night before the surgery, Grandma came to visit Grandma Qin. Dear sister, you are blessed and lucky. You will surely get through this. Grandma Qin patted her hand and said, I hope your good words come true. I want to live a few more years. I still want to raise Dehua. At that moment, both elderly women were optimistic. They had no idea that what was supposed to be a simple surgery would turn into a life-threatening situation due to someone's greed. On the morning of the surgery, Yuan and I changed shifts with someone and arrived at the hospital early to wait. After all, Qin Hongfei was on the list and had to keep his identity hidden, so he couldn't be present all the time. Grandma stayed home with Dehua, and Uncle C stopped his car repair business to come to the hospital to help. Regardless of the situation, they were all acquaintances and wanted to lend a hand. With Yuan and I and Uncle C openly supporting, Qin Hongfei quietly hid in the shadows. Everyone felt they had made all the necessary preparations, and the surgery would surely go smoothly. At 9 in the morning, the nurse arrived to take Grandma Qin into the operating room on a stretcher. She seemed to be in good spirits and greeted Yuan and I before entering, saying, Good child. Thanks to you. When I come out, I'll give you a nice gift. Grandma, don't worry about that. Just relax and cooperate with the doctors during the surgery. Yuan and I, who had her own advantages, didn't care much for gifts. She only sought to act with a clear conscience. At that moment, Yuan and I didn't realize that this would be her last conversation with Grandma Qin. Grandma Qin looked around but didn't see her elusive grandson, and she could only sigh in regret. After a deep conversation with her grandson, she learned that Qin Hongfei had followed the same troubled path as the Qin family and was now deeply entangled, making it impossible for him to join the military. Still, she hoped he could find a better way, but since she couldn't find him, she had no way to express these thoughts and could only enter the operating room with a heavy heart. Yuan and I and Uncle C sat quietly on a bench outside the emergency room, hoping everything would go well. An hour passed, and the door to the operating room still hadn't opened. Uncle C grew a bit anxious, saying, Isn't it a minor surgery? Why is it taking so long? They said they need to saw through the ribs. It might be quite complicated. The two looked at each other and continued to wait. After half an hour, the surgery suddenly became chaotic, and a nurse rushed out. What happened? There's a major bleeding issue. We need to get blood from the bank quickly. Yuan and I felt a sense of dread. She needed to find Qin Hongfei right away. Qin Hongfei hadn't gone far. He was hiding in a small restaurant next to the hospital. When he saw Yuan and I approach, he asked, "What's going on?" "They said they need blood, and I'm worried there might be an emergency." "The blood is ready. Let's go. I'll go with you to check." Qin Hongfei immediately stood up. They arrived at the hospital. Uncle C rushed over in a panic. "What should we do?" "I just heard a nurse say that the blood in the bank has been used." Upon hearing this, Qin Hongfei's expression changed dramatically. "Who used it? Wasn't it supposed to be for my grandmother's surgery?" "That's what they said, but there really is no blood left." The blood had been prepared, but now it was gone. The urgent issue was not to find out where the blood went, but to solve the blood problem for Grandma Qin. Qin Hongfei threw off his outer coat and was about to rush into the operating room. "Take my blood. I'll donate for Grandma." As he pushed open the door to the operating room, several nurses pushed him back out. "Get out, we're saving a patient." "I'm here to donate blood." Someone shouted. "Let him in." Qin Hongfei was allowed back inside. Uncle C was anxious. "They can take my blood too." Yuan and I sighed. "Uncle, our blood types aren't compatible."
Huh?
After a long time, the door to the operating room finally opened, and a dazed Qin Hongfei walked out. "How is Grandma?" Yuan and I looked behind Qin Hongfei, but didn't see anyone. Uncle C, being older, sensed something was wrong and stayed silent. Before long, a nurse wheeled out a stretcher, and the person on it had their head and face covered with a white cloth. Yuan and I couldn't believe her eyes. Just moments ago, Grandma Qin had been talking to her, and now she was gone? A few doctors came out to comfort Qin Hongfei. Qin Hongfei's expression was grim. "I don't want to hear that. I just want to know who used the blood I prepared." No matter how you look at it, if that 600 milliliters of blood hadn't been used by someone else, Grandma Qin wouldn't have died. After all, it was just a fishbone removal. The doctors exchanged glances. Usually, blood prepared by family members isn't used for others, but Grandma Qin had a rare blood type, so it must have been targeted as soon as it was sent in. "This matter needs to be asked of the blood bank staff. They will surely know," Qin Hongfei said as he hurried away. Yuan and I quickly followed him. While others might not understand Qin Hongfei, she knew he was someone ruthless and determined. If he went there, it would surely lead to trouble. She wondered who was foolish enough to misuse Grandma Qin's reserved blood and cause such a mess. It was truly a reckless act. "Calm down a bit. Grandma Qin still wants you to join the army." Yuan and I tried to persuade him. "Whether I join the army is another matter. First, I need to avenge my grandmother," Qin Hongfei replied without slowing down. "You." Yuan and I was at a loss for words and could only follow silently. The blood bank was located at the back of the county hospital. Although it was called a storage room, it was just a single room with a refrigerator, which was quite rare these days. The door to the blood bank was closed, and Qin Hongfei kicked it open. A female doctor in a white coat was startled. "What are you doing? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Without saying a word, Qin Hongfei grabbed the doctor by her collar and slammed her against the wall. The female doctor appeared fierce but lacked strength. In Qin Hongfei's grip, she was as helpless as a chick. She screamed as her body hit the wall, making loud noises. Fortunately, Qin Hongfei showed some mercy and didn't use excessive force. Otherwise, she might have been seriously harmed. After a few hits, Qin Hongfei stopped. "Who took Qin Fengxiang's blood?" The doctor, nearly in shock, realized he was a madman. If she didn't speak, he might seriously hurt her. "It was Director Zhou, from the grain station." "What does he need the blood for?" "His wife is ill and needs a transfusion. It's hard to find her blood type, so he targeted the patients." As long as the patient's blood loss wasn't too great, there was no need to use the reserved blood, which essentially meant it was donated to the blood bank. Normally, people had to wait until after the patient's surgery to take the blood, as it was reserved by the patient's family and prioritized for them. However, a few days ago, Zhou Leixing's wife fell ill with adenomyosis and had significant bleeding. Desperate, Zhou Leixing thought that since he had borrowed blood many times before without issue, this time would be no different. Moreover, He had seen the patient's information and knew that Qin Fengxiang was just a lonely, elderly woman. Even if something went wrong during surgery, it wouldn't be a big deal. So, feeling confident, he took the blood before Grandma Qin's surgery, not expecting anything to go wrong. After hearing what happened, not only Qin Hongfei, the person involved, but even Yuan and I, an outsider, felt suffocated. Does he think only his wife's life matters while treating others' lives as a joke? Qin Hongfei calmed down. What Zhou Lixing did is definitely against the rules and illegal. We can sue him. And the doctor in charge of the blood bank, she is stealing from the hospital. We should report her and have the hospital fire her. Seeing Qin Hongfei's expression, Yuan and I knew he was on the edge and quickly tried to persuade him. Qin Hongfei didn't understand the law. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the wanted list. Sue him? Fire her? That's too easy for them. There's a reason for every grievance, and I want them to pay for my grandmother's life. After saying this, Qin Hongfei let go and looked at the female doctor, who had collapsed on the ground.
But
enough with the buts. My grandmother was always scared, worrying about everything. In the end, she faced this kind of situation and lost her life. Do you think I can just stand by? Qin Hongfei retorted to Yuan and I. Yuan and I bit her lip. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't be able to hold back either. There are too many injustices in the world, and it's hard to swallow this anger, especially since Grandma Qin's spirit is watching from above. This isn't just about holding back. If you act out, you'll get into legal trouble. Grandma Qin wants you to be safe. Think about it. You have a younger sister, Dahu. If Grandma Qin is gone, Dahu will only have you as her brother. Yuan and I didn't want to persuade Qin Hongfei to back down. She just didn't want him to get his hands dirty. Qin Hongfei had been on the wanted list for more than a year. He was involved in shady dealings and scoffed at Yuan Ni's words. He kicked the female doctor on the ground hard and said fiercely, "We have nothing to do with each other. Don't try to persuade me or get involved in this." Yuan and I was taken aback. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now he wanted to distance himself. Before she could understand, Qin Hongfei had already turned to leave.
Wait.
Yuan and I wanted to chase after him, but she found her pant leg was being pulled by the half-conscious female doctor. The doctor clung to Yuan and I and cried out desperately, "They're going to kill me. Help, there's a thief." In that instant, Yuan and I understood why Qin Hongfei had distanced himself. He was trying to protect her, and now he was leaving to come back stronger. The female doctor, knowing how to pick on the weak, thought she had the upper hand by holding on to Yuan and I. When the hospital staff arrived, she began to accuse Yuan and I of being an accomplice to the thief and attacking her. The medical staff who rushed over included some who knew Yuan and I and were aware of her close relationship with the recently deceased Mrs. Qin. They helped her by saying, "Dr. Zhao, don't rush to report this. This is a friend of Qin Fengxiang. She came to the blood bank to ask about the patient's plasma, which was used improperly. Isn't that normal? I didn't use the patient's plasma. It was taken by someone else. Why doesn't she go after them instead of making things difficult for me, a doctor? Look at my head and my arm. She did this to me." Dr. Zhao was not one to back down easily and directly accused Yuan and I of hitting her. Yuan and I looked innocent and pointed at the large footprints on Dr. Zhao's white coat. "Dr. Zhao, are you sure it was me who hit you?" Dr. Zhao had met Qin Hongfei and thought she was intimidating, so she took her anger out on Yuan and I. "It was you who hit me." Yuan and I shrugged, feeling helpless. "Come on, everyone, let's be reasonable. With my build, could I really hit Dr. Zhao? Do I look like I could overpower her? And these footprints, are my feet really that big?" Dr. Zhao couldn't see her own situation. Besides the large footprint on her chest, she had several others on her body, clearly made by a large adult male's foot. Yuan and I was petite with small feet, and the difference in size was obvious. Even those who were supposed to support her remained silent. Yuan and I tapped her forehead. "Oh no, I'm just an innocent bystander being wronged. I need to call the police. Someone is slandering me." The issue of the blood bank's plasma being misused involved many people, and if a third party got involved, even the hospital director could be held responsible. The medical staff quickly gathered around to calm Yuan Ni down. Dr. Zhao is not thinking clearly. She must be imagining things. This has nothing to do with you, and we apologize on her behalf. Nothing to do with me? What about Dr. Zhao? If she had done her job properly, could the patient's blood have been misused? Don't worry, the patient has died, and we will give you an explanation. We just need to investigate the whole situation. Please be patient while we handle this.
Yuan Ni.
All right, I will wait for the results. With the officials protecting each other, Dr. Zhao was arrogant and lied without hesitation. Yuan and I believed she must have some backing. However, the consequences of their actions would eventually catch up with them. Dr. Zhao and Director Zhou from the grain station had no idea what kind of person they had provoked. Qin Hongfei had run away and did not show up again. Yuan Ni, recalling her connection with Grandma Qin, helped her family handle the funeral arrangements. Before Grandma Qin was buried, Yuan Ni urged the hospital to issue an accident report, but they delayed and refused to process Dr. Zhao. Yuan Ni sensed that someone was interfering. After learning about the incident, Gu Chao was filled with righteous anger. He asked Yuan Ni if he should get involved, saying, "We need to seek justice for Grandma Qin." Yuan Ni paused for a moment and shook her head. Qin Hongfei will handle this matter himself. After Grandma Qin's death, Qin Hongfei did not appear again, clearly planning a major act of revenge. He avoided further conflict with Dr. Zhao and Director Zhou to keep them from becoming suspicious. Even if Gu Chao intervened, the most he could do was dismiss those involved, which was far from what Qin Hongfei wanted. Gu Chao quickly understood Yuan Ni's meaning and fell silent for a while. People act, and the heavens are watching. Those who do bad things must face the consequences. 3 days after her passing, Grandma Qin was buried in the woods next to Hongqi Brigade. On the day of the funeral, someone followed the procession. Yuan Ni suspected it was Qin Hongfei. After Grandma Qin's death, her eldest grandson was supposed to carry the spirit tablet and break a bowl in mourning. He couldn't show himself in front of so many people and could only follow secretly. De Hua was a simple girl, and even so, when she learned that her grandmother would never return, she cried hard at the grave. After the funeral, plump De Hua fell ill and couldn't even eat her favorite meat buns. No one expected that despite De Hua's sorrow, there would still be shameless people trying to take advantage of her. The day after Grandma Qin's burial, a chubby middle-aged man approached Yuan Ni, smiling and carrying many gifts. Yuan Ni had never seen this man before. "Do you need something from me? I am Zhou Lixing from the grain station. I need your help with something." Zhou Lixing smiled warmly, showing no guilt for Grandma Qin's death, and his request was utterly outrageous and shameless. "I don't know you, so why would I help?" Yuan Ni replied patiently. "I'm not hiding anything. My partner is ill, and only a blood transfusion can help her. However, her blood type is very rare, and it takes thousands of people to find a match. I heard that you have taken in an orphan named Qin Dahua, whose blood type is the same as my partner's. Could you please help? Can Qin Dahua donate blood for my partner?" Zhou Lixing had a chubby face full of smiles, with a clever glint in his eyes. "Dahua is temporarily staying with me, but I can't allow her to donate blood. As far as I know, it was because you misused her grandmother's plasma that the elderly woman passed away. How can you still think of taking advantage of Dahua?" Yuan Ni said bluntly. "Comrade Yuan, I consider you one of my own, which is why I'm asking for your help. In our county with 90,000 people, only about 100 have any standing. The others are just numbers, including Qin Dahua. And I, Zhou, am definitely a prominent figure in the county. By coming here to speak to you directly, I've already shown you respect, so don't be ungrateful." Zhou Lixing's smile faded, and his face took on a more sinister look. Yuan Ni replied, "You think you have standing? Just because you have a name, does that give you the right to harm others? How do you plan to account for the death of Dahua's grandmother? Was her life not valuable?" Zhou Lixing scoffed. "Can her life compare to my wife's?" Yuan Ni looked at him intently. "So, from the beginning, you intentionally misused the plasma, right? What if I did? What if I didn't? I know your situation. You've only been well fed for a few days. Stay out of other people's business, understand? And what if I insist on getting involved with Dahwa's situation? Don't refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. Let me tell you, Dahwa doesn't have the Chen surname. Either she donates blood willingly, or I will report you for human trafficking. If the report is valid and you can't provide proof of guardianship, not only will you lose your job, but you could also end up in prison. Zhou Leixing's ugly side finally showed. Yuan Ni looked at him and then saw a familiar figure behind Zhou Leixing. That person had arrived. Let me think about it. Zhou Leixing snorted, thinking that she was just a young girl and that a little intimidation would solve the issue. Please hurry. My wife urgently needs blood. With a loud bang, Yuan Ni slammed the door shut. Zhou Leixing nearly bumped his nose and felt angry, cursing for a while before leaving with his belongings. The weather has turned very cold, and the muddy road is covered with remnants of snow. Zhou Leixing walks with difficulty, 1 foot deep and the other shallow. If it weren't for his wife, he wouldn't be out here suffering. After Zhou Leixing's wife received life-saving blood from Grandma Qin, her health has improved recently, and she is smiling again. I need to deal with Qin Dahua quickly. She's just a helpless girl, right? If Yuan Ni is willing to help and let this girl give my wife a blood transfusion every 3 days, my wife will be living well. Zhou Leixing thinks to himself as he walks. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in the back of his head and then loses consciousness. After Yuan Ni closes the door, she informs her family about Zhou Leixing's visit. I just saw Qin Hongfei. He's not a good person. If he takes action, Zhou Leixing will definitely face a bad end. Grandma slaps her thigh, saying, he deserves it. Bad people should be punished. Everyone should stay indoors tonight. Let's invite a few guests over for dinner. Everyone looks at each other, and after a while, they understand Yuan Ni's intention. Does this mean Zhou Leixing won't survive the night? Yuan Ni wants to find a few witnesses to clear her family's name. Grandma thinks for a moment. How about inviting your master and his wife over? Comrade Wang is a good person. Let's invite them too. Director Gu should come as well. It would be good for him to improve his situation. They quickly decide on the guests. Master Gu and his wife, Comrade Wang and his wife, and Gu Chao. Of course, Uncle's family should come too. Ba Yi and Jian Jun are strong young men with bright futures, and they shouldn't get involved in any trouble. After receiving Yuan Ni's invitation, Comrade Wang and Master Gu aren't surprised. The new year just passed, and it's a time for family gatherings, so it's also a good time for friends to meet. Both families happily accept the invitation. Grandma takes charge and prepares a lot of delicious dishes. That night, everyone enjoys the meal, and both Comrade Wang and Master Gu drink too much, so they rest in Yuan Ni's guest room. They sleep well that night until the next morning. When Yuan Ni and Master Gu arrive at the recycling station, they hear about a strange incident. The deputy station manager stands at the door, excited, and waves them in. Come quickly. What's going on? The deputy manager closes the door and says mysteriously, something happened at the grain station. Master Gu perks up. What happened? Tell us more. Do you know the station manager? His name is Zhou Leixing, a pretty impressive guy. He died from bloating last night. Died from bloating? How is that possible? What did he eat to burst? Yuan Ni and Master Gu found it hard to believe. At that moment, Xiaoma quietly opened the door and came in to listen. The more listeners there were, the more animated the deputy station master became. Yes, what did he eat? You won't believe it. He ate the grain from the storage, the wheat and soybeans harvested this year. Raw grain? Yes. Today around 4 or 5 o'clock, the security team at the grain storage found one of the warehouse doors open. The security officer rushed inside and discovered Zhou Leixing lying on the grain pile, already dead. When they found him, he couldn't even button his clothes. His stomach was full of grain, and his clothes had burst open. The deputy station master described it vividly. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. Bursting from being too full? Did he really eat all that raw grain by himself? Isn't it true? When they found him, his mouth was full of crushed wheat and soybean bits. The coroner said his stomach, intestines, and esophagus were packed tight with grain, weighing at least 6 or 7 pounds. After being soaked in water, the grain expanded and ultimately caused his death. The deputy station master sighed while shaking his head, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. As a station master, he felt superior to the deputy station master of the recycling station, and he had long disapproved of Zhou Leixing. How could this be possible? Zhou Leixing isn't foolish. Why would he eat so much raw grain? Has he gone mad? Master Guo was puzzled. Dry wheat and soybeans aren't exactly tasty, and even during a famine, no one would eat them raw. Plus, to eat 6 or 7 pounds and then drink water, that would be suicidal. How could it happen? Why is it impossible? The coroner examined the scene and confirmed that Zhou Leixing ate all that grain himself. Afterward, he drank quite a bit of water, using his own enamel cup. The deputy station master was adamant. He even brought his enamel cup to the warehouse? How do you know that? The coroner who examined the scene lives next door to me. The deputy station master was proud. He had first-hand information. This is too strange. What did your neighbor say? He said, based on the scene, there are only 2 possibilities. Either Zhou Leixing went mad, or he was forced to eat that much grain. I'm sure he won't go crazy. I saw him just a couple days ago, and he seemed fine, Master Guo murmured. Xiao Ma quietly said, I saw him too. Even if he did go crazy, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Nothing bad has happened to his family. I think the second possibility is more likely, the deputy station master whispered, cupping his hands around his mouth. Everyone felt a chill. The thought of a living person being forced to eat so much food until they burst was terrifying. Yuan and I didn't speak the whole time. While others were just watching, she knew the real story. In times like this, it's important to stay calm and not reveal anything, or else all of Qin Hongfei's efforts would be in vain. This situation was too strange. Yuan and I remained silent, and no one found it odd. They assumed she was just scared. Honestly, everyone present was frightened. They all wondered what Zhou Leixing had done to deserve such a terrible fate. In a small county, news spreads quickly. By that afternoon, rumors were everywhere. The deputy station master's explanation had some logic to it. Others spread even wilder stories, claiming Zhou Leixing was possessed. This idea gained traction, especially among the older folks who believed he had done something wrong and was haunted, leading him to the granary to consume so much food. It was said he died in a horrifying way, his stomach so swollen it was nearly transparent, and his mouth filled with food that had come up from his throat. During the years of famine, people often said they would rather die full than hungry, but actually dying from being too full was still quite scary to witness. No signs of anyone else were found at the scene, so despite the strange circumstances, Zhou Leixing was ruled a suicide. Since it was a suicide, Yuan and I had nothing to do with it. The Qin family was filled with regret and whispered among themselves that Qin Hongfei was a brave man. Although they didn't hold anyone else responsible, some couldn't sit still. One of those was Dr. Zhao, who was partly responsible for Grandma Qin's death while on duty at the blood bank. Dr. Zhao had some connections. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't have delayed dealing with her. After hearing about Zhou Leixing's incident, Dr. Zhao was terrified. If anyone had done something wrong, it was her too. After discussing with her family, she believed it wasn't a ghost, but rather revenge from Grandma Qin's relatives. Wanting to save herself, she reported it to the police first. In front of the officers, Dr. Zhao admitted her mistakes, feeling she had done something wrong, but not too serious. It was just a matter of not keeping the blood bank safe, but this cannot be blamed on her. The grain station chief has so much power, and she, as a small doctor, couldn't stop him from taking it. The investigators had been to the scene and already felt that Zhou Lai's death was suspicious. After hearing Dr. Zhao's words, they understood that there was more to this case. I have a suspect for you. When Qin Fengxiang just died, he came to me and caused a scene, even hitting me. What is his name? He left the name Qin San at the hospital. That name sounds fake. Qin Hongfei was elusive, and very few people had seen him, so no one could provide more information. The information provided by Dr. Zhao was a lead, but based on it, they couldn't catch the so-called Qin San. Upon further investigation, the officers discovered that the household registration only listed Grandma Qin and Qin Dahua, with no mention of Qin San at all. Seeing that this lead was a dead end, Dr. Zhao discussed with her family and packed her things overnight to take a train to her sister's house in the provincial capital for safety. If she hadn't run, everything might have been fine, but once she did, trouble followed. Dr. Zhao took a green train, which had sleeper cars and hard seats, along with a car for transporting luggage at the end. The green train rumbled through the night, and when dawn broke, as the train turned a corner, a sharp-eyed passenger noticed something being dragged at the back of the train. Though it was hard to see clearly, it looked like a person. The passengers were terrified and quickly reported it to the train staff, who were also shocked. When they reached the luggage car, they saw a person tied with a rope, with the other end of the rope attached to something inside. The rope was secured inside, leaving the person hanging outside. When they pulled the rope up, everyone was horrified. This was no longer a whole person, it was barely half of one. The rope was tied to the person's hands, and it was clear that as the train moved, the person would be dragged along. There was no way they could keep up with the train. As it dragged on, they were thrown to the ground. The train tracks were made of rough stones, and after being dragged for most of the night, the person's feet and lower legs were worn away, leaving only a bit of thigh, with white bones sticking out, which was extremely unsettling. If it weren't for the rope, the person's face would have been ground down as well. With such a tragic and bizarre death, it was clear this was a murder case. Dr. Zhao's husband was traveling on the same train and somehow slept soundly until dawn. When the train police found him, he learned how his wife had died and immediately broke down in tears, saying, "This is karma, truly karma. I had told her before not to do this." Dr. Zhao reported the incident before he died, and the investigators quickly combined the two cases and began their investigation. In the end, they concluded that Mrs. Qin had a grandson who was a wanted criminal. He was the one who killed Zhou Lixing and Dr. Zhao. When the news reached Danshan County, everyone was shocked. Some said the family took revenge too harshly and that it wasn't necessary. Others argued that Zhou Lixing and Dr. Zhao abused their status and bullied ordinary people, so they deserved their fate. There were many opinions, but one thing everyone agreed on was that Mrs. Qin's grandson was a very dangerous criminal and needed to be captured immediately. But how to catch him? Where to find him? There was no clear plan. He had been on the wanted list for a long time and they hadn't caught him before, so how could they catch him now? The whole county was in an uproar. At this critical moment, the grandmother woke up early to sweep the yard and found a small bundle at the door of the main room. When she saw the bundle, her heart raced. She recognized it. She quickly took it to Yuan Ni's room and said, "Take a look, is this what we think it is?" Yuan and I locked the doors and opened the bundle. Sure enough, inside was the 9 dragons cup that Mrs. Qin had shown them, along with a letter. Yuan and I set the 9 dragons cup aside and began to read the letter. It had no greeting or signature, just 2 simple sentences. "I have gone to Hong Kong. Please take care of Dahua until I return to pick her up." The 9 dragons cup is a token of gratitude. There was no doubt that this was written by Qin Hongfei. Yuan and I burned the note to ashes and looked at the dazzling 9 dragons cup, sighing. This was indeed a heavy burden. When the grandmother heard this, she walked back and forth in the room, her brow tightly furrowed. "It's not that I don't want to protect this child. I'm afraid I won't be able to." Her worries were not unfounded. With Qin Hongfei's identity revealed, Mrs. Qin's past could no longer be hidden. Initially, they were targeted just for having a rare blood type, which even led to Mrs. Qin losing her life. Now everyone knew she came from a family of tomb raiders and must have extraordinary treasures. The only clue to obtaining these treasures lay with Dahua. Whoever took care of Dahua would face an unexpected disaster. Yuan and I was also troubled by this situation. For ordinary people, even a bad person like the head of a grain station is hard to deal with, let alone someone with more power. I need to hurry and take the university entrance exam. Once I get to the capital, no one will know our background, and we will be safe. The problem is it's only the end of February, and the exam is in July. Even if Yuan and I manages to get into university, she won't be able to leave until mid-August. Although the Qin family has many members, they are only useful when fighting in the village. If they face someone powerful, as Zhou Lixing said, the number of people in the Qin family is just a figure. It would be easy to erase that small number. In a small county, big events are rare, and when something like this happens, news spreads quickly. Within a few days, even Uncle C, who sells goods at the market, and Aunt C, who collects scrap, were asked if they had adopted the granddaughter of a notorious thief. Ordinary people only know that Grandma Qin's grandson is a thief who stole many valuable items and hid them with her. Some nosy neighbors even came to borrow money. It was impossible to lend money, and Yuan and I was worried about how to get through this situation. After this incident, Gu Chao spent time with Yuan and I whenever he could, reassuring her, "I've already talked to Grandpa about this. He said he would handle it." Yuan and I thought about it. Grandpa Gu seemed to have some connection with Grandma Qin, so this matter couldn't be kept from him. Grandpa Gu is a man of loyalty, otherwise, he wouldn't have named his two sons Shouji and Shouxin. Soon, someone from the capital arrived. It was Gu's father and Grandpa Gu's personal secretary. Gu's father told everyone, as soon as Grandpa heard about Grandma Qin's situation, he fell ill. He knows you're in a tough spot and wants to personally adopt Dawawa. We came to take her away. Hearing this, the family's worries eased. Grandma was a bit concerned. It's good news, but Dawawa may not want to go with you. It's not just a possibility. She definitely won't go with strangers. Dawawa has lived with her grandmother since she was little and has little trust in outsiders. During this time, she has been living with the Qin family and has formed a bond with Grandma, Yuan and I, Xiao Wen, Xiao Yu, and the Big Rooster. She refuses to leave. Gu's father tried everything, like coaxing a child, to persuade Dawawa to come with them, but she clung tightly to the big tree in the yard, saying, I won't go, I won't go. Here, have some roast chicken. You liar, I won't leave even for chicken. Dad, Gu was out of ideas. Yuan and I thought for a moment, then pulled Dehua aside and said, Dehua, we won't be apart, but we can't go to the capital right now. You go first, and we'll catch up later. Dehua blinked, unsure if she understood. Sending Dehua to Grandpa Gu was the best protection for her, as she wasn't very clever, and there were guards with Grandpa Gu. Grandma got an idea. Really, when it's time to eat watermelon, we'll be in the capital and live with you, eating watermelon together. Dehua understood. Okay, let's eat watermelon together. After much persuasion, Grandma started preparing snacks for Dehua. Cold meat buns wouldn't taste good, so she made scallion pancakes, braised pork knuckles, and soy sauce beef. Seeing Grandma so busy, Dad Goose smiled and said, No need to prepare anything, let's eat at the food cart.
How can we do that?
This child is waiting for us. We need to bring her some home-cooked food, Grandma said seriously. Dehua was as innocent as a little animal. If you told her to wait, she would really wait. In this situation, how could they not bring her some hometown food? Grandma personally took Dehua to the platform and reminded her to keep track of the time, so she would definitely go to the capital when it was time to eat watermelon.
Dehua nodded. I remember.
Watching the train gradually move away, Yuan and I felt a heavy responsibility. She needed to study hard for the upcoming college entrance exam and aim for success. Gu Chao quietly told Yuan and I, Qin Hongfei was just a tomb raider before, but now he's involved in a murder, so the manhunt for him is even more intense. Yuan and I had mixed feelings about this person. Was Qin Hongfei born bad, wanting to kill and cause chaos? No matter how many bad things he did before, this time he acted out of desperation. People like Zhou Lixing, if not dealt with, would continue to be bad and might harm Yuan and I. He could turn Dehua into a moving blood bank, draining her blood daily to support his wife until she died. No one could bear that outcome. So Qin Hongfei acted decisively. In this situation, Yuan and I couldn't say he was wrong. If it were her, she might have done the same. Will Grandpa Gu get into trouble? There's no more collective punishment now. Besides, Qin Hongfei isn't even on the Qin family register. My grandpa is just adopting a friend's granddaughter, Gu Chao said calmly. At first, Qin Hongfei gave the Nine Dragons Cup as a thank you gift for raising Dahua. Now that Dahua has been taken by Grandpa Gu, the Nine Dragons Cup has not been handed over. Yuan Ni trusts Grandpa Gu, but she does not trust the younger generation of the Gu family. Even though they hold high positions, their intentions can be questionable. She thinks that once she arrives in the capital, she will see what Dahua thinks. If Dahua still wants to stay with her, she will bring Dahua to her side. When the day comes that Qin Hongfei comes to take Dahua, she will give both the Nine Dragons Cup and Dahua to him. It's worth noting that after Dahua left, the eyes watching the Qin family, both openly and secretly, disappeared. The pressure on everyone eased, and they began to live normally again. Time passes, without knowing human sorrow. In March, when the mountain flowers bloom, the troop for recruitment arrives in Dan County. This is not the usual time for recruitment. It is said that this time they are specifically looking for cultural and special forces soldiers. Upon hearing this, the young people in the county went wild, all eager to join the army. In early spring, with blooming flowers and a smiling wife, Aunt Zhao Fuhua has been in a great mood lately, always wearing a smile that makes her look younger and more beautiful. Uncle drives a tractor, and besides his regular earnings, the team gives him extra support. Nowadays, people can be quite rigid, but Uncle has gradually opened up his mind, influenced by Uncle C. Taking the opportunity to drive the tractor, he often helps others with deliveries. People appreciate his help and wouldn't let him do it for free. As a result, he earns more than when he is at work. Plus, Zhao Fuhua works at the veterinary station and brings home money each month, so the couple quickly saved up some money. Their life is getting better and better. Uncle suggested using the money to buy Zhao Fuhua a bicycle. It's quite far from our team to the veterinary station, and it's tough for you to run back and forth. Everyone who works at the commune rides bicycles. My wife shouldn't have to suffer. If others have it, you should too. When Zhao Fuhua heard this, her eyes immediately filled with tears. When she first married Uncle Chun Xiwenong, he often ignored her, as if he was hiding something in his heart. After careful observation, Zhao Fuhua realized that Uncle cared a lot about Yuan Yang. At that time, she didn't know Yuan Yang was adopted and found it hard to believe that siblings could have such feelings. However, as time passed, their marital bond had weakened. She never expected that their relationship could improve one day. Zhao Fuhua sighed to herself, thankful that Yuan and I had gone inside and that the door was closed well. It would be best if it stayed closed forever. Aren't the two boys going to join the army? There's no rush to buy bicycles. Let's settle them first, Zhao Fuhua smiled. Her second uncle thought for a moment, all right, let's send them to the army first, and after a year, we can buy bicycles. Her second uncle's two children were named Chen Xiangdong, the older one, and Chen Weiguo, the younger one. Xiangdong was already 16 this year, and Weiguo was 15. The boys hadn't studied much. Since they were young, they had been collecting sheep dung and gathering hay to earn a little money. By the age of 13, they were working in the fields. Because their parents didn't have a good relationship, they often neglected the boys, which made Xiangdong and Weiguo a bit shy. Once the Gu family promised to send Xiangdong and Weiguo to the army, their second uncle returned and urged the boys to start training. Even if you might not be selected, you still need to prepare. Get up early and run a few laps around the village, then study in the evening to catch up on your education. Their second uncle had absolute authority at home, and Xiangdong and Weiguo could only nod in agreement. So, early in the morning, before the roosters crowed, the two boys got up to run. Rural kids didn't have much experience in exercise. They didn't know to wear running shoes, and instead wore the big cotton shoes their grandmother had made. These cotton shoes were sturdy and comfortable, but they were too loose for running, so the boys had to stop to adjust them. While adjusting his shoes, Xiangdong asked Weiguo, "Can we really join the army? If Dad says we can, then we can. He has never lied to us." Their second uncle always said to take on tasks that matched one's abilities. He was a straightforward person and never boasted about things he couldn't do, so the boys trusted him. Do they wear running shoes in the army? There should be. It's hard to fight in cotton shoes, Weiguo replied uncertainly. To wear running shoes every day, they had to work hard to join the army. The two boys practiced diligently, and after much effort, they finally received news that the recruiters had arrived. The villagers were hesitant, worried that the boys might not be selected, and didn't want to waste money on travel. But their second uncle waved his hand decisively. "Pack your things. The whole family is going to the city." And our going to the city gave the Chen family a good start. They wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to stay. The second uncle's family excitedly headed to Yuan Ni's home. Uncle has been waiting with his son, Jianjun. "Second brother, I've checked, and you two are not old enough. You can only apply for special recruitment and take the artistic soldier route." The term special recruitment was something second uncle had heard from Dadgu before, but what is an artistic soldier? It's someone who performs on stage, like singing and playing instruments. What? Second uncle never expected that special recruitment meant this. How could the son of a farmer perform? Was this a joke? Xiangdong and Weigua also felt anxious. What if they couldn't perform? "Don't worry, just let the kids sign up," Gu Chao said at this crucial moment. "But they need to be able to perform, and these two can't." Second uncle said nervously, rubbing his hands. Gu Chao smiled slightly. "Just go ahead. Do what they ask during recruitment. If there's something you can't do, just say so. Don't be nervous. Artistic soldiers can switch roles too." Zhao Fuhua nudged second uncle. "Since Gu said so, let's go. We can't waste the travel expenses." That's true. Since they were already there, they might as well try. That night, Xiangdong and Weigua stayed at Yuan Ni's house. Grandpa led them to take a bath and got their hair done. Grandma brought out 2 pairs of new shoes, bright white sneakers. "Nir bought these for you," she said. "Wear new shoes to walk a new path." Xiangdong and Weigua had never worn such nice shoes before. They carefully put them on and found them comfortable, much better than their old rubber shoes. The next morning, the 2 kids were surrounded by family and taken to the recruitment site. There were many young people hoping for luck, mostly from the county. These young men were well-dressed, with shiny hair, and some even wore leather shoes. When they saw Xiangdong and Weigua, they looked down on them. Today was for artistic soldiers. What were these 2 doing here? Seeing this, Grandma and Grandpa encouraged Xiangdong and Weigua, "Don't be nervous. Just do your best. These people don't decide your future." But saying that only made Xiangdong and Weigua more anxious. When it was Xiangdong's turn to go in, he almost stumbled. Inside, there were several people: the recruitment captain, the vice captain, talent assessment teachers, and the local armed forces leader. Seeing Xiangdong's nervousness, the teacher first smiled and, after confirming his name and age, said, "We are a cultural troupe and prefer candidates with artistic talents. Do you have any hobbies?" Xiangdong did have a hobby, but it wasn't a typical one, so he hesitated to share it. After stammering for a while, he finally said, "I can farm." "Does that count as a hobby?" The teacher laughed. "Loving agricultural work definitely counts as a hobby, but what we need are hobbies that can be performed on stage." Xiangdong's face turned red with anxiety. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment and then opened them again. In an instant, he made a decision. Regardless of how proper his hobby was, he would share it. So he said, "I can sing a folk song. Can I sing?" The teacher was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and smiled. "Sure. Go ahead and sing." Folk songs are a type of traditional music, similar to love songs, but often more straightforward in their content. Currently, more refined styles are popular, and folk songs are considered less respectable. If he sang something too explicit, he might even be called out by women in the audience for being inappropriate. As a result, very few people in the village dared to sing them. Occasionally, while working, if someone felt the urge to sing, they would only hum a few notes, since there were no lyrics, and no one could accuse them of being inappropriate. So, how did Xiangdong know how to sing folk songs? He learned from his uncle. Although his uncle seemed strict now, he was lively in his youth and often sang while working with the kids, which Xiangdong and Weigua secretly picked up. Xiangdong blinked and chose a more respectable folk song to sing, starting with "The Clear River Water and the Blue Sky." As he began to sing, everyone present was shocked, not because the lyrics were bad or the song was too rustic, but because Xiangdong had an amazing voice. Don't underestimate folk songs. They are known for their powerful and soaring melodies. Without a good voice, one truly cannot sing them well. Xiangdong sang with great authenticity and a strong regional flavor. Coupled with his wide vocal range and rich tone, he transported everyone into the song's atmosphere. Not only were the people inside amazed, but those outside also heard him, and the young people in the county began to chatter. This is hilarious. Can this song really be sung? How embarrassing. I wonder if there are any women inside. If there are, they should call him out for being inappropriate. Such a country bumpkin dreaming big. People nowadays are into refined singing styles. Anyway, there were all kinds of comments, and both Uncle Air and Aunt Air looked unhappy. The time of one song quickly passed, and Xiangdong excitedly walked out. Uncle Air reached out and slapped Xiangdong's face, asking, "What were you singing?" But Uncle De grabbed him, saying, "What's wrong with singing? If he doesn't get selected, you can't hit a child." Xiangdong was stunned for a moment. The teacher said I sang well and that I have a good voice with potential. Uncle Air was taken aback, his hand raised, unsure whether to hit or lower it. Uncle De glanced at his brother and gently lowered his arm, saying, "Weigua, don't listen to your dad. Just do what the teacher says, and don't be nervous." Weigua was a bit more lively than Xiangdong and happily agreed, but the two brothers ended up singing sad songs. They sang well, and if time allowed, the assessment teacher wanted them to sing a duet. Jianjun was old enough and was testing for special forces. According to Jianjun, they didn't ask for any performances on site, just set up some strange obstacles for him to run through. "Did you run?" "Of course. I can carry logs up the mountain. Those obstacles are nothing." Jianjun dismissed the challenges. He was a tall guy, but very agile. After the assessment, Uncle De was still holding up, while Uncle Air didn't want to say a word. Comrade Gu had already said that if you can't do anything, just admit it. Why did they have to sing sad songs in front of the recruitment officers? Zhao Fuhua comforted him. "It's okay if you don't become a soldier. Staying in the village to farm is also good." "Is that so?" Xiangdong and Weigua exchanged glances, feeling that they had somehow ruined a good situation. The atmosphere in the family was quite tense. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, the team leader excitedly came to his house, saying, "Xuanong, you did well. Both kids got recruited. Hurry and go to the city to complete the paperwork." Jianjun from Uncle Da's family was also selected. Originally, Old Man Gu had opened a back door for this, but all 3 kids performed well, so even through regular recruitment, they could pass. Especially Xiangdong and Weigua. According to the assessment teacher, both had talent and great potential in the arts. Becoming a soldier is a very honorable thing. Jianjun, being from a furniture factory family, received 20 yuan for travel expenses from the factory leaders, and they even pinned a big red flower on him, sending him off with drums and gongs to the station. As for Xiangdong and Weigua, their send-off was even more grand. Uncle Air personally drove the tractor, and the team leader and team officials accompanied them all the way to the station. Not only did the two of them wear big red flowers on their chests, but even the iron head of the tractor had a red flower on it. Just like that, the Chin family suddenly had 3 sons who went off to serve in the military. According to Grandma, this solved a big problem for the family. Now that there wasn't much to do at home, Grandma started to think about the chubby girl, Dahua, wondering if the silly girl was doing well in the capital. In theory, Mr. Gu was quite respectable, and his family had enough to eat and drink, so Dahua should be living well, right? At this time, Dahua was also thinking about Grandma. "I don't want to eat rice. I want watermelon," she pouted. Her chubby face had slimmed down a bit, but she was still stubborn, refusing to eat anything but watermelon. She remembered that before they parted, Grandma had said that when it was time for watermelon, she could come to the capital to see her. Mr. Gu was very understanding, especially towards Dahua. He had known Grandma Qin since childhood, and they had been through a lot together. Dahua was one of the last 2 descendants left by Grandma Qin. "Liang, go check the kitchen for some fresh fruit and bring it to Dahua," Mr. Gu instructed the housekeeper. The housekeeper quickly agreed, bringing the biggest, reddest apple. In front of Mr. Gu, she peeled it, cut it into pieces, and placed it in a small bowl in front of Dahua. Dahua, eat the apple first, and you can have watermelon in a few days, Mr. Gu said kindly. Dahua looked at him doubtfully, but finally started to eat the apple. In the evening, Mr. and Mrs. Gu returned home from work. Mr. Gu's house was large enough for everyone, and he lived with his eldest son and daughter-in-law. Since Yuan and I came to the house and caused a scene, Mr. Gu had criticized his daughter-in-law several times in public. But Mrs. Gu was quite special. While others became more modest, her resilience only grew. When scolded, she would cry, but afterward, she would still eat and drink as usual. So, as soon as she got home, she called the housekeeper, Liang. Wash some apples for us to eat. The apples are all gone. Who ate them? It was Dahua. Mrs. Gu was very upset and threw her bag onto the sofa. Mr. Gu and his son didn't like fruit, and the housekeeper wasn't allowed to eat it either. Before, all the fruit was reserved for her. Now, with Dahua around, who could eat a lot, it was simply too much to bear. Mrs. Gu never thought about letting anyone take advantage of her. She just wasn't used to confronting people directly. That night, Dahua was already lying in bed when the door suddenly swung open. Mom Gu stood at the door with a big smile, holding a piece of watermelon. Dahua, I heard you wanted some watermelon. Dahua immediately remembered what her grandmother said. When it was time for watermelon, she could come to see Dahua. So, she quickly got up and said, Give it to me. Not so fast, come with me, Mom Gu said with a charming smile. Even those who knew her well often fell for her tricks, let alone Dahua, who was a bit simple-minded. Just like a donkey following a carrot, Dahua followed Mom Gu as she held the watermelon, leaving the room and walking through the hallway to the back door. During the day, there were many people in the Gu family. Housekeepers, personal assistants, security, and guests, making it hard to sneak around. But at night, it was different. The security was at the front door, the housekeepers were resting, and the hallway was empty. Mom Gu cheerfully opened the back door and walked out with Dahua, then handed her the watermelon. Take your time eating. This watermelon was special, grown in a heated room to produce out-of-season fruits and vegetables. Mom Gu spent a lot to buy it, but she only got a small piece and cut off a slice for Dahua. Seeing Dahua eat the watermelon happily, Mom Gu stopped smiling, turned around, and shut the back door with a bang. What a mess! Bringing dirty things into the house, and the old lady doesn't even say anything. Only I, the daughter-in-law, have to deal with it. After doing this, Mom Gu washed her hands and casually returned to her room. Dad Gu was lying in bed reading and didn't notice Mom Gu had gone out. Mom Gu acted as if nothing had happened and calmly lay down. Dahua was a simple girl, not mentally ill, just someone with a low IQ and not very sharp. In the dark and cold, Dahua wouldn't just sit quietly by the back door. She would wander around. If she got lost or froze, the old man would surely be angry, but who could he blame? Who told him to take in a simple girl? So it was no one else's fault. The more Mom Gu thought about it, the more she felt clever. She closed her eyes and fell into a satisfied sleep. In the dream, Big Flower got lost, and Grandpa Gu became anxious and fell ill again. This time, there was no miracle doctor to save him. Grandma Gu watched with satisfaction as Grandpa Gu took his last breath, kicking her legs in frustration. Huilan, why are you still sleeping? Get up, Grandpa is calling for you, came Dad Gu's voice. Grandma Gu opened her eyes, thinking that Grandpa must have noticed Big Flower was missing. She calmly got up. Isn't it the weekend? I just wanted to sleep a little longer. She washed her face and brushed her teeth steadily, getting dressed before heading to the study. The house was very quiet, just like any other weekend morning, and it didn't seem like anything had happened. Grandma Gu felt a bit puzzled, wondering if they still hadn't noticed Big Flower was gone. She sneered to herself, thinking that the nanny, Lu, seemed attentive but was actually careless. At this hour, Big Flower was not in the room, and she hadn't noticed. Grandpa Gu was in the study writing. Writing could be addictive, and his calligraphy was quite good. Although he was old, his writing had become even more vigorous and powerful. Xiao Chao is coming back. Clean up his room and buy some of his favorite food, Grandpa Gu instructed without turning around. The nanny only did chores and bought small groceries. Valuable items were bought by Grandma Gu herself. Grandma Gu felt pleased but also secretly scolded Xiao Chao for being inconsiderate. Her son was coming home, and he should have told her instead of going through Grandpa. She felt a bit wronged, thinking her son wasn't close to her. Are you only preparing for Xiao Chao? Grandma Gu quickly collected her emotions and asked. Xiao Chao is coming back for a report, but Xiao Yuan has to work and won't come back for now, Grandpa Gu replied. Oh, he can't come back? If they get together in the future, they can't live apart, right? Grandma Gu quickly tried to influence Grandpa Gu. Grandpa Gu turned around and gave Grandma Gu a stern look. Young people have their own ideas. We should meddle. But they can't live apart. If they have children later, the child's household registration will follow the mother, and they won't be able to come to the capital for school. I mean, it's fine for adults, but we can't delay the next generation, Grandma Gu said with a worried expression. Mom, don't worry about these things. Xiao Yuan has her own plans, and we definitely won't live apart. Just then, Xiao Chao walked in. Grandma Gu turned to look and immediately gasped. It wasn't that she was shocked to see her son, but because there was someone behind him. Big Flower had returned. How did you get here? Gu's mother lost her composure. It shouldn't be possible. The layout of the back door of the Gu family is very complicated. Even someone like Dahua, who is a bit foolish, or a normal person from outside, would get lost in such a confusing alley. How did Dahua come back? Grandpa Gu looked at Gu's mother sternly. Who are you saying shouldn't be here? I'm talking about Xiao Chao. Didn't you just say he was coming back? I didn't expect him to be back already. It startled me. In just a few seconds, Gu's mother regained her composure. She warmly walked up to Xiao Chao and adjusted his collar. I'm heading to the market to buy groceries. We'll have a nice lunch. Xiao Chao said nothing and watched Gu's mother leave. After she left, he closed the study door. Grandpa, I came back at midnight last night and saw Dahua wandering in the back alley. There were guards at the front door, so Dahua must have gone out through the back. Who opened the back door and let her out? Grandpa Gu already knew the background of the situation. Like Xiao Chao, he just couldn't find out who had opened the door for Dahua. Aunt Lu said she went to bed early last night, before 10. Then who else could it be? Gu's father had been to Danshan County with Grandpa Gu. He knew how much Mrs. Qin meant to Grandpa Gu and wouldn't do anything reckless. The guards had a working relationship with the Gu family. It made no difference to them whether there were more or fewer people in the family. The same goes for the housekeeper. This left only Grandma Gu and Gu's mother. On the surface, Gu's mother had no direct connection to Dahua, so there was no reason for her to target her. Compared to Gu's mother, Grandma Gu seemed more suspicious. After all, she was Grandpa Gu's first wife, while Mrs. Qin had a past relationship with him when she was younger. Could Grandma Gu have harmed Dahua out of jealousy? Grandpa Gu frowned. Honestly, based on his understanding of his wife, he didn't think she could do something like that. His daughter-in-law's character was more questionable, but Dahua and she had no conflicts. Why would she want to harm Dahua? Both women seemed a bit suspicious, yet neither seemed likely to be guilty. The key issue was that both women held significant importance and couldn't be suspected lightly, but they also couldn't be allowed to harm Dahua. Dahua, who took you out yesterday? Xiao Chao asked with a smile. I wanted to eat watermelon. I want to eat watermelon. Dahua could only clearly describe various foods, and it was impressive that she could even connect watermelon to watermelon. Asking about Dahuang won't yield any results. Mr. Gu directly called the security office and asked them to arrange for a shift, placing a guard at the front door and another at the back. With guards watching, even if someone tries to cause trouble, they can keep track of Dahuang's movements. We can only stay on high alert now. What are you and Xiao Yuan planning? Mr. Gu said with some worry. His family isn't impenetrable. Nair wants to go to college. She has already submitted her application to the archaeology department at Jing University. If everything goes well and she receives her acceptance letter, she can head to Beijing, Gu Chao said proudly. That little girl is impressive and ambitious. What about you? Shouldn't you be coming back too? I see that the higher-ups want to transfer me back, But my term won't be up until the end of the year, so I'll be back 6 months later than near. 6 months isn't a long time. Mr. Gu is looking forward to Yuan and I moving to the city. The Chen family is truly a treasure, exceeding his expectations in every way. Now, when applying for college, students first take a preliminary exam. If they pass, they can fill out their application, and only after that is the official college entrance exam. This system can be tricky. If the exam questions are harder than the previous year, or if someone doesn't perform well, they might not get accepted. Yuan and I and Xiaoma both passed the preliminary exam. Many young people hoping to change their fate through the college entrance exam are studying hard, wishing to leap into success. However, wanting to take the exam is one thing, actually passing is another. After all, many people have jobs that take up too much time and energy. A lot of them just follow the crowd in studying and end up not making the cut. Xiaoma is practical. She applied to the normal university in their province. If I can get into the normal university, I can stay in the provincial capital to teach after graduation, whether in middle or elementary school, which is great. I can sell my job later, and that will cover my tuition and living expenses. If luck is on her side, she might even get into a government position. She looked at Yuan Ni's application and said, "Wow, Jing University? You're really bold to apply there. It's one of the top 2 universities in the country, truly a prestigious institution." In fact, Xiaoma doesn't really know how well Yuan and I study since they aren't currently students and don't have any joint exams or assessments. She can only judge from Yuan Ni's initial education level, thinking that Yuan Ni's application is just a lucky shot. When the people at the unit found out, they just laughed it off. There are too many dreamers and they don't mind one more. Gu Chao returned from his work report and brought Yuan and I some news. Qin Hongfei has run away. Where did he go? They first went to Gunzhou, where they stole an ancient tomb from the northern and southern dynasties period. Inside the tomb, there were many Buddha statues. They cut off the most exquisite Buddha heads and took them with them, then ran to Xiangjiang. What? Yuan and I could hardly believe her ears. She knew tomb raiders were ruthless, but she didn't expect them to be this extreme. How did they get there? They can't possibly take the Buddha heads by boat, right? Gu Chao rubbed his forehead. They tied empty gasoline barrels around their waists and also attached barrels to the Buddha heads, then swam across. Swam across the strait? Yes, and they did it at night. Gu Chao added quickly when he saw Yuan and I was silent. We didn't know they had landed in Xiangjiang with the Buddha heads to sell until we got the news. Yuan and I was speechless. The prices of antiques in Xiangjiang followed international trends, and a Buddha head from the northern and southern dynasties could sell for at least $100,000. With that money, Qin Hongfei and his group could establish themselves in Xiangjiang. One had to admit, he was a bold character. In such a place, without rules to hold him back, he might really soar to great heights. It seems he can't worry about Dahua now. I should focus on my studies and go take care of Dahua in the capital, Yuan and I said, resignedly pulling out her study materials to review. Gu Chao smiled, but didn't dare to tell Yuan and I about what happened in the capital. He just hoped that with Grandpa around, they could safely get through this time. Soon, it was time for the college entrance exam. It was an ordinary day, slightly hot. After the exam, Yuan and I bought a cream popsicle at the exam hall entrance. Her grandparents had come. And how did you do? The 2 elderly people had already discussed that if Yuan and I got into Jingda, they would go with her. They didn't think much of Qin Hongfei. They were determined to take good care of Dahua for the sake of Grandma Qin. But whether they could go entirely depended on whether Yuan and I could get into college. If she didn't, everything the Qin family was planning would be pointless. I think it went okay. Let's wait for the results, she replied. Her grandparents exchanged glances. The exams were over, and they didn't want to add pressure to her. They decided to wait patiently. As the weather warmed up, watermelons finally came into season. The Gu family gathered around the table, watching Dahua finish a large watermelon in amazement. Grandpa Gu cautiously asked, "Dahua, why don't you stand up and stretch a bit?" "No, I want to wait," Dahua pouted, her attitude very firm. Mom Gu smiled and asked, "What are you waiting for?" "She can't be waiting to eat another watermelon, can she?" Dahua knew that this woman had once kept her outside, and she didn't like it. She ignored Mama Gu and pouted in silence. Mama Gu felt embarrassed that Dahua was still not paying attention to her. As soon as she returned to the room, she complained to Papa Gu, "What's wrong with this child? Why does she eat so much?" Papa Gu, aware of the situation, recounted the conversation between Grandma and Dahua before they parted. "It's not that the child craves the watermelon. She misses someone." Mama Gu's eyes lit up at this. "Is that so?" She was skilled at understanding people's feelings, and if a normal person could be fooled by her, it was no surprise that Dahua, who was a bit simple-minded, could be as well. Whatever method Mama Gu used, the next morning, Sister Lu discovered that Dahua was really gone. Sister Lu had been instructed to keep an eye on Dahua. As soon as she noticed Dahua was missing, she hurried to report it, even losing a shoe in the process. "Missing? There are guards at both the front and back doors. How did she get out?" Old Master Gu was both shocked and angry. It was truly a case of fearing what might happen. Sister Lu shook her head in confusion. "I checked on Dahua before bed, around 9 o'clock. She was already in bed, undressed. Then I went to sleep, and I don't know how she got out." Since Dahua had run away once in the middle of the night, Old Master Gu had increased supervision. Sister Lu had to check on Dahua before bed, and again in the morning, which is how she noticed Dahua was missing right away. There were guards at both the front and back doors, and according to the two guards, they hadn't seen anyone leave the house during their shift. These two guards were sent by the security office. They not only had to guard the Gu family, but also rotated shifts at other homes. The guards on duty at the Gu house had only been there for 2 days and were not familiar with the family, so there was no reason for them to lie. Sister Lu had worked with Old Master Gu for over 10 years and was very reliable. If what she said was true, then Dahua had indeed gone missing in the middle of the night. However, the guards hadn't seen anyone leave, which was strange. Could Dahua have flown away? Papa Gu cautiously suggested, maybe Dahua isn't completely simple. Could she have sneaked out while the guards were asleep? Grandma Gu scoffed. Why would she run away when she has food and drink here? Besides, how can you say the guards were sleeping on duty? I think these kids are quite responsible. Mother Gu was very anxious. Oh no, Dahua isn't thinking straight. We need to find her quickly. It's late at night, and she's a young lady out there. We must ensure she's safe. Mr. Gu slammed the table, interrupting Mother Gu. Enough. You two don't need to go to work today. Just stay home and wait. Mr. Gu was the authority in the family. Even at 50, Father Gu was still afraid of his father. Seeing Mr. Gu angry, Father Gu looked terrified. Dad, you must be joking. Even if we don't go to work, what can we do at home? Cooperate with the security department's investigation, Mr. Gu replied sternly. Grandma Gu remained silent. As a traditional woman, she listened to Mr. Gu as long as he was alert and capable. Mother Gu sighed, Dad, I took a lot of leave when you were sick. If I take more, it will affect my progress. Then forget about progress, Mr. Gu said dismissively, picking up the phone to contact the security department. He explained the unexpected incident at home and requested immediate assistance. Mr. Gu had completed the adoption process, so Dahua was considered his adopted granddaughter, with the same rights as a biological granddaughter. When the Gu family reported a missing person, the security department took it seriously and quickly sent someone over. Upon seeing the security personnel, Mother Gu complained, Old man, you're being foolish. The child will come back when she's done playing. Why make such a fuss and add to your workload? The security personnel didn't respond. They directly communicated with Mr. Gu, following protocol that prohibited contact with other family members. The Gu family was in chaos, starting the investigation in full swing. The Chen family was also lively, but their excitement was different. They were celebrating because Yuan Ni's acceptance letter had arrived. Let me see. It's really from Jing University. And you're making us proud. Grandma asked to see the letter. After looking it over, Grandma awkwardly realized she could only recognize the gold letters, black text, and red stamp, but nothing else. Grandpa Chen thought a bit more. And Xiao Gu, I'll go with you to handle the paperwork. What do we need to do? Gu Chao nodded confidently. There's a lot of paperwork. You both need to go back to the district to get a certificate saying you're going to the capital for medical treatment. Grandpa Chen slapped his thigh.
Great.
With this certificate, we can stay in the capital without any issues. Since the illness was theirs, they could decide when to get better, giving them a reason to stay indefinitely. Grandpa, if you go, what'll happen to the parking lot? Fourth uncle, can you talk to an heir? Fourth uncle coughed and made the most important decision of his life. An heir, we want to go to the capital city with you to continue our stall business and collect scrap. Do you think that's possible? If you don't work in this field, you won't know how rewarding it can be. Since starting the stall and collecting scrap, fourth uncle and fourth aunt have been earning over 200 yuan each month. The pets are now enjoying biscuits and canned food, and they even use soap and shampoo. Although fourth uncle and fourth aunt are tired, they feel happy inside. They thought, if they can earn this much in the county, wouldn't they earn even more in the capital? Fourth aunt was worried about being a burden. And we will make sure to support ourselves. If we can't buy regular food, we'll buy the more expensive kind. However, Yuan Ni was not afraid of trouble. She knew that the household registration policy would become more relaxed. It was the right decision for fourth uncle and his wife to go to the capital and seize the opportunity. A strong man needs support, and it's best for her to go to the capital alone, but having a few relatives with her would be even better. Why can't we go? Everyone else can. You can tell the team leader that grandma and grandpa are getting older, and as their son and daughter-in-law, you need to accompany and take care of them. Using this reason to enter the city is reasonable. When fourth aunt went to the provincial city for medical treatment, fourth uncle and fourth aunt used this same reason to take a long leave. In fact, the rules have become much more relaxed over the years. As long as people want to go out, the team doesn't really manage it much. The main concern is that everyone is afraid of going out without food, so they hesitate to go anywhere. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt have tasted the sweetness of earning money, which is why they are so bold. This means that the recycling job will have to be handed over to second uncle. Second uncle is a bit reluctant to give up the tractor. He is a man who enjoys driving. In the end, first uncle convinced second uncle you need to go to the city. With a city household registration, you can help Xiangdong and Weigua pave the way. Second uncle nodded, agreeing that everything is for the children. Yuan Ni willingly offered her yard for second uncle to live in and asked them to help look after the house. Second uncle only kept 2 rooms, and Yuan Ni locked up the rest. The parking lot is a profitable place, and grandpa and fourth uncle quickly found someone willing to take over. This way, the rent can be covered, and the money they earn during this time will be pure profit. The issue of Xiaowen and Xiaoyu going to school is more complicated, so they can only go along for now and adapt once they reach the capital. As the whole family prepared to head to Beijing, both the eldest and second uncles felt a bit sad. What was once a lively gathering was now just the 2 brothers left in the county. What worried Yuan Ni the most were the precious antique collections. These items would be packed into their carry-on luggage to accompany them to Beijing. On the day of departure, everyone was busy with large and small bags. Grandma looked back at Danshan County and wiped away a tear, saying, "Let's go. We can't let fear hold us back." So, the family boarded the train heading north. As they watched the county town grow smaller, they felt a mix of sadness, confusion, and excitement. Grandma and Grandpa remembered Dehua. At that moment, they had no idea that in faraway Beijing, Dehua had been missing for over 2 days and a report had already been filed. Grandma had traveled far with Uncle 4 and Aunt 4, so she was familiar with the train's restroom and sink. She was not surprised to see the soft sleeper carriage with a red carpet. But Grandpa and the kids were different. The farthest they had been was the county town, and everything seemed new to them. To ensure safety, Gu Chao and Yuan Ni bought 10 sleeper tickets, with 6 beds in one compartment. Once on the train, everyone was careful and organized their luggage under the beds before exchanging tickets, as instructed by the staff. After changing the tickets, Grandma sat cross-legged on the bed, saying, "I'll stay here and watch the things." She wouldn't leave, no matter what happened. Grandpa chuckled, "You've seen the world. Go ahead and sit for a while. I need to take a look around. Saying this, Grandpa eagerly pulled Uncle for along, curious to experience the fancy restroom that Uncle had boasted about several times. A staff member pushed a cart filled with snacks and drinks, including tea eggs. Seeing someone enjoy a plastic tube of orange soda, the kids were drooling. Yuan and I smiled and called out to the cart, "How much is the soda?" 40 cents each. The taste of the plastic tube soda was no different from the soda sold in the county. The only difference was the packaging. The county sold glass bottles for 45 cents each, and you could return the bottle for 20 cents after drinking. On the train, the simple packaging made it more expensive. But since it was the kids' first trip, they couldn't just watch. Yuan and I smiled. "Let's buy 10. The attendant was happy. He took a 5 yuan bill and gave Yuan Ni 10 bottles of soda, not rushing to give change but enthusiastically explaining, "Cut the top with scissors, and you can drink it. Be careful not to spill while cutting. We also have fish skin peanuts for 20 cents a pack. Would you like some?" Yuan Ni asked for a few packs of fish skin peanuts. The attendant quickly gave the change and kindly helped everyone open their soda bottles. The vendor was different from the regular attendants. He was a contract worker, so his attitude was quite good. Cat Egg and Dog Egg immediately put their mouths on the bottles and took a big sip, making exaggerated faces. "So sweet," one exclaimed. "And a little bit tingling," added the other. Fourth Aunt tried a sip and then handed her bottle to Cat Egg, saying, "You two can share this. Doesn't it taste just like what we have at home?" "Yuan Ni, don't buy them these things. It's too wasteful." Yuan Ni laughed and replied, "If they want to drink it, let them buy it. We don't take the train every day. Who knows when we'll travel again?" Fourth Uncle tugged at Fourth Aunt, saying, "Don't be Yuan Ni. She means well and wants the kids to experience new things." Fourth Aunt chuckled, "I'm just used to saving money. When you're poor, it's hard to dream big. In the countryside, there aren't many earnings. Even if you work hard in the fields, it all depends on the weather. After a year of hard work, the points earned are barely enough to fill your stomach, and you can't dare to have other hopes. People become numb to their poverty, only thinking about saving money, and saving more." Growing up in such a poor environment, Fourth Aunt has done quite well for herself. While everyone was chatting and laughing, Grandpa had finished checking out the restroom and looked refreshed, saying, "The train's restroom is great. It doesn't smell at all." Two nearby passengers struggled to hold back their laughter, nearly twitching from trying not to laugh. Wasn't there a smell? Those who had never taken a train thought it was so much fun, with food and drinks available, and the train rattling forward was exciting. Even the smell of feet had its own charm. A few days of travel passed in the blink of an eye. When they got off the train, other passengers looked dizzy and pale, but the Chin family felt well-fed and full of energy. Cat Egg and Dog Egg carried their small bags and tugged on Fourth Uncle's clothes as they got off the train. At the exit, the inexperienced Red Flag Brigade was once again shocked by the crowd. Luckily, Yuan Ni had planned ahead, instructing the kids to hold on to each other, so they didn't get lost in the crowd. Gung Chunlai was waiting at the exit, and when he saw Yuan Ni, he waved excitedly, "Over here, over here." Considering the complicated situation with the Gu family, Yuan and I discussed with Gu Chao before coming to Beijing that they shouldn't alert the Gu family just yet. They would take care of their personal matters first before visiting the Gu family. Gu Chao agreed, knowing that his mother could be quite difficult. Gung Chunlai brought several tricycles, and everyone got on to head straight to the Wu family courtyard that Yuan and I had purchased. As they traveled along the bustling Chang'an Street, the Chin family was amazed by everything they saw. Once settled, they would be able to see the flag-raising ceremony and climb the Great Wall. Gung Chunlai sat in the same vehicle as Yuan and I and loudly introduced her to the situation. After Yuan and I left last time, Grandma Gung added some furniture to the house and bought new pots and pans. She didn't expect so many people to come, so there aren't enough beds. "You'll have to make do for now, and if it's not comfortable, you can stay at my house," Gung Chunlai said. "That's not necessary. We all brought bedding and can sleep on the floor," Yuan and I replied. Compared to the Gung family, she felt closer to the Chin family. Gung Chunlai didn't insist, saying that's fine. It's hot now, and many people can't sleep inside, so they're sleeping on the roof. Air conditioning and fans are luxuries that not everyone can afford. Ordinary people rely on hand fans to get through the hot summer. It's common to see people lying on the streets, let alone on rooftops. Soon, the tricycles entered the alley, and the Chin family quickly turned, all feeling that Beijing was truly vast. Grandma Gung was waiting at the door for Yuan and I. When Yuan and I left Beijing last time, she handed the keys to Grandma Gung, intending for her to help take care of the plants. She didn't expect Grandma Gung to also buy furniture. When the tricycle stopped, Gung Chunlai quickly jumped out to help his grandfather. This ride was cramped. Your legs must be numb. Come on, let's walk a bit. Grandma Gung hurried over to assist her grandmother, saying, "It's nice to see you again." Gung Chunlai understood the situation and, after sending off the tricycles, helped with the luggage. Grandma Gung pointed out where to place things, saying, "This wall niche is empty. It seems like the previous owner used it to hide things. Since you're new here, it's safer to put your belongings inside." Knowing that Yuan and I had a good eye for valuable items, Grandma Gung directly indicated the niche for her. After settling the luggage, everyone drew water from the well to wash up before sitting down to talk. I have prepared the meal. It's cold noodles with shredded cucumber. The old man knows you are coming and went to buy roast duck. That dish needs to be eaten hot so when he gets back we can start eating. Grandma Gung had everything arranged perfectly. Gu Chao looked at his watch and said, "You all sit down, I'll call home." Seeing Gu Chao about to leave, Grandma Gung's expression changed several times. Some things she didn't want to say, but she had to. "Gu, wait a moment. I need to tell you the truth. Something has happened at your home." Gu Chao was taken aback. Before getting in the car, he had spoken with his family and confirmed everything was fine. Either something happened at home then and his family hid it, or it occurred during the train journey. Thinking back to the call he received from his mother, Gu Chao felt a sudden jolt. If his mother was lying, Grandma pulled Gu Chao down to sit. "No matter what happened, let's listen first. We are all here to help you figure it out." Gu Chao nodded. Grandma Gung glanced at Grandma with a complicated expression and began to speak. Ever since they brought the token to the Gu family, the Gung family had been in frequent contact with them. News of Da Hua's disappearance had already spread. Old Mr. Gu even asked Grandma Gung to gather information while she was exchanging items.
What?
Da Hua is missing? It's easy to advise others, but accepting reality, when it happens to you, is much harder. When Grandma heard that Da Hua was missing, she felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Yuan and I had accompanied Grandma to the doctor, who had warned that she shouldn't be stressed.
Grandma, stay calm. Sit down and take a moment to breathe.
You can't faint. If you do, who will look for Da Hua? Everyone helped support Grandma and insisted she sit down. Grandma Gung looked apologetic. "I originally thought you could eat something and rest before I told you. I was worried about your health." Old Mr. Gu has already started searching. He not only reported it at their security office, but also filed a case at the police station. Many people are helping to find Da Hua, and we will get news soon. In the past, the Chin family would have believed Grandma Gung's words, but now that they were in the capital and saw so many people, they were skeptical. It wasn't that the police weren't trying. It was just that there were too many people in the city. Da Hua was like a drop of water in the desert. How could they find her in such a crowd? "I need to go see." Grandma felt increasingly uneasy and stood up, ready to leave. Yuan and I was anxious and said, "Grandma, I want to go to the Gu family too. The food is ready. Let's eat a little before we leave." Grandma and Grandpa had been working hard in the countryside for years, and they were not in great shape. Yuan and I didn't want them to run around on empty stomachs. Yes, people need food to have strength. "Let's eat a bit first, and after we finish, I will go with you," Grandma Gung added. The situation was unexpected, and they had to stay calm. Just then, Grandpa Gung arrived. When he heard that the situation couldn't be hidden anymore, he quickly put down the oil paper bag he was holding. "Hot roasted duck. Everyone eat first. Chunlai, hurry and help me get the noodles so everyone can have a bite." With the Gung family's kindness, everyone ate a few bites but soon wanted to leave. Yuan and I thought for a moment and told her uncle and aunt, the kids can't go. They would just cause trouble. You two stay home and watch the kids. I will go with Gu Chao to take Grandma and Grandpa. In the city, people preferred to reason things out, unlike in the countryside where they would fight in groups. Her uncle and aunt, unsure of what to do, agreed, you go ahead. If anything happens, just call us. Gung Chunlai had already called for a vehicle and urged everyone to get on. Most ordinary citizens used bicycles and buses for transportation, but considering Grandma and Grandpa's age, it was better for them to walk less, so he called for a cart. When they arrived, they found that, perhaps because something had happened at the Gu family, the entrance was being checked very strictly. If it weren't for the duty officer recognizing Gu Chao, they might have been stopped from entering altogether. The officer glanced at the people following Gu Chao and quietly said to him, "Your grandfather is resting at home. Be careful bringing so many people." Gu Chao understood the officer meant well and replied, "I will be careful." Grandma and Grandpa marched in angrily, not even noticing the beautiful two-story houses around them. As soon as they entered the Gu family's yard, they were stopped by Gu's mother, who looked anxious and helpless. "Xiao Chao, why did you bring them here? I know you have a good relationship with your girlfriend, but this is not the right time for a visit." Dahua was entrusted to Grandpa Gu by Grandma and Grandpa, and Gu's mother was trying to make it seem like Grandma and Grandpa were being unreasonable, like poor relatives asking for favors. The guards and onlookers exchanged disapproving glances at Grandma and Grandpa. At this point, Yuan and I had to admit that Gu Mama was quite skilled. She could really twist the truth. Just then, the old Master Gu's personal secretary came out, saying, "You two must be from the Qin family, right? This way, the old master wants to see you." Feeling guilty for not taking care of Dahua, the old Master Gu showed this attitude through his secretary, making the guards and neighbors ponder. Yuan and I sneered and pushed Gu Mama aside, saying, "Grandma, let's go." Grandma Gung and Gung Chun also followed inside. Gu Chao was a step behind. He frowned at Gu Mama and said, "Mom, stop being clever. Tell me, does Dahua's disappearance have anything to do with you? What are you saying, child? Dahua is just a kid. What could I do to him?" "You're hurting my feelings," Gu Mama said, skillfully pulling out a handkerchief, ready to cry. Gu Chao didn't stop her. He just frowned, observing Gu Mama. With Dahua missing, she was the prime suspect. Grandma and Grandpa were already taken upstairs by the secretary. The old Master Gu lay weakly on the bed and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't take care of the child properly." Grandma didn't bother with pleasantries, asking, "What exactly happened?" The secretary cleared his throat and continued, "Old Master Gu is too weak. Let me explain what happened." What the secretary said matched the investigation results from the security office, with no discrepancies. Old Master Gu nodded. "That's the situation. I've mobilized all the resources I can." Grandpa Gung said anxiously, "So we just wait?" Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, interrupting the conversation. Outside, Gu Mama's gentle voice said, "Dad, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Let me and Shou Ji entertain the guests." Anyone who heard Gu Mama's tone would think she was a considerate daughter-in-law. However, old Master Gu did not respond. Instead, he sternly told the secretary, "Dahua's disappearance is a case. Personal feelings can't get involved. Keep her away or put her under house arrest." The secretary, sent by the organization, only listened to old Master Gu and immediately went to carry out the order. Outside, Gu Mama protested. But in the Gu household, old Master Gu's words were like military orders and were quickly enforced. House arrest was not possible, but somehow, Gu Mama was silenced. Yuan and I spoke up, "Grandpa Gu, I have a question." The guard only said he didn't see anyone leave, but did they ever leave their post? The backyard is small. Even if someone left for just a minute or two, it would be enough time to open the door and let someone out. There are 2 guards on night duty. The first guard works from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., which is called the small night shift. The second guard works from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., known as the big night shift. During their duty, They are not supposed to leave their posts, but in the middle of the night, especially in the yard, it's easy for someone to become careless. Grandpa Gu thought for a moment and told his secretary, "Go talk to the security department and have them investigate this direction." The secretary took out a notebook and wrote it down. Until there is a conclusion, reviewing the guards must follow internal procedures, and no one can interfere. Grandpa Gu was a prominent figure in his youth. He never panicked, no matter the situation, and was always decisive. Now, despite the unexpected event, he remained strong. After giving instructions to the secretary, Grandpa Gu said, "You all see the situation here. It's not completely secure, but it is still safe. Although Da Hua may not be very clever, she is strong. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to take her away, so I suspect someone is colluding from the inside and outside." Grandma and Grandpa, along with Yuan and I, were thinking the same thing. However, since Grandpa Gu was already investigating, they couldn't say it directly. Now that Grandpa Gu had pointed it out, Grandpa asked straightforwardly, "Are you saying you already have a suspect?" "Yes, I suspect 2 people. Grandpa Gu was not afraid of embarrassment and openly expressed his doubts about his wife and daughter-in-law. Everyone was surprised to learn that Da Hua had gone missing once before. No one could criticize Grandpa Gu's handling of the situation. Even though Da Hua went missing from the Gu family, he did not protect his own, demonstrating great integrity. Initially, I suspected my wife because she had a motive, but her family has few people left. Even if she wanted someone to take Da Hua, she wouldn't find reliable help. So now, the most suspicious person is Gu Chao's mother. But I can't understand why she would want to harm Da Hua." Grandpa Gu was not confused. On the contrary, he had clear logical thinking and sharp insights. "Grandpa Gu, could it be that Da Hua's identity was leaked?" Mr. Gu was startled. "Are you saying she is after something behind Grandma Qin? No gain without effort. Your family is large, so adding one more person won't matter much. There's no need to be harsh with Da Hua. Because of Grandma Qin's status, someone has been watching Da Hua since we were in Danshan, and I feel it's unsafe. When you suggested adopting Da Hua, I thought since no one in the capital knows her background, it would be fine to bring her here." Yuan and I sighed, surprised that the secret spread so quickly. Everyone started to think. Indeed, what Yuan and I suggested seemed very likely. Mr. Gu frowned. "I'll call Shouji over to see if he let anything slip." Before Mr. Gu could call his eldest son, the secretary rushed in to report that Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu wanted to meet a guest. "Let them in. I want to see what they have to say," Mr. Gu said, a bit annoyed. Mr. Gu entered cautiously and greeted Yuan Ni's grandparents first. "You're here? Sorry the house is a bit messy. We haven't prepared well."
Yuan Ni's grandparents nodded politely.
Mr. Gu frowned. "What's going on with you two? Coming over one after another? Just to make noise?" Mr. Gu rubbed his hands together. "Well, since it's the first time for Ni's grandparents to visit, we have to entertain them. Huilan just wants to know how to arrange the welcome dinner and how long they will stay." Grandma shook her head quickly. "Old Comrade Gu is already in bed, so let's skip the welcome dinner. Even if we don't have a dinner, we still need to eat, right? You might not know, but accommodations in the capital are expensive. You wouldn't want to stay there, so we need to find you a place to stay. The house is a mess, and Sister Lu isn't in the mood to work. I have to handle everything. Right now, there isn't a suitable room. If it comes to it, you can share a room with Sister Lu. I can get you some bedding, and you can sleep on the floor." Mrs. Gu spoke with a smile, but her words felt cold and unwelcoming. How could a future in-law expect guests to sleep on the floor in the maid's room? Yuan Ni's grandparents fell silent, feeling disrespected. Grandma Gung couldn't take it anymore. Mrs. Gu was clearly bullying Yuan and I. Just as she was about to speak up, Mr. Gu interrupted. The elder looked unhappy. "You don't need to worry about accommodations. I will contact the guest house to arrange a place for you." Mr. Gu quickly tugged at Mrs. Gu's sleeve. "Huilan, Dad has it covered, so just let it go." "Well, fine, I'll listen to Dad. Now that we have a place to stay, what about food?" Mom Gu's words sounded full of disdain, as if Yuan and I was a distant relative coming to take advantage. Yuan and I replied, "You can eat however you usually do. We won't cause any trouble." Grandma and Grandpa, let's go. Hey, why are you leaving? I didn't say anything wrong. You need to let me know so I can prepare. This is really too much, Mom Gu said, looking upset. Yuan and I turned to Grandpa Gu. You just focus on getting better and do what you need to do. Grandpa Gu rubbed his forehead. Let Xiao Chao go with you. He knows his way around here. With Gu Chao along, they could manage food and lodging. Grandpa Gu had started to doubt his daughter-in-law. At this critical moment, he didn't want to pick on her. It was more about treating her like an outsider rather than being lenient. As they were about to leave the Gu house, Gu Chao caught up, and did my mom say something she shouldn't have? Yes, but I didn't take it to heart. Let's not talk about her for now. Guess what I just did? What did you do? I searched the cellar and attic at home. Everyone looked at Gu Chao, confused about why he was rummaging through things. Was he looking for something to entertain guests? Gu Chao shook his head. To be honest, I suspect that Dahua is hidden by my mom. Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances. Surprisingly, Gu Chao's reasoning made sense. The Gu house was large, and it was possible that Dahua could be hidden in some corner. Did you find anything? Everyone asked in unison. Just a lot of dust, nothing else, Gu Chao said, feeling a bit down. Let's head back and discuss it later. Since the main suspect was likely Mom Gu, everyone agreed to keep quiet and not dig deeper. To avoid awkwardness, Yuan and I cleverly changed the subject. Are you going home tonight? I'm not going back. Do you have any spare bedding? I can sleep on the floor with cat and dog. It's fine without bedding. It's warm now anyway. Gu Chao sounded a bit defeated. With Dahua missing and his mom causing trouble, he didn't know how to face Yuan and I. Grandpa understood. Just don't sleep in the same room as those two. Their feet smell worse than pickled vegetables. There's space in the yard, right? I'll set up a mosquito net, and we can sleep out there together. It's not that our house is too small, it's just that there are no beds in the empty rooms. Besides, in this hot weather, sleeping outside is much more comfortable than inside. When it comes to camping, my grandfather has the most experience. When he was young, he had to watch over the melon fields, and they would send people from each household. He said, the most important thing about sleeping outside isn't the bedding, but keeping the mosquitoes away. Otherwise, they'll drain you dry. Thinking back, my grandmother relaxed a bit and said, luckily, I brought the mosquito net. The mosquito net and bedding weren't specifically packed for this trip. They were meant to wrap up Yuan Ni's precious collections to prevent damage during the long journey. Now, they all came in handy. Mrs. Gung smiled and said, why go through all that trouble? Come stay at my place. I have space. My grandfather and Gu Chao shook their heads, saying, we won't bother you. We still need to discuss some matters at home. Mrs. Gung understood how important Dahua was to them. Don't worry, Mr. Gu is investigating, and I'm also looking into it for you. If it's really as Nir said, Dahua won't be in danger. No matter who took Dahua, they wouldn't harm her without useful information first. But who really knows? Yuan and I thought of the ruthless Qin Hongfei and just hoped Dahua would be safe and not fall into the hands of such a person. After a long day, Mrs. Gung and Gung Chun were quite tired. Yuan and I told them, Grandma, you should go back now. It's close by. If anything happens, I'll come get you. Age catches up with everyone, and Mrs. Gung agreed. All right, just let me know if you need anything. When they got home, Uncle C and Aunt C had already set up the bedding and immediately asked about the situation. Yuan and I shook her head. It's not looking good. I discussed it with Shufin, and we should set up a stall as soon as possible. There are many people on the street. Maybe we'll get lucky and see Dahua, Uncle C said. When there's no other way, hoping for luck can be a strategy too. Yuan and I nodded and told Aunt C, the more people, the better. I'll go with you. They needed to gather the 3 essentials for collecting scrap: a tricycle, an old straw hat, and a hook. They should also prepare some eggs or something similar just in case. Grandma and Grandpa were encouraged, saying, yes, we can't be idle. We'll find something to do, like picking beans and making shoe insoles at the alley entrance. I saw quite a few people sitting there. Gu Chao felt moved. But he couldn't think of anything he could do. As a factory director, He felt out of touch with the ground realities, and there wasn't a single task suitable for him. I'll ask my classmates and friends for some news. Okay, Xiaowen and Xiuyu, you two stay at home with the cats and dogs. You can go out to play, but don't wander too far, okay? Yuan Ni reminded her younger sisters. Trying to find Dahua in a crowd is like looking for a needle in a haystack. We need to use all available resources. Xiaowen and Xiuyu were very understanding. Sister, you should check nearby for places that sell vegetables. Buy some food and veggies so we can cook. While everyone was discussing plans, there was a knock at the gate, and the cats and dogs ran quickly to open the door. At the door stood a boy about 8 or 9 years old, wearing a slightly faded tank top and large shorts, with a small wooden toy gun tucked into the waistband of his shorts. The boy was very confident and spoke with a local accent. Are you new here? Are you planning to stay long? The cats and dogs stared at the wooden toy gun and nodded shyly yes. My name is Ding Xiaobing. What are your names? Since cat and dog were their nicknames, and seeing Ding Xiaobing so confident, they were afraid to use their nicknames and instead introduced themselves by their full names. Cat's full name was Weixing, and dog's full name was Dazai. Ding Xiaobing smiled. All right, from now on, you can hang out with me. I'm the big brother around here, you know? The adults were stunned. Was this a child acting like a leader? Cat and dog understood that the oldest was the big brother, but Ding Xiaobing's meaning seemed different. Remembering what their grandmother had said about fitting in and being friendly, the two children nodded and called out, Big brother. Ding Xiaobing was pleased with their response. At 8 p.m. tonight, we'll watch TV at Grandpa Wang's house. If you can't find it, get ready with a stool, and I'll come get you. Watch TV? Cat and dog had heard their uncle brag about the TV, and they were already excited, readily agreeing. After sending Ding Xiaobing off, Cat and dog ran to their aunt. Can we go watch TV? With the community being friendly and Ding Xiaobing clearly a local, their aunt thought for a moment. You both agreed, so how could I say no? That said, the adults would still need to check on them. Yuan and I never expected that cat and dog would be the first to fit into the alley life. They had to cook dinner themselves, and while Gu Chao and Yuan and I went out to buy groceries, Ding Xiaobing's grandmother came to visit. She is the head of the neighborhood committee, a plump elderly lady with a kind smile. You must be the new residents. Are you getting used to this place? I am the head of the neighborhood committee, and I also oversee public safety. On behalf of everyone, I welcome you. Grandma and Grandpa didn't know how important the neighborhood committee head was, but seeing her presence, they felt a sense of respect. When they saw her extend her hand, Grandma also reached out, shaking hands with her politely. Having lived in this alley for 60 years, she had seen many people and could tell that Grandma and Grandpa were from the countryside. She didn't look down on country folks. After all, who among them wasn't from the countryside 3 generations back? With a smile, she introduced the situation. Here, we are all ordinary folks, and there aren't many rules. Just a few things to keep in mind. Pay the garbage and sanitation fees on time, and please don't disturb the neighbors. Grandma and Grandpa nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. By the way, I have something to ask, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Please go ahead. Ding looked at Grandma and Grandpa, then at Uncle C. Work is honorable, and we need someone to collect the garbage. The main job is to take the trash from each household to the end of the alley. It's a dirty job, but it needs to be done. I wonder if you are interested? Everyone was surprised that Ding came to offer them a job. It felt like a dream come true. Grandpa patted his chest. I can do this job. It's just collecting garbage, right? Do you need me to clean the latrine too? I can take care of that, and make sure it's spotless. Ding spoke carefully, knowing some people might be sensitive. Collecting garbage isn't a pleasant job. It can be dirty and smelly, and asking someone to do it might seem disrespectful. Seeing the Chen family's reaction eased her mind. Just collecting garbage is fine. You don't need to clean the latrine. A few years ago, many homes installed flush toilets due to plumbing upgrades. There's a public restroom at the end of the street, and sanitation workers clean it regularly, so we don't have to do it ourselves. Everyone understood what a toilet was, but what is a flush toilet? After traveling for days and nights by train, plus the extreme heat and lack of water, everyone felt uncomfortable and hadn't used the restroom since arriving at this place. The cats and dogs have relieved themselves at the base of the tree, following the village customs. So, the Chin family has no idea that Yuan Ni's yard actually has a flush toilet, a fancy restroom. Seeing their confused expressions, Grandma Ding said, "You haven't renovated your place? Then go to the public restroom at the corner. The urinals are there." She pointed in a direction. "It's that way, you can't miss it. Just follow your nose." Auntie C asked cautiously, "We came from the countryside and want to earn a living by setting up a bicycle repair stall and collecting scrap. Is that possible?" Auntie Ding nodded. "Of course, hard work is honorable. Just be careful when collecting scrap. Don't take anyone's coal balls or clothes hanging in the yard. If you ruin your reputation, you won't even be allowed in the yard. There are designated spots for stalls, and you need to pay a small management fee, just a few cents a day. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to handle the paperwork and introduce you to the person in charge." Policies have become more relaxed everywhere. A few years ago, young people returning home set up stalls selling tea on the streets, and now there are even more vendors. Uncle C and Auntie C felt relieved. They thought the rules would be strict in the capital, but it turned out to be more lenient than in the county. Just then, Yuan and I and Gu Chao returned. After learning about Annie Ding's identity, Yuan and I warmly handed her a large tomato, saying it's sweet. You can enjoy it. Summer is the season for watermelons, but they are quite expensive, so cucumbers and tomatoes have become alternatives. After declining a few times, Annie Ding happily accepted, saying, "It's not good to take your things right away. Later, I'll have Xiaobing bring you some pickled vegetables." Different regions have their own ways of processing vegetables. Northeasterners make pickled cabbage, Sichuan people make pickles, and people from the old capital make pickled vegetables, all to enhance meals and save on dishes. While preparing dinner, Auntie C told Yuan and I about what had just happened. "This place is really thoughtful. They even come to solve problems. No wonder everyone wants to move to big cities. Let's wake up early tomorrow and buy a second-hand tricycle. While we're out, we can check the situation," Yuan and I said eagerly. Small matters can lead to big problems. With Grandma Qin gone and Qin Hongfei missing, they must find a Hua. Dinner was simple: tomato and egg noodle soup. Just as everyone served themselves, Xiaobing brought a bowl of pickled vegetables, saying, "My grandma made this last year. It's really flavorful." The neighbors believe in the importance of reciprocity, so children shouldn't return empty bowls. Yuan and I poured out the pickled vegetables and served a bowl of noodles, saying, "You should try our homemade meal." Ding Xiaobing and Grandma Ding are very friendly. When he brought over the bowl, he smiled and said, "Sister, you are really skilled. This food smells delicious." After finishing the meal, Yuan and I forced herself to tidy up her treasures, while Gu Chao helped her. Just then, Ding Xiaobing came back. He was carrying a small stool and politely greeted Grandma and Grandpa before calling out to Cat Egg and Dog Egg, "Chen Weixing, Chen Dezai, come watch TV with me." Cat Egg rubbed his nose and pointed at Xiaowen and Xiaoyu, asking, "Can my sister come too?" Ding Xiaobing waved his hand. "Sure. Grandpa Wang is generous, but you two have to sit with the girls." Ding Xiaobing is the leader of the kids in the area and always brings everyone along, but he doesn't let girls join in the fun. Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu, who study in the county, are more experienced. Their aunt had warned them to keep an eye on Cat Egg and Dog Egg these days, and not to let them get lost again. The two sisters quickly went to get the stool. Their aunt stood up too, saying, "I'll go watch with you." Once they started watching, they were completely absorbed. Back in the early 1970s, Long Country had formed a friendly relationship with Little Notebook Country, leading to frequent cultural exchanges. At that time, Little Notebook Country's entertainment industry was already well developed, producing many family dramas. The most famous one was Volleyball Girls, which was introduced early on. Since television was not widely available in the country yet, Volleyball Girls only aired on a few local channels. What Ding Xiaoing wanted everyone to watch was Volleyball Girls. Cat Egg and Dog Egg were still a bit confused and had no idea what they were about to see. The energetic opening theme song of Shinobu left a lasting impression on their generation. Grandpa Wang's house wasn't far away. According to Ding Xiaobing, Grandpa Wang was a legendary level 8 worker, and his whole family had salaries, which allowed them to afford a TV. Grandpa Wang has a big color TV, not one with colored paper. It's a real color TV. You'll see when you watch, Ding Xiaoing explained enthusiastically. Cat Egg and Dog Egg nodded eagerly, trying to remember all the technical terms. Grandpa Wang's house also had a yard, but there were no flowers or plants, just a smooth brick floor. In front of the main room, there was a long table, and on it sat the precious big color TV. Several rows of small benches were set up in the yard, with a few people sitting here and there. In this old tradition of the alley, people would claim their seats before others arrived. Ding Xiaobing, being the leader among the kids, entered the yard and was immediately waved at by a child. Big brother, over here. Ding Xiaobing led Mao Dan and Gooden over, introduced them to new friends, and then directed Xiaowen and Xiuyu to sit on the other side. Fourth aunt watched with amusement and didn't rush to leave. Instead, she stood at the door observing. The neighbors were in sync, finding places to sit as they entered. Just as the seats were nearly full, an old man rushed in. He looked around, grabbed an elderly woman, and quietly scolded her. "You silly girl, why are you causing trouble again? Why don't you focus on something important instead of just playing?" This elderly woman happened to be sitting right in front of Fourth Aunt. With her keen ears, Fourth Aunt caught this remark and thought quickly, could this silly girl be related to Dahua? Upon hearing the words silly girl, Fourth Aunt discreetly followed the old man and woman. Despite the old man's shabby appearance, he scolded without hesitation, complaining about the woman not keeping the house tidy, especially for not watching over the silly girl. "I told you to keep her quiet, but you won't let me. She screams in the basement every day. Sooner or later, outsiders will hear her. It would be better to deal with her quickly," he grumbled. The elderly woman hurriedly covered the old man's mouth. "Why are you saying this outside? You can't harm that girl. It's a sin, and heaven won't forgive you." "What heaven? It's just nonsense. That silly girl knows nothing. What's the point of keeping her around? It would be better to get rid of her, so we can have more food," the old man said dismissively. The more Fourth Aunt listened, the more suspicious she became. It was getting dark, and she moved quietly. The old man and woman continued to argue without noticing her. She followed them closely and saw them enter the yard across from Yuan Ni's house. How could it be so close? What a coincidence! Once the old man and woman went inside and closed the door, Fourth Aunt rushed home. She tried to steady her emotions, but everyone could hear the tremor in her voice as she spoke. Something's wrong. Fourth Uncle was frightened and quickly supported Fourth Aunt. "Don't panic. Just tell us what happened. Is it about Mao Dan and Gooden?" "No. It's about the silly girl. They said there's a silly girl across the street." Upon hearing this news, Grandma quickly closed the door. Yuan and I handed a cup of cool water to Aunt, saying, "Drink some water and take your time to explain." Aunt pushed the cup away and said, "Here's what happened. I just ran into two people." This time, she explained everything in one breath. Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances before Grandma said, "This is tricky. Maybe they have a silly girl in their family?" Aunt recalled, from the way they spoke, the silly girl doesn't seem to be from their family. If it were their child, even if she were silly, they wouldn't lock her in the cellar, right? If she's not from their family, then she might have been taken. "Maybe it's Dahua. We need to keep an eye on this," Gu Chao decisively stated, regardless of the truth. They couldn't afford to miss this chance. "Should we call the police?" "I'm afraid to do that. If it's not Dahua and we call the police, everyone will know what we're up to, and then how can we keep watching?" That was true. They could only keep an eye on things themselves. Uncle was very proactive and brought out a long bench, saying, "I'll sleep at the door tonight." The two houses were too close, with their doors facing each other, separated only by a narrow alley. Any noise from across the street could be heard at Yuan Ni's house. After some discussion, the men decided to camp out in the yard that night. Grandma took out an old mosquito net, propped it up with bamboo poles, and quickly set up bedding. Uncle confidently said he didn't need the mosquito net. "I'm not afraid of the big mosquitoes in the countryside. What are the little black ones in the city to me?" Aunt chuckled and handed him a scarf to cover his face. You have to set up a stall tomorrow. You don't want to have a face full of bites. It was extremely hot, and many people were sleeping outside, while some even chose to sleep on the roof. When Gu Chao and Grandpa lay down, they could still hear the neighbors chatting next door. Grandpa, being older, soon started snoring, while Gu Chao couldn't sleep and gazed at the twinkling stars, which reminded him of Yuan Ni's eyes. They slept soundly that night, but before dawn, they were awakened by the sound of someone going out to the toilet. It turned out someone was up early. Grandpa rubbed his stomach and said, I need to go too. I'll check the way for you. After Grandpa left, Yuan Ni yawned and stepped outside. When she heard Grandpa had gone to the toilet, she couldn't help but laugh. You can use the one at home. I have a flush toilet in the yard. When Grandpa returned, Yuan and I took him to the bathroom and showed him how to use the flush toilet. Grandpa was very interested. This thing is good, but it uses too much water. When I have time, I'll teach the kids. For breakfast, we had steamed buns and plain rice porridge, paired with pickled vegetables brought by Grandma Ding, which added a unique flavor. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the sky, the alley came to life with children crying, adults chatting, smoke rising from kitchens, and the sound of bicycle bells as people headed to work and school. Grandma Ding arrived and smiled as soon as she saw us. Did you sleep well last night? Aren't you going to set up a stall? Come, I'll show you where to go. Uncle Four immediately grabbed his toolbox. Dad, Yuan and I, Shu Fun, let's go. Grandma Ding led the way, and Yuan and I exchanged a look with Aunt Four, preparing to gather information. To find out if there was a silly person living across the street, the simplest way was to ask Grandma Ding if there had ever been one in the alley. This question couldn't be asked directly. It needed to be approached carefully. Aunt Four smiled warmly and talked about her experience collecting scrap in the countryside, starting by trading eggs for items. Grandma Ding immediately perked up. No elderly woman could resist the temptation of eggs. Trading eggs for items? That's a good idea. How many eggs can you get for a pound of toothpaste tubes? Aunt Four estimated. I'm not sure what the prices are like here. Grandma Ding gave a thumbs up. Your prices are still reasonable. You can trade a lot. Here, we can only get a few small items. Prices are reasonable, but collecting scrap is tough. Once, I went to Shaozhong village and almost got beaten up by a crazy guy. Aunt Four wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yes, if you go into someone's yard to collect scrap, you have to watch out for people like that. If you really get beaten, there's no one to turn to. Is there anyone like that in our area, Grandma Ding? No, you can relax. Not only is there no one in our alley, but also in the neighboring alleys. People here are clever. There aren't even any foolish ones. Yuan and I and Aunt Four exchanged glances. That was exactly what they wanted to hear. Grandma Ding quickly led them to the spot, which was on the road behind the alley. It was rush hour, and the road was filled with bicycles. This area is managed by our community committee. Look, there are already 2 stalls set up over there. You should set up your stall next to them and pay the management fee to Old Hu. Old Hu, wearing a red armband, waved enthusiastically at Grandma Ding. Although small, the committee had some power, and Old Hu was a temporary worker hired by them. 2 street vendors were set up, one selling oil tea and the other repairing shoes. Their businesses did not conflict with Uncle C's, and this spot was right at the exit of the alley. Uncle C was very pleased and walked over with a big smile. Just then, an old man in worn shoes came out of the alley, swaying as he walked with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing him, both Grandma Ding and Aunt C changed their expressions. Aunt C recognized him as the old man from across the street. Grandma Ding lowered her voice and said, "You all should remember this man. This is Old Man Tang. Although we don't have any crazy people here, we do have some scoundrels, and Old Man Tang is one of them. Whether it's collecting trash or scrap, you need to be careful around him." Aunt C leaned closer to Yuan Ni's ear and said, "He's the one I mentioned yesterday." Yuan and I immediately became alert. "Aunt Ding, you need to tell us more about him." Aunt Ding was also angry and started to talk nonstop. She shared stories about him kicking a widow's door, eating free meals at others' homes, hitting his wife, stealing chickens, and lying in front of bicycles to scam money. In short, she listed many offenses. Yuan and I and Aunt C widened their eyes, feeling they were learning something new. They never expected such a scoundrel existed in the city, but it didn't end there. The worst thing Old Man Tang does is exposing himself in front of young women. He was caught once and beaten badly. Now, he doesn't dare to do it in front of young women anymore. He only bullies little girls, Aunt Ding said, filled with righteous anger. He harms children? Isn't that being a pervert? Why hasn't anyone caught him? Yuan and I was shocked. They have caught him before, but he was released quickly. Everyone says that despite his bad behavior, he has connections. He brags about having a strong backing. Since then, everyone avoids him. If we can't confront him, we can at least keep our distance. I'm telling you this to warn you to stay away from him. To be fair, Aunt Ding was quite responsible. Most people wouldn't share such information with newcomers. Yuan and I blinked and asked, does Old Man Tang have no children? Doesn't he worry about embarrassing them with his actions? No, it's just him and his wife living in a big yard. I heard they used to have children, but they either ran away or something happened to them. Anyway, they haven't been heard from in years, and no one visits them. A man like him deserves to be alone, but his wife is quite nice, just too weak to control him, and often gets beaten by him. The clues Aunt Ding provided matched perfectly with what Aunt C had heard yesterday. Old man, have you made up your mind? Can you really do the garbage collection job? After some small talk, Aunt Ding got back to the main topic. Grandpa nodded, of course. Why not? The alley is just a little longer. I don't need a cart. I can use a shoulder pole and hang 2 baskets to take the garbage to the alley entrance. All right, then this job is yours. The baskets and pole, along with a coat and gloves, will be considered work tools, and the community committee will pay for them. I'll give you 15 a month. How does that sound? 15? Grandpa's eyes lit up. This job may not pay as much as working at the factory, but it's easy. As long as he gets up early and takes a stroll, he can finish the work. Do you think that's too little? No, it's enough for me to enjoy my pipe. Let's go buy the baskets now. Okay. Aunt Ding was straightforward. Yuan and I and her 4th aunt said hello to Uncle C and quietly reminded him to keep an eye on Old Man Tang, then followed Aunt Ding to shop. Aunt Ding took them to the flea market, which was all about freedom, with everything for sale, mainly agricultural products. She bought the work tools at a very reasonable price and helped them bargain. Yuan and I spent 100 yuan on a second-hand tricycle. The body was intact, but the axle was a bit rusty. A little oil would fix it. 4th aunt bought a straw hat, a stove hook, white gloves, and then around 100 eggs, placing them all in a bamboo basket on the tricycle. Aunt Ding smiled. Aren't you going to take a break?
No time for that.
We just got to the city, and the whole family needs money for food and supplies, so we should start working early. Aunt Ding understood and pointed them in the right direction. If you go the wrong way, it's okay. Our area is straightforward. As long as you know the direction, you'll find your way back eventually. Once Aunt Ding left, everyone quickly got to work. Now that they had a reputation, all that was left was to search for clues. Yuan and I said to Grandpa, you saw that person earlier. When you get home, let Grandma know and keep an eye on what's happening across the street. Grandpa replied, I'll go right now. When I get back, I'll have Grandma make a shoe insole and sit at the door to sew. He wanted to keep watch himself, but it would be too strange for an old man to sit at the door sewing insoles. Kids don't worry, they just do what they need to do. Early in the morning, Ding Xiaobing came to invite Cat Egg and Dog Egg to play. Let's go practice volleyball. Wanna? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. However, he was still wearing big shorts, so only his skinny legs were showing. Ding Xiaobing took off his hat and held it in front of Xiu's eyes. Don't look, he's being inappropriate. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone hit Old Tang accurately and hard. The one who threw the stone was Xiaowen, and the ones helping her pick up stones were Cat Egg and Dog Egg. Let's get the bad guy. Xiaowen was a bit older and had heard from the villagers about a creepy old man who liked to show off in front of little girls, making them panic. The more scared the girls were, the happier he became. What should we do if we meet someone like that?
Xiaowen asked.
Just hit him. If he wants to be silly, we won't let him. Xiaowen agreed wholeheartedly. However, after spending so many years in the countryside with Xiuyu, They had never encountered such a. They didn't expect to meet one after coming to the city. The boys also realized, why should they just defend themselves? They could fight back. Ding Xiaobing put his hat back on and called his friends to grab something, pick up stones, but don't choose the big ones. We don't want to hurt him too badly. The kids quickly picked up stones and threw them. A group of kids throwing stones had a very different effect than just one. Old Tang cried out in pain. That little girl is so shameless. Can't you see I'm still in my shorts? Have you never seen a man before? What kind of man are you? You're just an old fool with skinny legs, trying to act tough in front of us. Xiaowen quickly shot back. The boys laughed loudly. They had only seen grandmothers scold people, not little girls. Not only did old Tang fail to be inappropriate, but he also got hit. He tried to run, but his shorts got caught on his feet, and as soon as he moved, he tripped and fell. The kids rushed over for another round of fun, with Cat Egg and Dog Egg even stepping on old Tang's hands with their little feet. Fortunately, Ding Xiaobing and the other kids were young and kind-hearted, so they didn't throw any big stones at old Tang. Otherwise, just that rain of stones could have sent him away for good. All right, that's enough. Ding Xiaobing checked old Tang's breathing and found he was still alive, so he called the kids to leave. Let's go play somewhere else. Having gone through this together, their friendship grew stronger. This time, they didn't need Xiaowen and Xiuyu to suggest a new place. Ding Xiaobing invited them along. Old Tang lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and it took him a long time to get back up. His nose was broken, and his face was covered in blood, with bruises all over his body. He trembled as he pulled up his pants and limped home. His grandparents were sitting in the shade by the front door. Grandma was sewing shoe insoles, while Grandpa was quickly picking green beans, occasionally scratching his foot. The couple chatted as they worked, looking natural and in sync. At that moment, Grandma already knew that Old Man Tang was a bully. When she saw him limping and looking disheveled, she was surprised and almost gasped. Was this a bully getting beaten up? Grandpa's pipe fell from his mouth. One of Old Man Tang's eyes was swollen, and he expressionlessly glanced at the new neighbors before kicking his own door, shouting, "Old lady, are you dead inside? Hurry up and open the door. Your man is in trouble." Old Lady Tang shouted that she was coming and rushed to open the door, carefully helping Old Man Tang inside. Once the door closed, Grandma patted her chest and asked Grandpa, "Didn't they say this old man is a bad person? How did he end up like this?" Grandpa picked up his pipe. Only bad people get beaten. People act, and heaven sees. Grandma thought for a moment and agreed, but wondered who the hero was that had taken down this bully. Once inside the yard, Old Man Tang began to curse at Old Lady Tang. "Could you be more careful when helping me? Haven't you ever taken care of a man? Can't you see I'm hurt? Do you want me to die so you can run off with another old man?" As he spoke, he slapped Old Lady Tang. Her face was swollen from the blows, but she kept her head down and tried to endure. "Don't move. I'll find some medicine to help." However, there was no medicine at home. After searching for a while, Old Lady Tang could only mix some salt water to clean Old Man Tang's wounds. The salt water stung, making the pain worse, and Old Man Tang began to yell, his voice echoing like a pig being slaughtered, completely undignified. "I can't take it anymore. It hurts too much. Hurry and get me some money for alcohol. If I drink, I'll feel better." Okay, I'll go right now." Old Lady Tang went inside, skillfully pulled out some change from the bedside, grabbed Old Man Tang's bottle, and left. The alcohol Old Man Tang wanted was cheap, the lowest quality. Despite its low price, once it hits the stomach, it burns like fire, making one feel dizzy and forget all earthly troubles. Thinking about cooking, the old man's mouth watered. He wiped his lips and said, "If only I had some snacks to go with my drink. Unfortunately, that silly girl hasn't said anything. I need to ask her again." With that thought, the old man got up and opened the cover of the vegetable cellar. He came from a fallen family. They had lost almost everything, leaving only a large yard. Luckily, the yard was big enough to dig a cellar. If it were in a crowded area, there wouldn't even be space to lie down, let alone store vegetables. The cellar was dark. The old man climbed down the ladder while turning on a flashlight. In the dim light, he saw a large figure huddled in the corner. It was Dahua. Her hands were tied, and her mouth was covered. She looked very wronged and stared at the old man in anger, as if asking why. "Don't look at me like that. I don't want to keep you here. You just eat too much. Come on, just tell me where your grandmother's things are, and I'll let you go right away, okay?" The old man said slyly, like he was trying to trick a child. Dahua made muffled sounds. The old man felt hopeful and removed the cloth covering her mouth. "What do you want to say?" "I want to eat watermelon." "What do you mean?" "Ever since you came, you've been talking about watermelon. It's so expensive. How can I give it to you? It's good enough that you have food to eat. I think you're just being difficult." The old man got angry and grabbed a bamboo stick to hit Dahua. He completely forgot that her mouth was no longer covered and that it was broad daylight. When the stick hit Dahua, she let out a sharp scream. "Ah, ah." As soon as Dahua screamed, the old man realized something was wrong. He rushed over to cover her mouth but got bitten on the hand, blood flowing. Ignoring the pain, he covered her mouth again. He cursed quietly and hit Dahua a few more times, watching her large body twitch before he crawled out of the cellar. During the day, there weren't many people in the alley, but since new neighbors had just moved in across the street, the old man thought it was necessary to take a look. He reached the front door and peeked through He saw the old couple sitting outside, but instead of picking beans, the old man was now harvesting chives while picking at his toes. "Looks like they're eating well," the old man muttered in dissatisfaction. When he was young, his family was quite wealthy. The way they lived like this was mostly thanks to Old Man Tang. At that moment, Old Lady Tang returned, saying, "Dear, I bought you some wine." "Just wine? Why didn't you bring any peanuts? Are we this poor now?" Old Man Tang was furious and reached out to hit Old Lady Tang. After being struck, Old Lady Tang noticed that Old Man Tang's hand was bleeding. "Dear, what happened to your hand? Don't mention it. I was bitten by that silly girl. I gave her a good beating, and tonight, she won't get any dinner. Maybe if she gets hungry, she'll behave." "Oh no. How could you hit that child? She's just a poor silly girl. What can she say to you?" Old Lady Tang looked worried. "You don't understand anything," Old Man Tang said, grabbing the wine bottle and drinking heavily. As the alcohol took effect, he quickly became drowsy and lay down on a mat in the yard, falling asleep. As he slept, he dreamed that Big Flower finally spoke, telling him that the rare treasure left by Old Lady Chin was hidden in a broken kiln at the village entrance. Following the clues given by Big Flower, Old Man Tang successfully found the treasure and became wealthy. Dreams can be wonderful. Old Man Tang turned over and slept even more soundly. Old Lady Tang sighed, worried that Big Flower would not withstand the beatings she received over the past 2 days. The child was so unfortunate. Looking at the cellar entrance, she finally made up her mind. Unlike Old Man Tang, she had her principles, and one of them was not to commit wrongdoings. Old Man Tang was already ill-tempered, and now with his hand bitten by Big Flower, he would seek revenge. If Big Flower stayed at home, it would be dangerous for her. After parting ways with Uncle C, Aunt C hopped onto a tricycle, with Yuan and I sitting in the back. They began their journey to collect scrap. The capital is so big. We need a plan, right? There are grandparents watching in the alleys, so let's head west today.
All right.
Going west had its advantages. They walked and looked around, quickly leaving the alley. Seeing a residential area by the roadside, Yuan and I cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Scrap for eggs. We take newspapers, toothpaste tubes, copper, and iron." A few elderly ladies quickly gathered around. "Scrap for eggs? How does that work?" Aunt C had already inquired about the prices and explained the term skillfully, then added with a smile, "If you don't have a full pound of scrap, that's okay. You can combine it to trade." The elderly ladies were all happy. "Great, this is very affordable. Every day, there are people collecting junk. You are the best deal. Come with us into the yard, so we can trade more easily." Trading junk for goods is not about speculation. Auntie smiled and agreed, pedaling her tricycle to follow the ladies into the yard. As soon as the ladies entered the yard, they quickly ran home to gather their recyclables. Yuan and I wiped her sweat and said, "Why aren't they helping to call people?" "Should I shout again?" Annie smiled and replied, "Let them trade first. They are worried about having enough eggs. Once they finish trading, they will help us call others." Yuan and I suddenly understood. Auntie, being older, had a better grasp of human nature. The elderly ladies were quick and soon returned with toothpaste tubes, newspapers, and various other items. "These toothpaste tubes and newspapers are all mine. I want to trade them first." "Don't rush, don't rush. We have plenty of eggs to trade." The ladies had little of value, even bringing out nails to trade. Considering they were the first customers of the day, Auntie was generous with the prices. The ladies happily took their eggs and began calling others from their homes. During the day, the yard was filled with only the elderly and children, who loved picking up junk. At first, customers came one by one, but soon there was a line. Everyone was enthusiastic, not afraid of the sun, and some even ran to the front to check the bamboo basket, asking, "Are there enough eggs?" "Yes, there are enough." As the last person approached, Yuan and I frowned at what he was carrying. "Is that a wooden window frame?" "We don't accept wood." Old-fashioned windows were made with wooden frames covered in paper. But in this day and age, even the poorest families had glass windows. Why was there still such a thing? "This is good wood. It would be a waste to burn it for firewood." "Just take a look, it's really good stuff," said the middle-aged man who was in his 40s. Normally, someone his age should be at work, but for some reason he wasn't. The window frame was old and decaying, the paint chipped, and it was covered in scraps of paper. The nearby elderly ladies laughed at him. "Master Tao, that should just be thrown in the trash." "Aunt Zhao, to be honest, this is really good wood." "No matter how good the wood is, it has already been made into a window frame, so it's not useful anymore." Yuan and I reached out to touch the wooden window frame and suddenly felt a sharp heat. Realizing something was off, she turned it over and continued to feel, discovering that it wasn't the wooden frame that was hot, but the paper stuck to it. The paper was old and yellow, layered on top of each other, covered in glue, with what seemed to be small seal script characters. Yuan Ni's thoughts stirred. This was an ancient text. If Teacher Tao used ancient text to cover the window frame, could there be more that hadn't been removed at home? "Master, this window frame really isn't useful. You've checked with the recycling station, right? Our things are supposed to be sold there. They don't want wood, and we have nowhere else to sell it. Do you have anything else at home? If you have old newspapers or books, we can sell those together," Yuan and I said with a resigned smile. The elderly women around them laughed, understanding the hidden meaning in Yuan Ni's words. The wooden window frame was of no use, but if Teacher Tao could offer something valuable, the scrap collector would be willing to help him dispose of it. Feeling embarrassed by the laughter of the group, Teacher Tao blushed. "I actually have a bag of waste paper, but my mother insisted on taking it to the countryside to use for kindling." At that moment, Yuan and I noticed the characters Yongla on the paper and, hearing Teacher Tao's words, was suddenly reminded of a past event, one of the 5 lost cultural treasures, the Yongla Encyclopedia. For various reasons, many precious artifacts have disappeared throughout history, with the most famous being 5 items known as the 5 Great Cultural Treasures. Each of these treasures is a national treasure, including the Yongla Encyclopedia. The Yongla Encyclopedia was compiled by Emperor Yongla and is akin to an encyclopedia, rich in content and meticulously compiled, representing the wisdom and civilization of the empire. Unfortunately, the original has been lost, though copies remain. If the paper stuck to the window frame is the original Yongla Encyclopedia, it could explain why this extraordinary treasure is missing. Yuan and I dared not think further and quickly signaled to her 4th aunt. Her 4th aunt smiled and said, "Teacher Tao, I happen to have 2 eggs left. If you don't mind, you can put the window frame in our car. Since it's our first time in this courtyard, let's consider it a good connection. When we come back, you must keep the good stuff for us." Teacher Tao hadn't expected to trade anything. His family used honeycomb coal, and if the small wood wasn't useful, he would have chopped the window frame for firewood long ago. Hearing his fourth aunt's offer, he was overjoyed. All right, I won't be polite then. Here are the eggs for you, Aunt C said, handing the last 2 eggs from the bamboo basket to Master Tao, while lifting the basket to make some space. Master Tao happily placed the window frame on the cart, saying, "Come back next time, and I'll have more good things to trade with you." Yuan and I wiped her sweat and smiled, asking, "Master Tao, could we trouble you for something? Is there running water in the yard? Can we wash our hands?" Master Tao, feeling pleased about receiving the eggs, replied, "Yes, there's a faucet right in front of my house. Come on, let's go wash up." The family compound was quite messy, resembling an old-style courtyard where each family occupied 1 or 2 rooms, sharing a common yard. Aunt C slowly washed her hands and shook off her clothes after finishing. Master Tao felt it was inappropriate to stare at the 2 women, so after placing the eggs down, he brought out the coal stove to prepare for cooking. Yuan and I joked, "This yard is nice, but cooking is inconvenient. This small stove takes forever to heat up." Master Tao slapped his thigh and said, "Exactly. If it weren't for needing to solve the issue of living apart, I wouldn't want to come to the iron factory at all." It turned out this was the family compound of the iron factory, which was struggling financially. It was a typical urban workplace. Master Tao's wife worked in the city, while he was from the suburbs. When they got married, they decided to marry first and then figure out how to transfer. Now both in their 40s, Master Tao still hadn't managed to transfer and could only exchange jobs with others. Job exchanges, also known as transfers, mean that employees from different units voluntarily swap jobs for personal reasons, and after submitting an application for approval, they can move to each other's workplace. I originally worked at the Tong County Transportation Bureau. Although it was a county job, it was quite beneficial. But for the sake of family reunification, I had to give it up. Master Tao sighed. He knew the iron factory was not doing well, but he didn't expect it to be such a poor workplace, with low wages and poor living conditions. When he exchanged jobs, he not only swapped positions but also housing. He used to have a small yard but now only had 2 rooms. Yuan and I quickly understood that the window frame covered with the Yongla Didayan and the bag of scrap paper were likely left behind by the previous occupants. It seemed that family must have known the significance of these items, which is why they kept them for so many years. But for some reason, the tradition was broken, and when the later generations moved, they ended up leaving behind such valuable treasures. Yuan Ni's mind was racing. Master Tao had mentioned that there was still a bag of scrap paper that his mother took home to use for kindling. Since he had previously worked at the Tong County Transportation Bureau, he could probably find out more about him there. After thinking this, Yuan and I thanked Master Tao again, washed her hands, and pulled her 4th aunt away. Throughout this, Master Tao did not notice anything unusual. As they rode away on a tricycle, the 4th aunt asked Yuan and I, "Is that window frame valuable?" "The frame itself isn't worth much. The valuable part is the paper stuck on it." "Oh my, how are we going to handle that?" "It's all stuck with paste." "I don't know. If it gets too difficult, we might need to ask Grandma Gung for help." When they repaired the mural before, Yuan and I noticed that Mr. and Mrs. Gung had special skills. To save the precious documents, they would likely need Grandma Gung's assistance. Sitting in the vehicle, Yuan and I touched the window frame and was relieved to find that the paper was stuck with flour paste. If it had been glued with chemical adhesive, it would have been a disaster. "All right, let's take the items back for now. Didn't he mention there was a bag of paper his mother took? Should we look for it?" "We should look for it. If not, we can send Gu Chao to Tong County to gather information. Although the Yongla Encyclopedia is valuable, finding Dahua is more important." Thinking about Dahua, the 4th aunt sighed. "I wonder where that child has gone?" After a long day out, both were exhausted and just wanted to go home, wash up, and have a bowl of mung bean soup. As they reached the gate, Yuan and I hadn't even gotten out of the vehicle when she saw her grandmother waving frantically, and "Come quickly." Yuan and I jumped down. "Grandma, what's the matter?" "I think I heard Dahua's voice. She was calling me," her grandmother whispered. Yuan and I found it hard to believe. Could it be a hallucination? The 4th aunt pushed the vehicle inside. "Xiao Gu, you're back too?" Gu Chao closed the door and called everyone inside, Grandpa also said he heard a voice.
Everyone looked at Grandpa.
Grandpa nodded seriously. I heard it too. It was calling your grandmother, and it sounded just like Dahua. Since both of them heard it, it couldn't be a hallucination. Which direction did it come from? Right across the street. We were sitting at the door doing some chores this afternoon, and while we were dozing off, we suddenly heard a voice that startled us. Grandma patted her chest. And then, was there no more sound? We listened for a long time at the door, and it seemed like Mr. Tang was arguing with his partner, Gu Chao said. It's a pity I came back late and missed the sounds. It could be a sign from above that Dahuai is right in the courtyard across, Grandma guessed. This was an important clue, but it was hard to act on. Just like everyone was worried before, if Mr. Tang was really hiding Dahuai, things would be easier. But what if he wasn't? If Yuan and I called the police and they searched, but found nothing, it would disturb the neighbors. If someone really was hiding Dahuai, they would likely hide her even better, making it impossible to find her later. Gu Chao thought for a moment. I have a plan that won't involve the police, and we can act tonight. Gu Chao's plan was simple: sneak into Mr. Tang's house at midnight. Isn't that breaking and entering? Grandpa asked nervously. He had always been honest, and had never done anything like this. When they were in the countryside, the whole family would work outside, and the door was just tied with a straw rope. No one would pull the rope to go in and rummage around. We're trying to save Dahuai, not to deceive anyone. Don't worry so much, Grandma scolded Grandpa. Grandpa immediately stopped talking and naturally took out his pipe, as if he hadn't said anything and just wanted to smoke. You can't go. When fourth uncle comes back, I'll discuss a plan with him. Then the two of us will go. If someone finds us, we can run away quickly. Gu Chao was determined. Dahuai's disappearance was connected to Gu's mother, and Gu Chao wanted to do something to make up for it. Sneaking into someone else's house was illegal, but their intentions were good, so everyone overlooked that part. Yuan and I thought for a moment and didn't have a better plan. You two should go to bed early and act around 2 or 3 in the morning. Usually, at that time, even those who couldn't sleep would be asleep. Just then, fourth uncle returned. He had been fixing cars all day, and his excited face was flushed. Wow, making money in the city is so easy. Fourth aunt slapped him. Mom heard Dahuai calling her. Fourth uncle snapped out of his excitement. When did that happen? Gu Chao pulled him aside and explained what had happened during the day and his plan. Fourth uncle immediately agreed. We're just going to take a look, not take anything. It makes sense. Don't listen to Dad's old-fashioned ideas. He's getting old. Grandpa, who was smoking nearby, tapped his pipe. He wasn't old. He was just listening to Grandma, right? Grandma finally felt a bit relieved. It didn't matter if Old Man Tang's yard had big flowers. They could just go take a look. I'll make dumplings for you. Eating dumplings will give you energy. Mom, what filling do the dumplings have? They're filled with green beans and meat, and chives with eggs. Uncle Four rubbed his hands together happily. He loved those 2 fillings. They were tasty and had meat, which was great. A large jar under the eaves was filled with well water. Since it was hot, the cool well water was scooped out and left in the jar to warm up during the day. By evening, it became just the right temperature for a refreshing wash. Everyone washed up and then lay down in their rooms. The adults discussed matters, making sure to avoid the children. The kids couldn't figure out what the adults were thinking and didn't dare to mention any plans to fight. So, until now, no one knew that Old Man Tang had been beaten by his own kids. Grandpa was in charge of watching during the first half of the night. Around midnight, a creaking sound came from across the street. It was the sound of a door opening, and Grandpa immediately perked up. He looked out through the door, but was a bit slow and couldn't see anyone. Running out at midnight. Could it be a bathroom emergency? What's wrong, Grandpa? Gu Chao had already gotten up, and Yuan and I also put on our clothes. Everyone was restless tonight, worried about what might happen. The door across the street opened, but I didn't see anyone. I don't know if they went to the bathroom or... I'll go check, Gu Chao said, putting on his clothes and grabbing a flashlight. I'll go with you. Yuan and I went out with Gu Chao. Uncle Four didn't move at all, sleeping soundly. Insomnia was a problem for cultured people, but not for him. The alley was very dark. Only the main road had streetlights. Some alleys had lights and some didn't. In the alley where Yuan and I and the others lived, there were only 3 streetlights. 2 at the entrance and 1 by the bathroom. The 2 of them headed toward the bathroom, hoping to find Old Man Tang or the old lady, which would prove they went out for a bathroom break. If not, they would have to search a wider area. They walked around, and Yuan and I even checked inside the bathroom. No one is here. So, what are they doing out in the middle of the night? Let's change direction and look elsewhere. The 2 of them quickly reached the corner, and before they got there, they saw a large figure standing under the streetlight. Wasn't that Dahu? It had been a while since they last saw her, and Dahu had lost some weight. She used to have several layers of chin, but now she only had 3. She was huddled with her neck pulled in, holding half a watermelon rind in her arms, looking confused under the streetlight. Yuan and I was both surprised and happy, and she ran over in a few steps. Dahu, what are you doing here? Dahu was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled widely and handed the half watermelon rind to Yuan and I. Eat watermelon, see Dahu. All this time, Dahu had been thinking about this. Grandma had said that when it was watermelon season, she should come to see her. But where was Grandma? Yuan and I was almost in tears. She reached out to touch Dahu's face and noticed a noticeable injury. Dahu, where have you been? Did someone lock you up? What happened to your face?
Who hurt you?
Yuan and I had countless questions, but Dahu was a bit slow and could only say a few simple words, unable to express anything too complicated. After asking for a while and getting no useful information from Dahu, Yuan and I could only take her home. Let's go back and talk. Yuan and I and Gu Chao didn't expect Dahu to appear in the alley in the middle of the night. This seemed to confirm their suspicion that Dahu had been deliberately locked up, and the person who did it was likely old Tang. Dahu was finally found, and everyone was awake now. They couldn't get much information from Dahu, but her appearance in the alley at such a late hour spoke volumes. Grandma looked over at the neighbor's house. I still hear a child's voice. They must have locked her up. Yuan and I discussed with Gu Chao, should we call the police? We can't let the bad guys get away. Gu Chao nodded. I'll go right now. They hadn't called the police earlier because they were afraid of alerting the bad guys and delaying the search for Dahu. Now that Dahu was found, it was time to bring the bad guys to justice. Dahu's case caused quite a stir, and Grandpa Gu had personally made arrangements. When Gu Chao ran to the police station and reported it, they immediately escalated the situation and prepared to arrest the suspects. Just when everyone was sleeping soundly, police cars arrived and several officers got out, surrounding Old Tang's house. Even the alley was filled with law enforcement personnel. The commotion woke up everyone in the alley. When they heard it was to arrest Old Tang, everyone cheered, eager to see the old man, who was disliked by all, taken away. That night, Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang were taken away, and police dogs were sent to search their yard. They kept searching until dawn, and the alley gradually quieted down. The Chen family anxiously waited for news. During the time that Da Huang was missing, was she really held at Mr. Tang's house?
Who took Da Huang?
What was their connection to Mr. Tang? It was impressive that Grandpa remembered his duty. Before dawn, he went out to collect trash. He had just returned when Grandma sent him to buy meat. Grandma herself was making dumplings and frying eggs to improve Da Huang's meals. Da Huang happily sat in a chair, munching on a sweet bun, her hands sticky with syrup. So delicious, really delicious. Yuan and I and Aunt C boiled water, trying to persuade her to take a bath. After the bath, they discovered Da Huang was covered in bruises. These are from bamboo strips. Who could be so cruel? Aunt C was furious. How could someone be so harsh to a simple-minded person? Yuan and I quickly got some medicine. Da Huang was beaten. We need to tell the investigators. She carefully applied medicine to Da Huang's wounds. When it was time to leave, Da Huang clung to the doorframe, refusing to go out. There are bad people. She was scared from being beaten and wouldn't budge. Never mind, let her stay in. I'll talk to them and see what to do next, Yuan and I said, unable to pull her away. Gu Chao heard the commotion. What's going on? Yuan and I rolled up Da Huang's sleeve to show Gu Chao her injuries. Da Huang was taken by bad people, and they beat her. Gu Chao's pupils dilated. Injuries like these couldn't be faked. I'll go talk to them. Then let them know about the injuries. Okay. Gu Chao left, and Uncle C came over to Yuan and I. Can I go out to sell today? Should I stay home? No need for Da Huang to go either. Just go about your business as usual. Aunt C took everything collected yesterday from the car, filling the windows of Yongla Dian, and moved them into Yuan Ni's room. And I won't go out to collect today. I'll stay home with you. By the way, are we still going to Tong County? Mentioning this made Yuan and I anxious too. Yesterday, Master Tao said his mother took a bag of scrap paper to start a fire. This bag of waste paper might be remnants of the Yongla Encyclopedia. If the old lady really uses it for kindling, burning one page means losing another, so we need to get the waste paper soon. Yuan and I thought for a moment. Aunt, could you please run an errand and buy 2 tickets for the bus to Tong County at noon? If we can leave, I'll go at noon. If not, we'll just waste the tickets. Now is not the time to worry about money, and the aunt understood what was important. All right, I'll go buy them now. Just as the aunt left, Gu Chao returned. They said they understand. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it won't affect the case. Yuan and I led him inside to show him the window frame. I want to make a trip to Tong County. Do you think I can get away? Gu Chao smiled. It's not your concern. Just do what you need to do. I'll go with you. Should I tell your grandfather? No need. The police station will inform him. As for Da Hua, she's close to Grandma, so as long as Grandma takes care of her, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Since Gu Chao said so, Yuan and I prepared to head to Tong County. This opportunity was rare, and the Yongla Encyclopedia is not an ordinary artifact. It holds great significance, and she couldn't just watch it turn to ashes. When the family heard the situation, they were very understanding. Go ahead. It was worrying about Da Hua, but now that the child is found, there's nothing to worry about. Catching the bad guys is the police's job. You focus on your own matters, Grandma said. Gu Chao added a few more instructions. If you're unsure about anything, just wait for us to come back and discuss it. Grandpa tapped his pipe. Anyway, it's just a delay. I can handle that. Everyone laughed, and Da Hua joined in. After a quick bite, Yuan and I and Gu Chao set off with their tickets. Considering they might need money, she specifically packed 2,000 yuan and a few gold rings in her bag. Buying old items depends on luck. Sometimes you need to spend a lot, and other times you can find a bargain. Traveling at noon was tough. The long-distance bus felt like a thin tin can, and under the sun, it was like a sauna inside. Once they settled in, Gu Chao pulled out a water bottle. Have a drink. The water was icy and had a creamy taste. Yuan and I wiped her mouth. Why is this so good? I stuffed a few cream popsicles inside. You're quite clever. After staying up late the night before, the bus's bumps soon lulled them to sleep without realizing it. Yuan Ni's head rested on Gu Chao's chest, and she slept soundly until the ticket collector announced their stop, waking her up. Meanwhile, there was a suspicious water mark on Gu Chao's chest. At the entrance of the station, there was someone selling millet, and Gu Chao bought a bag. What did you buy this for? Are we trying to find out about Master Tao's hometown? Trust me, this will come in handy. Yuan and I told Gu Chao to go ahead. I'll follow your lead. Gu Chao figured out the directions and headed straight to the Transportation Bureau. Since it was working hours, he didn't enter the building but stood at the entrance, handed a cigarette to the guard, and started chatting. He introduced himself as a worker from the iron factory, saying he was in Tong County for business. Master Tao sent some things for his mother, but I don't know how to get there. The guard looked at the bag in Gu Chao's hand and believed him, smiling. His home is a bit far. You should head east. Gu Chao politely thanked the guard. To find Master Tao's address, asking the guard was the safest bet. Master Tao's old house was exchanged with someone for work, and his parents had moved back to their old home. This house was on the edge of the county town, looking old on the outside but deep inside. How do I start a conversation? Gu Chao felt worried seeing all the doors closed. Yuan and I smiled, bought 2 bamboo baskets and a carrying pole, and made a deal with a vendor to rent a scale for 1 yuan. Everything was ready, and Yuan and I rolled up her sleeves. Now watch me. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, collecting old books and waste paper. Gu Chao followed her lead but couldn't match her tone, making himself laugh. I won't shout anymore. Just wait for the books to come in. Nowadays, everyone kept their old books and newspapers, waiting to gather enough to take to the recycling station for money, while some directly traded with waste collectors. As soon as Yuan and I shouted, people rushed out to ask about the prices. How much do you pay? Old books and newspapers are 10 cents per pound, and waste paper is 5 cents per pound. This price was even higher than what the recycling station offered. Eager neighbors immediately ran home. Wait, I have newspapers. Old Tao opened the door and saw his neighbor running, unable to help but laugh. Old Zhang, why are you running? Don't hurt your old bones. The book collector is here, 10 cents a pound. I need to sell my old books quickly. 10 cents a pound? Are you sure? Absolutely. They're right at the corner, two lively young people. If you don't believe me, go take a look. Old Tao looked towards the road and saw a large crowd of people. He quickly rushed into the kitchen, saying, Wife, stop cooking. We can sell these old books for money. Mrs. Tao, who had trouble hearing, was pulling a piece of paper from a bag to put into the stove, mumbling to herself, This is paper, it lights easily. Why won't the recycling station take it? The paper was yellowed and stiff, quite different from regular old book waste. When she first got it, Mrs. Tao took the bag to the recycling station, but the worker there, experienced, immediately said it wasn't made from wood pulp. We recycle waste, mainly to recover resources. This paper isn't wood pulp and might not be usable, so we can't take it. All recycled paper must be processed into pulp before being made into new paper to achieve recycling goals. The recycling station doesn't take everything for this reason. They only accept items that can be reused. Since she couldn't sell it, Mrs. Tao had to carry the waste paper back home, planning to use it for kindling, as she didn't want to waste it. Old Tao saw that Mrs. Tao hadn't understood and quickly grabbed the paper, saying, There's someone at the door collecting waste. They pay 10 cents per pound for old books. Hurry and take this bag out to sell. Mrs. Tao was surprised and happy. This bag is heavy. Could we really make money? Let's see if they want it, he replied. They had been turned away before, and what if the two young people didn't want it either? Old Tao thought for a moment and came up with a plan. Aren't there a few old books left in the cupboard? You can put the old books on top. Old Tao nodded. Let's do it your way. The couple agreed on a plan, found the old books, disguised them, and then together carried the bag out the door. Their neighbors saw them with a large bag and were quite envious. Old Tao, when did you gather so much waste paper? You're going to get rich. Old Tao smiled proudly. This isn't waste paper, it's old books. He hoped the two young people were inexperienced and would mistakenly accept the waste paper as old books, which would be a big win for them. Yuan and I offered a good price, and many people were selling waste paper and old books. By the time they arrived, their neighbors were already in line. Some people tried to cut in line, asking if they would take beer bottles, but Yuan and I refused, saying, We only take old books and waste paper. We haven't completed our collection task for this area, so we can't accept anything else. The recycling station had tasks to complete, and everyone understood this. Seeing that the people in front had sold their items for a good price and left happily with their money, Mr. Tao couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Yuan and I and Gu Chao had already noticed Mr. Tao and Mrs. Tao. From their appearance, they seemed to be the people they were looking for. As it was finally Mr. Tao's turn, Yuan and I pretended to wipe sweat from her forehead and said, I'm so hungry. I really can't keep going. Exactly. I've been busy since morning. I just want to lie down, Gu Chao added. Mr. Tao was worried. Comrade, I've been waiting in line for a long time too. You can't just skip me now, right? Yuan and I looked tired. Of course not. Sir, considering your age, it's tough for everyone. What do you want to sell? Mr. Tao pointed to a bag filled with old books. These are old books. Is this bag full of them? Yuan and I casually flipped through it and noticed some yellowed papers underneath, covered in familiar small seal script. Yes, we've been keeping them, Mr. Tao said nervously, worried that they might suspect him for trying to sell so many old books at once. Gu Chao looked at the bag and smiled. Aren't you tired? If you sell this bag of old books, you should meet your goal. Exactly. We have a lot of old books, It's like you're collecting for several people. Mrs. Tao quickly chimed in. Yuan and I looked at the sky. All right, I'll weigh it. After this bag, we can hurry to eat. As she spoke, she pretended to weigh the bag. The old books were very heavy, and it was only with Gu Chao's help that they managed to get the weight, 32 pounds in total. This bag is heavy, so I won't fuss about it. I'll deduct 8 ounces for the weight of the bag. Does that sound fair to you? Yuan and I asked. These bags are made of pure and are hand-woven, so a bag this size weighs more than a pound, let alone 8 ounces. Mr. and Mrs. Tao were very satisfied with the weight and price Yuan and I offered, nodding eagerly. That works. Yuan and I pretended to do some calculations and handed them $3.12. Sir, ma'am. Please count it again. Mr. Tao felt guilty, afraid Yuan and I would notice something was off, and they wouldn't be able to sell the bag of paper. He shook his head vigorously. The account is clear. No need to count again. Yuan and I smiled modestly and turned to Gu Chao. Shall we pack up then? Gu Chao focused on organizing the basket. Sure. Once Mr. and Mrs. Tao walked away, Yuan and I returned the scale to the vendor. The other person looked worriedly at the 2 baskets of waste paper and said, Miss, aren't you losing money collecting all this waste paper? The nearby residents only knew how to sell waste paper and didn't keep track of the numbers. He was running a stall and had already noticed something was off. Yuan and I smiled. Do you think we want to? If we don't complete our task, they will deduct our wages. The stall owner suddenly understood. In his view, the 2 young people must be inexperienced and unable to complete the tasks assigned by their unit, which forced them to offer a high price for the waste paper. As long as the task was completed, their wages would not be affected. After all, it was public funds that were losing money. Seeing that the other person was silent, Gu Chao picked up the burden and walked away. Yuan and I helped him carry it. After walking for over 100 meters with few people around, they dropped the baskets and picked up the sacks to leave. There are no more buses at this hour. Let's take the train back, Gu Chao suggested. Okay. All northbound trains pass through Tom County, making it easy to hitch a ride there. The 2 successfully bought train tickets, quickly ate a few tea eggs to regain their strength, and boarded the train. The train was quite crowded, with many people carrying large bags. Yuan and I and Gu Chao only found 1 empty seat. Gu Chao insisted that Yuan and I sit down while he stood beside her, protecting the sack, and they managed to stay like that until they reached the city. After standing for several hours, Gu Chao felt stiff all over, but thankfully they finally arrived home. Yuan and I felt a bit guilty. Let me treat you to something good later? We're family. No need to be formal. By this time, it was getting dark, and the alley was very quiet. They could faintly hear the TV from Master Wang's house. Just then, Gu Chao saw someone standing stiffly at Yuan Ni's door, looking dark and a bit eerie.
Who is that?
Gu Chao quickly shielded Yuan and I behind him. It's me, I'm Gu Xiao's. Why are you just getting back? Gu's father said with a hint of frustration. Dad, what are you doing here? It's hard to explain in just a few words. Comrade Yuan, can I come in first and then we can talk? I haven't had dinner yet, Gu's father said, sounding a bit pitiful. Yuan and I opened the door, and her 4th uncle was there, looking very cautious as he glanced at Gu's father and asked Yuan and I, is he here to plead for old man Tang? Should I let him in? Yuan and I was surprised that her father had come for that reason. Gu Chao directly took over the conversation, looking at his father with a serious expression. We're the Gu family, and he is from the Tang family. Why do you want to help an outsider? Since childhood, Gu Chao had never seen old man Tang. Everyone said he had connections, but he never expected that old man Tang's connection was actually his own father. Gu's father shook his head and sighed. I had no choice but to come to you for help. You must understand, we cannot pursue old man Tang. Why not? I can't say. I have my reasons, but you need to trust me. Gu's father was firm and demanding, making it clear that he expected them to listen to him. Yuan and I felt confused. Even if he was being vague, he should at least come up with a reason. Just saying he had his reasons, and expecting them to let old man Tang off the hook was unreasonable. Gu Chao signaled Yuan and I to go inside while he dealt with his father. Once Yuan and I went in with the bag, his fourth uncle closed the door without hesitation. Although he had just arrived in town and was used to working in the fields, his fourth uncle had clear opinions about right and wrong. Dehua was an innocent girl. Old Man Tang not only locked her up but also hurt her, so he was definitely a bad person. Gu's father speaking up for him made him just as bad. Keeping bad people out was something his fourth uncle did, without guilt. As the door closed right in front of him, Gu's father looked upset. Xiao Chao, your girlfriend is too headstrong. She doesn't even care about my face. Dad, you're the one being unreasonable. Dehua is very important to the Qin family. You can't just expect them to give up on seeking justice. I know they care about Dehua, but we must protect Old Man Tang. I'm your father. I won't harm you. You have to trust me. Gu Chao shook his head.
Why?
Why should the Gu family protect an unrelated old man? Gu's father shook his head again. I can't say, but I truly want what's best for you. Then don't say anything. Gu Chao opened the door and went inside, leaving his father outside once more. The yard was full of people, his grandparents, his fourth aunt, several children, and Dehua, all listening intently. Seeing Gu Chao enter, his grandmother pulled him aside. Let's talk inside. We don't want your father to hear. It's one thing to be slapped in the face, but it's another to be stepped on afterward. Yuan and I put away the bag and joined everyone in the living room. What on earth is going on? Yuan and I and Gu Chao were full of questions. What had happened in just a short time away from home? We don't know either. Mr. Gu came very suddenly, just as it was getting dark. As soon as he arrived, he had a serious face and said we were being unreasonable. Since we found Dahu, we shouldn't make a fuss and should let things settle down, Grandma sighed. Nir's marriage hasn't been settled yet, and now there's conflict with the in-laws. How will they proceed with the marriage? Grandpa said, we don't understand why he said that. Dahu's return was unexpected, and the police are investigating the matter. We haven't caused any trouble, yet he came in accusing us. I didn't even know how to respond. It sounded like Mr. Gu was looking for trouble. But why would he do that? Gu Chao frowned. What else did my dad say? Then he just repeated the same things, insisting we let Old Man Tang go. He said if we didn't pursue it, Old Man Tang would be fine, Auntie C said quietly. Why should we let Old Man Tang go? Uncle C said angrily. Auntie C pulled him back. No one said we should let that old rascal go. We're discussing it right now. Yuan and I turned to Gu Chao. Could it be that Auntie Gu has a connection with Old Man Tang? Does Grandpa Gu know about this? Would Grandpa Gu be willing to let Old Man Tang go? After all, it was Grandpa Gu who handled the adoption paperwork. He is Dahu's legal guardian. It's unclear whether Mr. Gu acted without Grandpa Gu's knowledge, or if Grandpa Gu instructed him to do so. Gu Chao thought of this too. I'll ask Grandpa, and I'll find out. I'll go with you to see Grandpa Gu, Yuan and I said, not wanting Gu Chao to face him alone. I can go by myself. My grandpa cares about his reputation. If my dad and mom are undermining him behind the scenes, it would embarrass my grandpa. Gu Chao guessed who might be causing trouble and didn't want to put his grandpa in a difficult position. All right, you go by yourself then. As Gu Chao reached the door, he shook his head. No, my dad is still outside. Uncle C took out a ladder. Just climb over the wall. After Gu Chao left, Grandma remembered he hadn't eaten. Oh dear, we've been busy all day and didn't even offer the child something to eat. After eating, Yuan and I went to her room. She worked hard to get the Yonghua encyclopedia and needed to study it carefully. She first looked at the yellowed papers in the sack. Besides a few old books at the top, the rest were all original copies of the Yonghua encyclopedia. Why would one book weigh dozens of pounds? The Yonghua encyclopedia is not just a book, it is an encyclopedia with a wide range of topics. It includes not only science and agriculture, but also principles and designs of weapons. Yuan and I carefully took out the paper, which was yellowed and old but very sturdy, likely due to special techniques used in its production. The binding thread had rotted away, which is why Master Tao said the bag contained waste paper. Without binding, the pages were scattered and looked like scrap paper rather than an old book. I should put it away for now, Yuan and I thought, placing the loose pages of the Yonghua encyclopedia into a box and sealing it with wax. As for the part stuck on the window frame, she looked around but couldn't think of a good solution, so she decided to ask Grandma Gung for help the next day. That night, Yuan and I worked late into the night before finally going to sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Chao arrived.